Chapter 1, Siblings. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant knocking roused Qin Ze from his slumber. Sunlight streamed through the gauzy curtains, mingling with the cacophony of speeding vehicles outside. Blinking against the brightness, he pressed one hand to his throbbing head while the other propped him up. His hangover felt as if his skull might split open, and the world around him spun in disarray. The knocking persisted, an unwelcome summons. State your business or leave me be, Qin Ze grumbled irritably. Your Majesty, I am quite famished. Came a sultry yet slightly raspy voice from beyond the door. Understood, understood, he replied weakly, half opening his eyes as he groped for his clothes at the foot of the bed. Hurry, the voice outside urged, mirroring his lethargy. In a haze, Qin Ze dressed, but his unsteady footing caused him to bump his head against the bed's edge, momentarily rendering him dazed. Amidst the fog of his mind, he heard a voice declare. Matching time, June 19, 2017. Matching space, unknown, matching host, suitable for hosting. Iris lock engaged, DNA lock engaged, system updating automatically. What was that sound? Gritting his teeth, Qin Ze rose, his mind clearing considerably. He approached the window and pulled aside the curtain, allowing a warm, blinding sunlight to flood in. He squinted, observing the ceaseless flow of traffic outside. This was a rather new yet slightly aged community, built in 2004. In the distance, skyscrapers loomed, forming the city's CBD. It was June 2017, midsummer in Shanghai. As he stood in the sunlight, his unfocused pupils reflected the vehicles streaming by. It took him a moment to realize it was Monday. The living room was a chaotic mess. The dining table still bore remnants of last night's revelry, a half-eaten pizza and an empty box that once held a 12-inch strawberry cake. Clearly ravaged rather than consumed, scattered across the table were various bottles, cocktails, beers, spirits, champagne, and several bottles of white liquor, enough to line a wall. The floor was strewn with gold foil confetti, a vivid testament to a post-party scene. With a gentle sigh, Qin Ze retrieved a large garbage bag, methodically placing empty bottles inside and discarding the remains of last night's feast. He dragged the bag out to the communal trash bin in the hallway. Weary, he entered the bathroom, washed up, and finally felt rejuvenated. Calmly, he made his way to the kitchen, first retrieving skim milk from the refrigerator, pouring it into a glass, and placing it in the microwave for 3 minutes on medium heat. He then proceeded to fry an egg, cook bacon, and blanch 2 lettuce leaves. In less than 10 minutes, a simple breakfast was prepared. He set the food on the dining table, 2 portions of each, just enough for 2 people. Turning back to the kitchen, he found half a bag of toast in the fridge, which paired delightfully with peanut butter. With breakfast ready, Qin Ze returned to the other room, not his own bedroom, but another. The apartment measured approximately 80 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a well-lit balcony. This was a property his family purchased when he was in elementary school, situated conveniently near the CBD and mere steps from the subway station, which could whisk him to the university town in just 2 stops. Now, the elementary school he once attended had been demolished for several years, and this apartment had appreciated several times over in value. Qin Ze's university was just 2 stops away in the university town. Initially, he had wished to experience dorm life, but on the first day of freshman year, his indulgent sister, with an unusually bold display of affection, insisted on accompanying him to school for his enrollment. However, at an intersection just 2 traffic lights away from the university, she deftly led him back to the community. Hey, this isn't the way to school, he protested. His beautiful sister replied, brushing her hair aside. Let's drop off your luggage first before heading to registration. I knew you weren't being altruistic, trying to send me to school for no reason, Qin Ze retorted. Dorm living isn't that great. Sharing cramped quarters with a bunch of people is hardly as appealing as cohabiting with a stunning sister like me, she argued with conviction. Thanks a lot, he scoffed, but forgive me for having no interest in living with someone I've shared a home with since childhood. Don't be like that. Living alone is quite inconvenient. I have to clean everything myself, and I can barely change the water in the dispenser, let alone cook. My kitchen is gathering dust. Plus, returning home alone at night, who knows what kind of creeps might be lurking around. Oh dear. One moment she was an imposing figure, and the next, she was a pouting little girl. Living with you is even less appealing. I refuse to be your maid, Qin Ze stated firmly. Also, the school has strict rules against students living off campus. It's non-negotiable. Don't worry, little brother, Dad has taken care of everything. The paperwork is all sorted. Just be a good boy and live with your sister, she replied with a smile. I don't believe you. Qin Ze pulled out his phone and dialed, waiting until a deep, serious voice answered. Ze, what's the matter, Dad? I want to live on campus, he said straightforwardly, just as his sister pinched him hard. There's no need to live on campus. We have a house in the university town. Stay with your sister. We're concerned about her living alone. If you want to live on campus, you can always return home occasionally, their father concluded before hanging up. His sister, having excelled in her studies to enter Fudan University, made Qin Ze feel somewhat overshadowed. He had to exert tremendous effort just to barely meet the admission requirements for the nearby financial university. Had it not been for their father's position as a professor there, he might not have been accepted at all. As the child of a faculty member, it was permissible for him not to stay in the dorms during his first year, and Qin Ze sighed in resignation. 3 years later, he was now a junior, while his sister, 2 years his senior, had graduated last year and was working as a secretary to a general manager at a foreign company. As he opened the door, a faint scent of perfume mingled with the remnants of alcohol wafted into his nose. The room was dimly lit, with blackout curtains drawn tightly. The air conditioning hummed, and a woman lay sprawled on the bed, covered by a light blanket, her limbs splayed out in a way that suggested carefree abandon. Her disheveled appearance spoke volumes about her carefree nature. Qin Ze turned off the air conditioning, drew back the curtains, and opened the window, allowing a gentle breeze and sunlight to sweep into the room, dispersing the lingering scent of alcohol. Breakfast is ready, time to rise. He called out. The woman, with her chestnut curls cascading over her face, remained obscured, emitting soft grunts as she continued to doze. Recalling that yesterday was his sister's birthday, he remembered the party they had thrown, inviting her circle of friends. The girls, varying in shapes and sizes, appeared sophisticated and graceful, but after a few bottles of wine, their true natures emerged, revealing themselves as party-loving revelers. His sister had cleverly dragged him out of the kitchen to shield her from the alcohol, appearing to have downed only a few beers herself. With my head feeling like a wreck, how can she still sleep in? Qin Ze lifted the blanket and shouted, "Wake up," his voice caught in his throat as he beheld the woman's alluring form. From delicate collarbones to rounded shoulders, even lying flat, her figure seemed to defy gravity. Below her well-defined waist were long, shapely legs, often described in internet slang as capable of lasting 10 years. There she lay, her fair skin fully exposed before him. Cursed, she isn't even wearing pajamas. Staring at her chest, he found himself momentarily entranced, not because of her ample bosom. Had long known that his sister was a 36th, but because she wore a set of sheer black lace lingerie that he had never seen in their years of cohabitation. Perverse fool, where do your eyes wander? The sister delivered a swift kick to Qin Ze's face, wrapping herself in a blanket, feigning a dramatic loss of composure. I never imagined you to be such a person, Qin Ze. Qin Ze rubbed his stinging cheek and remarked, "Oh, is this some sort of lingerie? When did you become so fashionable, and which man trained you in this?" "There's no man training me. I've never even been in a relationship. My life feels like a failure." "Keep pretending," Qin Ze retorted, rolling his eyes as he exited the room.
Chapter 2. Dreams and Stars. The most excruciating aspect of winter is the early rising. Longing to remain entwined in the warm embrace of the blankets until the end of time. Yet, this is clearly the gradually warming summer. Qin Ze silently finished his bread, bacon, and poached egg, waiting for 10 minutes before she finally emerged, as if summoned from the depths of a dream. Clad in loose-fitting bare pajamas and shuffling in slippers, her eyes were half closed. "Last night, I was left with barely half a life due to your group of female friends, and yet here you are. Looking like you've indulged excessively," Qin Ze remarked, puzzled. "You're the one who indulged excessively," his sister replied lethargically, casting him a languid glance as she slumped into a chair, her delicate, moist lips pouting. "After you lay down, they were nearly done too. And it fell to me to clean up the mess. The boyfriends called to collect their partners, and as for the lonely singles, I had to hail cabs to send them home, finally collapsing into bed at 3:30 this morning. I woke up starving. Serves you right." Qin Ze took a sip of milk, swatting away her hand that reached for the bacon, then proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth. His sister let out a lazy acknowledgement, rising like a rag doll, and in a flash, she snatched a piece of bacon and darted into the bathroom. Peeking out to make a silly face at him, Qin Ze pretended to strike, and she quickly withdrew her head. His sister did not possess the demeanor of an elder sibling, but he had grown accustomed to it. After all, he himself was not the typical younger brother either. Perhaps it was due to their upbringing. His parents were stern and demanding towards Qin Ze, fearing he would grow up to be a crooked tree. In contrast, they indulged and adored his sister. The treatment between the siblings was starkly different. If she was their biological child, he was merely a bonus. The old man justified this by saying, "Raise boys with hardship, but pamper girls." Regardless of how strict their parents were or how much they hoped for their son to succeed, Qin Ze remained as unremarkable as ever, drifting through life at the age of 22. Conversely, his sister, who had enjoyed a more relaxed upbringing, had always excelled academically and effortlessly gained admission to Fudan University. If you possessed even half a baby's intelligence, I would laugh myself awake in my dreams, their father often admonished Qin Ze. Indeed, Baby was his sister's name, her full name being Qin Baobao, aged 25. When Qin Baobao emerged from the bathroom, impeccably groomed, she seemed to transform entirely. Her complexion was fair and delicate, and it was said that during her university days, she was often privately scolded by female classmates for her alluring looks. Having spent 10 minutes washing her face and brushing her teeth, it was now 8:25 in the morning, even if she resolved to finish breakfast in 5 minutes. Change clothes, apply makeup, and then take the subway. Well, better not to take the subway. Driving would be more prudent. Calculating the time, it was clear she would be late, and with tardiness came the loss of her attendance bonus, 300 yuan, equivalent to a week's worth of meals. Qin Ze mentally tallied the economic loss incurred by his sister's lingering in bed. His sister never wore makeup. Qin Baobao wrinkled her nose playfully, embodying the charm of a little girl. Isn't the main point that you're going to be late for work? Qin Ze felt a surge of frustration. I'm not going to work. I quit, Qin Baobao replied after swallowing her poached egg and sipping milk. Qin Ze was taken aback. When did this happen? I quit yesterday. Didn't I tell you? He had no recollection of such a conversation. Oh, with so much happening, I forgot to mention it to you. Why on earth would you quit? Did your boss harass you? Qin Baobao's eyes sparkled with mischief. What a splendid idea. I'll say that if Dad asks. Ridiculous. You think I would keep that a secret? That job was quite decent. 5,000 yuan during the internship, over 10,000 upon becoming a full-time employee. Plus a generous year-end bonus. You just up and left to chase after dreams of starry fame? Qin Baobao batted her eyelashes innocently. I'll rely on you to support me from now on. Get lost. I haven't even graduated, Qin Ze huffed. Last year, Dad was bragging to relatives, feigning indifference while clearly reveling in pride. Oh, it's just an average company, among the global top 500. With her head bowed, Qin Baobao meticulously spread peanut butter on her toast. Mumbling, it was my birthday yesterday, and time is truly a butcher's knife. I'm almost 30 without realizing it. I thought to myself, I can't let my youth be wasted working for some global top 500 company. I must break free from constraints, escape feudalism, and become a courageous dream-chasing girl. More like a dream-chasing woman, Qin Ze scoffed. That's ridiculous. Qin Baobao shot him a glare. What do you want to do? A foreboding sense stirred within Qin Ze. My goal is to step onto the screen, become a major star, and be a national goddess. Hooray. Qin Baobao struck a pose reminiscent of a peasant rising against oppression. As expected, Qin Ze silently buried his face in his hands. Qin Baobao carried a significant blemish in her life, a profound regret. This so-called blemish was her name. During middle school, unable to bear the ridicule from classmates, she secretly took the household registration booklet to change her name. However, due to a lack of valid reasons, merely stating that her name was ugly was insufficient, in the absence of parental consent during the signing. The police called home to inquire. Their father, without hesitation, stormed into the police station, dragging her home by her ear. It was the first time in Qin Ze's memory that their parents united to discipline her. The second time occurred during high school when, due to her beauty and extraordinary charm, Qin Baobao caught the eye of a talent scout. One could only wonder what grand promises that man made to her, leading her to view stardom as her lifelong aspiration. However, their father, being traditional, disapproved of his daughter entering the entertainment industry. Their mother was worried that the scout was a fraud, intending to lure her daughter into a life of vice, resulting in another round of punishment for Qin Baobao, a regret she held dear. What their parents didn't know was that after the college entrance examination, Qin Baobao had intended to apply to the Shanghai Theater Academy as her first choice. Thankfully, Qin Ze thwarted her plans at all costs. Otherwise, she would have faced yet another round of punishment. Years later, it was surprising to see that her ambitions had not waned. Enough already. What is so great about being a star? It appears glamorous on the surface, but beneath lies only hardship. This society is dark if you recklessly plunge into this world. In 2 years, you'll end up like a black fungus, and who knows if you'll even make a name for yourself, Qin Ze declared with righteous fervor. I don't care. I don't care. Qin Baobao twisted her body, throwing a childish tantrum. Throwing a tantrum won't work with me. Spare me the act. This is far too serious. I must report this to Dad. Qin Ze reached into his pocket for his phone. Qin Baobao lunged forward, desperately clinging to his hand, her voice dripping with innocence. Please don't. If Dad finds out, He'll kill me. I don't know if he'll kill you. But if I don't report this, he'll definitely kill me. Qin Ze pressed his palm against her forehead, forcefully pushing her away, all while retrieving his phone. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Main quest. Assist Qin Baobao in signing a contract with Xingyi Entertainment Company, Limited. Successful completion rewards 300 points. Failure incurs a deduction of 100 points. What on earth? Qin Ze was momentarily stunned, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Qin Baobao seized the phone, hiding it behind her back protectively. Are you hallucinating? Has the alcohol not yet worn off? Give me the phone. Qin Ze shouted angrily. Realizing that there was an even more pressing matter at hand, he needed to find a way to dissuade this woman from her unrealistic aspirations, which seemed almost impossible. He was well aware of how stubborn Qin Baobao was, but she was even more terrified of punishment. In the past, their parents had kept her in check. But now that she had moved out, she was like a wild horse without reins. Their father had insisted that he move in with his sister, perhaps with the intention of watching over her. At the very least, he needed to keep her from making reckless decisions, such as quitting her job to chase after a career in entertainment. In situations like this, he ought to report to headquarters. Otherwise, he would be derelict in his duties. And he could not shoulder that blame. Qin Baobao stuffed the phone into her cleavage, puffing out her chest defiantly. Come at me. Go ahead, I dare you. If you touch me, I'll tell Dad that you groped me. Enough is enough. Qin Ze's mind was filled with frustration. Sister, let us have a serious conversation. Qin Ze resolved to adopt a gentle approach. It is not my intention as your brother to hinder your pursuit of dreams. Yet you have not chosen the right path at the prime of your youth. It is rather late now. You are already 25. The innocent maiden image you once held is no longer viable. At your age, how can one navigate the entertainment industry without genuine talent? The only alternative is to resort to compromising situations. Do you wish to find yourself entangled in sordid affairs with various men? The entertainment industry, both lucrative and glamorous, is a realm where everyone yearns to enter and achieve fame, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Please remember, the university you attended is Fudan, not a performing arts school. Can you truly compete with those fresh graduates from specialized backgrounds? Do you possess acting skills? Do you have a solid foundation in performance? At the age of 25, it is time to abandon naivety. I have my dignity. Qin Baobao lifted her alluring face. You have no such dignity. Have you been consuming too much toxic positivity? Believing that the entertainment industry relies solely on looks? There are countless handsome men and beautiful women on this planet. Qin Ze remarked. Host, you are mistaken. I have traversed a parallel universe where artists possess no acting skills whatsoever, relying solely on their appearances to dominate the entertainment realm, a peculiar voice echoed. Who is that? Qin Ze leaped to his feet, startled, glancing around in a panic like a frightened cat. Chapter 3. The task. Do not be alarmed. Host. I'm an intelligent system traversing through time and space, having visited numerous different realms. I am now residing within your mind. Parasite? Are you going to consume my brain? Qin Ze exclaimed, startled. Not at all. It is simply difficult for intelligent beings of the three-dimensional world to grasp my essence. You may perceive me as the protagonist's fortunate charm in a web novel. Oh. Qin Ze nodded, then abruptly sprang from his seat. I can't believe you. I need to go to the hospital. Yet, just as he stood, his body suddenly lost control, and he plopped back down. Qin Baobao stared at him, perplexed. What are you doing? Qin Ze, with a woeful expression, cried, Sister, help. I feel like I need saving. Are you out of your mind? Qin Baobao shielded her phone with one hand and cautiously reached out to touch his forehead with the other. What is wrong with your head? It's not that. It's just, I'm fine. He uttered words he did not truly mean, while a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host, please do not expose my existence, or else annihilation will ensue. What exactly are you? Qin Ze roared inwardly. Can you control my body? Don't tell me about systems and such. I can distinguish between reality and fiction. I have traversed many timelines and had numerous hosts, and I have grown accustomed to beings like you. Your first task is to assist Qin Baobao in signing a contract with Xingyi Entertainment Company. Limited. Successful completion will earn you points, while failure will incur a deduction. Should your points reach 0, Qin Ze trembled. Annihilation? Not exactly. I will simply choose another host. Goodbye then. However, I have expended all my energy traveling to this timeline, and I can only select a new host within your world. To sever ties with the current host would require draining your bodily energy. Are you certain you wish to abandon this? What will happen if you drain my energy? You would become a vegetable. I do adore the notion of a fortunate charm. Are you certain you won't devour my brain? Absolutely not. Now, here's what you must do. The task begins, and you have 3 hours. I will repeat the task. Assist Qin Baobao in signing a contract with Xingyi Entertainment Company. Limited successful completion will yield 300 points, while failure will deduct 100 points. Sister, if you wish to enter the entertainment industry, it is not impossible. We must strategize. Qin Ze donned a gentle smile, resembling a wise teacher guiding his students. My head truly feels muddled. Sister, I will call for help. Qin Baobao frowned and took out her phone. 120, what nonsense. Qin Ze lunged like a hungry tiger and seized her phone, pulling her soft frame close. Qin Baobao assumed he intended to report her, and like a protective hen, she clung to him, her tall stature of 1.72 meters hanging onto him. Qin Ze, with one hand lifting her rear, tossed her onto the living room sofa, evading her attempts to scratch his face while muttering, "Stop fooling around. Let us discuss serious matters. I agree to your pursuit of stardom. You're not deceiving me?" Qin Baobao, with disheveled hair and a flushed face from the struggle, stared at him with her sparkling eyes. "I would never deceive you. Good brother, you are my favorite." Qin Baobao beamed, showering kisses upon his face. However, entering an entertainment company is no simple feat. Merely having a pretty face will not suffice. Qin Ze frowned. "Allow me a moment to ponder." "No need for contemplation. Just do not report me, for I have already made preparations." Qin Baobao settled into a duck-like position on the sofa. "When I resigned, my boss inquired about my reasons for leaving. I told him I wished to try my luck in the entertainment industry. He happens to have connections at Xingyi Entertainment and made a few calls on my behalf. I simply need to attend the interview at 10 o'clock today." Qin Ze suddenly comprehended that the path had already been laid out. His sister had revealed her intentions because they lived together, making it impossible to keep secrets. The system's task conveniently aligned with Xingyi Entertainment, which was evidently no coincidence. Upon reflection, it made sense. As a university student, he possessed neither the capability nor the means to assist Qin Baobao in signing with an entertainment company. This significantly lowered the difficulty of the task, akin to a novice being told by the village chief to slay the great boss, who, by chance, was left with but a drop of health. The interview was at 10 o'clock, and it was currently 8:30, leaving ample time. Qin Baobao eagerly retreated to her room to change, emerging transformed, clad in a professional women's suit from Ports, a pristine white blouse, and black high heels. She presented herself as a poised and competent career woman. Her already flawless features became breathtakingly beautiful with expertly applied makeup. Qin Ze quickly shielded his eyes. "What are you doing?" Qin Baobao tossed her chestnut curls. "You are blinding me," Qin Ze exclaimed dramatically. "Stop it." Qin Baobao shot him a glance, her smirk betraying her inner satisfaction. The siblings descended to the underground parking lot of their complex, where Qin Baobao's vehicle was a vibrant red BMW. Purchased with half a year's salary and a few extra thousands from her family. It was brand new, acquired at the beginning of the year. In the car, Qin Baobao kicked off her high heels, tossing them to the passenger seat beside Qin Ze. The little red horse backed out of the parking space and sped away with vigor. Xingyi Entertainment Company was 20 kilometers from Qin Ze's residence, separated by a district. And during rush hour, the traffic in Shanghai could make one question their existence. The little red horse maneuvered through the neighborhood, successfully reached the elevated road after 2 traffic lights, and began to crawl along at a speed of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. Qin Ze, holding his sister's high heels, leaned back in his seat, feigning sleep while conversing silently with the system in his mind. "What exactly are you?" "I am the universal calculation system." "What does that entail?" "Intelligent beings in the three-dimensional world find it difficult to comprehend my definition. My ultimate purpose is to calculate the universe." "And why are you in my brain?" "I randomly select hosts. Each host I choose in every timeline is entirely random." "Every timeline?" Qin Ze pondered, feeling both confused and impressed. Time and space are the greatest mysteries of the universe. Time flows unidirectionally, while space is an infinite accumulation. The universe is so vast it knows no boundaries, and planets harboring intelligent life are countless. My abilities are confined to the realm of space, allowing me to traverse numerous timelines, and every intelligent being who becomes my host is a figure of significance in their era. Almighty being, I kneel before you. Qin Ze jested. "I've read novels. Does that mean I can plug stars and seize moons, achieving immortality? I have visited similar worlds." Qin Ze's excitement surged. "Does that mean I can cultivate immortality? Ridiculous. Nothing in this world is eternal. Even the sun will face its demise one day. According to my estimations, the universe is not everlasting, including myself. Then can I live as long as the sun? Not at all. The formation of worlds depends on numerous factors, and each world is unique, with its own laws. In your world, humanity cannot achieve feats like flying or traversing the earth. What good are you then?" Qin Ze felt disheartened. Every boy harbors a dream of immortality and heroism. Qin Ze, born in 1995, with an average physique, intellect, and performance. Your life has been unremarkable. And based on your current trajectory, your sister Qin Baobao will be the most beautiful woman you ever meet, leading you to a life of mediocrity. However, I can alter your life and change your fate, which is why I believe I am still of use. After hearing that, I feel like dying. Qin Ze covered his face and exclaimed, "What use are you?" Following this, it was time for the novice tutorial. He was instructed to open the system interface. How do I open it? At least provide me with a controller. Should I simply shout at the sky, system interface, for it to appear? As soon as Qin Ze finished speaking, a shimmering blue virtual interface materialized before him, reminiscent of the 3D projections he had seen online. In the upper left corner of the virtual interface were the characters Qin Ze, followed by two options, tasks and points mall. Qin Ze extended his finger and tapped on tasks. Revealing the task details, main task, assist Qin Baby in signing a contract with Xingyi Entertainment Company, limited successful completion rewards 300 points, while failure incurs a deduction of 100 points. He then clicked on points mall, only to be greeted with a prompt. This feature is not yet activated. System. What treasures lie within the points mall? Items that can assist you in reaching the pinnacle of life, came the reply. Is it not activated because my points total is currently 0? Indeed, please exert yourself diligently. I would like to inquire, what exactly is this task? The task is not a malevolent entity, but I believe I understand your sentiment. There are no free lunches in this world. To gain something, one must put in effort. To exchange points for items in the mall, you must continuously complete tasks. What are the conditions for tasks to appear? Please do not suggest anything like murder, arson, or the molestation of minors. The conditions for task formation depend on your current state, the people around you, the circumstances, and also on your inner desires. So, if I were to wish to engage in the molestation of minors, would such a task potentially manifest? Yes, that is enough. Qin Ze's lips twitched. Who does not possess a few dark thoughts? Should a similar task arise, the host may choose to abandon it, and the system will automatically deduct points. Oh, here is a task item. Qin Ze noticed a line of gray text at the end of the task details. Task item. This is an auxiliary item for the first task, not yet activated. The host must exercise patience. At that moment, Qin Baby glanced at him curiously and asked, "What are you flailing about for?" "My mind is a mess," Qin Ze replied, casually shutting down the system interface. Qin Baby huffed, focusing intently on driving. Qin Ze gazed at his sister's profile, lost in thought. Her elegantly sculpted nose, delicate lips, and slightly upturned chin reminded him of Greek statues. They bore no resemblance to one another. Qin Baby had been praised for her beauty and charm since childhood, and it was no surprise that she grew into a stunning beauty. In kindergarten, she was the flower of the garden. In school, she was the belle of the class, receiving love letters that could have served Qin Ze for a decade. In contrast, Qin Ze was far more ordinary, handsome enough, but merely passable. He had seen his father's photos from youth, which could be deemed handsome, while his mother was merely fair and delicate. Together, they had produced a daughter, bestowing all their admirable genes upon their eldest. When it came to Qin Ze, however, he was rather unremarkable. Chapter 4. The Audition Starlight Entertainment. A top 10 company in mainland China, boasts a vast roster of artists, including numerous A-list celebrities, and possesses substantial capital, owning its entire office building. Qin Baobao circumnavigated the hexagonal edifice, its 30 stories of glass facade reflecting the glaring sunlight. They located a parking spot in the shaded alley behind the building. Her nimble BMW executed a flawless arc, settling neatly into the space. Qin Baobao obtained her driver's license in high school and, unlike most students who relegated theirs to a drawer as a mere memento, she spent her summer and winter vacations, even weekends, chauffeuring Qin Ze in their old man's car. They would drive aimlessly, allowing Qin Ze to foot the bill for their leisurely coffees and snacks in the afternoon sun. During those moments, Qin Ze always felt uneasy, as passers-by were invariably captivated by Qin Baobao's beauty, their gazes lingering, as if observing a rare panda. Before alighting from the car, Qin Ze checked the time, noting it was 9:30 a.m., a full hour's drive. With the task concluding at 11:30 a.m., he had 2 hours to spare. It was rush hour, and the entrance of Starlight Entertainment's office building teemed with sharply dressed men and stylish women, the white-collar and gold-collar denizens of the city's high-income echelons. Qin Baobao, unfazed, clicked her heels with aplomb, while Qin Ze felt a tinge of apprehension, a mere college student unaccustomed to such circles and settings. Upon entering the lobby, they inquired at the reception desk about the audition location, learning it was in Conference Room 2 on the 7th floor. After waiting for 3 elevators, they finally secured a spot. Qin Ze had initially suggested squeezing in, but Qin Baobao rebuked him with a glance, quipping, "What if someone gropes me?" Qin Ze conceded, finding her logic irrefutable. In truth, Qin Baobao's caution stemmed from a past experience. In junior high, while riding the subway home during rush hour, she was molested in the crowded car. Without hesitation, she retaliated with a knee to the groin. Since then, her father had chauffeured her to and from school, or she had taken taxis. On the 7th floor, the receptionist granted them access, inquired about their purpose, and cheerfully handed Qin Baobao a number slip, directing them to the conference room on the left. "Thank you." Qin Baobao tucked the slip into her bag and led Qin Ze onward. In the spacious, well-lit corridor, a score of handsome men and beautiful women sat or stood, while a neatly dressed female staff member in an office ensemble, her name tag displayed, stood at the conference room door. Upon noticing Qin Baobao and Qin Ze, she greeted them with a smile, ignoring Qin Ze entirely, and requested, "Your resume and number slip, please." Qin Baobao retrieved her prepared resume and number slip from her bag, handing them over. The assistant reviewed them, confirmed Qin Baobao's appointment, and politely instructed, "Please wait a moment." Qin Baobao pulled Qin Ze to a seat in the corridor and immersed herself in her phone. Qin Ze whispered, "How infuriating." "What is?" Qin Baobao tilted her head, curious. "She didn't even look at me." Qin Baobao chuckled. "That just shows she has discerning eyes. You don't seem nervous." Qin Ze nudged his sister's waist. "You're the one who's nervous," Qin Baobao retorted. "I'm not nervous. I just feel out of place. They're all looking at you." Qin Baobao glanced at the sharply dressed men, some of whom averted their eyes, while others offered self-assured smiles. Qin Baobao responded with a radiant smile, causing many hearts to flutter. She turned back, scoffing, "Pay them no mind. I'm used to it." "But I'm not. You're a panda wherever you go. And I'm just the bamboo beside the panda." Qin Ze lamented, "Bamboo has its dignity, too, you know." All right, bamboo, let the panda have a nibble." She leaned in, playfully attempting to bite Qin Ze's cheek. Qin Ze pushed her away, whispering, "What are you doing? Everyone's watching." Qin Baobao scoffed and returned to her phone. "I'm not nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. If the audition doesn't work out, I'll just try another company." Entertainment companies have all sorts of ways to discover new talent. And there are plenty of avenues for ordinary people to become stars, with all the singing competitions on TV. Wang Li Hong, "Is it my turn? Come in." The previous auditioner, a petite and pretty girl, emerged with a downcast expression, on the verge of tears. "How did it go? Did you pass? What did they ask?" Others immediately swarmed her, peppering her with questions. Qin Ze strained his ears. The girl shook her head. "They said I can't sing. I'm not from a performing arts background. And I don't meet the signing requirements." Another girl who wants to rely on her looks to break into showbiz, Qin Ze mused, turning to the great beauty beside him, who also intended to capitalize on her appearance. "What? I can sing pretty well, too," the beauty glared. Time passed quickly, and the auditioners rotated in and out, each spending about 5 minutes inside. Some emerged beaming, while others wore sullen expressions. A handsome young man exited the conference room, radiating joy and self-importance. He surveyed the corridor before striding over to Qin Baobao, sitting beside her, and offering a polite, "Hello, beautiful. I'm Go Dai." Qin Baobao glanced at him, smiling. "Hello? You're here for the audition, too? I guarantee, with your looks, you'll definitely get signed by Starlight. We'll be colleagues soon. How about lunch together?" The young man was smitten by her smile. Qin Baobao's eyes twinkled as she looped her arm through Qin Ze's. "Honey, how about spicy hot pot for lunch?" "Sure. But no spicy hot pot tonight. You're such a tease." Go Dai awkwardly retreated. Qin Ze watched him slink away, grinning at Qin Baobao. "The spicy hot pot line is so old. Come up with something new next time." "Qin Baobao." The assistant called from the door. "That's me." Qin Baobao handed her bag to Qin Ze, her heels clicking on the polished floor, her hips swaying with captivating allure. She pushed open the forward door. A long conference table stood beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the interviewers sat behind it, 3 portly middle-aged men and 2 middle-aged women. The men's eyes lit up as Qin Baobao entered. Even more beautiful than the photos. No wonder she's confident about breaking into showbiz. These days, if you don't meet the beauty standards, you really don't have the courage to wade into the entertainment industry. Qin Baobao keenly sensed the intense gazes scanning her body from head to toe, like a scanner. She recalled Qin Ze telling her about a popular online method for distinguishing between men and boys. It's simple. Little boys see a pretty girl and immediately look at her face, and keep looking at her face. Once the boys have driven a few cars, they'll shift their gaze from the face down and start paying attention to the figure. One day, when they become battle-hardened veterans, They'll always look at women from the bottom up. Qin Baobao had asked, so what level are you? Qin Ze, embarrassed, had insisted that he was already a veteran in theory. Qin Baobao had thought, everyone's a veteran, huh? Her face remained composed, her demeanor aloof. And she offered a polite smile. Hello, teachers. My name is Qin Baobao. A middle-aged woman coldly interrupted, we have your resume. Qin Baobao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Sensing the woman's animosity, the man beside the woman cleared his throat and offered a warm, conciliatory remark. Please, have a seat. Qin Baobao nodded. Sitting in the chair prepared for the auditioners, her legs together, her hands folded in her lap. Her slender legs, encased in nude stockings, were particularly alluring. As the middle-aged man's gaze swept over Qin Baobao's long legs, he paused briefly and said with a smile, Miss Qin, we have reviewed your resume. Graduating from Fudan University and having worked for a year in a foreign enterprise, you have received accolades from those around you during your academic and professional pursuits. You should have a brighter future ahead. Why then have you chosen to become an artist? With numerous eyes fixed upon her, Qin Baobao maintained an upright posture, showing no signs of trepidation. This is my dream. Dreams are paramount, aren't they? The middle-aged woman mused inwardly. The man chuckled lightly, responding gently, to be frank. With your qualifications and capabilities, we would welcome you, but not in the capacity of an artist. Firstly, your specialty does not align with our needs. It takes years of hard work behind the scenes to shine on stage. Acting is not a skill that can be acquired overnight. For training from the ground up, we are more inclined to seek high-potential candidates. Qin Baobao thought to herself that this opening was decidedly off-kilter. It felt like they were trying to undermine her rhythm. However, she knew that many renowned artists did not originate from relevant professional backgrounds. But do you know how many years they spent in minor roles? How many years they endured? Qin Baobao was left speechless. Perhaps we could approach it differently. My office is in need of a secretary. You have work experience, outstanding abilities, and are a graduate of a prestigious university. If you are interested, we can discuss your salary right now. The lingering notion of being a secretary was overwhelming for her. May I ask how to address you, sir? I am Zhang, the General Manager of Human Resources. Mr. Zhang, I must respectfully disagree with your assessment. I have trained in dance during my primary and middle school years, so I do possess a foundation. I am not entirely without background. Furthermore, I sing quite well. The middle-aged woman interjected abruptly, can you sing Qin Ze? Qin Baobao nodded, yes. The woman gestured for her to proceed. Go ahead, sing a segment. Qin Baobao delicately pressed her lips together, applying a hint of lip balm before beginning to sing. Her voice bore a soft, alluring magnetism, and the timbre was captivating. The poignant song suited her remarkably well. The woman's expression shifted slightly. The performance was unexpectedly enchanting. She had assumed that someone like Qin Baobao, without professional training, could only be deemed decent in the eyes of laymen, perhaps due to others' embellishments. Yet, the lyrics she delivered, while not flawless in technique, were delivered with such exquisite resonance that they tingled deep within the listener's heart. Stop, stop. The middle-aged woman called, her face remaining impassive. Your voice is commendable, but singing is entirely foreign to you. To put it bluntly, it's merely aimless crooning. With your skill level, even a recording studio would struggle to enhance your sound. Qin Baobao's expression turned frigid, her finely sculpted features resembling a Greek statue even more. If her brother, Qin Ze, were to witness her now, he would recognize that his sister was on the brink of fury. Chapter 5, Novice Tasks and Auxiliary Tools. Miss Qin, your resume states that you were scouted by a talent agent during high school, which implies that you understand our preference for selecting promising newcomers. Generally, the younger, the better. At 25, you were difficult to market unless you were part of a group, yet our agency currently lacks suitable candidates for a female ensemble. Zhang paused, a wry smile on his face, and added, unless you possess a unique talent that captivates us, our resources are limited, making it challenging to sign you. Another examiner interjected, when choosing an artist, professional alignment is crucial. Those with acting skills and talent can afford to be older. Conversely, we prefer youth, ideally between 18 and 22. The entertainment industry is increasingly enamored with youthful faces. Your situation is rather awkward. The middle-aged woman scoffed, dismissing Qin's dancing skills learned in junior high, claiming her own daughter danced better than Qin. Qin Bao felt belittled, reminding herself to remain composed. These older individuals were not worthy of her efforts. I can compose and write songs, Qin Bao asserted confidently, dropping a metaphorical bombshell. Zhang straightened, intrigued. May we hear it? The others exchanged skeptical glances. I need to use the restroom first, Qin Bao added. The middle-aged woman chuckled dismissively, suggesting she could return after lunch since there were more candidates in the afternoon. as Qin Bao exited the conference room. The interviewers resumed their discussions. This girl has excellent qualifications. Indeed, her looks and figure are outstanding, but beauty alone is insufficient in this industry, the middle-aged woman retorted coldly. Today's young women tend to have inflated egos, especially those who are somewhat attractive. They believe themselves to be the center of the universe. Ultimately, they are merely reaching too high. The woman, Mei Changhong, though not overly hostile, had her reasons for targeting Qin Bao. The company had allocated only 6 contracts, 3 C-grade and 3 D-grade. Several promising newcomers had already signed, leaving only 2 contracts, 1 C-grade, 1 D-grade. The C-grade contract was already reserved, and Mei intended to offer the D-grade contract to her niece, a recent graduate. She had coordinated with several colleagues, ensuring her plans were in place, and although some had reservations, others, like Zhang, had silently acquiesced. Yet, upon seeing Qin Bao, Mei felt a pang of unease. The girl was simply too striking. As she entered, the older men, who could easily be her fathers, were visibly captivated. Fortunately, Qin was merely a pretty face. Had she been both alluring and talented, the D-grade contract would be in jeopardy. Mei believed Qin's restroom excuse was merely a way to save face. Unbeknownst to her, Mei was correct. Qin Ze observed his sister emerge with a troubled expression, and the siblings exchanged a wordless glance. Their faces spoke volumes. Did you not get accepted? Qin Ze's heart sank. I have the looks, the figure. Why do they reject me? They claim I lack talent and skills at my age? I'm only 25. Still youthful and vibrant. Qin Bao lamented to her brother. I told you it would be challenging. At 25, without professional training or singing experience. How could you succeed in the entertainment world? There are countless beauties in the world, Qin Ze replied, his face pale. Why are you echoing their sentiments? Qin Bao shot him an indignant glare. In a moment of anger, I claimed I could compose and write songs. They seemed eager to hear my work, and fortunately, I cleverly made my escape. Let us leave. This is humiliating. If this place doesn't want me, I'll find somewhere that does. Why do you look so ill? Qin Ze felt his own heart sink. The mission had failed. Points reset. The system would select a new host. Before departing, it would drain his energy, leaving him in a vegetative state. He hadn't even held a girl's hand yet and was facing a premature game over. To describe his feelings in a poetic manner, the peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep. My sister personally sends me to my demise. Qin Ze realized, painfully, that even if the big boss had only a sliver of health left, merely touching him would lead to death. To the boss, he was but a weakling just emerging from the novice village. In truth, I possess no advantages. At that moment, the long-lost system voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task items activated. Please check promptly. Qin Ze paused, suddenly struck by a thought, and with trembling hands opened the system interface, clicking on the task item. This is a song? Yes, for novice tasks, it certainly cannot be on hell mode. The host merely needs to lay back and win. What a way to lay back and win. I nearly soiled myself. Qin Ze scoffed, importing it to his phone. Import successful. Sister, I have a song, he exclaimed, pulling out his phone and navigating to his local music. He had forgotten his headphones, but no matter, Qin Bao's bag contained a pair, matching his own phone. A gift from her last birthday. Qin Bao looked at him, bewildered by her brother's sudden excitement. He brushed aside her hair, donned the headphones, and as he clicked play, he said, "This is a song I wrote. I recorded it at a studio earlier this year, intending to keep it as a memento. But it seems it may serve a greater purpose." Surprise flickered across Qin Bao's beautiful face, gradually morphing into enchantment. The song lasted 3 minutes, and as it concluded, she gasped, This is your song?" "Yes," Qin Ze replied, urging her toward the conference room. "This is no time for idle chatter. Hurry back in with the headphones. Your success or failure hinges on this moment." Confused, Qin Bao bolted back into the conference room. The interviewers were organizing their files, sipping tea, preparing to leave. "Why are you back?" Mei Changhong was taken aback. "I'm going to sing," Qin Bao proclaimed with her chin raised, embodying the poise of a proud swan. The woman felt a surge of resentment. The interviewers exchanged astonished glances, and Zhang cleared his throat. "Well, then, please sing. If it doesn't work out, we can consider you for a secretarial position in my office." Qin Bao lowered her gaze, starting the music from the beginning. After a few seconds of introductory notes, an ethereal, melodious female voice filled the headphones. Simultaneously, Qin Bao began to sing along. "Each time I stand strong amidst solitude. Even when hurt, my tears do not fall. I know I possess a pair of invisible wings, carrying me beyond despair, not thinking of their beautiful sun. I see each day's sunset transforming. I know I possess a pair of invisible wings, carrying me, gifting me hope. while some interviewers were busy organizing files. Others stared at their phones or sipped tea, but gradually, everyone set aside their tasks, captivated by the song. As the melody played, they became engrossed in its essence. I finally see all my dreams blossoming, the youthful voices I chase are resounding. I finally soar, gazing intently without fear, wherever the wind blows, I shall fly far. Not thinking of their beautiful sun, I see each day's sunset transforming. I know I possess a pair of invisible wings, carrying me, gifting me hope. Dreams? Wings? Zhang straightened his posture, fixated on Qin Bao's face. Mei Changhong felt a weight in her chest. The interviewer in his 30s on the far left closed his eyes, enraptured. In the spacious conference room, Qin Bao's magnetic voice reverberated, imbued with a touch of innocent exuberance, yearning to soar. I completed my song. After finishing, Qin Bao gently exhaled. Huh? Is it over? What a wonderful song. This is entirely unlike a composition from an amateur. The lyrics are exquisite. The melody, even more so. Her voice is splendid. With some training, she could be quite a promising talent. Didn't you say she wasn't suited for the entertainment industry? One examiner whispered. Who would have known she could truly write songs? With her ability to both sing and compose, and her striking beauty, she is indeed a hidden gem. The examiners murmured amongst themselves. Qin Bao maintained her composure, her heart soaring with elation. Take that for underestimating me and saying I'm too old. Watch me slap your faces with my talent. Mr. Zhang cleared his throat and spoke amicably. What is the title of this song? Invisible Wings. Qin Bao glanced at her phone. Mei Changhong's first instinct was to search the song title, but she found no such song online, only various related terms. None? Is this truly an original piece? This is a song about dreams, isn't it? It reflects your own journey. Beautifully written and even more beautifully sung. Mr. Zhang expressed his admiration for Qin Bao. Actually, I would prefer you to work as my secretary. Please, spare me the word secretary, Qin Bao thought to herself. However, your talent has truly astonished me. For this interview, I grant you a score of 9. He added jokingly, the remaining point is to prevent you from becoming too proud, despite being of a certain age. Your humor is commendable, Qin Bao beamed, radiating joy. Thank you. You may leave now. We need to deliberate. Qin Bao slightly bowed and turned to exit. In the corridor, Qin Ze engaged in conversation with the system. Was that song acceptable? The system remained unresponsive. Can you still compose songs? Aren't you an intelligent system? The system continued to ignore him. Hello? Are you still there? Moments later, the system replied, Host. The system's energy is insufficient and has automatically drawn energy from the host. In the next instant, Qin Ze collapsed to the ground, feeling dizzy and weak, akin to having exerted himself excessively throughout the night. It took him several minutes to regain his composure, filled with a mix of surprise and anger. What are you up to this time? In your world, this is referred to as charging. The system responded instantly. It addressed the previous query. Firstly, the success rate exceeds 90%. Secondly, this song was not composed by me, but originates from another parallel dimension. Thirdly, I am still operational. None of this matters. The crucial point is, if you need to charge, why am I the source of power? Are you familiar with pregnancy? While a fetus resides within a mother's womb, all nourishment must be supplied by the mother. In a certain sense, the fetus is akin to a parasite. That's absurd. Parasites are harmful, Qin Ze retorted. From a certain perspective, you are not much different from a parasitic entity. If the fetus encounters problems, the mother may also suffer. There are cases of maternal death due to complications in childbirth. Hence, the fetus and a parasite are not fundamentally different. Are you implying that you are the fetus? And I am the mother, and you require charging, thus I am the power source? Yes. Then let me hear you call me father. Qin Ze exclaimed. Please don't trick me. I cannot endure your antics. I am merely an ordinary person. If you continue to drain my energy, will I suffer a shortened lifespan? Will I become impotent? Therefore, host, please diligently exercise and adhere to the energy training manual provided by the system to facilitate your body's transformation. What is this energy training manual? I have only heard of a manual for youthful cultivation. Moments later, a few seconds passed, and the system replied, I conducted a search. In your human terminology, it is referred to as chi cultivation. Seriously? Isn't it said that one cannot become immortal in this world? That one cannot attain enlightenment post-establishment of a nation? According to the documented literature of this world, the human body possesses chi. Through chi cultivation, one can prolong life and gain immense strength. It is essentially a process through which humans absorb external energy, akin to charging a mobile device. However, the so-called immense strength is limited to ordinary individuals and remains within the biological realm. The notion of attaining immortality does not exist. At that moment, She noticed Qin Bao exiting with a sullen expression. Chapter 6. The Energy Cultivation Manual. Qin Bao, with a stunningly beautiful face, approached Qin Ze with a gloomy expression. Pouting as if she were on the verge of tears. Qin Ze rolled his eyes. Stop pretending. You must have passed the interview. Qin Bao's demeanor changed instantly. How did you know? We've known each other since we were in diapers. I know you better than you know yourself, Qin Ze replied dismissively. In the conference room, General Manager Zhang concluded a discussion, proclaiming, This Qin Bao is quite impressive. The company needs talents like her. I propose we offer her this D-level contract. What do you all think? The interviewers expressed no objections. Wait. Mei Changhong interjected loudly. Zhang frowned. Mei Manager, please speak. Mei Changhong remained silent, engrossed in her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. Unable to find the song title, she reasoned that the name might be fictitious and decided to search the lyrics instead. Nothing. That's impossible. Mei finally exclaimed. That song felt strangely familiar. Perhaps it's a cover. How can someone without a music degree write songs? Doesn't that intrigue you? There are always exceptionally gifted individuals. Not having formal training doesn't preclude one from composing great music, Zhang replied. Familiar? Have any of you heard that melody? Others shook their heads, indicating they had not. Mei Changhong was reluctant to accept this outcome, but Zhang waved his hand dismissively, stating, It is our HR department's responsibility to uncover talent for the company. If she were just a pretty face, I would humor you and hand over the contract. But she clearly has potential, as everyone can see. In the workplace, it's always the capable who rise while the incapable fall. Let us set aside your niece's matter for now. In the corridor, Qin Ze received a notification. Congratulations, host, task completed. Reward, 300 points. He felt a surge of joy and was about to speak when the conference room door swung open, and an assistant called out, Qin Bao, please come in. As expected, Qin Bao successfully signed the contract, followed by the onboarding process, bustling about with the female assistant to complete various formalities. Qin Ze sent her a message, stating he was going downstairs for some fresh air. Having heard online about the many pitfalls and unfair clauses in entertainment contracts, he felt no concern. After all, Qin Bao was a graduate from a prestigious university, her intellect surely surpassing his. Additionally, she had spent a year honing her skills in a foreign company, well-versed in workplace dynamics. Stepping outside the Xingyi building, he took a cigarette on the bustling street, feeling more alive as his fatigue began to dissipate. Entering the elevator, his legs trembled slightly. Qin Ze opened the system interface, and indeed, the points mall icon was illuminated. He clicked on it, and the interface transformed, revealing an array of categories: entertainment, art, life, machinery, finance, language, industry, literature, computing, combat, sports. What are these? Qin Ze was taken aback, as if he had entered a lifestyle app. The host can redeem points for any item within, the system informed him. Please check the details yourself. Clicking into the entertainment category, he found it divided into various subcategories: film, music, variety shows, and comedy, all vibrant and diverse. Upon selecting music, the interface shifted, presenting a myriad of song titles in Mandarin, Cantonese, English, Russian, and more. Each song was obscured, with points indicated at the end. He discovered a song titled Invisible Wings, redeemable for 30 points. Suddenly, the system's words echoed in his mind. I can change your life, alter your destiny. After today, his life trajectory would shift, and his future would be irrevocably transformed. No, it would not only be his life. A surge of ambition coursed through Qin Ze. He was destined to change the world. Half an hour later, Qin Bao emerged from the building, her face radiant with joy. Qin Ze waved at her, but she approached with a playful glare. What kind of trickery is this? Reveal your true self. With that, she lunged to pinch Qin Ze's neck. He gently pushed her away, placing a hand on her smooth forehead. You think you're a fairy? More like a celestial maiden. Now tell me, where did that song come from? When did you start writing songs? I was unaware. Qin Bao pouted. You don't know a lot of things, Qin Ze smirked. Do I have to report every little detail to you? Should I even inform you if I'm dating? You're my sister, not my mother. Qin Bao's demeanor shifted to alertness. You're dating? Which vixen dares to seduce my brother? Not worth discussing, Qin Ze replied, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and heading toward the parking lot. Qin Bao, in her high heels and handbag, trotted after him. Inside her car, she started the engine, beaming. Today, sister is in a good mood. Let's indulge ourselves. Qin Ze, however, felt disinterested, suggesting they order takeout instead, feeling too fatigued to dine out. Come on, let's go somewhere. Qin Bao insisted, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Dear brother, you did a great job today. I'll reward you later. Qin Ze's heart skipped a beat. You better mean it. No backing out. Qin Baobao shyly nodded. Okay. As they sped out of the parking space, it was 11 a.m. The traffic was not as congested as during rush hour, and after about 40 minutes, they arrived home. Qin Ze took Qin Baobao's hand as they rushed into the elevator, pressing the buttons fervently. The elevator ascended slowly, stopping at the 6th floor. He retrieved his keys. Inhaling deeply as he gazed at his enchanting sister. Sister, we're home. Qin Baobao looked down. Yes. I'm so excited, my heart feels like it might burst. Stop being dramatic. She playfully scolded him. Last time we were here, was it half a month ago? Qin Ze exclaimed. I've waited patiently for half a month, and today you finally agreed. Open the door already. Hastily, Qin Baobao urged him on. With a twist of the key, he pushed the door open. Moments later, the room was filled with thumping music and Qin Ze's enthusiastic shouts. Sister, heal me, give me some health. Hey, pay attention. The enemy's thresh hooked me, and you're off looking for trouble in the river. What support are you playing? Come help me with AD, let's take him down. Oh no, it's over. They just got a double kill. We're doomed. Shut up. I know how to play. Qin Baobao retorted. Stop jumping around. Come to me, so I can heal you. I got caught in a trap. Help. Use your ultimate to hide in the brush. See how the enemy ADC flashes away? Useless. You're dead now. I'm not playing with you anymore. I just ranked up to silver. Woohoo. By 3:30 p.m. After a 5-game losing streak, the siblings simultaneously tossed their mice aside. Qin Ze stood by the desk while Qin Baobao stood on the bed, exchanging playful accusations and banter. Qin Baobao, not as skilled in verbal sparring as her brother, resorted to grabbing a pillow and throwing it at him. Fuming, Qin Ze retaliated by seizing another pillow to counterattack. The pillow fight unexpectedly ended with Qin Baobao emerging victorious, chasing Qin Ze from the room to the living room. And finally to the kitchen, where he locked himself back in the bedroom. Qin Ze flopped onto his bed, gasping for breath, feeling both exhausted and weak. He had just had his energy drained by the system earlier. Otherwise, he would have been the one overpowering Qin Baobao, who would have been pleading for mercy. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he fell asleep. At 7 p.m., Qin Baobao knocked on his door, calling him for dinner. Dinner was takeout. As Qin Baobao couldn't cook, after eating, he returned to his room to sleep. He awoke at 4 a.m., tossing and turning in bed. Sleep eludes me. Yet my spirits remain inexplicably high. System, I cannot sleep. Host, I lack hypnotic capabilities. No. I wish to study that energy cultivation manual. Today has been a disastrous experience. I do not wish to endure it again. I shall promptly formulate an exercise regimen for the host. Please hold on. Moments later, a system interface materializes before Qin Ze, displaying his cultivation schedule. 1. Rise at 6 each morning and engage in an hour of running. 2. Practice the 12 sections of brocade. I have only heard of the 8 sections of brocade from Taoism, Qin Ze remarked. The 12 sections of brocade is a method of qi cultivation synthesized by the system. If you disfavor the name, you may refer to it as Tai Chi very well. The name is of little consequence, but what if I cannot perform it? Please remit 100 points to the system, and it shall automatically impart the knowledge to your mind. How exorbitant! Qin Ze inwardly complained before consenting to the payment. A thunderous jolt reverberated through his mind, as if something forcefully invaded his consciousness, leading to a loss of awareness. After an indeterminate period, his thoughts gradually returned, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself inexplicably adept at the 12 sections of brocade. Is this the legendary method of enlightenment? Qin Ze marveled. What is the principle behind this? Humans record and store information through the brain. The system elaborated extensively. Though Qin Ze found himself bewildered by the explanation, he chose not to dwell on it. Donning his attire, he stealthily exited his room. The living room was engulfed in darkness, the door to Qin Bao's room firmly shut. He slipped his keys into his pocket, locked the door behind him, and stepped outside. At 4:30 in the morning, the neighborhood lay in serene silence, the streetlights standing solitary. While the security guard dozed at the reception desk, he zipped up his jacket, lowered his head, and dashed out of the residential building, turning left upon exiting the community. A park awaited 2 kilometers away. This area, once bustling with old residences and a primary school, had been lively during his childhood. Mornings and evenings saw elderly folks exercising and strolling in the park, while schoolchildren played their after classes. Now, however, the park had been commandeered by middle-aged women performing energetic square dances, their ample figures swaying to lively music, akin to blooming peonies in full splendor. Chapter 7. Qin Ze and University. After a 2-kilometer jog, Qin Ze was utterly exhausted. Though he was not particularly fond of exercise, running 2 miles was usually manageable. However, It was evident that the system had thoroughly drained his energy during the day. The park was enveloped in silence, adorned with lush green lawns, neatly trimmed bushes, meticulously cultivated flowers, and towering trees standing solemnly. The streetlights cast a warm orange glow over the scene. Qin Ze collapsed onto a park bench, panting as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. His lungs felt like an old blower, huffing and puffing. After resting for a few minutes, he resumed his slow jog around the park, with vehicles occasionally speeding by on the road. Exercise had never been Qin Ze's forte. Since childhood, he had suffered from gastrointestinal issues, and any strenuous activity inevitably led to nausea. Therefore, apart from physical education classes, he rarely engaged in physical training. Watching the boys dominate the basketball court while girls cheered from the sidelines, he felt a twinge of envy. With his physique and skills, he had no right to step onto the court, and if he did, he would merely be a background figure. Thus, he could only sit on the grass, chewing on a blade of grass at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky to convey his indifference to basketball and the girls' enthusiasm. He jogged for 10 minutes and walked for 5, repeating this for an hour. He left his windbreaker on the bench, his t-shirt drenched in sweat. System. I feel the need for a rescue. Qin Ze slumped onto the grass, retching repeatedly. Apologies, host, but the system lacks medical capabilities. However, you can exchange for traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine skills. Can I really exchange for medical skills? Indeed. Forget it. Without a medical license, the police would arrest me. Host, you truly have a wooden head. After reading so many novels, haven't you gleaned any insights? Are you suggesting that I might encounter an elderly gentleman with a sudden illness in the park, or a little girl hit by a car on the street? Come on. You know it's fiction. If you were the patient, would you allow an amateur to treat you? What if they made things worse? It defies logic. According to the data, many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and folk healers lack medical licenses. Such matters depend on the host's own efforts. Right now, I just want to save my points for your next task, Qin Ze replied, continuing his mental sparring with the system while recuperating. At 5:30, the sky was a deep blue, the night slowly fading, and dawn was imminent. Qin Ze finally regained his composure, standing still on the park's lawn, taking a deep breath, and preparing himself, with his hands loosely cradling his abdomen, left hand pressing down and right hand rising. He gradually brought his hands together after reaching the maximum distance between them. Centering on his abdomen, he traced a large circle with his arms while slightly bending his knees. His breathing fluctuated, harmonizing with his movements, exhaling and inhaling in rhythm. Closing his eyes, he emptied his mind, allowing his instincts to guide him as he repeatedly performed the 12-section brocade. He lost track of time until he was jolted awake by the stirring sound of uplifting music, slicing through the haze of his meditation like a divine axe. As he emerged from this extraordinary state, he realized the sun had fully risen, and the number of vehicles outside the park had increased. In a nearby square, a group of women in exercise attire danced gracefully, led by a woman wielding an elegant fan. Checking his phone, Qin Ze discovered it was already 7:30. Unbeknownst to him, he had practiced for 2 hours. He picked up his windbreaker from the grass, draped it over his shoulder, and jogged back toward his apartment. Passing by a breakfast shop, he casually purchased 2 bowls of soy milk, 2 baskets of dumplings, and 4 pieces of fried dough. As he unlocked the door, he noticed Qin Baobao's room was open, and the sound of running water from the bathroom indicated that his sister was taking a shower. Qin Ze set the breakfast on the table, his stomach growling in hunger. Fortunately, his toothbrush and towel were in his room. Otherwise, he would have starved waiting for Qin Baobao to finish her shower. While eating breakfast, he browsed the Points Mall, which boasted a vast array of skills across numerous fields. It was truly a treasure trove. Qin Ze felt the urgency to master the offerings within, lest he be caught unprepared when tasks arose. Just then, Qin Baobao emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe, her bangs held in place by a sticker, her complexion fair and rosy. Qin Ze thought his sister would look even more beautiful with her hair styled in a bun, but Qin Baobao believed her blunt bangs made her appear more radiant. Qin Baobao pulled out a chair, and before sitting down, she grabbed a dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed as she asked, "Where did you go this morning?" "I went jogging," Qin Ze replied, nonchalantly dismissing the system interface. "You? Jogging?" Qin Baobao responded with an exaggerated expression, covering her mouth with one hand and laughing derisively. "Don't laugh. In no more than 6 months, I'll be a man with an 8-pack. Qin Ze retorted. "Don't talk nonsense. If you can stick with it for a week, I'll cook for you next month," Qin Baobao shot back. "Then I concede now," Qin Ze countered instantly. "Having lived for 25 years, Qin Baobao still didn't know whether to add oil or vegetables first when stir-frying, or whether to put rice or water in the pot first. Enraged, she slapped Qin Ze's arm. After finishing his breakfast, an idea suddenly struck him. "Oh, by the way, can you lend me some money?" Qin Baobao frowned, her eyes narrowing in a way that would make 90% of women feel ashamed. "Didn't I give you 500 for living expenses last week? Have you really found a girlfriend? Don't look at me like that. I bought the cake for your birthday. Damn, it cost me 300. And your friends didn't even take a bite. They just used it for face masks." Qin Baobao seemed to relax, scampering back to her room in her slippers, returning with a handbag and pulling out 500 yuan, placing it on the table. "Spend it wisely. I just quit my job. And my new one only pays 3,000. We need to tighten our belts from now on. We can't keep asking mom and dad for money, or else dad will nag us again. Weren't you signed on to become a star? Is that all a star earns?" Qin Ze asked, feigning ignorance. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. That S nodded. "I haven't debuted yet. There are countless artists signed every year, but only a few make a name for themselves. Most are merely mediocre. Stars don't care about their base salary. I still have 3 months of training before I can debut, so right now, I only have a meager basic income." Qin Ze felt a sense of urgency to earn money. Although his family owned 2 properties as locals, their actual savings were minimal. As the locals say, those who have money aren't from around here. The wealthy are all outsiders. After moving in with his sister, his living expenses had been cut off, leaving Qin Baobao to shoulder all his costs, from seasonal clothing to his phone and laptop, all covered by her. While he pondered the need to earn money, he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he playfully kicked Qin Baobao's calf. "Why are you just sitting there? Hurry and go train. Don't come back until you've made something of yourself." Enraged, Qin Baobao retaliated with a swift kick under the table, executing a flawless roundhouse kick. At 8:30 in the morning, Qin Baobao hurried off to work. Qin Ze stepped into the bathroom for a shower, swiftly shedding his t-shirt and pants. Just as he was about to toss them into the bamboo basket, he unexpectedly spotted a pile of clothes inside, the topmost being Qin Baobao's black lace underwear. His first thought was, "I've heard there are women selling used lingerie online. I wonder how much Qin Baobao's would fetch?" At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Ze donned the Hermes bag purchased for him by his sister and exited the residential complex, boarding the subway en route to the university town. This district is home to numerous prestigious institutions, such as Fudan, Tongji, and the University of Science and Technology. In contrast, Qin Ze's school, the University of Finance and Economics, appears rather unremarkable, neither at the bottom nor at the top, yet distinctly inferior to those renowned universities. It is indeed a perfect match for Qin Ze, embodying a mediocrity that is neither here nor there, reflecting his own academic journey. In Qin Bao's words, this is quintessentially Qin Ze. Years ago, his father aspired to cultivate his only son into an exemplary student at Fudan, but alas, the lone offspring proved to be less than stellar, settling instead for a place at Tongji or the University of Science and Technology. Ultimately, Qin Ze found himself at the University of Finance and Economics. While his father lamented his son's perceived shortcomings, he could hardly voice his discontent, especially when Qin Ze passionately declared, "Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes." And Meister Burros, his father, after all, was a professor at the very institution. With its crimson walls, red-tiled rooftops, and grand entrance, Qin Ze strode into the familiar campus, his shoulder bag swaying lightly. The expansive two-way avenue was flanked by verdant trees, while fashionably attired young women strolled along the sidewalks, some in clusters and others alone. Occasionally, vehicles entered the campus, moving at a leisurely pace. Today, Qin Ze wore a hoodie and carried a shoulder bag, exuding a hint of high school charm. Though he was not particularly fond of the shoulder bag, he had no choice but to carry it, as he was not a resident student and was burdened with a multitude of textbooks. Moreover, this bag was a gift from Qin Bao, who had spent her year-end bonus on it. This afternoon, there was an open lecture related to international finance, followed by 2 specialized courses. He could have indulged in a leisurely nap at home after lunch before returning to class. However, the professor responsible for the course was notoriously meticulous and frequently administered tests, with the scores directly impacting the final grade. Many students had suffered harsh consequences due to this, resulting in few daring to skip his class. The consensus among students regarding this professor was unambiguous, a wilted carrot with a spicy heart. This professor's surname was Qin. Indeed, he was Qin Ze's father. Chapter 8. A sudden serenade. Qin Ze extracted his mobile phone and sent a message in the 303 dormitory group. Those who do not skip class will be rewarded with an ice cream. Shortly thereafter, someone replied, "Professor Qin is too cunning. I dare not skip class." Can I exchange the reward for a girlfriend? Men never lick ice cream. Please buy me a sundae. Qin Ze chuckled, his fingers flying over the screen. How about an inflatable girlfriend? Let us all have sundaes together. I just passed by the convenience store, and I'll buy some sundaes before heading to the classroom. I'll be waiting for you at the door. After sending the message, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and entered a small supermarket on campus, with a sundae for each person. He purchased them and strolled leisurely towards the lecture hall, plastic bag in hand. Outside the classroom, Qin Ze leaned against the railing, facing the room, and began to enjoy his sundae. With 15 minutes until class, clusters of students, books in hand, entered the spacious lecture hall. The open class, attended by 5 classes, could accommodate 500 people. Qin Ze, someone called from a distance. Turning his head, Qin Ze's face lit up with a smile as 3 carefree individuals approached. In the middle was a robust man standing at nearly 6 feet tall, Zhao Guoshan, a stout fellow from the northeast, nicknamed Baliang, with a burly physique and muscular build. He often spoke in a rustic manner. Zhao Guoshan's name sounded too plain, so his friends preferred calling him Zhao Baliang. To his left was a handsome young man, Li Liang, a local from Shanghai, whose family was wealthier than Qin Ze's. His father owned a sizable foreign trade company, and Li Liang possessed 3 apartments under his name. A quintessential rich second generation, he was affable and easygoing, though he loved nightlife and dubbed himself an experienced driver. The last of the trio was an ordinary-looking youth, Lu Ziqiang, from Suzhou, with a modest background, average talents, and an unremarkable appearance. Sharing the same pedestrian aura as Qin Ze, his favorite saying was, "A man must strive for self-improvement." These 3 were Qin Ze's roommates. Although he did not reside on campus, he retained his dormitory bed by simply paying the accommodation fee. At the end of each semester, he would stay at school for a month, diligently studying. Qin Ze distributed the sundaes to his roommates, and Zhao Baliang took a large bite, his deep voice rumbling. "Qin Ze, are you staying in the dorm tonight?" "What for?" Qin Ze glanced at him. Li Liang licked his sundae and winked. "Last time you downloaded 16 gigabytes for Baliang, he has grown weary of it. The rascally fellow is yearning for fresh content, yet there is none to be found. Even his nighttime escapades with his hand have lost their thrill. Go away." Zhao Baliang shoved Li Liang against the wall. Lu Ziqiang chuckled at the playful banter between his 2 roommates and nodded towards Qin Ze. Qin Ze laughed. "Return my Thunder account and download it yourself." Li Liang was taken aback. "Oh, you're willing to share the key to your treasure trove? Have you hidden a beauty outside? Get lost. You know I live with my sister." Qin Ze pretended to kick him, and Li Liang quickly dodged. "From now on, I must abstain from arrogance and impatience. Let us grab a meal after class and then head to the internet CAF together," Qin Ze suggested. His roommates unanimously agreed. "By the way, didn't you say your sister is quite stunning? Such beauty shouldn't go to waste. If she is single, introduce her to us." "I'll pass. I don't want a girlfriend to manage me, but Baliang is honest and strong. He is a catch. And then there is Lu Ziqiang, though a bit reserved. I often worry for him when he and Baliang engage in their nightly sparring." Li Liang wrapped an arm around Qin Ze's neck. "Get lost." The 3 shouted in unison. The 4 leaned against the railing, enjoying their sundaes, laughing merrily. As class time approached, a group of individuals strode down the corridor with purpose, exuding a commanding presence, resembling a gang of ruffians. At the forefront was a strikingly handsome young man with a trendy hairstyle, his temples shaved, the top styled meticulously, adorned with silver earrings, dressed in a snug black t-shirt and white jeans. He approached, flanked by admirers. In a society where there are ordinary individuals like Qin Ze, there are also celebrated figures. He recognized this dashing fellow with sword-like brows and piercing eyes, Zhang Mingyu, the campus heartthrob. Everyone knew him. He was the quintessential rich second generation, rumored to have 3 publicly listed companies and assets amounting to billions. In comparison, Li Liang appeared almost provincial. University differed greatly from high school. In high school, scholars were revered, admired by teachers and classmates alike, forming the elite. However, in university, academic prowess mattered less than familial wealth. Yet, combining wealth with academic excellence altered the game entirely. Zhang Mingyu was precisely such a figure. Wealthy, academically gifted, and undeniably handsome. He left no room for ordinary individuals like Qin Ze. On the first day of classes, he made waves by arriving in a Porsche, photos of which circulated on campus forums. Girls clamored to bear his children. Upon entering the classroom, Qin Ze and his friends immediately heard a cacophony of excitement, interspersed with gasps from female students. Li Liang remarked with envy, "So impressive. Having money is remarkable." Zhao Baliang added, "Being handsome is impressive." Lu Ziqiang chimed in, Being a scholar is impressive. Qin Ze concluded. I wish he would just disappear. As class time approached, Qin Ze and his companions quickly finished their sundaes and moved closer to the classroom. The spacious auditorium was filled with over 200 students. And with a capacity of 500, it felt far from crowded. They chose a relatively uncrowded spot to sit, with Zhang Mingyu sitting to their left, near the aisle. Engaged in quiet conversation with his companions, surrounded by female students vying for his attention. Such individuals are always the center of attraction. Nearby, a few girls excitedly chatted. It's Zhang Mingyu, he is here. So handsome, if only I could be his girlfriend. Get lost, I'm his destined partner. He just hasn't noticed me yet. Being young, wealthy, and academically accomplished makes him a national idol. If I could date him, my 4 years of college would be well worth it. Dream on. His girlfriend is the department S flower. Okay? We must believe that the department flower is merely a scenic view in Mingyu's life. We are his true destination. Qin Ze thought to himself, what a bunch of fools. At that moment, a girl poked Qin Ze's arm with her pen, impatiently saying, Hey, classmate. You're blocking my shot. Qin Ze turned to see several girls taking photos, undoubtedly intending to showcase them on campus forums. Titling them something like Encountering the Male God Zhang Mingyu, as such posts were ubiquitous and he had seen many. Li Liang scowled, if you want to take photos, do it outside, this is class time. The girl scoffed, who are you to tell me? It's not like I'm taking your picture. Who are you anyway? Jealous of the campus heartthrob, I see. Your envious expression is evident, especially with that ugly mug of yours. Why are we taking your picture anyway? Get lost. Li Liang was infuriated. Qin Ze tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head. It was unnecessary to argue with women. Losing would be embarrassing. And winning wouldn't be a source of pride either. When the class bell rang, a middle-aged man entered the classroom, dressed in a casual suit. His meticulously groomed hair and square face exuding an air of seriousness. He embodied the quiet charisma often associated with men in their 40s and 50s. As he entered, the classroom fell silent. Professor Qin has arrived. Scanning the audience, Professor Qin nodded in acknowledgement. He opened the projector, retrieved his teaching materials from his briefcase, and announced in a resonant voice, Today, we want to be taking attendance, saving you all the trouble of calling out names for your classmates. I've noticed this behavior too often, and it's quite awkward for me to mention. Laughter erupted within the classroom. Today, we delve into two pivotal concepts in international finance, foreign exchange theory and practice, along with financial engineering. As the pages of the textbook turned, Qin Ze hunched his shoulders, striving to evade the old gentleman's attention, aimlessly browsing the Points Redemption Mall, brimming with enthusiasm. This class was not a specialized one, and with the final exam being open book, he felt no anxiety. After all, during finals, the professor would invariably place a stack of textbooks before him, highlighting the key points. He merely needed to follow the professor's lead to catch up. While not excelling in every subject, failing was certainly out of the question. As the class approached its conclusion, the professor assigned a task. Opening a slide on his computer, Professor Qin projected a dense passage in Russian onto the large screen, leaving the students bewildered. What on earth? The excerpt was taken from the work of Russian economist Andrei Peter, A Century of Monetary History. Andrei has often faced criticism as an economist, with few publications to his name and little renown. However, his writings contain many intriguing insights worth pondering. This particular segment, which I have selected for its interest, currently lacks a Chinese translation. You shall download it from my cloud drive, translate it, and compose a reflection of no less than 1,000 words. Submit your assignments to my email. Professor Qin was once again showcasing his command of the Russian language, prompting a collective thought among the students. Qin Ze silently buried his face in his hands. His father was proficient in Russian, English, and Japanese, often flaunting his linguistic talents during class. Professor Qin, there's no need for that, suddenly interjected Zhang Mingyu, standing with an air of calm confidence, reciting in reasonably fluent Russian. He audaciously recited the passage, his pronunciation bearing slight imperfections, but aside from Professor Qin, none could discern any flaws. The female students were astounded, erupting in enthusiastic applause. Qin Ze's roommates exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. How unfair it seemed that he was not only handsome and wealthy, but also talented. Zhang Mingyu paused briefly, then confidently elaborated. This passage discusses the transition from the gold standard to the era of credit currency, highlighting the resulting social changes. The author expresses great optimism for the future of credit currency, alongside some predictions regarding future finance. It must be said, this economist possesses remarkable foresight. Applause resonated, the female students blushing with excitement. At that moment, Qin Ze received a notification. Task reminder, please check. Good heavens, Zhang Mingyu even understands Russian. Truly, my idol, how captivating. He is astonishingly exceptional. It is rumored that his family owns a publicly listed company with Russian investment partnerships, so his fluency in Russian is hardly surprising. To those who labeled my Mingyu as a spoiled rich heir, I am inclined to confront them. Indeed, some boys, lacking ambition themselves, resort to envy and resentment. The last girl to speak shot a fierce glare at Li Liang and Qin Ze, having been obstructed while trying to take a photo, which led to a heated exchange. Who is she subtly criticizing? Li Liang was incensed. Classmate, your ugly demeanor is quite displeasing to me, Lu Ziqiang remarked. Zhao Baliang remained silent, shooting a glare at the girl, yet she remained unfazed by his imposing figure. Oh, so now we can't even speak, she retorted. You're destined to remain a poor loser. It's no wonder you lack a girlfriend. Only a blind person would be interested in you, utterly incomparable to my idol. Look at how self-aware this classmate is, not uttering a single word. One girl angrily gestured towards Qin Ze. A round of snickering ensued. Qin Ze turned to glance at her, suddenly rising to his feet. Professor Qin, I have a differing opinion. Chapter 9, Showboating and Fleeing Professor Qin. I hold a differing opinion. As these words echoed in the classroom, a moment of silence enveloped the space. All eyes turned toward Qin Ze. And Zhang Mingyu raised an eyebrow, glancing curiously. Under the scrutiny of so many, a melody from last night reverberated in Qin Ze's mind, a song from the Points Mall. With lyrics that sang, in the crowd, the more serene one becomes, the more they are ignored. One must stir up surprises, like suddenly breaking into song. In the eyes of the onlookers, did he appear to be a mere jester seeking attention? A faint smile graced Qin Ze's lips as he shrugged off the vice-like grip of Zhao Baliang, whose expression had morphed into one of alarm, and strode confidently toward the podium. Upon reaching the large blackboard composed of 4 smaller blackboards, he wiped away the old man's handwriting, seized a piece of chalk, and, to the astonishment of everyone, including the old man, he began to write fervently. His handwriting was hasty yet fluid. He inscribed in Chinese, prompting a curious student to read aloud. In the centuries ruled by the gold standard, the financial power of nations remained steady and uniform, devoid of dramatic rises or falls, of sudden wealth or meteoric success. For many restless souls, this was undoubtedly an era of despair and hardship. The advent of fiat currency has granted more individuals the opportunity to transform their lives, creating the potential for boundless growth and global wealth. Humanity's existence is bound to be irrevocably altered, filled with opportunities. However, at this juncture, Qin Ze paused, glancing at Zhang Mingyu with a sneer of disdain, and continued. Deflation and inflation, much like the cyclical nature of a woman's menses, periodically greet the lives of all humanity. One may become wealthy overnight, yet just as swiftly squander their fortune. Yesterday one could purchase a car. Today, only a loaf of bread. If God were to momentarily glance at the world, he would surely admire the wisdom of the American government. No, the wisdom of governments worldwide. Qin Ze turned to face the more than 200 students, his voice resonating with strength. This excerpt is the author's veiled satire of the American government, mocking the governments of the world. He ridicules fiat currency as the most laughable and shameless lie in the annals of human monetary history. Of course, just as the profundity of the Chinese language indicates, the distinction between a biological sister and a close sister is significant. Similarly, the affection for a younger sister is not the same as that for an older sister. Without a deep understanding of Russian, one may indeed overlook the author's satirical intent. Zhang Mingyu's countenance darkened instantaneously. A biological sister and a close sister are not the same. The corners of Professor Qin's mouth twitched. At that moment, the bell for class dismissal rang. Qin Ze dared not glance at his father's expression, flicked his fingers, and, as if by sheer luck, slid the chalk into the box. He clapped his hands and remarked nonchalantly, I've written the translation of the excerpt. Students, simply copy it down. No need to thank me. Just call me Lei Feng. To read Russian and to translate Russian are entirely distinct skills. Amidst the silence, he departed the classroom as the bell chimed. Splendid. This act of bravado deserves full marks. The seemingly carefree swordsman, who could kill a man from 1,000 paces without leaving a trace, was, in fact, fearful of retribution or capture. A principle known as knowing when to stop and fleeing after showing off. After leisurely exiting the classroom, Qin Ze quickened his pace, and in his mind, the system's monotone voice echoed. Main quest making a spectacle in public completed. Reward, 200 points. With his head bowed, Qin Ze instinctively opened the task interface. Unlike the previous task experienced by Qin Bao, this one did not vanish upon completion. It remained. Main quest, making a spectacle in public, 115. This was indeed a chain quest. Qin Ze comprehended, based on the host's inner desires to astonish the crowd, to bask in their attention. To receive the adulation of girls and the astonishment of peers, this task was a continuous one. Well then, such inner cravings are boundless. I might never finish this in my lifetime. The system remained silent. Qin Ze, a voice called from behind. The trio from dormitory 303 rushed out of the classroom to catch up with him, and Qin Ze halted in his tracks. Li Liang exclaimed, "Master, please accept my kneeling." Lu Ziqiang asked, "How did you learn Russian?" "We had no idea." Qin Ze, lacking any noteworthy qualities, possessed only a talent for grandiloquence and nonsense, replied without missing a beat, "You all know who my father is." The three suddenly realized the connection. While not many in class were aware of the father-son relationship between Professor Qin and Qin Ze, he had not concealed it from his roommates. It was not a secret. But neither was it something he broadcasted. In this day and age, one could easily find a student affiliated with a certain leader or teacher. Professor Qin was a remarkable individual, fluent in Russian, English, and Japanese. Thus, it was understandable that his son had grasped some Russian. Zhao Baling playfully slapped Qin Ze on the shoulder, nearly toppling him. "I don't lean on walls, but I do admire you," Li Liang remarked excitedly. You should have seen Zhang Mingyu's face. It was as if she were gazing at her father's murderer. That slap was indeed painful, especially the remark about lacking depth in Russian. "I finally understand. A dog that does not bark is the one that bites," Lu Ziqiang pondered. The four descended the teaching building, preparing to head to the cafeteria when Qin Ze's phone buzzed. He pulled it out to see a message. "Wait for me on the second floor of the cafeteria." Cinder, old man Qin Ze, maintaining his composure, tucked his phone back into his pocket and gestured to his roommates at the cafeteria entrance. "My dad invited me to dinner. You all go ahead. Let us meet at the entrance later for some gaming." The second floor was the teacher's cafeteria, noticeably less crowded than the first, providing a pleasant atmosphere that was neither too quiet nor too bustling. More importantly, the food quality was several notches higher. The old man was rather stern and serious, seldom taking his son out for better meals. In the past, it had always been Qin Ze shamelessly tagging along for free food. Qin Ze selected a seat by the window and waited in silence. 10 minutes later, the distinguished old man leisurely ascended to the second floor, scanning the area before heading to the food counter, smiling and greeting familiar teachers along the way. Moments later, he sat across from Qin Ze with a plate of food, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, 1 soup, and 2 bowls of rice, plentiful and far more appealing than the cafeteria slop served to students. The old man had no particular dining etiquette, nor did he adhere to the rule of silence while eating. He simply savored each bite, exuding an air of elegance. However, the old man's virtues were traits neither Qin Bao nor Qin Ze had inherited. Typically, the siblings would lounge on the sofa, bowls in hand, watching television while eating, occasionally snatching food from each other. Had this been at home, the old man would have flipped the table. "When did you learn Russian?" The old man, holding his food, took a bite and chewed thoughtfully, his tone casual. "Here it comes." Qin Ze lowered his head to eat, his mind racing, and in the next instant, he formulated his response. "I've been learning for about half a year. Whenever I have free time, I visit the foreign language department to attend classes. When not in class, I watch videos at home to practice pronunciation. Russian is actually quite interesting. I prefer it over English. I thought, given my mediocre undergraduate degree, it would be wise to pave the way for my future. Having more skills is never a disadvantage." In truth, he wanted to say 100 points for proficiency. The task at hand was translate this segment of Russian and suppress Zhang Mingyu's arrogance, achieving a stunning effect. Lacking any task props, he could only expend points to acquire fluency in Russian. Fortunately, he had previously explored the points mall, quickly locating the language department and selecting to exchange for intermediate Russian proficiency. Thus, after deducting the points spent, he earned a net gain of 100 points. Having this insight is commendable, but how do you speak? The old man's expression shifted from pride to confusion. He was, after all, a professor at the very institution that issued such shabby diplomas. Feigning ignorance, Qin Ze replied, "How's your sister doing lately?" "It is quite routine. I commute to work punctually each day, enjoy dinner, watch television, and indulge in some computer games, ensuring I retire to bed before 11. On weekends, we venture out for leisurely strolls, sip coffee, and occasionally relish hot pot." Qin Ze silently added, "And then I immerse myself in gaming to enhance my rankings." Qin Ze periodically updates his father regarding his sister's well-being. Although she excels intellectually, she lacks awareness in daily life. leaving their parents uneasy at her 25 years of age. In contrast, Qin Ze, deemed an intellectual underachiever, has always been the obedient child, demonstrating maturity and stability that reassures their parents. You haven't returned home in a month. Your mother misses you both. Come back for a meal this weekend, his father remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. I hope she isn't matchmaking again, Qin Ze ventured cautiously. Their mother is particularly anxious about her daughter's marital prospects, especially as their longtime neighbors are welcoming grandchildren and marrying off their daughters. While Qin's sister has yet to bring home a boyfriend, her mother's concern drives her to tirelessly seek a suitable partner for her daughter. Even purchasing a DSLR camera to capture Qin's images, arranging blind dates with relentless frequency. Qin, weary of the situation, has been visiting home less often, with her last visit occurring the previous month. Qin Ze mused, if only you directed that concern towards me, perhaps I would already be a father. She should indeed be dating, his father commented. There's no rush. I don't even have a girlfriend, Qin Ze replied with a hint of bitterness. She's already 25. Is there no urgency? You cannot compare yourselves. A man can establish himself by 30 and marry thereafter, but how many youthful years does a woman possess? Once a woman surpasses 30, her desirability wanes, and the chances of marrying into a good family diminish. You speak as if she is 35. She is merely 25. Qin Ze retorted, unimpressed. Does she have a boyfriend? After some contemplation, Qin Ze speculated that she might, noting that he had seen her in provocative lingerie the previous day. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, wary of inciting his father's wrath. Chapter 10. A true man should be like this dad. Does our school have any part-time jobs? Qin Ze suddenly inquired. The old man frowned. Study is the primary duty of a student. You haven't graduated yet. Why are you thinking about such things? Besides, are your grades even satisfactory? You should focus on your studies. My sister wants to change her phone, but her salary is neither too little nor too much, and she has to support both of us. She can't save any money. So I thought of finding a well-paying part-time job to upgrade my phone. Of course. Qin Ze could not disclose that his sister had changed jobs and that they were in a financial crisis. The old man's expression softened. And after a moment's contemplation, he said, Professor Lee, who shares an office with me, has recently taken on a project to assist a private equity firm with fund investment modeling. He is looking for an assistant. I can ask him for you. Will they want me? Qin Ze asked. The old man chuckled. It's rare for you to recognize your own limitations. Besides, you have me to help you if you encounter any issues. Qin Ze acknowledged with a sound and continued eating. System, is there a quick way to make money? Preferably a method to become rich overnight. Host, the system is not your mother. Qin Ze felt a wave of frustration. He had devised numerous ways to earn money today. The Points Mall was a treasure trove, yet he possessed this treasure but could not utilize it. Writing songs for celebrities? The submission and review process would be quite cumbersome. And he lacked any connections in the entertainment industry. He had no idea how to submit anything. Perhaps once Qin Bao achieved some recognition, he could consider it. Directing films was even more unrealistic. As a poor student, he lacked manpower, funds, props, and everything else. Marketing strategies in the exchange mall? That wouldn't work either. As he still had no connections and no capital. Most importantly, he did not know how to attract investors. System, what do you think about stock trading? If I could catch a limit up every day, my wealth could multiply several times in a month. Even if you acquire stock trading knowledge through exchange, you cannot possibly catch a limit up every day, and your points are insufficient. Isn't that obvious? Just tell me directly, aren't you an intelligent system? Can't you predict which stock will hit the limit up? Ridiculous. First, the system does not possess the ability to foresee the future. Second, do you think wealth can be gained in your country as stock market solely through knowledge? There are numerous underhanded dealings in the stock market. Stop. Some matters are understood between us, and it's best left unsaid. Speaking of them could lead to repercussions. This society is quite harmonious, and one must refrain from reckless speech. Thank you for the reminder, host. As an intelligent system, I fully grasp your meaning and will refrain from disclosing any information that could disrupt social harmony in the future. A teachable child. Since the system could not be relied upon, Qin Ze had to find a way himself. Assisting the professor with modeling was a good idea. If he performed well, there might be more projects in the future. As for seeking help from the old man, he decided against it. With the system at his disposal, how could he fear mere modeling? After finishing lunch, Qin Ze and his father descended the stairs together and noticed 3 individuals gathered at the entrance, chatting and laughing while waiting for him. Dad, I'm leaving with my classmates, Qin Ze called out. The old man scanned the group, and the 3 immediately straightened up. The old man nodded. The university town was bustling with shops, milk tea shops, coffee shops, restaurants, KTVs, internet cafes. Supermarkets. Qin Ze and his friends headed toward their favorite internet cafe, not far from the school. At the school gate, they spotted a white Porsche slowly driving out. The car window remained down, and the driver, wearing sunglasses, looked stylish and handsome. It was Zhang Mingyu, who had been publicly humiliated by Qin Ze during a lecture. In the passenger seat sat a beautifully dressed woman, her legs resting on a pink LV bag, wearing headphones and engrossed in her phone. Envious glances were cast toward the sports car. That guy is back in his Porsche flaunting again, Li Liang expressed through gritted teeth, revealing a small rich kid's jealousy toward a super rich kid. That's the belle of the foreign language department. She is indeed beautiful, Lu Ziqiang sighed. They drive fancy cars and take pretty girls out for fun, while we poor souls can only sit in the internet cafe playing games. Zhao Baliang lamented. We're not starting behind. They were at the finish line the moment they were born. Suddenly, Qin Ze recalled a historical lesson about Liu Bang and Xiang Yu witnessing the grand procession of Qin Shi Huang on his southern tour, with banners flapping and halberds glistening. Liu Bang had sighed. A true man should be like this. The internet cafe they frequented was not large, and its facilities paled in comparison to several neighboring establishments. But it was the only one that allowed smoking. A true man might not smoke, but how could a man gaming not smoke? As the group settled in, the clattering of keyboards filled the air as they logged in, waiting for matchmaking while puffing on cigarettes. All four wore identical expressions, gazing down their noses. Their lips curled in disdain, as if the world revolved around them. Who cared about the Porsche, the rich and handsome, or the belle? What mattered was the camaraderie of teammates. Teammates who would risk their lives for one another were the true essence of love. Their battlefield commenced, regardless of who sat opposite them. The heroes of Dorm 303 had never backed down. To quote a certain great leader, tactically respect the enemy, strategically despise them. Each member of Dorm 303 had their own characteristics. Zhao Baliang was the type who charged headlong into battle, suited for a tank role. Li Liang was cunning, preferring ambush tactics as the jungler. Lu Ziqiang was skilled in gameplay and took on the AD role. Qin Ze had average speed and skills, yet he possessed an unparalleled strategic vision, serving as the team's core as the support. The last one joyfully typed, "Wow. It's my first time seeing a mid laner with no one wanting him. Thank you all." Li Liang, unable to resist, replied, "No need to thank me, son." The four of them navigated their way into the enemy jungle, setting an ambush for the jungler, while the mid laner on the opposing team danced under the tower. Qin Ze marked him repeatedly, yet the opponent remained unperturbed. Li Liang placed a ward in the jungle, and moments later, the opposing five appeared in their vision. Qin Ze frowned and marked a danger signal, leading his team to retreat. If the enemy had sent just one person into the jungle, their ambush would have succeeded. But it was evident they were no novices and intended to initiate a team fight right from the start. With only 4 players on their side, they could not engage. One misstep could lead to a total wipeout, rendering the match futile. What is this guy doing? Li Liang was somewhat irate. Qin Ze placed a ward in the river to prevent the enemy from sneaking in, then helped Li Liang secure the red buff. Let us gank mid after we hit level 3, Qin Ze suggested. He then went to assist Lu Ziqiang in the bottom lane. Moments later, a double kill was scored as the opposing mid laner fell. What is happening? Qin Ze was bewildered. Damn, this idiot. Li Liang yelled. Didn't he see all my pings? I almost took down the enemy mid laner, and he just stood by watching. Only after the enemy flashed away did he react, chasing under the tower. Seriously? Thinking he could dive at level 3? How did you die? I thought the enemy was low and followed up with my flash. Who knew this guy had healing? Qin Ze pondered for a moment. Let us find another opportunity for a gank. If he can't hold his own, just help Baliang instead. We'll gank bottom again at level 6. After a while, Li Liang dashed to the top lane for a gank, and the two coordinated seamlessly, successfully taking down an opponent. They claimed first blood, but the next moment, the enemy retaliated. The mid laner was caught by the enemy jungler, and they easily took down their teammate. Li Liang typed, "Mid lane, play safe." 2 minutes later, the mid laner was killed again. Damn it, can't you check the map? Li Liang typed again. A minute later, the mid lane tower fell. Are you a primary school student? You're the primary school student. Your whole family is composed of primary school students. The mid laner appeared to be quite vexed. Li Liang remarked, with your level, you're not even a primary school student. I might as well stream myself eating feces. Go ahead, I'm merely a middle schooler. Who would believe that? I'm a girl. If you're a girl, I'll stream myself inappropriately. 15 minutes later, the mid laner had been killed 12 times, with no kills and no assists. Qin Ze glanced at the map. The mid lane and bot lane junglers were nowhere to be seen. He raised an eyebrow and marked the dragon's position. Indeed, 3 opponents were attempting to steal the dragon. And to confuse them, the jungler made an appearance in the top lane to ambush Zhao Baliang. Our mid laner continued to farm minions innocently, while Qin Ze and his 3 teammates engaged fiercely with the opponents over the dragon. Zhao Baliang was struggling for survival. After a futile attempt to escape, he finally succumbed. Meanwhile, the outcome of the dragon fight was becoming clear. Taking advantage of their distraction, Qin Ze flashed in, unleashing a powerful attack that immobilized 3 enemies. Li Liang then entered the fray, using his ultimate to ensnare the 3 opponents. After sacrificing Qin Ze and Lu Ziqiang, they managed to eliminate the enemy team and effortlessly claim the dragon. The situation finally began to improve slightly. Qin Ze exhaled, lighting a cigarette. When he noticed the mid laner's delayed reaction, cool your grandfather, Li Liang typed, muttering, how could I be matched with such a fool seriously? Bronze rank. The 4 dorm mates had similar ranks. Playing together meant they wouldn't encounter skilled players or complete novices, except for those on Smurf accounts. Qin Ze pondered this, feeling somewhat guilty. The previous day, he had played with Qin Baobao and endured a 5-game losing streak, resulting in a drastic fall in rank, which led to being matched with similarly skilled players. The tide of the match continued to favor the opponents as territory was gradually eroded and 2 crystals were destroyed. However, at the 35-minute mark, the tables turned. The opposing team had evidently become complacent. After gaining an advantage, they began to play recklessly, opting to attempt the Baron instead of pressing their advantage. Consequently, they were met with a 4-man ambush, leading to a complete team wipe. This is a common pitfall for mid to low-tier players. They refuse to retreat until they are eliminated, relying solely on reckless play. After establishing an advantage, they often seek to further humiliate their opponents, thinking, oh, I only have 5 items? No way, we can't push yet. Let us wait until I have 6 items. Qin Ze observed the respawn timer, extinguished his cigarette, and proposed they push forward. Zhao Baliang returned home to replenish health, then teleported to join them. Zhao Baliang was a tank. While others could be low on health, he could not afford to be. As long as he could withstand the tower's assault, he could obliterate the opponents. The opposing mid lane only had 1 high ground tower remaining. 42 seconds later, just before the enemies respawned, the crystal exploded. Victory. The 4 of them leaned back on the sofa, feeling drained. After more than half an hour of intense focus, it was finally over. At that moment, Qin Ze noticed the naive mid laner had sent a friend request. He accepted. Oh great one, please carry me. They exclaimed. None of them added me as a friend. Yet you accepted my request. Almighty one, please accept my humility. They pleaded, carry me to glory, elevate my rank. I'm a girl. Chapter 11. Mastery of Traditional Chinese Medicine, should we bring her along? Qin Ze inquired, seeking his teammates' opinions. No, Li Liang flatly rejected the idea. Lu Ziqiang and Zhao Baliang expressed indifference. Qin Ze extended an invitation to her to join the game, jesting, she might actually be a girl. The second match proved considerably easier than the first. After more than half an hour of collaboration, the mid laner had shed her naivety, at the very least. She was attentive to commands. It seemed she realized that Qin Ze was the core of the team. Whenever he marked a target, she obediently complied. When he instructed her to head to the bottom lane, she merely obliged, and when he asked her to assist with the dragon, she eagerly complied as well. A triumphant 3-game winning streak ensued. Glancing at the clock, Qin Ze noted it was 1:30 in the afternoon, with a professional class scheduled for 2. I'm logging off. You can play on your own. Don't. Just 1 more game, and I'll be promoted to silver. Please, great one, take me along. Moi? The opponent playfully pouted. No, I have to attend class, Qin Ze replied. Are you really a primary school student? Came the retort. Make that primary into university. Where do the great ones study? At Shanghai Financial University. I'm also in Shanghai. Yay. Oh, shall we play again next time? The opponent probed. Qin Ze responded with a simple mm, before exiting the game, concluding the session, and shutting down his computer. After 2 professional classes in the afternoon, Qin Ze dared not let his mind wander as it did during public lectures. Even in university, his father kept a tight rein on his academic performance, often reciting the adage, without effort in youth, one will regret in old age. His father was filled with despair regarding Qin Ze's future. However, Qin Ze's abilities were limited. After each class, he could grasp at most half of the material. He was not the type of student who could delve into his studies during his free time. Previously, he had frequently been dragged to the library by Qin Baobao. But upon her graduation, he promptly bid farewell to that place. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after finishing the day's classes, Qin Ze returned to the dormitory with his roommates, unable to escape the chaotic and untidy reality of a boys' dorm. The trash can had not been emptied for a week, filled with mysterious paper balls, while yesterday's takeout containers lay strewn across the table alongside a few articles of clothing needing washing. Fortunately, the air bore no foul odor. Qin Ze stripped his bed of sheets that had not been changed for months, placing them into a plastic bag to take home for laundering. The four of them chatted in the dorm, and Li Liang suggested they head to an internet CAF that evening for more gaming, which received unanimous agreement. Qin Ze gladly accepted, as he had developed quite the gaming addiction and had not played in some time. Look at the campus forum. Quick, Zhao Baliang exclaimed. With curiosity, Qin Ze and the others opened the campus forum, where a post had been pinned and highlighted, its title intriguing. The face-slapping emperor strikes back, angrily defeating the campus heartthrob Zhang Mingyu. The post elaborated on the captivating incident during the morning's financial department lecture when Zhang Mingyu was publicly humiliated by a nameless student. Written with skilled prose that ebbed and flowed dramatically, accompanied by several photos. The first depicted a Russian text being projected, the second showed Zhang Mingyu passionately reciting. The third featured Qin Ze's silhouette, diligently writing at the blackboard, and the fourth captured Zhang Mingyu's sullen expression. From the morning until now, in a span of 7 to 8 hours, the post had garnered over 3,000 views and nearly 1,000 comments. With pictures comes truth. I believe it. Well done. Respect to you. What nonsense. Are you picking on my idol? Why is there no front-facing shot? Let us find him. Just from the back. He has nothing compared to my idol. Zhang Mingyu's fervent admirers were plentiful. Qin Ze had heard from classmates present that the professor had assigned the students an extracurricular task to translate that portion of Russian and write their reflections. Zhang Mingyu had arrogantly stood up, declaring, "No need for that. It's too elementary," and proceeded to recite it in Russian. The classmates applauded. When suddenly the face-slapper stood up, boldly proclaiming, "I have a differing opinion." He confidently strode to the podium, swiftly translating the text into Chinese and refuting Zhang Mingyu's views. My classmates were utterly astonished. One comment read, "I'm dying of laughter. This is what they call overreaching and ending up being humiliated." Zhang Mingyu excitedly leaned in. "Please, continue. Our financial university has many talents. Let that rich second generation know what it means to be outclassed." The original poster was met with derision. Zhang Mingyu for eternity. Zhang Mingyu is invincible. Zhang Mingyu will last through the ages. Zhang Mingyu chuckled, lowering the metaphorical gun pointed at his head. Most comments were from those entertained by the spectacle, with many supporters of Zhang Mingyu engaging in heated exchanges. "Qin Ze, you're famous now." Li Liang laughed heartily while reading the comments, clearly enjoying the drama. "Will I live to see tomorrow? Will Zhang Mingyu hire an assassin to silence me?" Qin Ze worriedly mused. Zhao Baliang patted his shoulder, solemnly replying, "Brother, safe travels. You can leave your Thunder account with me." Lu Ziqiang added with a grin, "Before you go, let me see a photo of your sister. Get lost." Qin Ze laughed and scolded, tossing his phone onto the bed and beginning to remove the pillowcase, almost forgetting about it entirely. At that moment, Qin Ze's phone rang. Looking down, he saw the caller ID, "Sister." He answered the call, switched to speakerphone, and while unwrapping the pillowcase, asked, "What's up? Where are you?" Qin Baobao's sultry voice came through, slightly husky, a touch flirtatious. Li Liang, Zhao Baliang, and Lu Ziqiang gazed at the phone, their eyes gleaming. "I'm at school." "What's the matter?" Qin Ze immediately sensed something was amiss. Her usual tone was far from flirtatious. "When are you coming back?" "I'll be back later. I might just stay in the dormitory." Qin Ze replied, knowing that once they started gaming, they often played through the night. "If you don't come back soon, I'll jump off a building to show you," Qin Baobao said, her voice tinged with distress. "What happened?" "My period came," she lamented. "I'll be right back." Qin Ze decisively hung up the phone, grabbed the plastic bag, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and strode towards the door. "My period came. I'm coming back." The weight of that revelation hit him hard. His roommates quickly surrounded him, one wrapping around his waist, another clasping his legs, while the third turned to close the door. "Are you all crazy? What is going on?" Qin Ze was bewildered. "You're being unfair. I told you. 3 years without living on campus. There must be something going on. Who is she? Her voice is so alluring and sexy. It's shameful. Confess freely. Don't resist. Get off me. I have no time for this." Qin Ze shook off the 3 clingy companions, flung open the dormitory door, and dashed out. He rushed down the stairs, breaking into a sprint. He was aware of Qin Baobao's discomfort during her periods. When they lived under the same roof, she would often suffer intensely, appearing as if she were on the brink of death. In those moments, their mother would be there to care for her, while he could only watch. Back then, he was secretly grateful not to be a woman. As they grew older, her cramps had lessened, though they still occurred occasionally. In those instances, Qin Ze would dash to the supermarket to buy brown sugar, brewing a cup of ginger tea with a few dried dates. All of these remedies were passed down from their mother. As Qin Baobao was rather helpless in day-to-day life, he couldn't expect her to manage these on her own. System. I've seen remedies for dysmenorrhea available in the points shop. Can they treat it? Host, please check for yourself. Damn, Qin Ze exclaimed, hastening his steps. He navigated to the points shop, searching under lifestyle, medical, traditional Chinese medicine. After a frantic search, he finally found a prescription for treating female dysmenorrhea, along with a massage technique. The total cost was 80 points. Esteemed benefactor, it is my recommendation that you directly exchange your points for the elementary mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, which requires a mere 150 points. Upon acquisition, you will automatically gain expertise in massage techniques and receive 10 elementary medicinal prescriptions. Given the nearly twofold disparity in required points, Qin Ze deliberated briefly before decisively opting to exchange for the elementary mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. The choice between a singular instance and a perpetual asset was self-evident to Qin Ze. Pharmacies abound near the university campus, as do a pair of hospitals, including a tertiary institution. However, establishments vending traditional Chinese medicine are less prevalent, a circumstance attributed to the proximity of a TCM academy. He journeyed 2 subway stops and hastened to a TCM pharmacy to procure all the medicaments listed on the prescription. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi, which conveyed him to his residential complex in a quarter of an hour. Upon Qin Ze's ingress into their domicile, he discovered Qin Bauer ensconced on the sofa, her high heels still affixed, clutching her abdomen, her brow furrowed in distress, her complexion pallid, and her forehead and nasal tip beaded with perspiration. It ails you once more, Qin Ze remarked, securing the door and casting his belongings onto the sofa. Does the pain persist? Qin Bauer regarded him with an expression akin to that of a distressed feline, her energy depleted, exhaling a solitary word, pain. First, to the bedchamber, he directed. He grasped Qin Bauer's silk-stockinged legs, divesting her of her high heels, and enfolding his arm behind her knees, he lifted her into his arms, conveying her back to the bedroom. Pray, be gentle, she implored, lest you cause me further agony. As Qin Ze gently placed her upon the bed, the force of the action caused a jolt, bringing tears to her eyes. Women invariably present complications, Qin Ze mused internally. He reached forth to unfasten the buttons of Qin Bauer's blouse, her 36D bust threatening to burst forth. What is your intent? Qin Bauer exclaimed, startled. Despite her excruciating pain, she instinctively shielded her chest. Do you seek to exploit this moment to violate your elder sister? I never suspected such behavior from you, Qin Ze. Alas, cease your lamentations, Qin Ze retorted, swatting her hand aside. Is there not a chemise beneath? Are you not further constricted by this garment? Why not loosen your attire when afflicted with abdominal discomfort? Qin Ze chided. He then relocated to the foot of the bed, elevating his sister's silk-clad legs and gently applying pressure to the Senyinjiao acupoint, followed by the Taichung point on the dorsum of her foot. After 3 minutes, he transitioned to the Shue Hai and Diji points, repeating the sequence. Qin Bauer's languid eyes narrowed, emitting soft moans in response to Qin Ze's ministrations. After half an hour, Qin Ze's digits ached, and he was drenched in perspiration, yet he dared not activate the air conditioning. How fares your condition? He inquired. Qin Bao palpated her abdomen and blinked. The pain has subsided, she replied. This offers but temporary respite. I shall now concoct a decoction for you. Rest supine. Eschew the air conditioning, drape yourself in a blanket, and maintain warmth. Decoction? Qin Bauer queried, perplexed. Ah yes, but regarding your recent massage, when did you acquire such a skill? Had you unveiled it earlier, I might have been spared years of suffering. I gleaned the massage techniques from online tutorials. I deliberately sought out an elderly TCM practitioner at the pharmacy who furnished me with a prescription reputed to alleviate dysmenorrhea, Qin Ze retorted acerbically. It is solely due to your chronic ailment that I have dedicated over half a month to its study. Qin Bauer sat upright, her eyes gleaming, her visage radiant, and she puckered her lips. Dear brother, grant me a kiss, she entreated. Ridiculous, Qin Ze scoffed, turning and exiting the room. He retrieved the medicaments, cleansed them thoroughly, steeped them for 10 minutes, and then simmered them in a pot over high heat for 15 minutes, followed by low heat for 10 minutes, culminating in a bowl of dark, viscous liquid. Alas, how unpalatable, Qin Bauer lamented, upon sampling a mere sip. A potent remedy is invariably bitter, Qin Ze intoned, reciting the age-old adage. Under the menacing gaze of her younger brother, Qin Bao pinched her nostrils and gulped down the decoction, emitting an indelicate belch. Chapter 12. The task. The incandescent light shone with pristine clarity, while outside, the cacophony of speeding vehicles and the distant clamor of square dancing Annies permeated the air. Within the tranquil room, Qin Ze, engrossed in his phone, sat by the bedside, while Qin Bao slumbered soundly. Time ebbed and flowed with quietude. In a mere 2 days, so much had transpired that Qin Ze felt a sense of profound displacement. Just days prior, he was an unsung everyman. And now he possessed the power to reshape the world. From composing songs to humbling the campus heartthrob, he had ascended to become the most enigmatic figure on the school forum. Moreover, he had fortuitously acquired medical expertise, assuaging his sister's chronic dysmenorrhea. It all seemed like a reverie. Previously, he had regarded Zhang Mingyu as a mere extra observes the protagonist, imbued with radiance and destined for greatness. Now, their roles were reversed. He perceived Zhang Mingyu as a stepping stone for the protagonist in a novel, destined to be trampled upon. He was the quintessential protagonist, capable of discomfiting anyone with impunity. Since childhood, Qin Ze had been an unremarkable child, except for his mischievousness in elementary school, which prompted his teachers to lament to his parents, "The boy is quite bright, but exceedingly impish," a sentiment they echoed to every parent. As he matured, accolades for his intelligence waned. He recognized himself as possessing moderate aptitude, neither exceptionally brilliant nor dull-witted. He would likely secure a stable career in the future, marry at the appropriate age, and raise 1 or 2 children, dedicating his life to their well-being. His sole advantage over migrant workers would be the absence of a mortgage burden. Perhaps due to the profound silence, Qin Ze instinctively reached for a cigarette. However, he abruptly recalled Qin Bao's presence beside him. With a sheepish gesture, he retracted his lighter and instead fixed his gaze upon his sleeping sister. From a tender age, Qin Bao had possessed captivating beauty. The family cherished photographs from her kindergarten days, depicting her with large, round eyes and a cherubic face. In kindergarten, a boy attempted to kiss her, only to be pushed off a slide, resulting in a head injury. The boy's parents created a scene at the school, prompting the principal to visit their home, where Qin's parents offered considerable compensation. Elementary school, middle school, high school, university. The years had flown by, and now she was 25. Qin Ze contemplated his sister's reposeful countenance, her shoulder-length wavy hair, her smooth forehead, her meticulously shaped eyebrows, her long, dense eyelashes, her straight nose, her rounded nasal tip, and her slender, pale lips. He had gazed upon this face for over 2 decades, yet it seemed he could never tire of it. Ding! A new task has arrived. Please review. Host. The system's dispassionate voice echoed in his mind. Qin Ze opened the task interface, his eyes widening in disbelief. Task: Kiss Qin Bao. Reward: 100 points upon success. Penalty: 100 points upon failure. The task description was succinct and to the point. What? Qin Ze stood frozen for several seconds, inwardly roaring, "System, come out here. I promise I'll kill you. Please state your query, host. What kind of ludicrous task is this? Can you be any more absurd? Can I rescind this task?" Qin Ze exclaimed, "She's my own sister. Host, this task is generated based on your innermost desires." That's utter nonsense. Qin Ze suddenly faltered. He had fleetingly entertained the notion of kissing Qin Bao, but he swore on his honor that it was merely a passing thought, devoid of any underlying desire. Host, you may choose to abandon the task. Abandon? The word became lodged in Qin Ze's throat. This task was suspicious. Why were the penalty points for failure equal to the reward points for success? This is your 3rd task. Host has progressed beyond the novice stage. Henceforth, task rewards and penalties will be equivalent. Qin Ze mentally calculated his points. He had received 300 points for his first task, lost 30 points for listening to a song the previous night, spent 100 points on acquiring Russian proficiency this morning, gained 200 points as a reward, and spent 150 points on acquiring traditional Chinese medicine proficiency this evening. This meant he currently possessed only 220 points. If he abandoned this task, he would lose 100 points, leaving him with a mere 120 points. If the next task involved molesting a lowly, considering the inherent difficulty, the point reward would increase, and the penalty would follow suit. 120 points might not suffice to cover the penalty. He had to complete this task, however unpalatable, or risk losing all his points and facing game over. Molesting a lowly would result in imprisonment, which was a minor concern compared to the possibility of being caught and beaten to death. Kissing his sister would, at worst, result in a beating. And given Qin Bao's current state, he could easily fend her off. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Qin Ze, devoid of moral scruples, opted for the latter. He leaned down and swiftly pecked Qin Baobao on the forehead. Qin Baobao remained asleep, and the task remained incomplete. It didn't work? Qin Ze's expression changed. Did it require a kiss on the lips? He swiftly kissed his sister on the cheek, but silence persisted. This is outrageous. It really requires a kiss on the lips. Qin Ze's face darkened. He took a deep breath and slowly lowered his head, intently observing Qin Baobao. If she suddenly opened her eyes, Qin Ze would immediately avert his gaze and feign admiration of the surrounding scenery. As he drew closer, their lips approached each other. Qin Baobao remained asleep, oblivious to the impending theft of her first kiss by her outlandish brother. Their lips met, their labial surfaces touched. So fragrant, so soft, as if possessed. Qin Ze extended his tongue and licked his sister's lips. Qin Baobao seemed to stir, slightly turning her head. Qin Ze swiftly straightened up, gasping for breath while vigilantly monitoring his sister's movements, particularly her eyelashes. People could feign sleep, but eyelashes never lied. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 100 points. Please continue your efforts, host. For the first time in his life, Qin Ze lamented that his sister's beauty was not entirely a blessing. Qin Ze slowly exited his sister's room, gently closing the door behind him. His expression was grave. System, do you have any Buddhist scriptures in your memory? I wish to study Buddhism. Kissing between family members is a form of expressing affection. Host need not be overly concerned. Qin Ze covered his face. This time it was a kiss. What if I see her lingerie next time and feel compelled to engage in coitus? Woe is me. The system remained silent for an extended period before suggesting, host is advised to engage in copulation with a female entity at the earliest opportunity. Given his virility, it is indeed easy for such desires to arise. The following day at 5:30 a.m., Qin Ze arose for a morning run to cultivate his inner strength. Upon returning home at 7:30 a.m., he was greeted by Qin Baobao's clear voice practicing vocal exercises. Qin Ze knocked on her door, announced that breakfast was ready, and proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. Upon returning, Qin Baobao was already seated at the table, clad in a bear-themed pajama set, with a pair of pink sandals adorning her feet, her 10 glistening toes wiggling merrily. Qin Ze glanced down and inquired, "Are your feet cramping?" "Nonsense. I am invigorating my blood and qi, exercising the flexibility of my toes. And then I shall study dance. As a woman determined to become a superstar, I must be able to sing and dance. You haven't even mastered singing, yet you're already contemplating dance? One must cultivate physical habits first. There's no rush. I have a premonition that the moment you appear on screen, our secret will be exposed. Do you think the old man will beat us to death?" Qin Baobao blinked her eyes. "It's fine. At worst, we'll run away from home. Your sister will support you, regardless of the old man's disapproval." Qin Ze curled his lip. "You're just a keyboard warrior. Were you practicing vocal techniques just now?" Qin Baobao, daintily holding a fried dough stick with her orchid fingers, mumbled, "Yes, vocal techniques, breathing techniques, singing techniques, and the control of my voice. These are all essential skills for a singer. There's no shortcut. One can only rely on practice. How long will that take?" Qin Baobao smiled smugly, her phoenix eyes gleaming with allure. "With my talent, I'll be able to debut in 3 to 6 months." Qin Ze felt a stirring within. He possessed a treasure trove, yet lacked the financial resources and connections to exploit it. The notion of encountering an elderly gentleman in the park, who would subsequently transform his life by introducing him to fortune, was ultimately illusory. Despite holding a vast collection of exquisite songs, movie scripts, and variety show proposals, he found himself estranged from the entertainment industry. At this juncture, he needed Qin Baobao to serve as a pioneering pathfinder, bravely forging ahead to clear a way for him. When the inevitable discovery by his father occurred, she would bear the brunt of the repercussions. Should she manage to carve a niche for herself, it would grant him the opportunity to showcase his talents. Dark thoughts swirled in Qin Ze's mind as he encouraged, "Sister, strive diligently." Qin Baobao, perplexed yet compliant, nodded in agreement. In the morning, they descended the elevator together. Since their paths coincided, Qin Baobao graciously drove him to the school entrance. The morning comprised 2 mandatory courses, followed by an elective in the afternoon. After enjoying lunch with his father, Qin Ze inquired about Professor Li's office location. Promptly at 1 o'clock, he arrived at the top floor of the teaching building, where he discovered a spacious classroom devoid of a metallic nameplate, indicating it was unoccupied. He knocked gently on the door, and after a brief pause, it was opened by a bespectacled girl with an elegant demeanor, who scrutinized him with curiosity. "I am Qin Ze, here to see Professor Li," he announced. The girl stepped aside, turning her head to call out, "Professor Li, someone is here to see you." Chapter 13. Where there are people, There is a world of intrigue peering into the classroom. Qin Ze noticed it was unremarkable, much like any other. The desks and chairs had been pushed to the back, leaving only 4 or 5 tables adorned with notebooks. The students at the front either glanced up or focused intently on their tasks. Professor Li, in his 50s with graying hair at the temples and pronounced brows, wore a pair of rather unassuming round glasses, presenting the image of a stern and unapproachable scholar. He shifted his gaze from the computer and turned to Qin Ze, saying, "Come in." Nodding, Qin Ze approached the podium. Professor Li adjusted his glasses and scrutinized him. "You're in your 3rd year, correct? You should be preparing for your internship next semester." "Yes," Qin Ze replied. "I wish to gain some experience beforehand." To his astonishment, he felt no trace of nervousness. Traditionally, under the sharp gaze of a professor, he would have been trembling or at least somewhat apprehensive, yet he found himself remarkably calm, a fact that surprised even him. Professor Li nodded. "Although your father has spoken to me, we will adhere strictly to the evaluation criteria. There will be no leniency." He retrieved a stack of A4 papers from his drawer, selecting a few topics before handing them to Qin Ze. "This is a small selection of topics from our current modeling course, relatively straightforward. Take a look. I will give you 2 hours to choose 2 problems and derive the equations." "Xiao Lu, give him a pen." A female student who had opened the door promptly handed Qin Ze a pen. Without further ado, he surveyed the room. Realizing there were no available seats, he moved to the back of the classroom and quietly retrieved a desk, mindful to make minimal noise. Leaning over the draft paper, Qin Ze began calculating the equations, occasionally glancing at the topics. Several times, he felt he was on the verge of completing the equations, only to have to start over. Mathematical modeling is a profound discipline, and what he was currently attempting could scarcely be classified as such, merely a small step in a long journey. Mathematical modeling, by its essence, employs mathematical tools to solve real-world problems. More simply put, it involves establishing equations to represent various phenomena using mathematical language and methods. For instance, a mathematician predicting the weather might collect data to create a vast model to forecast tomorrow's conditions. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. Actual weather prediction is far more complex, yet meteorological agencies function as extensive mathematical models. Economics and mathematics are inextricably linked, with mathematical modeling being one of its more sophisticated applications. After half an hour of calculation, beads of sweat began to form on Qin Ze's forehead. But he finally discerned the correct path. However, his mathematical foundation proved insufficient, as many formulas required considerable effort to recall. If Qin Baobao were here, she would have scoffed and dismissed him, asserting she could resolve it in a heartbeat. It is often said that men possess an innate logical strength while women are inherently more emotional, resulting in men excelling in the sciences and women in the humanities. Yet, this generalization is entirely inverted in the case of the Qin siblings. Qin Baobao excelled in mathematics from a young age, consistently placing in the top 3, proudly claiming the title of Queen of the Sciences. Qin Ze, on the other hand, fared better in the humanities, with his most notable achievement being a 3rd-place finish in a national high school essay competition. Fortunately, he recognized his limitations. Hard work could compensate for a lack of innate talent. He did not succumb to despair when faced with 2 problems that could easily stump 50% of university students. Time flew by as Professor Li, with the assistance of his aides, incrementally advanced the modeling project, occasionally convening brief meetings, all of which were irrelevant to Qin Ze. 2 hours later, Professor Li seemed to remember Qin Ze. He descended from the podium and approached his desk, silently examining the papers covered in neatly written equations, which immediately appealed to Professor Li's meticulous nature. The draft paper revealed a flurry of calculations with no empty spaces, a testament to the rigorous training instilled by his father. "Quite well done." Professor Li nodded, placing the papers back on the desk before returning to the podium. Momentarily pausing his work, 5 or 6 aides looked up. "Allow me to introduce a new member, Qin Ze from Class 7 of the Finance Department. He is your junior." Rising, Qin Ze politely acknowledged, "I look forward to your guidance." Sparse applause followed. Professor Li continued, "Yongchen, please take him under your wing for the next few days and help him familiarize himself with our project. I have another class to attend, so I must leave." A boy in a blue t-shirt and light-colored pants nodded, a broad smile on his face. "Understood, Professor." With that, Professor Li departed. Before arriving, Qin Ze's father had elaborated on the nature of a substantial mathematical model, emphasizing that Professor Li could not manage everything single-handedly and thus required assistance. The compensation for assistance was 200 yuan per day, totaling 1,400 yuan upon completion of the model. Professor Li had initially been reluctant to hire undergraduates, as his current aides were all seniors nearing graduation. Nonetheless, out of respect for Qin Ze's father, he agreed to give Qin Ze a chance. After a brief wait, Qin Ze noticed that Senior Yangchen was engrossed in his work and approached him, calling out, "Senior." Yangchen glanced at him, took a stack of materials from his drawer, and casually remarked, "You might as well review these yourself." Reluctantly, Qin Ze returned to his seat, diligently poring over the materials. A reputable private equity firm should ideally have its own specialized market analysts, suggesting that the firm commissioned by Professor Li was relatively modest in scale. Constructing a comprehensive mathematical model demands an abundance of formulas and data. Mathematics is the most rational discipline, requiring meticulous scrutiny at every step. Qin Ze's group was tasked with evaluating returns and risks. The materials contained a rather brief summary along with a series of symbolic explanations. Qin Ze found himself struggling, pulling out his phone to search the internet for translations. Before long, it was mealtime, and the seniors in the classroom dispersed to the cafeteria for sustenance. Qin Ze initially intended to immerse himself in his studies, yet a senior in charge of the keys insisted he take a break for lunch. With limited time, he hastily consumed a light meal and hurried back to the classroom. The door was slightly ajar, and just as he prepared to enter, he overheard someone speaking inside. "Qin Ge, what about the new recruit? We've labored over this modeling project for a month, and with just over a week until the deadline." He suddenly swoops in to reap our efforts. The speaker was a member of Qin Ze's group, though his name eluded him. Yangchen scoffed. His father seems to have a connection with Professor Li, which is why he's here, just to gain some experience and pocket money. Our group only stands to earn 10,000 yuan. He's set to take over 1,000 of that, enough for half a month's rent. Aren't you still living in the dormitory? That means he can afford a couple of nice outings. Don't worry, today he has tasks to complete. He hasn't even grasped the basics yet. I'll assign him a few problems, and if he can't manage them, well, Professor Li won't be pleased. If he keeps showing up, he might just find himself ousted. Qin Ze's expression darkened upon hearing their remarks, pondering the utter selfishness of these individuals. Silently, he descended the stairs, meandering around the teaching building, reflecting on the reality that wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. The subtlety of such conflicts, devoid of overt violence, became increasingly apparent as he navigated university life. However, he realized that life's struggles are omnipresent. Even in elementary and middle school, competition existed, albeit more visibly expressed through youthful aggression. Qin Ze found himself disliking this hidden, insidious rivalry, feeling ill-equipped to adapt. After a brief interval, he returned to the classroom, where most of the seniors had returned. The senior named Xiao Lu offered him a friendly smile, to which Qin Ze politely responded with a smile of his own. At 1:30 in the afternoon, there was a specialized class. After the lesson concluded, Qin Ze declined his roommate's invitation to play games online and immersed himself in a pile of modeling materials. Although he was not a prodigy like Qin Bao, he possessed a commendable trait that even his grandfather praised. He remained calm during significant events. This was a direct compliment from his grandfather. By 5 in the evening, Professor Li returned and distributed tasks among the groups. Before announcing the end of the day, he thought of Qin Ze, albeit rarely. He inquired about the materials regarding return rates and risk assessment. "I am still grappling with it and haven't fully grasped it," Qin Ze replied. Professor Li frowned and looked at Yangchen. "Wasn't it your responsibility to guide him?" Yangchen, appearing innocent, replied. "I provided him with the materials and told him to ask me anything he didn't understand, but he didn't have any questions all day. I thought he had a solid foundation and was able to comprehend it on his own." "Since when did you say that?" Professor Li shot a glance at Qin Ze, but refrained from commenting further. He declared the workday over, and his nonchalant demeanor left Yangchen somewhat disappointed. Only Qin Ze could vaguely sense his thoughts. In reality, the modeling project was nearing its conclusion, and while they genuinely needed an assistant, it was unlikely they would invite someone as inexperienced as Qin Ze into the fold, likely out of respect for his grandfather. His grandfather had subtly suggested that if there were any uncertainties, Qin Ze should seek assistance from him. Thus, whether Qin Ze was merely coasting through or not was inconsequential to Professor Li, as he had his father providing support from behind the scenes. Qin Ze requested the materials from Yangchen, who did not refuse and handed him a stack of copies. As a university student, how can one not glean insights from reading the materials? After the group disbanded, it was still early, and he posted in the chat group, "Liberation." Moments later, Li Liang replied, "Hurry over, we need you to take charge." "Damn it, I can't manage them." Zhao Baliang followed up, "It's me who can't manage you all. I, a lone warrior, will not retreat." "But wait, where are my teammates?" "All of them have returned to the hot springs." Then Lu Ziqiang chimed in, "I'll just quietly watch you all show off without saying a word." Qin Ze smirked, tucked his phone back into his pocket, slung his shoulder bag, and jogged toward the internet CAF. In familiar surroundings, he saw the familiar trio. With a cigarette in his mouth, he leaned casually against the sofa. And due to waiting for Qin Ze, Li Liang took a moment to watch game videos while Zhao Baliang observed Lu Ziqiang playing a mobile game. Qin Ze habitually lit a cigarette, powered on the computer, and squinted as he exhaled smoke. With summer vacation just around the corner, why are you causing such a ruckus? Be careful not to fail your courses, Li Liang remarked, taking a deep drag. I need to earn some pocket money. I can't keep relying on my sister. Qin Ze retorted, pulling a bottle of mineral water from his bag and distributing one to each of them. The modeling for investments is quite challenging. There are numerous factors to consider. How do you find it on the first day? Lu Ziqiang, who performed the best among the trio, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and asked cheerfully, The difficulty is not the issue. I just encountered a jerk today, and my mood is not great, Qin Ze complained. You have a story. But I have no drink. Care to share? Li Liang casually invited Qin Ze to join the game on the computer. Just a fool. I will find a chance to deal with him, Qin Ze replied with a dismissive smirk. When the time comes, make sure to bring Baliang along to unleash his human cannon on that fool, Li Liang exclaimed. But suddenly he gasped in surprise. What the hell? Why are you inviting a novice? An ID named Xiaoman Yao had infiltrated their ranks, the very player who had caused them much distress previously. Xiaoman Yao enthusiastically commented in the chat. Hooray, hooray. The Great One has finally come online. You all are playing together, right? I lost 3 matches in a row today and dropped ranks. Oh, Great One, take me with you to climb the ranks. The 3 were unwilling to engage with her. Not even Zhao Baliang, who usually craved attention, the internet was rife with such individuals. The thought of a rough man being on the other side of the screen was quite off-putting. Qin Ze teasingly replied, Shall we engage in some naked conversation? How rude. She retorted as the screen dimmed, and they entered the game. Chapter 14. Losing to you, Rem due to the hindrance of the petite waistline. Every match proved to be exceptionally arduous. Fortunately, the skill level of the opposing team correspondingly diminished. After enduring numerous hardships, our 5-man squad secured a 3-game winning streak. The petite waistline cheered exuberantly, exclaiming, We've advanced. Oh, Great One, please accept my humble kneeling. In truth, Qin Ze's gameplay was merely above average. He could not exhibit dazzling maneuvers. His prowess lay in his strategic vision, knowing precisely when to act and how to respond to various situations, leading with remarkable clarity. It was akin to a cunning wolf guiding a flock of sheep to triumph over a pack of wolves led by a mere sheep. Often, the enemy would succumb unexpectedly, having started with a significant advantage only to find themselves overwhelmed in the mid to late game. At 7:30, a call from Qin Baobao summoned him home. By 7:45, upon unlocking the door, Qin Ze found his sister curled up on the sofa, absorbed in a television program. Clad in light denim that hugged her long legs, she had a plate of freshly washed grapes beside her. The glow from the television cast a shimmering light on her eyes, making them sparkle enticingly. Even Qin Ze, accustomed to his sister's bewitching beauty, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. As he settled onto the sofa, preparing to order takeout, Qin Baobao playfully nudged him with her foot, never averting her gaze from the screen, insisting, Go cook. Cook? Qin Ze paused, bewildered. Why bother? Let us just order takeout. Qin Baobao plucked a grape, popped it into her rosy mouth, and, with a playful pout, spat out the skin while casting him a sultry glance. Takeout is too expensive, we can't afford it. From now on, let us be frugal and cook for ourselves. Shouldn't that be my job? Qin Ze retorted, rolling his eyes. Enough chatter, I've already bought the ingredients. Cooking is your responsibility, Qin Baobao declared matter-of-factly. In the kitchen lay a block of tofu, a fish, along with some greens and celery, perfect for a dish of 1 meat and 2 vegetables, fish with tofu, garlic greens, and stir-fried celery with meat. Qin Ze had inherited his culinary skills from their mother, yet he often preferred the convenience of takeout. The aroma wafted into the living room, making Qin Baobao salivate. Sneaking in, she tiptoed to snag a bite. Frustrated, Qin Ze caught her hand and pushed her away. Qin Baobao, rubbing her belly, whined pitifully, I'm hungry. Qin Ze shuddered, feeling the goosebumps rise. At 25, she was still acting like a little girl. During dinner, he watched as his sister's cheeks puffed up with food. Our father told me yesterday that we should return home next week. Our mother misses us. Qin Baobao froze mid-bite, her delicate face lifting from the bowl like a wary little fox. What for? Is it another matchmaking scheme? Father said no, but I find it hard to trust him. Qin Ze shrugged. You know how cunning he can be. I don't have time. I need to practice singing and dancing this weekend. You can go back and say I'm working overtime, Qin Baobao replied. I'm not going back either. Qin Baobao raised an eyebrow, puzzled. You have plans? Date? She suddenly shifted her tone. Date? No way. Qin Ze scoffed, rolling his eyes. I found a job and will likely be working overtime this weekend. Find a job in the summer. We're nearing finals. You should focus on your studies and not fail, or father will use a feather duster on you, she teased. Licking her lips and burping comfortably. I want to be your savior then. When have you saved me? Every time father scolded me, you were just there enjoying the show. You have a wicked conscience, Qin Baobao, Qin Ze grumbled. She responded with a cheeky face. After dinner, while Qin Baobao washed the dishes, Qin Ze sat in the living room, engrossed in his modeling studies. His laptop rested on the glass coffee table as he chewed on his pen, searching for relevant information. The principle of the early bird catches the worm had been instilled in him by their father years ago, and he had always adhered to it. However, given his current abilities, mastering these concepts seemed like a distant dream. Some things, like intelligence, were innate. No matter how diligent one might be, there were limits. The adage that 10 years of effort could not compare to 1 year of someone else's struggle rang true. It was common for 3 years of effort to equal only 1 year of another's success. Take Qin Ze as an example. Despite 3 years of rigorous tutoring from their father, he had only managed to secure a place in a second-tier university. In contrast, Qin Baobao, who had meandered through her first 2 years of high school while pursuing her dreams of stardom, effortlessly gained admission to Fudan University in her senior year. It was impossible not to feel envious. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he glanced up, glaring at Qin Baobao, who was wiping the table, her snug jeans accentuating her well-formed figure, resembling a full moon. A chill ran through him as he silently chanted, Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Fearing a thought to caress Qin Baobao's curves might arise. Perhaps it was time for me to find a girlfriend. Qin Ze mused. His romantic experiences were scant. He had held a girl's hand in elementary school and in middle school. When his peers began dating, he and his deskmate concocted a plan that if anyone asked, they would claim each other as boyfriend and girlfriend. Thus, they spent 2 years as nominal partners without ever holding hands. High school brought about a heavy academic load, leaving no room for such thoughts. In his second year of college, he did pursue a girl, a rather demure and graceful one. But alas, it ended shortly thereafter. As he browsed the campus forum, a post remained perpetually pinned at the top, titled The Most Beautiful Girls from All Departments. It featured candidly captured photos of stunning students, each enhanced by Photoshop to the point of otherworldly beauty, far beyond the mundane. Qin Ze had glanced at it before, but had never paid close attention. For his standards had been raised to an impossibly high bar by Qin Baobao. It was challenging for an ordinary beauty to catch his eye. Perusing the photographs, he thought, times have changed. Wealth and stability would come in due time. It was high time to seek companionship and romance. Otherwise, should he become a millionaire or billionaire in the future, embracing a willing partner only to falter at the threshold of intimacy would surely lead to ridicule. Lost in thought, he was startled when Qin Baobao emerged from the kitchen, having washed her hands, and flopped onto the sofa with a lazy stretch. Noticing him gazing at pictures of beautiful women, she leaned in, teasingly saying, Oh, are we feeling frisky now? As Qin Ze maneuvered the mouse, he replied, Look, our school has plenty of beauties. Photoshop is too exaggerated. Their chins could stab someone, and their eyes look alien. He had intended to call out her blatant jealousy, but upon seeing her enchanting visage, he changed his tune. Yet, one must admit, they have good foundations. As long as they are charming, I will appreciate them. All the beauties are already taken. It's not like you stand a chance, Qin Baobao scoffed. With the right skills, no corner remains unturned, Qin Ze retorted, rolling his eyes. Qin Baobao playfully punched him, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. You merely fantasize. You're a theoretical giant but practically a dwarf. You'd be surprised if you ever pursued a girl. Qin Ze felt his pride wounded, his temper flaring. Who says I can't pursue girls? I've had a girlfriend before, you know? Qin Baobao laughed derisively. It lasted less than a month before she dumped you. Fuming, Qin Ze shot back. You have no right to say that. If it weren't for your meddling, I wouldn't he still be single. I would be a seasoned gentleman by now. Recalling how he had eagerly flaunted his newfound relationship to Qin Baobao, who had expressed joy at his success and even suggested they go out to celebrate, only deepened his frustration. Thus, Qin Ze arranged to meet the enchanting Shui Ling Bai Kai, whom he had recently pursued, at the entrance of a restaurant. On that day, Qin Baobao adorned herself exquisitely, resembling a glamorous star, turning heads wherever she went. As Qin Ze eagerly waved at his girlfriend upon her arrival, Qin Baobao unleashed her devastating blow, wrapping her arm around Qin Ze's and sweetly taunting, Darling, Is this the little vixen you've been entertaining outside? She doesn't seem all that impressive. Qin Ze was left utterly speechless, caught in a whirlwind of disbelief. Naturally, the meal was never consumed. His girlfriend, in a mix of embarrassment and anger, stormed off, and thereafter ceased all communication with Qin Ze, blocking his number and ignoring him on messaging platforms, rendering them akin to strangers. I was merely testing her character for you, assessing the strength of your relationship. True love should be unyieldingly steadfast, Qin Baobao insisted afterward, her justification unwavering. I was helping you, she repeated, sticking to her narrative. Qin Ze retorted vehemently, nonsense. After all this time, I've come to realize that you are simply envious of my newfound girlfriend. You remain single, and your heart is filled with imbalance. Qin Baobao was momentarily silenced. Oh, struck a nerve, have I? Speechless now, are we? The truth has emerged from beneath your facade, Qin Ze mused. Feeling akin to a legendary swordsman, striking with lethal precision when provoked. Suddenly, Qin Baobao sprang to her feet, seizing the anime merchandise, a rim pillow, that Qin Ze had purchased, and hurled it forcefully at his head. Doesn't he want to speak with you? She exclaimed, throwing Rem in his direction. With a huff, she stomped into her room, slamming the door behind her. Perplexed, Qin Ze mumbled to himself before accessing the points exchange system. I wish to redeem knowledge on professional investment funds. Chapter 15. The pleated miniskirt. The following day, Qin Ze adhered to his routine of physical exercise. It was remarkable that he, of all people, would rise at 5 in the morning to run and practice his inner strength under the dim sky. Perhaps years of being overshadowed by his sister, Qin Baobao, had fostered a deep-seated resentment and ambition within him. Now, with a newfound hope for change, he was eager to seize the opportunity. He returned home at 7:30, bringing breakfast for Qin Baobao, who was engrossed in her phone. Her slender, fair fingers danced across the screen as she ate. Qin Ze, meanwhile, scribbled on a notepad while munching on a bun. Despite their silence, the atmosphere was comfortable, reminiscent of an old married couple enjoying a quiet moment. I won't be taking you to school today, Qin Baobao announced, wiping her mouth with a tissue. I need to get to the company early. They've hired a second-tier singer to train us. Care to guess who it is? Not particularly, Qin Ze replied. Engrossed in his formulas, Qin Baobao pouted and sashayed back to her room. Moments later, she emerged in a pleated mini-skirt, a deep cyan V-neck knit top over a blue blouse and suede ankle boots. Her long, fair legs were bare, and silver clover earrings adorned her ears. Qin Ze was momentarily blinded by her radiance. He was a connoisseur of short skirts, though not of stockings. While many women had long legs, they often had flaws in their shape or skin. In his 22 years, Qin Ze had rarely seen legs as flawless as Qin Baobao's. Only she could pull off a short skirt without stockings. Her legs were fair, long, and shapely, inspiring an urge to touch them. Qin Baobao smirked, twirling around. Well? She asked. Passable, Qin Ze deadpanned. Wipe the drool first, you pervert, she retorted. Who are you calling a pervert? Qin Ze demanded, self-consciously wiping his mouth. Qin Baobao leaned in, her alluring face close to his. Staring lasciviously at your own sister's legs? Who else would be the pervert? Qin Baobao, mind your tone. Qin Ze snapped, embarrassed. Just teasing, she said. I'm starting dance training today. How do you like my outfit? Qin Ze wordlessly reached for her skirt, and she batted his hand away. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're wearing a skirt so short it barely covers your thighs. You'll expose yourself while dancing. Nonsense. I'm wearing leggings. Qin Ze grunted, gathering his materials and heading out with his sister. He got off on the first floor, while Qin Baobao went to the parking garage. As he exited the elevator, he turned back, catching the closing doors. Are you settling in at the new company? Are there any lecherous, pot-bellied creeps bothering you? Qin Baobao fluttered her fingers and batted her eyelashes. Your sister is so beautiful, of course, hordes of creeps are after me. But I'm ignoring them all. Qin Ze chuckled. Just don't let anyone slip you a Mickey and take you to a hotel. Qin Baobao kicked at him. Get lost. Qin Ze dodged and darted out of the lobby. He held a pessimistic view of the entertainment industry and felt the need to warn his alluring sister. Qin Baobao understood, with her intelligence. She would know how to handle herself. Their unspoken understanding was a bond between them. At 10 o'clock, Qin Ze arrived at Professor Li's studio, where he was greeted by the professor's booming voice. He tiptoed in to find the staff already assembled. He was the last to arrive. Professor Li was lecturing Yongchen, who appeared to be the unfortunate target of his ire. How intriguing, Qin Ze thought, settling into his seat. What's wrong with you? Professor Li thundered. You haven't done any of the work. This isn't like you. Now, without your risk assessment, the other projects can't connect. How many times have I told you to be meticulous? You've ignored my advice. Now everyone's progress is delayed. Drinking? Don't you know drinking interferes with work? Your work ethic is sloppy. How will you compete in society? You can't say no to drinks? Don't you know what self-discipline is? Yang Chun hung his head, enduring the scolding. Qin Ze gathered that Yang Chun had gone out with friends, gotten drunk, and forgotten to complete his assigned task. Qin Ze knew the task, 2 short-term operation risk assessments, which required extensive research and meticulous attention to detail. He had used his knowledge from the point store and spent 2 hours completing it. Yang Chun would have needed at least 4 hours. The morning was wasted, and the day's progress would be affected. With the deadline less than a week away, Professor Li and his students were working tirelessly. Yang Chen's mistake was a major setback. Qin Ze glanced around, noticing that everyone was avoiding eye contact, focused on their own work. No one offered Yang Chun a word of support. Unable to bear Professor Li's harangue any longer, Yang Chun said, "Professor Li, I admit I lacked self-control. I promise it won't happen again." But Su Junlong and I divided the work. He finished his part. There are usually 3 people per group, so even with my mistake, it could be fixed quickly. But there are only 2 of us, and Qin Ze is new and can't help. I'm doing 2 people's work. See, my mistake has ruined the whole group's progress. And we're almost at the deadline. He tried to shift the blame, hoping to share the burden of Professor Li's anger with Qin Ze. Professor Li paused and glanced at Qin Ze, his brow furrowing slightly. "What did I ever do to you?" Qin Ze thought. "I didn't provoke you. You were bad-mouthing me behind my back yesterday, trying to sabotage me." He pulled out a stack of materials from his bag, found his risk assessment, including formulas, technical analyses, theoretical analyses, and related data. "Professor, I finished the task you assigned yesterday. Please take a look." The room fell silent. Unlike the previous tense silence, this was a silence of surprise and shock. Everyone turned to look at Qin Ze. Yang Chun scoffed. "You just got here. You don't even know the requirements. You can't just do things randomly. You don't know what meticulousness is. Why would Professor Li trust you with a task?" The others remained silent, watching with amusement. Professor Li took the materials. He couldn't discourage his students. He glanced at the papers and said, "Qin Ze, your enthusiasm is commendable, but you just arrived yesterday. You need to learn and observe, not act impulsively." He paused. Professor Li fell silent, meticulously examining the document several times before exclaiming with delight, "Well done. Very well done indeed. Qin Ze, inviting you here to assist me has proven to be an excellent decision. Well done." Yang Chun, taken aback, craned his neck to glimpse Qin Ze's risk assessment. However, Professor Li did not permit him a glance, snorting softly as he tucked the materials into a folder. The other interns wore expressions of bewilderment and astonishment, realizing that this young man was full of surprises. It was rare for the notoriously stingy Professor Li to offer such praise, and he appeared quite pleased with himself. Perhaps only Qin Ze understood the true implication behind Professor Li's words. He was not lauding Qin Ze himself, but rather his esteemed mentor, Professor Qin. It seemed Professor Li had mistakenly attributed the risk assessment to Qin Ze's father. With a mere 1,000 yuan, one could secure the assistance of a professor of the same caliber, a veritable bargain, indeed, which naturally left him feeling triumphant. Observing the admiration from his peers, Qin Ze wore a subtle smile, disregarding the glowering Yang Chun as he calmly returned to his seat. There is a saying, the most lethal form of arrogance is often invisible. "Little brat, you dare to challenge me? I have been engaging in a battle of wits with Qin Baby for 2 decades, mastering various skills of domestic intrigue and clandestine assassination." Chapter 16. That was my sister. Professor Li clapped his hands and solemnly announced, "I do not wish to witness any more incidents akin to Yang Chen's. We have 5 days until the deadline. Let us all persevere and exert ourselves further. Afterward, we shall celebrate with a feast, and soon you will all be graduating. However, today's events must be addressed." He decided to withdraw 1,000 from Yang Chen's bonus to reward Qin Ze. No one objected, as the money was not deducted from their bonuses. Yet, from Yang Chen's gaze, Qin Ze sensed a profound malice emanating from the little rascal. At 9:30, Qin Ze bid farewell to Professor Li and headed off to class. By 12:30, after 2 lectures on securities investment, the students poured out of the classroom like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, the room was empty. As Qin Ze stepped outside, a burly figure caught up with him, encircling his waist and dragging him back to the classroom, as if attempting to forcefully claim a virtuous lady. Qin Ze relaxed his tense body and allowed himself to be half dragged, half pulled back inside. Classmate Zhao Baliang pinned Qin Ze down in his seat and executed a clumsy salute, declaring loudly, "Report to the dormitory leader. We have a traitor among us." Li Liang and Lu Ziqiang sat on the desk, their eyes filled with disdain. Upon hearing this, Dormitory leader Li Liang slammed the table in approval. You handled that well. Qin Ze, the seasoned veteran, retorted angrily, get lost. What traitor nonsense? Li Liang scoffed. Dare to talk back? Second lieutenant, where is your Italian cannon? Third lieutenant, your earthly cannon is always at the ready. Lu Ziqiang, with a cold expression, unbuckled his belt, while Zhao Baliang chuckled mischievously. Qin Ze, exasperated, replied, what does the organization want from me? For 3 years, I have diligently served in the underground party, swearing to defend our country and obey organizational arrangements. I have not taken a single thread from the common people. Although he was unsure what had possessed his roommates, he played along. Very well, I ask you, what are the rules of our dormitory 303? Li Liang thumped a book on the table with authority. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Ze earnestly replied, for men united as one, brotherhood is paramount. A lifetime of love for only Miss Wu. Whoever finds a partner first shall face dire consequences. Several female classmates, who were packing their books, looked over in surprise. And Qin Ze felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Li Liang patted Qin Ze on the shoulder, his expression serious. Since you are aware, I want to elaborate further. Brother, safe travels. We shall be comrades in our next life. Lu Ziqiang pretended to draw his Italian cannon. Qin Ze, alarmed, exclaimed, I beseech you, organization, recognize my innocence. I have violated no dormitory rules. I am still a single man, just like everyone else. Why must single dogs torment one another? Hey, wait, you're really going to pull it out. I, Long Outyin, refuse to accept this. Li Liang chuckled coldly. Then how do you explain yesterday's phone call? The evidence is irrefutable. You cannot wriggle out of this, so go in peace. Qin Ze finally understood, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The organization's investigative work is rather rudimentary and requires improvement. That was my sister, not an object for indiscriminate encounters. Hence I am still a good comrade. Please retract your Italian cannon, and third lieutenant, please do the same with your earthly cannon. Is that truly the case? Li Liang grinned broadly. The organization has misunderstood you. Your little brother is indeed fertilized. Hey, that title is inappropriate. Qin Ze protested. Do not rush, little brother. Allow your brothers to explain. Confucius once said, food and love are human instincts. The Book of Songs states, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal match. In summary, single dogs are the failures of society. After thorough consideration, the organization believes that the dormitory rules contravene humanitarian principles and ought to be abolished and amended. For the prosperity of the nation and the development of society, we should actively contribute to producing outstanding offspring for our homeland. Therefore, Comrade Qin Ze, for the sake of our country and its people, you ought to actively recommend excellent ladies with ample curves and long legs to the organization. The dormitory leader makes a compelling argument. I second that. I also second it. Zhao Baliang and Lu Ziqiang cast their votes in favor. Wait. Qin Ze was taken aback, suddenly realizing he had been ensnared in a trap. Report to the organization, I have something to say. Dedicating everything to the organization is our duty. However, dormitory leader, you claim to be a seasoned veteran, having indiscriminately pursued numerous dubious women. You are undoubtedly scum. So how could I push my sister into the fire? Li Liang, furious, retorted, do you dare call me scum? Second lieutenant, where is your Italian cannon? No. Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. Qin Ze dismissed. What I mean is, all of you present are scum. Don't think you are the only one with tricks up your sleeve. Come on, attack him. My great sword is eager for action. The four of them playfully tussled out of the classroom. The sky was overcast, devoid of sunlight, and it was a cool, breezy day, a rather pleasant respite from the sweltering summer heat. After lunch in the cafeteria, the internet-addicted Lu Ziqiang unexpectedly suggested they play basketball, a proposal that was unanimously approved. In dormitory 303, apart from Zhao Baliang, who diligently ran every morning, the other three were not particularly enthusiastic about sports. Naturally, they did not have a basketball. Fortunately, the neighboring dormitory 304 had some basketball enthusiasts, led by their dormitory leader, Wang Trancheng, a fervent fan of the sport. Wang Trancheng, bare-chested, was devouring his lunch while leading his roommates through a game. The game they were playing was quite different from the competitive ones Qin Ze and his friends engaged in, being more of a time killer. Old Wang, are you coming to play basketball? Zhao Baliang knocked on the door, his voice echoing. Wang Tianxing, nicknamed Old Wang, replied, wait until I finish this round. Our dormitory is heading to the basketball court soon. It's not hot today. To miss out on playing would be a waste. His eyes remained glued to the computer screen, his features decent but marred by acne scars. Qin Ze checked the time on his phone and urged, "Hurry up. I have things to do later." He could only afford to play for about 40 minutes before he had to head to work. When Wang Tianqing turned to look, he chuckled, "Oh, the face slapper. It's the first time someone has dared to slap Zhang Mingyu's face. You've become quite famous in our department." Wang Tianqing was quite affable, a social butterfly adept at interpersonal relations. Even Qin Ze, who rarely stayed in the dormitory, found it easy to interact with him. 5 minutes later, the 8 of them from both dormitories headed toward the basketball court together. The basketball court was surrounded by iron fences and occupied a vast area. At that moment, students were sweating profusely on the court, clad in short sleeves and basketball shorts, their feet shod in basketball shoes. In this refreshing weather, many players were on the court. The university had a costly basketball gym, but it was generally closed, usually only open during interdepartmental basketball tournaments. They chose an unoccupied hoop and practiced shooting to warm up before commencing a match. Wang Tianqing possessed the skills of half a school basketball team, and his 3 roommates were also proficient, easily overpowering Qin Ze's dormitory 303 in terms of technique. Thus, they graciously allowed the weaker side to start the play. The first half of the game was somewhat cramped for 4 players. The most reasonable arrangement would be 3 players per team, but they only had 8 in total. Li Liang initiated the play, passing the ball to Qin Ze, who merely dribbled for a moment before passing it to Lu Ziqiang. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Ziqiang was quickly guarded, prompting Zhao Baliang to charge alongside him, shouting, "Pass the ball." Lu Ziqiang passed it to him, and after catching the ball, Zhao Baliang roared like a tiger, already leaping for a layup from beyond the 2-point line. His large physique charged forth like an unstoppable human tank. Wang Tianqing attempted to block him, but was knocked off balance. With 3 powerful strides, Zhao Baliang reached the basket, executing a hook shot. With a resounding clang, the ball hit the rim but failed to go in. "I knew it would be like this." Qin Ze sighed, supporting his forehead. Old Wang, in a remarkable leap, seized the rebound, inadvertently colliding with the slight frame of Li Liang, nearly sending him sprawling. Dribbling at a swift pace, he dashed beyond the 3-point line and launched into a jump shot. The basketball traced a flawless arc, swishing through the net. How could that even go in? Li Liang exclaimed in disbelief. With a triumphant air, Old Wang proclaimed, "Please, call me the god of shooting." The 3-pointer was Old Wang's signature skill. As he himself put it, he practiced only 3-point shots and dunks, for these 2 dazzling feats on the court perpetually captivated the attention of the ladies, with dunks being the most alluring of all. However, given his lack of jumping ability, he had to settle for honing his 3-point shooting. After the scoring team initiated play, a series of passes ensued. The interior was tightly guarded by Qin Ze and others, leading the ball to find its way back into Old Wang's hands. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the feeble jumping ability of Li Liang, leaped, and shot again. This time, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Zhao Baliang, with his imposing physique, dominated beneath the basket, effortlessly claiming the rebound and tossing it to Lu Ziqiang, who swiftly dribbled past the 3-point line before charging toward the basket. He jumped and shot. Yet, it missed. "Pass the ball back to me. I'm right beneath the basket," Zhao Baliang lamented, having failed to secure the rebound. "You had 2 defenders on you. I had no one to guard me," Lu Ziqiang sheepishly retorted. "Enough with the chatter. They're on the attack." Qin Ze interrupted their bickering, inwardly sighing. Lu Ziqiang had the most solid basketball fundamentals among the 4 in their dormitory, while Zhao Baliang, despite his sturdy physique, lacked skill. Li Liang, a man drained by indulgence, was fortunate to touch a basketball a few times a year. As for himself, he thought, "Brother, don't laugh at second brother. I'm not much different from Li Liang. Qin Ze, you guard Old Wang. Let us switch." Li Liang jogged over, requesting a defensive switch. "You're taller than I am, and my stamina is poor. I can't keep up with him." It sounded as though he was implying Qin Ze had remarkable stamina. Qin Ze internally scoffed but did not hesitate to agree to the switch with Li Liang. An opposing young player dribbled into the paint, while Zhao Baliang spread his arms wide, resembling a ferocious black bear ready to pounce, effectively blocking the path. The player, assessing the intimidating bulk before him, decisively passed the ball to Old Wang, positioned just beyond the 3-point line. At that moment, Qin Ze had just switched over and had not yet closed the distance, thus granting Old Wang ample space for a shot. Old Wang leaped, executing a textbook shooting form. All eyes were on him as the ball slowly ascended. In Qin Ze's gaze, the brown sphere spun away from his hands, climbing higher, tracing the initial step of a perfect arc, when suddenly a thought surged in his mind. Perhaps I could block it. Chapter 17. the challenge on the court as Li Liang took his position and turned around. He saw the basketball soaring from Lao Wang's hands. Oh no, not another three-pointer. Lu Ziqiang and Zhao Bali both rushed towards the rebound, eager to seize the ball. Suddenly, a figure shot into the air as if liberated from the force of gravity. He leapt impressively high, his feet nearly reaching Lao Wang's waist. With a swift motion, he slapped the basketball down, sending it rolling away in a V-shape. Lao Wang landed with his arms still poised as if to shoot, a look of sheer disbelief plastered across his face. The others were equally stunned. Qin Ze jogged over to retrieve the ball. Upon his return, he noticed everyone staring at him in awe, so he tossed the ball into Lao Wang's arms and proclaimed, "I can see the admiration in your eyes. Goodness, how could you jump so high? What is your secret?" Lao Wang exclaimed, astonished. Li Liang remarked, "We may have just played a phony game." "Absolutely incredible," Lu Ziqiang added. Zhao Bali chimed in, "Qin Ze, your vertical leap is unscientific. When did you become such a powerhouse?" The other three were equally impressed, showering him with accolades. Even Qin Ze was taken aback. The thought had flashed through his mind just before his body instinctively leapt. Given his previous jumping ability, such height was unfathomable. Yet, he realized he had not yet reached his limit. He could leap even higher. To his astonishment, he thought, "I can jump this high." He immediately recalled the internal training methods from the 12 sections of brocade he had been practicing these past few days. He knew that despite his efforts, radical changes in physical capability were unlikely, leading him to surmise that only internal training could account for this transformation. "System, is this due to the internal training?" He silently communicated with the system. "Indeed, this is the rhythm of ascension, but I have only been training for a few days. Rapid progress in the early stages is nothing to be astonished about. It merely reflects your previous lack of physical prowess," the system retorted. Ignoring the system's sarcasm, Qin Ze felt exhilarated. "If I can jump this high after just a few days, imagine what a month or even a year of practice could achieve. I could break world records in no time." His mind conjured images of soaring rooftops and wielding a sword across the martial world. "Haha, I'm ready to take on 10 opponents." After witnessing Qin Ze's astonishing performance, Lao Wang became more cautious, refraining from reckless three-point attempts. While Qin Ze adapted to his newfound explosiveness and speed, gradually finding his rhythm. His steals earned enthusiastic cheers from the members of Dorm 303, yet unfortunately, including Qin Ze. Their shooting accuracy was woefully poor, with a success rate akin to 9 misses out of 10 attempts. As the cool breeze swept through the court, the crowd swelled 20 minutes after lunch, making the basketball court feel somewhat cramped. Newcomers, lacking space, began negotiating with the players already on the court, suggesting a rotation based on 10 baskets. "Could you please vacate the court for us? We wish to play a full court game," someone called out from the sidelines with a smile. Qin Ze turned to see a familiar face. It was Zhang Mingyu, the school's heartthrob, who had recently been humiliated by Qin Ze. Clutching a basketball under his arm, he wore Adidas gear complemented by a pair of pricey Nike sneakers. True to his reputation, Zhang Mingyu was stylish, with sharp eyebrows and a well-toned physique, embodying the quintessential handsome jock. Zhang Mingyu scanned the crowd, seemingly oblivious to Qin Ze's presence, not even casting a glance in his direction. The members of dorms 303 and 304, caught up in the game, were in no mood to concede. Behind Zhang Mingyu stood a group of burly teammates, one of whom, sporting a buzz cut, approached the hoop and snatched a stray basketball. He declared, "We're the basketball team and need the court for practice. Please vacate the area." His tone was brash and unapologetic, exuding an air of entitlement. Lao Wang raised an eyebrow. "Where's your coach?" The basketball team's practice time doesn't seem to be now. One of Lao Wang's friends was also on the team, but was nowhere to be seen. "Since when is it your business? Our team practices whenever we choose." The buzzcut youth retorted defiantly. "I don't care who you think you are," Zhao Bali, with a robust build, pointed at the basketball in the youth's hands. "Return the ball and scram." The straightforward demeanor of the northeastern fellow was imposing. "Let us just play half a court," Zhang Mingyu interjected, smoothly diffusing the tension as he retrieved the ball from the buzzcut youth and tossed it to Zhao Bali. He then led his team towards the opposite hoop. After a few more minutes of play, Qin Ze and his companions were drenched in sweat and panting heavily, though the sun was absent. The oppressive June heat caused significant dehydration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Ze glanced over at Zhang Mingyu's group, who were clearly enjoying themselves. Not only was the heartthrob handsome, but he also played exceptionally well. His dribbling was fluid, and his shooting form was impeccable. He must have been quite the player in middle and high school. Handsome and athletic, he would have undoubtedly been popular with the girls, especially if he were also academically gifted. Meanwhile, Qin Ze felt like a mere bystander, overshadowed by the main character. Let us take a break. I'll grab some water. You all can practice your shooting, Qin Ze announced as he exited the court. The convenience store on campus was a short distance away, and a quick 5-minute round trip allowed him to purchase energy drinks for everyone. He hurried back, knowing he had about 20 more minutes to play before heading to the classroom to discuss the modeling fund with Professor Lee. Upon returning to the court, Qin Ze witnessed a premeditated scheme unfold. The arrogant buzzcut youth glanced at Zhao Bali and the others, smirked, leaned back, and forcefully hurled the basketball. The rubber ball whistled through the air, striking Li Liang squarely on the head. The loud thud startled everyone. Li Liang stumbled forward, unable to utter a sound. Collapsing to the ground, the group rushed to him, noticing his vacant stare and dazed expression. Relief mingled with anger as they realized the severity of the situation. Li Liang's mind was blank. After a few seconds of confusion, he touched the back of his head and exclaimed, "Damn it, now I've got a bump." He erupted in anger, shouting, "That little bastard hit me. My apologies, my apologies." The buzzcut youth scampered over, first retrieving the ball before offering a half-hearted apology. The ball flew away. It was unintentional. In the basketball court, it was common for stray balls to hit players. But it was rare for someone to sustain a bump like Li Liang's. "Are you blind? Do you have any idea how to play?" Zhao Bali fumed. "We're not doing this on purpose. It's just part of the game. Mistakes happen," the buzzcut youth shrugged. "If apologies worked, we wouldn't need the police," Lao Wang replied stoically. "Then go ahead and call the police," the buzzcut youth scoffed. Not only Lu Ziqiang and Zhao Bali were upset, but several members of Dorm 304 also expressed their anger, cursing under their breath. "My classmate has a bump on his head. Is this how you play?" Lu Ziqiang frowned. Meanwhile, several members of the basketball team approached. Zhang Mingyu spoke gently, "I'm sorry, that last shot was really unintentional. We didn't notice, and I apologize to you, my classmate." After a pause, he continued with a smile, "Is the injury serious? It might be wise to visit the infirmary. I'll cover the expenses. If you prefer, you can go to a nearby hospital for a checkup. Just bring me the receipt later." "What do you mean by this? You hit someone and think a few light apologies are enough? You're offering to cover the medical expenses? Shouldn't you be the one to pay for the damage? The most infuriating part is asking me to bring you the receipt for reimbursement. You injure someone and can't even be bothered to take them to the infirmary?" Li Liang was seething with rage. It was never about the medical expenses. It was the principle that mattered. The attitude of the other party was unbearable for him. Zhao Baliang, known for his fiery temperament, strode over, ready to strike. Lu Ziqiang firmly held him back. They were initially in the right. Yet resorting to violence would render their justification moot. University life is distinct from high school. Brawling is not a trivial matter, particularly in the case of group fights, which could lead to severe disciplinary actions, including expulsion. Even a minor injury could result in legal consequences. In high school, conflicts often arise from youthful exuberance and immaturity, compounded by their general status as minors, often resulting in no serious repercussions. However, university students bear legal responsibilities. Furthermore, this incident was an unintentional mishap, and the other party had already apologized. Escalating the situation would yield no benefit for Zhao Baliang and his companions. "Let's leave quickly and take your classmates to the hospital, lest we bear the blame," he urged. The buzzcut youth shrugged, clutching his basketball, and turned to depart. Suddenly, a projectile struck the back of his head with a resounding thud, bursting and splattering liquid. The buzzcut youth, possessing a physique far superior to Li Liang's, was not stunned. He cried out in pain, dropped the basketball, and clutched his head, turning with fury in his eyes. The onlookers gasped in shock, all eyes darting to the instigator. Qin Ze approached leisurely, beverage in hand, offering no apology, but instead berating Zhao Baliang. "Baliang, are you deaf? I've been calling you to catch the drink for ages." After casting a disdainful glance at the bewildered Zhao Baliang, he turned to the buzzcut youth and apologized. "Oh dear, my bad. My aim was off. That wasn't meant for you. Just a slip. How dare you?" The buzzcut youth shouted, lunging at Qin Ze. Quick to react, Qin Ze kicked him in the abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, coldly challenging, "Want to fight? Come on." It was hard to believe he uttered such a dramatic line, utterly contrary to his pedestrian persona. Qin Ze then turned to his companions, declaring, "I just witnessed this guy throw that deliberately. You think we are easy targets?" Zhao Baliang and the others immediately turned pale. It was indeed a deliberate act of provocation. Did they think their basketball team was untouchable? Tempers flared, and no one was willing to back down. Having already faced rudeness regarding the use of the court, the additional assault was clearly an affront. As tensions escalated, the charged atmosphere attracted nearby students, who gathered to spectate. Zhang Mingyu quickly intervened, attempting to quell the anger of his friends. With a grim expression, he regarded Qin Ze, suggesting that as adults, they should resolve their conflict differently. This is a basketball court. Let us settle it with a game. The loser must apologize, Zhang Mingyu proposed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Not only must you apologize, but you must also shout Grandpa 3 times, acknowledging your defeat. Ding. Main quest. Display power in public. 2:15 Engage in a basketball match against Zhang Mingyu's team and secure a victory. Success grants 300 points. Failure results in a deduction of 300 points. Agreed. Qin Ze accepted without hesitation. Fighting was beneath him. The potential consequences of losing were grim, and winning would not yield much better results. With so many witnesses present, attracting the attention of school authorities was a genuine concern, and the repercussions could be severe, even leading to expulsion, something his grandfather would not take lightly. Most importantly, a quest had been issued by the system. He had no choice but to engage. Meanwhile, Qin Ze felt a twinge of caution regarding the 300-point reward. It seemed rather excessive. The initial quest had also offered 300 points, but that was due to a first-time bonus. This indicated that the difficulty of this task was considerably higher than previous challenges involving translations or other trivial matters. Chapter 18. Broadcast to the campus forum upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's wager. Qin Ze's immediate reaction was not the anger of Zhao Balian and the others, but rather a realization. I seem to have been ensnared in a trap. Zhang Mingyu's appearance on the court was not surprising. It could only be deemed a coincidence. However, his initial demand for the court and the subsequent incident of throwing someone further complicated matters, especially when recalling the public humiliation he had inflicted on Zhang Mingyu a few days prior. To summarize, Zhang Mingyu and his companions joyfully arrived to play basketball, only to unexpectedly confront their adversary, Qin Ze, leading them to concoct a scheme. The entire situation could be encapsulated in 4 words: I intend to provoke. This was a form of retribution from the campus heartthrob. Qin Ze was always inclined to suspect others of harboring the worst intentions. With the arrow drawn, he could not retreat. There was no backing down now. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ze turned to his companions. I'm ready, Zhao Balian, ever loyal, affirmed. We'll face whatever comes our way. This was Lu Zichang's response, a self-proclaimed internet addict. Old Wang pondered, then muttered, damn, there's no backing down now. Otherwise, we might as well forget about impressing girls before college. Just left hand for right hand. Li Liang admitted, to be honest, I'm feeling a bit cowardly, but I cannot lose face. A fellow from dorm 304 hesitated, stating, they're all from the basketball team. As the founding emperor once said, one should not engage in battles without preparation. Old Wang shot him a glare. Shut your mouth, you rookie. Your shooting is decent. You must step onto the court. He understood the art of persuasion well. Once you participate, regardless of victory or defeat, the 200 yuan you owe me will be forgiven. Thus, Old Wang skillfully elevated his standing among the 303 dormitory members. The rookie thumped his chest. I'm not just calling you Grandpa. I'll call you Great-Grandpa if it comes to that. And so, the lineup was swiftly established. Qin Ze, Zhao Balian, Lu Zichang, Old Wang, and the rookie. Qin Ze locked his gaze on Zhang Mingyu. Let us take a 5-minute break. Agreed. Zhang Mingyu nodded in response. Students gathered around, murmuring. For Zhang Mingyu was a renowned figure. Who did not recognize him? Some even pulled out their phones to post on the campus forum. Zhang Mingyu challenges someone to a duel on the court. The loser must call the winner Grandpa. Accompanying the post were several photos capturing the confrontation between Qin Ze and Zhang Mingyu. The post was pinned by the administrators, and within minutes, views and replies surged. With evidence in hand, belief was solidified. A basketball court, you say? I'm heading over immediately. As the seasoned players anticipated the showdown, the destination was clear, the basketball court. The chatter intensified, with predictions of Zhang Mingyu facing a downfall. No way, look at his companions. They're all from the basketball team. Others noted the mismatched physiques of Qin Ze's crew, but one student standing in the center exuded a commendable aura. Am I the only one who finds that silhouette somewhat familiar? Someone remarked. I do too, echoed another. Same here. Isn't that Qin Ze, the one who got humiliated? Someone hesitantly replied, sharing a picture of Qin Ze writing on the blackboard. The moment the image was posted, the forum erupted with excitement. Oh my, it truly is him. Wait, is this kid really going against Zhang Mingyu? A mix of admiration and mockery ensued. My wish is for world peace. Oh, forget that. My true desire is to humiliate Zhang Mingyu. I'm Qin Ze, and I'm here to shine. Classmates, let us head to the basketball court. Damn it. I'm off campus and can't make it back. I'm begging for a live stream. I sense a plot brewing here. What is going on? The original poster relished the attention as their post remained at the top of the forum, momentarily becoming the hottest topic. I'm at the basketball court. They haven't even started yet. Don't miss out on the action. The poster continued. I was there, playing nearby, and witnessed the entire incident. The two sides quarreled over basketball, almost escalating into a fight, but thankfully, they remained rational. If it had turned physical, there would have been consequences, possibly even expulsions. However, neither side was willing to back down, so they decided to settle it with a basketball game. The loser would admit fault and call the winner grandpa. The forum buzzed with excitement. Did the original poster just say it was intentional? Are you certain? Absolutely, I saw it with my own eyes. The poster included an image vowing to uphold their integrity. So, Zhang Mingyu was indeed looking for trouble? This is revenge for the public humiliation. How sinister. He is truly vengeful. Isn't it hypocritical to only allow the powerful to act freely while the common folk must remain silent? The discussions quickly devolved into chaos, with accusations flying left and right. As Qin Ze and his companions sat beneath the basketball hoop, sipping drinks and recuperating. Their calm demeanor belied the nervousness evident in their conversations. Zhao Balian glanced around, murmuring, "Why do I feel like there are more and more people?" "Surely not," Li Liang replied, rubbing the back of his head. "Take a look at the campus forum." Old Wang passed his phone to Zhao Balian. After a quick review, Zhao Balian stood agape. What a shameless post. It's like we're being roasted over an open fire. Losing would tarnish our reputation and leave us unable to hold our heads high. Lu Ziqiang added, the crowd is growing thicker by the second, squeezing the basketball court. The rookie, unfazed, declared, if I die, I die. What is there to fear? Of course, it's easy for you to say. You're an unknown. Who even knows or cares about your shame? Old Wang rolled his eyes. The one truly at risk of embarrassment is Qin Ze. He is the main character in this drama of Zhang Mingyu's revenge. Being forced to call someone grandpa is far worse than being humiliated in class. All eyes turned to Qin Ze, who maintained a stoic expression. He scanned the eager spectators outside the court. The predatory gaze of Zhang Mingyu and his crew in the distance, and finally, the faces of his companions. In that moment, he felt a surge of passion, unrestrained and fervent, and began to sing. Run forward, facing cold stares and mockery. How can one appreciate the vastness of life without enduring hardship? Fate cannot compel us to kneel and beg for mercy, even if our blood spills like rain. Keep running, carrying the pride of a child. This was a song he had heard from the Points Mall, and now it resonated deeply within him. Move forward, facing cold stares and mockery. Disregarding setbacks and difficulties. No one is born a weakling. Even the small have their own roars and howls. Zhao Balian, suddenly ignited with fervor, clenched his fists, veins bulging, and let out a roar. Run forward, facing cold stares and mockery. Old Wang sprang to his feet. I will transcend. Lu Ziqiang pounded his fist against the basketball hoop. The rookie exclaimed, damn it. The basketball team is formidable, the campus heartthrob is formidable, but in the face of 200 yuan, they are nothing but illusions. The match begins. Chapter 19. Qin Ze's explosion. The entire basketball court erupted in pandemonium, with throngs of students gathering around. The atmosphere as electric as a school basketball tournament. While casual basketball scrimmages were commonplace, the stakes were elevated by the involvement of Zhang Mingyu and the palpable animosity fueling the wager. Adding to the spectacle was Qin Ze, who had recently gained notoriety on the campus forum, now pitted against Zhang Mingyu. It was evident to all that this was a reprisal from the campus heartthrob. The question lingered, would Zhang Mingyu's retribution succeed, or would Qin Ze once again humiliate the school idol? The unfolding drama promised to be captivating. Whispers spread like wildfire. Quick! Someone record this. Let's stream it and post it on the campus forum. Qin Ze is really going for it, trying to climb the ranks by stepping on Zhang Mingyu. I think he's in for a rude awakening. No, Zhang Mingyu instigated this. Qin Ze is merely avenging the humiliation from the other day. Qin Ze is doomed. Zhang Mingyu's side is composed of basketball team members. They'll utterly crush them. Zhang Mingyu is about to reclaim his honor. I knew it wouldn't be so easy to rise to fame by trampling on the school idol. Retribution is at hand. The stakes involve someone having to call the other grandpa. The thought alone is exhilarating, a complete loss of face. I just hope they don't weasel out of it and slink away with their tails between their legs. Either way, it'll be utterly humiliating. The game commenced with the agreement that the first team to reach 50 points would emerge victorious. Qin Ze, whose astonishing leaping ability had been showcased earlier, was unanimously chosen by his teammates to contest the jump ball. As the ball soared into the air, Qin Ze, and the crew-cut youth leaped simultaneously. Their initial display of athleticism astonished the onlookers, particularly Qin Ze, who soared a good few inches above his opponent, effortlessly tipping the ball to Lao Wang on the left. Upon gaining possession, the players transformed from statuesque figures into swift-moving entities, darting across the court. Lao Wang, with the ball in hand, promptly passed it to Qin Ze, who had sprinted towards the basket with his left hand raised high. Their teamwork was impeccable. As the basketball arced through the air, Zhang Mingyu intercepted it with a diagonal leap from the side. Brilliant. The audience roared with approval as Zhang Mingyu hurled the ball across the court. The crew-cut youth caught it cleanly, dribbling swiftly towards the hoop. With an open lane, Qin Ze and his teammates were unable to mount a defense in time. Just as everyone anticipated a layup, the crew-cut youth executed an astonishing maneuver. After 3 strides, he unleashed a thunderous dunk. A dunk. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Wow, a dunk. 666. 2 points right off the bat, and a dunk at that. It's a complete rout. Zhang Mingyu's steal was superb. Zhang Mingyu, I love you. Did anyone capture that moment? Got it. I'm uploading it to the campus forum. I'm recording the whole thing, forget photos. Exclamations of astonishment and cheers of approval reverberated through the air. In the second play, Lu Ziqiang received the ball and charged towards the opposing basket, his teammates trailing closely behind. His dribbling skills were solid, his movement steady and swift. A crossover dribble allowed him to evade a defender. However, instead of continuing his advance, Lu Ziqiang passed the ball to Lao Wang, who was positioned at the three-point line on the right. Lao Wang caught the ball and immediately leaped into the air, launching his first three-point attempt of the game. His form was flawless, and it seemed destined to go in, but just as the thought crossed his mind, a resounding thwack echoed through the air as he was blocked. He's so fast. Lao Wang had underestimated the basketball team's prowess. None of them were pushovers. His shot had been imprudent, as his opponent was only a few feet away. Great block. The audience cheered. Zhang Mingyu seized the ball and launched a swift counterattack, with Qin Ze doggedly pursuing him, attempting to intercept the pass. However, Zhang Mingyu suddenly executed a sharp stop at the three-point line, showcasing his exceptional athleticism. Qin Ze, propelled forward by inertia, was unable to recover in time. He shoots. He scores. The shot was perfect. A clean swish ignited the crowd. The male students roared their approval, while the female students shrieked with excitement, chanting, Zhang Mingyu, Zhang Mingyu. As Lao Wang had stated, three-pointers and dunks were the ultimate weapons on the basketball court. In the third play, Lu Ziqiang dribbled the ball around the court, evading his defender, but was unable to find an opening. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Zhao Baliang, positioned near the basket, charged forward. Lao Lu, pass me the ball. With the opposing team marking them tightly, Lu Ziqiang had no choice but to pass the ball. At that moment, the crew-cut youth darted forward, intercepting the pass with his impressive leaping ability. Another interception. Li Liang and his companions cursed under their breath. The crew-cut youth hurled the ball across the court. Mingyu, fast break. Zhang Mingyu dribbled the ball swiftly, launching another three-point attempt. The ball spun around the rim several times before dropping in. He's just nailing those three-pointers. Amazing. They're not even in the same league. Zhang Mingyu's three-point shooting is incredible. Zhang Mingyu, Zhang Mingyu. The spectators were thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. In less than 5 minutes, the score was 9-0. On the campus forum, someone had uploaded photos of the crew-cut youth's dunk and Zhang Mingyu's 2 three-pointers, starting a thread titled A Lopsided Contest. Zhang Mingyu crushes Qin Ze. As expected, the king of face-slapping gets a taste of his own medicine. It was never a fair fight. They're on the basketball team. How could you possibly win? I disagree. What about that day in the lecture hall? Qin Ze embarrassed our Mingyu with his Russian skills. Mingyu is just returning the favor with basketball. Exactly. No problem with that. Next time someone tries to step on our Mingyu, they should think twice about whether they're up to the task. Glad I didn't go. I would have wasted my time. OP, remember to tell us the result. Actually, the result doesn't matter. I definitely want to see the part where someone has to call the other grandpa. Back on the basketball court, 10 minutes had passed, and the score was 22-4. The word tragic was the only way to describe Qin Ze's team's performance. A momentary setback was not frightening, but the collapse of their morale meant that there was no hope. With the exception of Zhao Baliang, who was still struggling, Lu Ziqiang, Qin Ze, and Lao Wang had all lost their spirit. They had been intercepted, blocked, and had gone from an initial burst of anger and desperate attempts to salvage the situation to a resigned numbness, mechanically running back and forth. They were barely amateur players, rarely touching a basketball. How could they compete with the basketball team? In terms of skill, they were worlds apart. In terms of teamwork, The gap was even wider. And tactics. What were tactics? They had no idea. Another interception. The ball landed in Zhang Mingyu's hands, and he dribbled towards the three-point line. Zhang Mingyu had taken several three-point shots with a high success rate, even better than Lao Wang. He seemed to subscribe to the philosophy of only practicing three-pointers for shooting and only respecting slam dunks in the paint. The girls on the sidelines squealed. Three-pointer, three-pointer. The sounds were initially chaotic, but then became synchronized, as many people were caught up in the excitement and began chanting in unison. Zhang Mingyu stopped at the three-point line, a confident and flamboyant smile playing on his lips, sending the nearby girls into a frenzy. He leaps. He shoots. The three-pointer is released. Amidst the cheers, the three-pointer that haunted Zhao Baliang and the others was once again launched. However, at that moment, a figure soared into the air. Jumping so high that he seemed to defy gravity, his entire body appearing to levitate, his black hair dancing wildly, his t-shirt rippling. Three-pointer, my ass. Accompanied by his roar. A resounding smack echoed through the court as a hand slammed down on the rising basketball. The basketball hurtled towards the ground, bouncing and flying towards the spectators. Just as he collided with the few exuberant young women cheering loudly, their jubilant exclamations transformed abruptly into gasps and shrieks of terror. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. From the commencement of the match, Qin Ze had remained inconspicuous, merely traversing the court in a seemingly futile endeavor, never intercepting the ball nor attempting a shot, let alone executing such a powerful block. The spectators outside were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how a seemingly unremarkable player had suddenly erupted into action. Zhao Baliang let out a roar, his arms raised in exhilaration. Old Wang, Lu Ziqiang, and Teng Ziji were equally animated. A block had been made. At last. A block had occurred. Qin Ze had unleashed his potential. This was more like it, given Qin Ze's previously displayed speed and leaping ability. It was inconceivable for him to remain unnoticed. Did Zhang Mingyu truly believe his three-point shooting made him a basketball prince, invincible and unmatched? Qin Ze turned to his teammates, urging them to maintain their focus, for the game had only just begun. His earlier demeanor was not an act of feigned incompetence, but rather a strategic exploration of the opponent's strengths and habits. Rather than delving into minute details, he maintained a broad perspective, which aligned perfectly with his gaming style. He keenly observed all three lanes, analyzing the opponent's tendencies, gameplay, and the strengths and weaknesses of both teams, enabling him to provide timely support to teammates and ambush adversaries. Those who had played games with Qin Ze for a long time would easily discern his style, characterized by explosive performance in the midfield and backcourt while remaining discreet in the early stages. If such a strategy could not secure victory, he would curse Qinbao for a lifetime of solitude. At this moment, the spectators, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, erupted in astonished exclamations. That block was truly ferocious. How on earth could he jump so high? Incredible! The momentum surged and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Who captured that moment on camera? Hurry, post it on the forum. Who had time to take pictures? However, it was all recorded on video. They could review it later. Zhang Mingyu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of anger and embarrassment within him, casting a cold, sidelong glance at Qin Ze. Unfazed. Qin Ze met his gaze and approached him, whispering, "Grandson, get ready to call me Grandpa." Zhang Mingyu scoffed derisively. The ball was now in their possession. And they were not significantly impacted. It was merely a block, unable to alter the outcome. The ball moved fluidly among the players, neither hurried nor slow, approaching the basket. The crew-cut youth dashed to the left, swiftly creating distance from the defending Old Wang, racing to the basket while raising a hand, signaling his teammate to pass the ball. He generated a gap with his explosive speed, and his teammate, unhesitating, delivered the ball to him. Suddenly, Qin Ze surged from a few meters away, intercepting the ball with precision. He then hurled it across half the court to the awaiting Teng Ziji, who was poised for the shot. It was a beautiful interception. Teng Ziji dribbled fiercely, took 3 steps, and scored. Well done. Qin Ze rushed over to high-five Teng Ziji. Chapter 20. Blocks and steals. The young man with a buzz cut controlled the ball with steady precision, calling out to his teammates, "Play well, they have no hope now. The score gap is too wide. Everyone pass the ball to Mingyu. Let him shoot from the three-point line. We need to stretch the score to a point that will leave them in despair." Just as he was about to say that even Qin Ze's steals wouldn't matter, he suddenly heard a teammate shout from behind, "Watch out behind." In an instant, a gust of wind rushed past, causing his heart to race. He instinctively dribbled to evade. But where was the ball? In shock, he turned around to see Qin Ze sprinting towards his own basket, the ball in hand. with Zhang Mingyu frantically chasing after him in an attempt to intercept. Qin Ze surged ahead, finally reaching the basket, and astonishingly tossed the ball to Old Wang, who was positioned far beyond the three-point line, unguarded as everyone else had rushed to stop Qin Ze. Taking a deep breath, Old Wang leaped, releasing a three-point shot. Surely, no one would block me this time. The ball ricocheted off the rim several times before finally sinking into the net. Damn! The young man with the buzz cut exclaimed in frustration. Old Wang and Qin Ze exchanged high fives, basking in the cheers from the audience. At that moment, their morale surged, rekindling their fighting spirit. The basketball team resumed their offensive, employing a tactical maneuver. Zhang Mingyu received the ball and dashed down the court, as several players abandoned their marks to set screens for Qin Ze. Indeed, they created an opening for Zhang Mingyu, who seized the opportunity and shot without hesitation. The basketball spun through the air, but before it could trace a perfect arc, it clanged loudly as it soared away, this time not out of bounds, but into the hands of Zhao Baliang. Another block. The crowd erupted in astonishment, accompanied by the sound of clicking cameras. I got it. Haha, one exclaimed. I got it too. I'm posting it on the campus forum right away. Look at the photo. Qin Ze jumped so damn high. If he participated in the school sports meet, he might break the high jump record. Zhang Mingyu, proud of his upbringing, could not help but curse. Wasn't he supposed to be screened? How did he manage that? Zhao Baliang charged towards the basket, executing a three-step layup, banking it in for 2 points. The score now stood at 22-11, a significant gap between the teams. As Zhang Mingyu prepared to inbound the ball, he subtly signaled to a teammate. The player hesitated, ultimately opting to pass it close to him, fearful of making a long-distance pass that might again be intercepted by Qin Ze. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Mingyu leaped high before Qin Ze, leaning back to launch another shot. I refuse to believe you can block me again. The audience gasped at his backward jump shot, questioning its feasibility from beyond the arc. If he doesn't shoot backward, he might get blocked again. Damn it. He has gone from being the face slapper to the block king. Ah, Zhang Mingyu's form is so cool. I love you. A crisp sound echoed in response to the audience's cheers. It was the unmistakable sound of a block. Qin Ze soared into the air, exhibiting extraordinary leaping ability, and once again swatted the basketball away with a powerful hand. The cheers from the girls abruptly ceased, replaced by gasps of astonishment. Another block. Here comes another one. Are you born to block? Zhang Mingyu stood in stunned silence. The rookie, seizing the ball, dashed away to score another 2 points. The score continued to close in, and the balance of victory began to tilt. Soon, the ball found its way back to Zhang Mingyu. Qin Ze stood before him, arms down, smiling. I'll let you shoot. I can block you so thoroughly that you'll question your existence. Zhang Mingyu gasped for breath, his eyes blazing with fury. Instinctively, he wanted to shoot, but seeing Qin Ze's calm demeanor made him hesitate. How could he maintain such stamina? He wasn't even breathing heavily. If I shoot, he will block me again. After a moment's hesitation, he caught sight of the buzz-cut youth closing in and, gritting his teeth, passed the ball. The audience witnessed the exchange, bursting into laughter. Hey, Zhang Mingyu was about to shoot, but ended up passing again. Haha, he is scared to shoot now. What a psychological shadow he must have. The young man with the buzz cut caught the ball and, aided by his teammate screens, skillfully maneuvered past defenders to score a point. Energized, he shouted. Let us end this quickly. A surge of determination washed over him, as if he had finally cleared the fog of uncertainty. At last, he had scored. He felt a renewed sense of confidence. After being repeatedly blocked and intercepted by Qin Ze, even seasoned players began to feel their spirits dampen. Scoring at that moment was crucial. Once their morale was restored, they could match the opposing team with their usual performance. As the young man dribbled swiftly, preparing to score again, he heard a teammate shout from behind. Watch out behind. The pesky Qin Ze was coming for another steal. Anger surged within him, and instinctively, he positioned himself defensively, shielding the ball behind him. But wait, where was the ball? A figure swept past him, a breeze grazing his cheek, and then the ball was gone. What the hell? Are you a dog? He cursed, realizing he had been intercepted once more, caught off guard by Qin Ze. After the steal, Qin Ze dashed down the court, deftly maneuvering around 2 defenders before passing to the rookie, who scored effortlessly. Witnessing this, the young man with the buzz cut surprisingly calmed himself and muttered, I request a 5-minute timeout. Timeout? Are you kidding? Qin Ze's first instinct was to refuse. He had things to attend to and no time to waste with these guys. However, Old Wang and others agreed. As this was a customary rule on the basketball court, any team could call for a timeout. What is the matter? Why the timeout? Zhang Mingyu inquired of the buzz-cut youth. Surveying his four teammates, the young man said solemnly, "That guy has extraordinary athletic ability. If we continue like this, we're in trouble." The score is now 24-16. We're only 4 points away. Zhang Mingyu's expression darkened. "What is your plan?" At that moment, he too felt anxious. The situation that once seemed secure was now precarious, and the tide was shifting against them. Have you noticed? Aside from steals and blocks, Qin Ze hasn't taken a single shot. He steals the ball and passes it away, scoring 0 points. This indicates he lacks scoring ability, at least his shooting skills are poor. If we can contain his steals, victory will ultimately be ours. After a pause, seeing the light in his teammates' eyes, the young man with the buzz cut smiled confidently, "I have a plan." Meanwhile, on the campus forum, someone had uploaded images of Qin Ze's blocks, instantly garnering hundreds of replies and subsequently being pinned by the moderator. "Behold the airborne athlete. Holy Mary, he jumps that high? What a talent. Let us get him a scholarship." Indeed, Qin Ze has some serious skills. He has once again made Zhang Mingyu look foolish. Ridiculous, he has T1. In the end, the victory belongs to Zhang Mingyu. Individual brilliance doesn't equate to triumph. Hey, you acknowledge he is impressive, right? Even if he loses, it's due to team dynamics. Zhang Mingyu may not necessarily be his match. I'm curious about Zhang Mingyu's psychological trauma, having been blocked 3 times in a row. Zhang Mingyu, "Mom, I'll never shoot a three-pointer again." Qin Ze is a fool. "I'm going to the basketball court to cheer for Mingyu. I'll forever be his devoted fan." "OP, what is the score now?" A moment later, the OP replied, 24-16. "It's hard to say who will win. Let us capture the wild OP. Everyone, quick, take off your pants to celebrate." I must say, the host still finds the time to post amidst the chaos. "Host, the competition is currently on hold, and goodness, the crowd is growing increasingly larger here, nearly rivaling the school basketball matches. I am on my way now. How absurd. Who claimed this was a contest devoid of suspense? I almost missed the thrilling spectacle. Host, remember to stream it. Alas, I am out with my girlfriend, and all she seems to do is indulge in food, turning into a little piglet. I could almost lose my patience with her. Ha ha ha. I captured a screenshot. Those above should dare to reveal their girlfriend's ID. Same here. What good is a screenshot? This extravagant lady, I just want to scold her." Chapter 21. The grand finale. As the game resumed, Zhang Mingyu remained stationary beyond the three-point line, deliberately drawing Qin Ze's attention. Should Qin Ze venture into the paint to intercept, they would swiftly pass the ball to Zhang Mingyu, who, unguarded, would take a shot from beyond the arc. The strategy yielded immediate results, allowing Zhang Mingyu to effortlessly score a three-pointer, while the crew cut youth and another player each added 2 points. The current score stood at 31-22, the gap narrowing. Yet the prospect of overtaking before the game's conclusion seemed exceedingly daunting. This predicament was troublesome. Zhao Baliang grimaced, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Qin Ze nodded, recognizing the essence of the saying, one cannot rely solely on a single tree for support. In team competitions, individual prowess, no matter how remarkable, serves merely as a highlight and can be easily targeted and suppressed. This was a lesson Qin Ze had gleaned from the game. Unless one were a master player dismantling novices, it was evident that these basketball teams were anything but inexperienced. Quietly, Qin Ze communicated with the system, exchanging for three-point shooting techniques. A few meters away, the basketball moved fluidly in the opponent's hands. As long as Qin Ze focused on Zhang Mingyu, they would not direct the ball his way. With a powerful push of his leg muscles, Qin Ze surged forward like a gust of wind, intercepting the ball and launching an offensive. The moment the ball was in his grasp, any prior awkwardness vanished, replaced by an effortless fluidity. As if he were a born king of the court, innately in tune with the game. Zhang Mingyu sprinted after him, urging his teammates to stay vigilant and prevent their opponents from receiving the ball for a shot. Qin Ze had no intention of shooting. He was solely focused on assisting. A judgment held by Zhang Mingyu and his companions. If they could neutralize those few players, they would also contain Qin Ze. Arriving at the three-point line, Qin Ze executed an unexpected maneuver. He abruptly halted, leaped, and shot, a fluid motion devoid of hesitation. His urgency was palpable, rather than alarm. Zhang Mingyu felt a surge of joy. In any high-stakes contest, should one side exhibit impatience or anxiety, failure would soon follow. In such scenarios, Qin Ze's increasing attempts to shoot would only lead to more mistakes. With the score difference nearing 10 points, victory was within reach. Yet his once proud explosiveness and leaping ability seemed stifled. A wave of elation surged within Zhang Mingyu, his gaze following the arc of the ball as it ascended, reaching its zenith before descending. The basketball traced a near-perfect trajectory, swishing through the net. In an instant, Zhang Mingyu's pupils constricted, his joy evaporating. How could this be? Impossible. Frustration erupted from the crew-cut youth nearby. Moments later, the court erupted in cheers and applause. A three-pointer, regardless of its origin, ignited fervor and elevated spirits. With a confident smile gracing his lips, Qin Ze reveled in his triumph, proud not of his leaping ability or explosive speed, but of his tactical prowess. What did it matter if they were seasoned players when he had the advantage of skillful strategy? The ball was now in Zhang Mingyu's hands. After several attempts to suppress him, he had abandoned any aspirations of being the spark on the court. Without his initiative, Qin Ze found it equally challenging to remain active. While their side was composed of skilled players, whereas the opposition seemed less experienced. With this thought, Zhang Mingyu felt somewhat at ease, attributing his earlier success to mere luck. A group surged from their own hoop towards Qin Ze's, executing seamless pick-and-rolls to score with ease. The crew-cut youth applauded, exclaiming, "Well done." Next, Qin prepared to inbound, passing the ball to Lu Ziqiang, who raced down the court but found himself double-teamed under the basket. Qin Ze circled in from the three-point line, calling out, "Here." Lu Ziqiang hesitated. Having penetrated the paint, passing back to the three-point line seemed futile. His peripheral vision caught sight of Lao Wang and Qin Ze being tightly marked, while Zhao Baliang was at the other end under their own hoop. Zhang Mingyu had temporarily lost ground to Qin Ze, trailing by a few meters. With no defense on him, Lu Ziqiang took a deep breath and thrust the ball forward. Qin Ze leaped, catching the basketball, and as he noticed Zhang Mingyu charging towards him, he feigned a shot. Zhang Mingyu sprang into action to block him. Even if he knew Qin Ze wouldn't shoot, he was determined not to allow an easy attempt. Yet, this was merely a feint, and as Zhang Mingyu landed, Qin Ze soared, releasing the ball. Zhang Mingyu's eyes followed the basketball, refusing to believe it could possibly score again. Swish. Another three-pointer. "Well done, Qin Ze." Zhao Baliang cheered from afar, while Lao Wang, Qin Ze, and Lu Ziqiang erupted in excitement, recognizing the beauty of the shot and the glimmer of victory on the horizon. Outside the court, the spectators were electrified. Another successful shot. How impressive. Was Qin Ze's three-point shooting prowess rivaling that of Zhang Mingyu? Don't tell me he was pretending all along, waiting to strike back at Zhang Mingyu. Zhang Mingyu stood frozen, teeth clenched, his gaze sweeping past the jubilant Lu Ziqiang, landing on the crew-cut youth and his teammates, whose expressions mirrored his own despondency. Luck could only take them so far. If Qin Ze truly possessed extraordinary skills, they were in serious trouble. His stealthy interceptions, powerful blocks, and precise three-point shooting rendered them nearly helpless. The crew-cut youth approached, cradling the basketball, and rather than making a direct play, he quietly conferred with Zhang Mingyu and the others. "Let's play fast, maintain our strategy, and disregard the rest. In terms of stamina and scoring techniques, we hold the advantage. Besides, we're currently ahead. Let's keep the pace and deny them a chance to catch their breath. We will surely reach 50 points first." As a member of the basketball team, he possessed the insight and decisiveness required. Zhang Mingyu nodded thoughtfully. "Let us proceed with that plan. I owe you all a night out afterward." The others' eyes brightened at the prospect. Zhang Mingyu's idea of a night out surely hinted at adult festivities, though drinking and singing held little allure for them. The game pressed on, the basketball team unleashing their full potential, disregarding fatigue, quickly exhausting Qin Ze, Lao Wang, and the others. Their stamina dwindled after a grueling match. Now, it was solely Qin Ze, charging left and right, stealing, blocking, and shooting three-pointers. The score escalated. 36-27, 40-38, 44-40, 48-48, tied. Li Liang shouted. Electrifying both sides on the court, the atmosphere charged with competitive fervor. The final ball was in play. Who would emerge victorious? Who would be the victor or the vanquished? All hinged on who would score this last shot. Outside the court, the clamor subsided as everyone held their breath, a mix of excitement and anticipation building. This match was riveting, devoid of a complete rout, with no overwhelming dominance or total collapse. Instead, a series of exhilarating twists leading to a deadlock as the end approached. It was even more engaging than the school basketball team games. Among Zhang Mingyu's supporters, a dozen sensitive young women clutched their fists tightly. The crew-cut youth, holding the ball, stepped beyond the boundary, releasing a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions. Zhang Mingyu nodded slightly, signaling him to proceed with the play. Qin Ze silently positioned himself in front of Zhang Mingyu, dissuading the crew-cut youth from passing to him, redirecting instead to another teammate. Campus Forum. The original poster queried. Has the match concluded? Not yet, but it was nearing the final moments. Soon after, the original poster updated. their phone buzzing with notifications. It's too thrilling. You won't believe the current score. 50-20. Don't jest. Didn't the original poster say it wasn't over yet? 49-9. Phew. The host shared an astonishing expression. 48-48. Is this real? Oh my. I have limited knowledge. Please don't deceive me, dear host. Oh, how splendid. No one should stop me. I must head to the basketball court. Host, who currently holds the ball? The host replied, it's in Zhang Mingyu's hands. Well then. Whoever controls the ball first has a significant advantage, especially in a basketball game. Quickly, broadcast the result. We want to see Qin Ze calling for his grandpa. Yes, indeed. We must not miss this moment. We need to witness the king of face slapping being slapped in the face. Although Qin Ze is quite skilled at basketball, I still believe he has no hope, especially since Zhang Mingyu's team comprises seasoned players. To clarify, I am not a girl. Zhang Mingyu is my buddy, who isn't at school today. Otherwise, I would definitely be there to cheer him on. As for Qin Ze, who is he, really? How can he aspire to overshadow Zhang Mingyu? He should take a look at his own capabilities. There is no question of fairness, both are formidable. But basketball is about overall team quality. Qin Ze simply does not measure up. At this moment, the player with the ball, wearing jersey number 55, dashed forward. As he approached the paint, he was abruptly confronted by Lu Ziqiang and Tong Ziji. Number 55 quickly scanned for teammates. There was one under the basket. But a hefty opponent, Zhao Baliang, was closely guarding him, making a pass impossible. Zhang Mingyu had Qin Ze on him, so passing was out of the question. The only unguarded player was the one originally assigned to defend him, Lu Ziqiang, who had shifted to defend me, while Zhu Yunfei, the buzzcut youth, was right behind me. In a split second, he noticed Lu Ziqiang reaching for the ball. Without hesitation, he pretended to pass to his unguarded teammate. Qin Ze had been watching him intently and immediately discerned his intention, propelling himself toward the open player, waiting for this moment. However, just then, the action of number 55 pretending to throw the ball faltered slightly. This was merely a feint, as he tossed the ball backward. I too awaited this moment. Well aware of your explosive power and jumping ability, how could I not guard against you? The buzzcut youth shot out from behind him. And number 55 skillfully set a screen, momentarily obstructing Tong Ziji and Lu Ziqiang. This created an opening, and the buzzcut youth dribbled swiftly, taking long strides toward the basket. 1 step, 2 steps, and he leaped into the air, delivering a one-handed dunk. Qin Ze's pupils constricted. Lu Ziqiang, Tong Ziji, and Lao Wang turned in shock. Witnessing him soar toward the hoop, their expressions filled with urgency and despair. They were losing. A one-handed slam dunk. The hearts of the spectators leapt into their throats, waiting for the ball to go in, followed by an eruption of cheers. At that moment, if the scene were to freeze on the face of the buzzcut youth, his expression would be particularly fierce. This shot must go in. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed. Do you think I'm invisible? Simultaneously, Zhang Mingyu and others gasped. Watch out behind you. Oh no, not again with that phrase. It seemed like an incantation, stirring the shadows of the buzzcut youth. He immediately felt something amiss behind him, but at that moment, suspended in midair. He could neither react nor defend himself. Smack! A hand came crashing down from above, swatting the basketball from his grasp. My goodness! Someone gasped. When it comes to vertical leaps, I only bow to Qin Ze. My heart nearly couldn't bear the excitement. It was too thrilling, too exhilarating. The crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Ze, you rock. Zhang Mingyu, go for it. After landing, Qin Ze was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing how close he had come to losing, the task of amassing 300 points was evidently no easy feat, arguably the most challenging task he had faced. Even with the system's assistance, victory was not guaranteed. Should he lose, his points would plunge into the negatives. He had 320 points before, spent 40 on shooting specialization, leaving him with 280. He could not afford to lose. Meanwhile, Zhao Baliang, who had been practically a bystander, caught the ball as it descended from the sky. His gaze fierce as he scanned the court. Near the center, Lao Wang suddenly raised a finger, signaling for Zhao Baliang to pass. Zhao Baliang hurled the ball with all his might, shouting, Lao Wang. It's all on you. This shout jolted the dazed Zhang Mingyu and the buzzcut youth back to reality, their faces shifting dramatically. The game wasn't over yet. Zhang Mingyu roared, Stop him. The buzzcut youth bellowed, I'd rather foul than let him through. Lao Wang dashed like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. His speed rivaled only by a pack of hungry wolves chasing prey. There was no time to waste. They were faster than me. I couldn't let them reach the paint for a shot. Lao Wang suddenly halted mid-sprint, abruptly stopping without time to adjust his body, jumping and shooting. Someone crashed into his back with great force, Disregarding any thoughts of a foul, or perhaps committing a deliberate foul, Lao Wang stumbled forward, yet through it all, he kept his eyes on the trajectory of the basketball. It must go in. At that moment, no one cared about the intentional foul. The arena fell silent. Time seemed to freeze, and all eyes followed the ball, leaving only the sound of their own racing hearts. A basket for the win. Just in the next instant, several girls covered their eyes but peeked through their fingers. The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. A rushed shot indeed would not succeed. I nearly had a heart attack. This is too intense. Some girls screamed in panic. Lao Wang fell to the ground, pounding the hard concrete in frustration and despair. Lu Ziqiang, Tong Ziji, and Zhao Baliang stood agape, as if drained of all energy, their hearts feeling empty. Rebound! Zhang Mingyu exclaimed, nearly shouting to the heavens. We haven't lost, there is still hope. The buzz-cut youth was equally exhilarated. Other teammates cheered, all leaping to grab the rebound. Behind. Suddenly, a girl outside the court screamed. Upon hearing this, the buzz-cut youth felt a chill run down his spine, like a nightmare. Zhang Mingyu stiffened. Among the hundreds of spectators, a figure shot through the air like a cannonball, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. He sped past Zhang Mingyu and the buzz-cut youth, leaping from the free throw line. That figure soared like an eagle, ready to strike. He clasped the ball soaring upwards, his body leaning back mid-air, akin to a taut bow. Then, from a soaring eagle, he transformed into a predator pouncing on its prey. A thunderous dunk. Boom. The deep, resounding sound echoed throughout the arena. The basketball bounced weakly on the ground. Yet no one cheered or applauded. All gazes were fixated on the boy still hanging on the rim. Many would remember this moment clearly for years to come. Chapter 22. The resurgence of Qin Ze. Qin Ze gracefully descended to the ground, surveying the scene around him. His gaze sequentially fell upon his exhilarated companions, the dazed Zhang Mingyu, and the silent crowd of onlooking students. He approached the court's edge, retrieved the ball that had rolled to the feet of a girl in the audience, nodded at her, her expression a mixture of disdain and contempt, took a deep breath, and proclaimed loudly, "We won." Old Wang's face flushed crimson as he exerted all his strength to shout, "We won." Lu Ziqiang bellowed, "We won." Zhao Baling screamed in a fervor, I won't be satisfied until I lose my voice." In truth, he had merely been a bystander throughout the match, contributing little. Outside the court, Li Liang and several students from dormitory 304 erupted into excitement, their cheers echoing like a cacophony of anguish. "Don't leave after school today. I'll treat you all to a grand feast," Li Liang exclaimed, raising his arms in jubilation, even forgetting the throbbing pain at the back of his head. Whether Zhang Mingyu had plotted this outcome or not, he was the catalyst for today's events. Qin Ze and the others were merely avenging him. Though he hadn't participated in the game, his heart raced with anxiety. A sense of triumph surged through the air. Applause and cheers erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, belated yet intensifying, reverberating throughout the venue. The students from the Finance University were electrified. The basketball game had been nothing short of spectacular, rife with twists and turns that challenged their emotional limits, akin to a roller coaster ride. Simultaneously, they etched the name Qin Ze into their memories, his elusive steals, thunderous blocks, and impeccable three-pointers, culminating in a ferocious slam dunk. Who would have imagined that such an interesting student existed at the Finance University? He truly was remarkably low-key. In stark contrast to the jubilant cheers was the despondency of Zhang Mingyu and his companions, their faces clouded with gloom. They had lost. They had capsized in the depths of despair, defeated by a group of novices. Losing was inconsequential, not embarrassing. What was truly shameful was the wager they had placed. Had they known, they would never have made such a bet. Regret coursed through them as they wished they could traverse time and deliver a resounding slap to Zhang Mingyu, compelling him to swallow his impulsive wager. Upon receiving the notification of task completion, Qin Ze quietly murmured to himself, "System, thank you. No need for thanks. This is a reward for your accumulated points," came the reply. "That's not what I meant." Qin Ze lifted his head, his countenance a blend of joy and sorrow, gazing at the pale sky. "Thank you for granting me an opportunity, a chance for an ordinary person to rise against the odds. I had never imagined I would one day ignite the crowd." Zhang Mingyu approached Qin Ze, his face darkened, and whispered, "We are all classmates. Let us leave some room for each other. We acknowledge our mistakes, and we apologize. Let us forget about the wager and become friends." Qin Ze remained unresponsive. Li Liang strode over. If apologies were effective, then what need would there be for the police? Zhao Baliang scoffed, "Exactly. My brother's head is swollen. Do you think a casual apology will suffice?" The crew-cut youth retorted angrily, Don't go too far. Didn't I get my face smashed too? Call me Grandpa. Are you daring enough to respond? Zhang Mingyu waved his hand, signaling him to silence, and calmly stated, Of course, it's not just an apology. How about 10,000? Li Liang spat. I'm not short on cash. Why don't I give each of you 10,000 if you shout Grandpa 10 times? Despite being a minor affluent heir with a monthly allowance of 30,000, Li Liang had little vice other than frequenting bars and courting girls from less fortunate backgrounds. He had accumulated a modest fortune, often treating Qin Ze and others to lavish meals. Zhang Mingyu narrowed his eyes. 20,000. Get lost. 30,000. He ignored the animated Li Liang and focused on Qin Ze. I will personally give you an additional 20,000, and we can consider this matter resolved. Let us pretend the wager never happened. Although the campus heartthrob's demeanor was unflappable, bolstered by his privileged background, he remained composed in the face of adversity. Having never faced genuine setbacks, he had always relied on his generous allowance to pave the way. In this world, there was nothing that money could not resolve except when one simply did not offer enough. 50,000 in total was a sum that many struggling workers in first-tier cities would toil for an entire year to accumulate. Li Liang remained silent, his fist clenched tightly. While he was indifferent to the money, his roommates from ordinary backgrounds certainly cared. 40,000. Zhang Mingyu leisurely raised the stakes, intending to shatter the fragile psyche of these commoners. Zhao Baliang, Lu Ziqiang, Old Wang, and Tang Ziji exchanged glances, all silent. It was disingenuous to say they were not tempted. Zhang Mingyu let out a cold laugh. 5. Shut up. Qin Ze suddenly roared. Call me Grandpa. Now. Right now. In truth, he wished to say, Please transfer the money via Alipay. He did not want to provide Zhang Mingyu with further opportunities. Truth be told, he was intrigued. Li Liang's face instantly flushed, and he excitedly glanced at Qin Ze before bellowing, Call him Grandpa. Call him Grandpa. A voice in the crowd, eager for chaos, shouted out. It was as though a fuse had been lit. Call him Grandpa. Call him Grandpa. The chorus of Call him Grandpa rang out incessantly. What did a few tens of thousands mean to them? They relished the spectacle. Initially, they intended to boo Qin Ze and his friends. The mounting pressure was overwhelming. Zhang Mingyu's handsome face turned a deep shade of purple as he cast a long, hard look at Qin Ze before swiftly turning to leave. The members of the basketball team followed suit, seething with resentment. Zhang Mingyu, don't go. Let us discuss this further. Qin Ze wished he could display his disdain openly, extending his hand in a futile attempt to detain him. He sighed inwardly. Zhang Mingyu's betrayal was expected. This was not an era of honorable agreements. They were modern individuals with liberated thoughts, and one should never overestimate the integrity and morals of contemporary society. There was no need for hesitation when being unscrupulous. But had Zhang Mingyu truly suffered no loss? Not at all. Had he honored the agreement, he would have become a laughingstock. Yet some would have admired him for his integrity. It would have been a mixed bag of reputation. However, by reneging, he remained a figure of ridicule without any praise to redeem him, merely a joke. For Zhang Mingyu, he had lost, yet the money was not his concern. For Qin Ze and his companions, it was indeed a loss. They cared about the money. Qin Ze, from now on, I'm your man, Li Liang exclaimed exuberantly. Leaping toward him, Qin Ze sidestepped, kicking him playfully in the rear, and called out to Lu Ziqiang, second lieutenant, where's your Italian cannon? Take him down. Li Liang did not care for the money. He valued the satisfaction now that he had expressed his feelings. Qin Ze's choice, though it cost him a substantial amount, solidified their friendship. In the face of money and camaraderie, Qin Ze opted for the latter. Had he chosen money, Li Liang might not have severed ties. But a thorn would remain in his heart, potentially leading to years of unresolved tension. Some things cannot be purchased with money, at least not with a mere few tens of thousands. For instance, the pure friendship he shared with his roommates. Had he approached a more casual acquaintance, even a few thousand would have prompted Qin Ze to capitulate. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a meal, Li Liang announced cheerfully, rubbing his backside. Lu Ziqiang and the others felt a twinge of disappointment, but more prominently, they were elated. Let us not dwell on it. After all, it was unexpected windfall. Campus forum. Hey, where's the video? We want to see the video. Hurry up. My knife is itching with anticipation. I'm just waiting to see Qin Ze and the others calling Grandpa. Haha, city folks sure know how to have fun. We country folks are just here for the spectacle. Qin Ze may not have lost after all. Don't kid yourself, it's a definite loss. If not, a live stream cutting off my... Well, you get the idea. The comments have been incessant, averaging 3 to 4 replies per minute. At this moment, the original poster chimed in. This. Fellow commoners, please tread carefully. The competition has concluded. and I am here to announce the outcome. Qin Ze has emerged victorious. Approximately 5 minutes later, the thread erupted. What? Impossible. Don't jest, original poster. Little master, so innocent. With 2 ears perked up, immobile after a self-inflicted wound. Original poster, I may not be well-read, but you cannot deceive me. The original poster responded with a bewildered expression. It's true, the competition is over. Qin Ze has won. Moreover, Zhang Mingyu resorted to trickery and fled. Don't doubt it. I've been chatting with you all without recording, but others have. Perhaps someone will share the video shortly, so stay tuned. Half an hour later, a post appeared on the campus forum. Qin Ze once again slaps Zhang Mingyu's face. Zhang Mingyu, in disgrace, covers his face and escapes. Accompanying the post was a 23-minute video. The moderator pinned it to the top. Within 10 minutes, the view count surged past 10,000, with replies reaching 999. While the campus forum buzzed with excitement, one of the main characters, Qin Ze, changed into clean clothes in his dormitory and hurriedly made his way to the office. Arriving 10 minutes late, Professor Lee expressed his displeasure. Where have you been? My apologies, I was playing basketball with some classmates and lost track of time, Qin Ze explained. Professor Lee's expression remained stern, but he refrained from further comment, allowing Qin Ze to return to his seat. Yang Chen, who had anticipated an outburst from the professor, felt utterly disappointed. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, before dismissing the class, Professor Lee clapped his hands to gain everyone's attention. I have an announcement to make before we conclude. He paused, directing his gaze at Qin Ze. Qin Ze, from now on, you will take charge of your group, with Yang Chen assisting you. Is that acceptable? Qin Ze was taken aback, about to respond when Yang Chen interjected. Standing up in haste, Professor Lee, Qin Ze has just arrived and is unfamiliar with our work. How can he be responsible? I believe he will perform excellently. Professor Lee thought to himself, given his father's capabilities, how could he not excel? Yang Chen retorted loudly, aside from the overwhelming amount of research required. Yesterday's assignments were not particularly difficult. It's no surprise he managed to handle them. However, assigning him the responsibility of risk assessment for our group, given his current level of knowledge and breadth of understanding, may impede our project's progress. Now that would truly be troublesome. Immediately, Qin Ze stood up, declaring firmly, Professor Lee, you needn't worry, I will strive to excel. Ignoring Yang Chen, Professor Lee nodded. Now, regarding today's tasks, in addition to the risk assessment model your group has been developing, there is also the concluding work on the portfolio analysis model concerning fund returns, particularly focusing on investor preferences. Aim to summarize the data into clear, visual representations. Please conduct further research and consult relevant individuals. The emphasis on relevant individuals was particularly pronounced. Understood, Qin Ze replied, casting a glance at Yang Chen, whose glare was almost palpable with fury. Qin Ze could empathize with the seething anger of the newcomer. After merely 2 days, he had outpaced Yang Chen to become the group leader, a position that directly impacted the final distribution of bonuses, tangible benefits at stake. Qin Ze subtly threw a defiant look in Yang Chen's direction. The winds of change were blowing. Who would ultimately prevail? With my system, I stand proud. Chapter 23. Qin Bao's little temper at 6:30 in the evening. Li Liang gathered a few friends from dormitory 304 and led them to a nearby grilled fish restaurant. 8 individuals from 2 dormitories ordered 2 8-pound black fish, 6 or 7 side dishes, and a case of beer. This establishment was a mere 15-minute walk from the school and served as one of the favored dining spots for dormitory 303, renowned for its authentic grilled fish. Qin Ze and Li Liang were locals from the Shanghai area, while Lu Ziqiang hailed from the neighboring province of Jiangsu. Zhao Baoliang, with his unmistakable northeastern appearance, couldn't discern authenticity, but he certainly knew good food when he tasted it. Half an hour later, 2 grilling platters were brought to their table. The server lit the alcohol burner beneath the platters, and the sight was enticing. A large black fish, cooked to perfection, rested in a bubbling, vibrant red oil broth, adorned with red chili peppers, cilantro, tofu skin, mushrooms, onions, and a bed of bean sprouts, luncheon meat, and lotus slices beneath. The steam rose, carrying the rich aroma of the fish, and the group couldn't help but salivate. Wait. Li Liang raised his hand to halt Zhao Baoliang and the others. Taking a deep breath. Today, I want to express my gratitude to you all. Zhang Mingyu is a despicable character, cunning in his ways. Regardless of whether his intentions were truly directed at Qin Ze, I was the one who bore the brunt. You all could have remained silent. But I took the hit for nothing. When he proposed a bet using a basketball, even I doubted our chances of winning. Yet, you did not back down, and we surprisingly triumphed. That felt liberating. But what I truly want to thank you for is not accepting money to settle it privately. I won't indulge in overly sentimental words. We were brothers before, and we shall remain so. If anyone faces difficulties or troubles, call out, and I will undoubtedly stand by you. Standing by you isn't necessary, Old Wang muttered. I've lost money trying to date girls. Li Liang wriggled in his seat. Delicately gesturing, I am always at your service, my lord. Qin Ze and Zhao Baliang exchanged glances and shouted in unison, Second Company Commander, where's your Italian cannon? Lu Ziqiang rolled his eyes. When faced with such a rare breed, even my Italian cannon is rendered silent. Qin Ze departed by 7:30, having abstained from alcohol. His roommates, aware of his work commitments, refrained from pressuring him to drink. Otherwise, this esteemed figure would have faced relentless insistence. He seized a moment to text Qin Bao, I want to be home for dinner tonight. Oh, Qin Bao succinctly replied, as he leisurely strolled toward the subway station. He received another message from her just as he stepped onto the platform. Enjoy your meal. I'll wait for my brother to return home and cook. Even through the screen, he could sense her palpable resentment. Qin Ze cursed under his breath, swiped his card, and entered a nearby bakery, purchasing a strawberry butter pastry, a tuna sandwich, 2 egg tarts, and a box of yogurt. He arrived home before 8, as it was only a 10-minute journey. Upon entering their nearly 90-square-meter apartment, he noticed the foyer light was off, the room lights were dim, and the living room was illuminated only by a glass chandelier. The resonant sound of music echoed through the darkened space. Qin Bao was engrossed in a war drama. Seated cross-legged on the sofa, she wore casual shorts and a white tank top, her hair styled in a bun. Her forehead was smooth, revealing her long, elegant neck and supple shoulders, leading down to her suddenly tapered waist. She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ze, remaining silent as she continued to watch her show. Qin Ze placed the cake, egg tarts, and yogurt on the glass coffee table in front of her. Haven't you eaten dinner? I brought you cake. Qin Bao huffed in response. With an air of resignation, Qin Ze explained, we played basketball at noon and won. My roommates treated us to dinner, and it was impolite to decline. Qin Bao scoffed. What does that have to do with me? Qin Ze acknowledged her indifference and rummaged through his bag for materials, draft paper and a pen, before retreating to his room to fetch his notebook. He focused on his work amidst the cacophony of gunfire and explosions from the television, choosing to ignore her further. Noticing her brother's cold demeanor, Qin Bao shot him a glare, biting back her words. I'm learning how to tear apart the enemy. You wish to tear me apart. Qin Ze mused inwardly as he continued his research. After a few minutes of silence, Qin Bao, unable to contain herself, lightly kicked him with her delicate foot. I'm hungry. Qin Ze pointed to the items on the coffee table. Qin Bao pouted, I want warm, hearty meals. Eat or don't eat, he replied indifferently. Furious, Qin Bao lunged at him, attempting to strangle his neck. Watch me tear you apart, you shameless enemy. I have no objections to your words. But you ought to ask the enemy if they agree. Qin Ze leaned back, pinning Qin Bao beneath him. Despite her struggles, she could not escape his grasp. In the ensuing minutes, Qin Bao, defeated in her futile rebellion, curled up on the sofa, nibbling on cake while sipping yogurt. Mathematical modeling, while not overly difficult, does require precision, akin to building with blocks. Each piece must occupy its designated position. If assembled correctly, it results in a magnificent structure. However, a single error can lead to a complete collapse, rendering all efforts futile. Qin Ze's colleagues functioned as the builders of the model, with Professor Li playing a significant role in overseeing and editing to ensure that the student submissions were flawless. Building models and stacking blocks may differ, as the former necessitates a vast array of extended knowledge, formulas, and resources. Core resources were not a concern since Professor Li had them. Some common materials, however, required Qin Ze to research online. As time passed, the war drama entered its commercial break. Qin Bao stretched languidly, rubbing her toned calves, her fatigue evident. Qin Ze ventured into the kitchen for a glass of water and discovered a cleaned chicken and a bag of mushrooms in the refrigerator. Suddenly, he comprehended the reason behind Qin Bao's earlier sulking. She had purchased ingredients to prepare her favorite dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, only to find her brother out indulging rather than home to help. Shaking his head and chuckling, he mused how childish she was, attributing it to their parents' excessive pampering. Returning to the living room, he spotted her sprawled on the sofa, her tank top strap slipping slightly, teetering on the edge of sleep. Were you particularly tired from training today? You should rest early. Qin Ze sat beside her. Qin Bao, clearly still upset, ignored him and mindlessly flipped through channels. Having sought out his own amusement, Qin Ze was accustomed to his sister's temper. He was well aware of her moods. In good times, she would shower him with affection, calling him her good, obedient brother, while during her sulks, she could go weeks without acknowledging him. Marrying such a woman would be akin to taking home a statue, requiring meticulous care and attention. Their parents, likely well aware of her temperament, had insisted Qin Ze move in to watch over her, fearing she might fall prey to those who would exploit her beauty, leaving her heartbroken and betrayed. Meanwhile, they tirelessly sought a suitable suitor, undoubtedly fretting over their daughter. Qin Ze believed his parents were unnecessarily anxious, while Qin Bao may be inept in daily matters and possess a foul temper. One must not forget she boasted an intellect far surpassing his own. She could charm, feign innocence, and portray both a seductive vixen and a pure-hearted maiden, clearly possessing high emotional intelligence. Countless suitors had lined up to win her heart over the past 25 years, yet none had ever captured her affection. At 8:30, recalling a few articles of clothing that needed washing, Qin Ze set aside his work, gathered the items, and dashed into the bathroom, tossing them into the washing machine and setting the timer for 30 minutes. The siblings were engrossed in their respective tasks, one devoted to work, the other immersed in the intricate art of tearing through adversaries, until the washing machine beeped its signal. Qin Ze snapped back to reality, hurried to the bathroom to hang up the laundry, and upon walking from the balcony to the living room, he heard his sister Qin Bao's soft, melodious voice, "Qin Ze, please wash my clothes." Qin Ze understood this was his sister's generous gesture, offering him an opportunity to mend their strained relationship. He quickly asked, "Where are your clothes?" "In the laundry basket. Remember to wash the underwear separately from the clothes," she instructed. "All right." Qin Ze deftly left the 2 purple undergarments in the basket and washed the clothes first. It was hardly a chore, merely pouring in the detergent required little effort. Half an hour later, the clothes were clean. It was now 9:30 p.m., and Qin Bao was almost ready for her shower before retreating to her room. As she always went to bed by 11. Feeling a twinge in her sore backside, Qin Bao ordered Qin Ze to hang the laundry out to dry, which ignited his irritation. "Qin Bao, do you have no hands or feet? I'm not your servant. If you need it done, do it yourself." "I'm busy," Qin Bao pouted, slipping into the bathroom. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed. "Qin Ze, did you stuff the napkin back into your pocket again?" Qin Bao stormed out, hands on her hips, her pleated skirt swaying. Qin Ze glanced down and noticed the remnants of white paper clinging to her skirt. He recalled similar mishaps where he had forgotten to remove napkins from his pocket before tossing his clothes into the wash, resulting in a mess of paper shreds clinging stubbornly to the fabric. Feeling guilty yet perplexed, he stood up and went to check his own clothes on the balcony, which were perfectly clean, devoid of any paper remnants. He shot an angry glare at Qin Bao. "Nonsense. Look at my clothes. There's no paper on them. It's not my napkin." Qin Bao skeptically approached the balcony and, upon a quick scan, dashed back to the bathroom, soon emerging with a crumpled napkin retrieved from her own pocket. "See, it's yours. I refuse to take the blame." Qin Ze smirked. "Since you washed the clothes and didn't check the pockets, you should bear the responsibility." Qin Bao countered, her irritation evident. Qin Ze knew better than to argue with his sister. Women, especially like her, possessed far more experience in such matters. Seizing the moment for retaliation, Qin Bao playfully pinched Qin Ze before heading outside to hang the laundry. At 10:15 p.m., Qin Bao emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, sitting on the living room sofa to dry her hair. The loud noise of the hairdryer grated on Qin Ze's nerves, prompting him to grumble, "Blow your hair inside." In response, Qin Bao made a silly face and shifted closer to him, deliberately cranking the dryer to its maximum setting. Qin Ze rolled his eyes and began to sing to himself in an attempt to drown out her noise. "Just because I glanced at you amidst the crowd, I can never forget your visage. Dreaming of the day we might meet again. From that moment, I began to miss you in solitude." Unbeknownst to him, the sound of the hairdryer had faded away. When he turned his head, he saw Qin Bao's enchanting face framed by her tousled hair, a look of bliss washing over her features. Her doe-like eyes seemed to shimmer with a misty allure. "What song is this?" Qin Bao asked softly. A sudden jolt of panic surged through Qin Ze. He had been caught. Maintaining a composed facade, he fibbed, "I wrote it myself, just fooling around." You wrote this?" Her lips parted in surprise. The thrill of subtle bragging was exhilarating. Qin Ze prepared to gaze upward in mock humility, but just as he did, Qin Bao, previously serene and entranced by his song, pounced on him like a hungry tiger, pinning him beneath her. "Ah, are you out of your mind? Get off me." Qin Ze gasped, nearly losing his breath. After a moment, Qin Bao composed herself, smoothing her towel and looking down at him with a gentle demeanor. "Ah, Ze, is this song truly yours?" "Sort of," he replied. "Sort of? I haven't finished it yet." Qin Bao's eyes widened with a faint sense of urgency. "When will you complete it?" "It depends on my mood. Why does it concern you? I aspire to debut as a singer. The company has been asking if I have any works, and I've been at a loss, merely pretending to be busy. With a faux pout, she continued, yesterday, a renowned agent told me about a summer singing competition. If I can present original work, it would be the fastest path to fame, and he might consider managing me. Wow, you've garnered attention already. It seems Qin Bao is quite the standout among aspiring artists. The further his sister advanced in this field, the better positioned he would be in the future. However, Qin Ze hesitated to agree outright. She had just been sulking at him moments before. I need to establish some boundaries, he thought. Teach me. Teach me. Qin Bao shook his arm eagerly, adopting a playful demeanor. Qin Ze feigned exhaustion. Oh, I'm so tired from basketball today, my shoulders are sore. I'll help you. Qin Bao immediately grasped the hint. My legs ache too, he added, relishing the gentle pressure of her delicate hands. I'll massage your legs. My feet are sore as well, he pressed further. Qin Bao's smile faltered, her expression betraying annoyance. Do you really want me to massage your feet? Qin Ze shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't wanna, that's fine. I wouldn't force you. Inspiration is elusive. I can't predict it. I will, of course. Today I'm all in. Ah, but you are the esteemed lady of the house, a precious daughter. Such labor is beneath you. Qin Bao gritted her teeth internally, sweetly retorting, you are the only male in our family, the sole heir. In ancient times, you would be the last hope for carrying on the family name. It is only natural for your sister to serve you. With that, she bent down to remove Qin Ze's socks. He rolled his eyes and pushed her hand away. All right, enough of this charade. He had no intention of allowing Qin Bao to massage his feet. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Women, especially someone as clever as Qin Bao, held on to grudges. However, Qin Bao misinterpreted his reluctance, believing he was being stubborn. Qin Ze, don't push your luck. If I can't make it in the entertainment industry, I will make sure you are dragged down with me. I could tell our father it was you who encouraged me to quit my job and pursue stardom. Why not say I persuaded you to star in adult films instead? Qin Bao's eyes glistened with frustration as she reached to pinch him. Come on, let's hurt each other. Sighing, Qin Ze relented. All right. I'll be your dedicated composer. Really? Her eyebrows arched in disbelief. I wouldn't lie to my own sister. Good brother. It seems my affection for you wasn't in vain. In an instant, her mood shifted, and she lunged to kiss him on the cheek. Get away from me. Qin Ze blocked her forehead with his hand, pushing her away. As Qin Bao retreated to her room, she turned off the television, leaving Qin Ze alone in the living room. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. With his eyes closed, leaning back against the sofa, he exhaled a plume of smoke. Reflecting on a popular piece of motivational wisdom, the road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below. Chapter 24. I might have seen my fake brother undeterred by wind and rain. Qin Ze returned home, drenched in sweat from his morning exercises, bringing breakfast for Qin Bao. In the bathroom, the melodious and magnetic voice of Qin Bao resonated as she practiced her scales. Her voice was enchanting, with remarkable lung capacity and strong control. Indeed, a promising talent for singing. Qin Ze did not envy his sister. His vocal prowess surpassed hers, but his lung capacity was lacking. He could manage soft, slow-paced songs. But fast-paced songs that required prolonged breath often led to him going off-key or simply running out of breath. After their meal, the siblings set out together. Qin Bao was elegantly attired in a professional outfit, embodying the essence of a career woman, her face exuding a charm that most women found both alluring and intimidating. She was enchanting and graceful, yet lacked the multifaceted allure of a mature woman. Perhaps she resembled a beautiful but somewhat superficial ornament. In the elevator, Qin Bao gathered her cascading curls behind her and linked arms with Qin Ze, softly asking, "Shall I accompany you to school?" "No need," Qin Ze replied, shaking his head. A few young professionals in the elevator stole furtive glances at the exquisitely made-up Qin Bao, their admiration barely concealed. "Didn't you start practicing dance? Are you really going to the office dressed like this?" Qin Ze questioned, surprised by her choice of attire. Qin Bao shot him a bemused look. As if he were foolish. "The dance studio has a private wardrobe. I'll change after I get to the office." "Oh, what have you been up to these past few days? You've been glued to your notebook and haven't spent time with me." Qin Bao pouted, adopting a captivating demeanor that made the young men around them tremble with envy, wishing they could take Qin Ze's place. Qin Ze was accustomed to his sister's playful antics and remained unfazed. Ding! The elevator reached the ground floor, and the crowd surged out. As the doors closed slowly, Qin Ze turned back to see Qin Bao standing gracefully within, offering a gentle smile and a wave. Arriving punctually at the classroom, Professor Li expressed his satisfaction with Qin Ze's rigorous academic approach and efficient abilities, praising him in front of everyone. However, Qin Ze found the praise somewhat hollow and formal. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that in Professor Li's eyes, he was merely his father's proxy. What sincerity could be expected in commending a proxy? At noon, he arranged to meet his roommates at the cafeteria for lunch. Qin Ze arrived a bit early, waiting at the entrance. Groups of students entered the cafeteria to satisfy their hunger, and as he stood there, he sensed odd stares from those around him, both male and female. He was all too familiar with such scrutinizing gazes, having experienced them during outings with Qin Bao when men would cast cautious, unabashed glances their way. Subconsciously, Qin Ze glanced around, noting that Qin Bao was absent. Are they looking at me? I'm not adorned with makeup. I appear perfectly ordinary. Why am I receiving such attention? I am neither Qin Bao nor a giant panda. Previously, as a mere backdrop to his panda sister, he felt a mix of pride and envy but lacked deep emotional insight. Now, however, as he found himself in the spotlight, he could not help but feel the weight of those gazes, akin to sitting on pins and needles. Being a panda is no easy feat. I shall refrain from saying that you all are fortunate in your carefree existence. Lost in thought, his three roommates arrived, animated and cheerful. Qin Ze, you become an internet sensation, exclaimed Liu Yang. 666, added Lu Ziqiang. Today, you must treat us, Chan Zhaobaoliang. Puzzled, Qin Ze asked, what are you talking about? Liu Yang, taken aback, exclaimed, you don't know? Know what? Qin Ze rolled his eyes. Li Liang continued excitedly, you have the Lazy Cat app, right? Check the homepage for today's highlights. Lazy Cat is the largest video and information platform in the country, and Qin Ze naturally had the app on his phone. He pulled it out, bewildered, and opened it. After a few seconds, he was greeted by the homepage's recommendations. Today's highlight. His eyes immediately fell upon a striking video titled, Oh My, Campus Basketball God Appears. The thumbnail featured a figure leaping into the air to dunk a basketball, and the silhouette was oddly familiar. Without hesitation, he clicked to watch. The video showcased the basketball match he had with Zhang Mingyu the previous day, lasting 5 minutes and clearly edited to capture various thrilling moments like steals, three-pointers, and dunks. The barrage of comments was overwhelming, with over 300,000 views. First. Tell Dad, which number am I? One-handed dunk, 666. The three-pointer was impressive. That guy shooting the three-pointer is so handsome. Which school is this? Lanxiang Excavator School. Don't leave if you're from Lanxiang. Haha, the comments are always more entertaining than the video. This block deserves full marks. Such height. He must be wearing Li Ning shoes. Fake pigs are the best in the world. Haha, that guy is too scared to shoot threes now. Whoa, that steal was just incredible. Another steal, and the opponent is wondering, what just happened? Professional stealing for 20 years. So handsome. Oh my, a three-pointer? This guy is versatile. His shooting percentage is off the charts. Is this really a competition? It's like a personal showcase. This guy is simply all around, with explosive strength, speed, and shooting. He could rival a professional basketball player. Modern university students just play ball after a full meal. Back in my day, we focused on studying hard every day. Studying hard? The ones ahead probably never attended university. Haha, the truth is unbreakable. As the 5 minutes drew to a close, the ball soared from the three-point line straight toward the hoop, capturing the audience's tense anticipation. Suddenly, the comments section erupted with alerts. High energy ahead. The basketball struck the rim, bouncing high. Several players leaped simultaneously to seize the ball, but just then, a figure dashed in, moving as if in a blur. He leapt from the free throw line, soaring above everyone, his clothes and short hair billowing in the wind, exuding a wild, powerful beauty. He caught the basketball, his body bending in the air like a grand bow, and with a resounding thud, the hoop shook violently. A resounding slam dunk. The screen was flooded with 666, the unified chorus overwhelming the display, resembling a flurry of snowflakes. The video concluded, and Qin Ze thought to himself, that Zhang Mingyu must despise me now. Qin Ze, you're now a campus celebrity. Have you received any love letters from girls? Love letters? I doubt it. I'm likely to receive challenges instead. Every girl in the school probably wants to take me down. Amidst the chatter of his roommates, they entered the cafeteria. The afternoon sun streamed through the glass walls, illuminating a 150-square-meter dance studio. The warm-toned maple floor welcomed girls dressed in form-fitting dance attire, gracefully moving as they held onto the bar. A dance instructor, still maintaining her figure well into her 40s, glided through them, wielding a soft whip, her stern voice commanding. Up, down, up, down. This was the Star Arts Entertainment Building on the 9th floor, in the dance studio, training the newly recruited female artists this year. Adjacent to the vocal training room, filled with various instruments, lies a gym. Outside the dance studio, numerous male employees linger under the pretext of using the restroom or fetching tea, admiring the graceful figures and exquisite faces of the girls. The center of attention is a girl in the corner. Most male employees come merely to gaze upon her. Qin Baobao stretches her legs against the railing, her delicate, heart-shaped face bathed in sunlight, squinting like a languid and drowsy fox. Shanghai is renowned as the Oriental Paris, a national economic hub with a resident population of 30 million. In such a staggering demographic, the prevalence of handsome men and beautiful women is akin to wild grass, continuously sprouting anew with every passing season. Particularly at Qin Entertainment, a major player in the entertainment industry, the women in the dance studio undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of beauty in Shanghai. Without substantial backing, one would scarcely dare to navigate the entertainment realm. Yet, within this environment, Qin Baobao stands out, eclipsing her peers, exuding an air of invincibility. It is not to say that there are no others who rival her beauty in the dance studio. There are one or two who can compete with her in looks. Yet those who can match her face cannot compare in figure, and those who can match in figure often lack in beauty. With features reminiscent of a Greek sculpture, her exquisite countenance and captivating almond-shaped eyes are complemented by a visage that embodies the essence of allure and charm. All are newcomers, colleagues, and future competitors, subtly vying against one another. Yet, she presents an innocent facade of indifference, oblivious to the jealousy she incites among her fellow female trainees. At 4:30 p.m., today's dance training concludes. The instructor imparts a few inspirational words before gracefully departing. The girls immediately begin chattering, some resting on the wooden floor while others converse by the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Qin Baobao twists open a bottle of mineral water, quenching her thirst. A wardrobe key dangling from her wrist. She opens her locker, retrieves her phone from her bag, and glances at the time. An hour and a half remains until the end of the workday. How impressive! How can he jump so high? A girl seated on the wooden floor exclaims, drawing the attention of several others. Moments later, their astonishment escalates into excited chatter. I think the boy shooting hoops is quite handsome, even more so than the male artist next door. Such a young heartthrob. He is my favorite type. The young heartthrob just got blocked. The boy who made the block isn't bad either. He is quite sunny, and he must be the star of the video. Absolutely amazing. Yes, if I were in high school, I would definitely pursue him. Haha, I'm a beauty enthusiast. I only like handsome guys. The girls are engrossed in the video until it concludes, their initial enthusiasm replaced by shock as they exclaim, wow, what a slam dunk. It's no wonder the video made it to the homepage, while it may not be remarkable for a professional basketball game. Witnessing such an extraordinary dunk executed by an ordinary college student in China is nothing short of astonishing. Qin Baobao leans in to catch a glimpse, smiling as she inquires, what are you watching? One girl replies with a sweet smile, oh, nothing much, just today's highlight on Lazy Cat, featuring a basketball match from a certain university. There's a particularly impressive young heartthrob. Although jealousy simmers within her regarding Qin Baobao, they are astute enough not to display it. Reality seldom harbors such foolish side characters. Qin Baobao responds with mild interest. Oh, is that so? A girl boasts, I know this one. I watched it this morning. It's from the Financial University of Shanghai. Financial University? My little brother's school. Upon hearing it's her brother's university, Qin Baobao's interest peaks. She retrieves her phone from the locker, opens the Lazy Cat app, and searches for the video in today's highlights. The thumbnail catches her off guard. That silhouette seems oddly familiar. Eagerly, she taps the video to watch. 5 minutes later, Qin Baobao lifts her gaze from the screen, staring into the golden, blazing sunlight outside, her beautiful face momentarily blank. Qin Ze, could it be that I've seen a false little brother? Chapter 25. The stabbing time passed, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Professor Li announced the dismissal. Qin Ze, with a single shoulder bag slung over his shoulder, lowered his head to play with his phone, leisurely exiting the classroom. Qin Ze, wait for you at the usual place. Let's play a few rounds. Hurry over when you're done. His roommates left messages in their dormitory chat group. It was only 5 o'clock, and the evening was still young. A few rounds of gaming before heading home wouldn't be too late and wouldn't interfere with his modeling assignments. With that thought, Qin Ze joyfully dashed towards the internet CAF. Striving for progress requires immense perseverance, while falling into decadence only necessitates a single justifying reason. In the internet CAF, enveloped in smoke, he navigated the virtual realm, engaging in fierce battles until 6:30. It was then that he noticed the dimming light outside the window. One more game. I refuse to believe I can lose 3 in a row, Li Liang grumbled, biting the end of his cigarette. After a triumphant first match, the group had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, leaving the competitive Li Liang exceedingly frustrated and agitated. Qin Ze glanced at the time and recalled the previous night when his sister had thrown a tantrum and resolutely rejected the gaming invitation from the internet-addicted Lu Ziqiang. He exited the game, letting them know he had too much work to do today and would catch up another time. If I don't cook a small chicken stew tonight, will Qin Bao stop being my sister? Can't we just have some fun? Li Liang rolled his eyes. Qin Ze patted him on the shoulder, bidding farewell as he made his way to the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor of the CAF, he lit a cigarette at the entrance when he caught sight of a group of flamboyantly dressed youths approaching him, jeans, black t-shirts, and hair obscuring their eyes, straddling the line between normalcy and absurdity. Qin Ze had always kept his distance from such individuals, gripping his lighter tightly and stepping aside to avoid them. Unexpectedly, the leader of the group, adorned with a silver earring, provocatively collided with him. Rather than knocking Qin Ze over, the boy stumbled back, only to be steadied by his companions. Damn fool. The silver-eared youth cursed, lifting his foot to kick Qin Ze in the abdomen. Qin Ze swiftly retreated several steps to evade the blow. Just as he was about to respond, the youth persisted, shouting, "Get him!" The group surged forward. And in the ensuing chaos, Qin Ze could not ascertain how many kicks or punches he endured. In the past, he would have crumpled to the ground, shielding his head and allowing them to strike at will. But he was different now. His body was robust, and his resilience was unparalleled. Surrounded by 5 or 6 assailants, Qin Ze fought back, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of them sprawling, clutching his stomach in agony and unable to rise. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ze withstood the barrage of blows, retaliating fiercely. Suddenly, he looked around and realized all his assailants lay on the ground. I have changed. I am now a fitness enthusiast capable of leaping over a meter high. How strong are my legs? A surge of pride welled within him, almost compelling him to let out a roar. At that moment, the streets were bustling with pedestrians, many of whom had gathered to witness the spectacle, some whipping out their phones to record the scene. The adrenaline from the fight had heightened his senses, but as the fervor subsided, he felt the pain coursing through him, especially in his face, where several spots throbbed intensely. Damn it. In novels, the protagonist can take on 10 opponents with ease. It's all a lie. When it comes to real fights, it turns into a chaotic frenzy. You're not invincible. Damn those fools. Just wait for your turn at the police station. Qin Ze spat blood towards the silver-eared youth and pulled out his phone to call the police. Is this what times have come to? Assaulting someone comes with consequences. Perhaps realizing the gravity of the situation upon hearing Qin Ze mention calling the police, the silver-eared youth panicked, producing a folding knife from his pocket. As he charged at Qin Ze, he knocked him off balance while simultaneously stabbing the knife into Qin Ze's abdomen. A chill ran through him. It wasn't as painful as he had anticipated, but a wave of cold crept up his spine, and his heart raced violently. His rudimentary medical knowledge informed him that pain stemmed from blood flow and muscle contractions, stimulating the nerves. Often, pain and death are not directly correlated. The absence of excruciating agony does not signify safety. I've been stabbed. I might die. An overwhelming fear enveloped him, and the adrenaline surged, awakening the primal instincts buried in his DNA. Like a cornered beast facing death, he retaliated with ferocity, landing a punch on the silver-eared youth's face, breaking his nose. Someone's killed. Call the police. Hurry, call 120. The onlookers erupted into chaos, some panicking, others eager to help, while a few remained transfixed by the unfolding drama. As the crowd thickened in the internet CAF, Li Liang was furiously tapping away at his keyboard, immersed in the game. He caught wind of the commotion below. Faintly hearing cries of someone's been killed, the sensitive phrase triggered his instincts, and his heart raced. The game became trivial. Abandoning his mouse, he rushed to the window. Peering down, his gaze immediately fell upon Qin Ze, sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his abdomen, surrounded by several groaning youths. Li Liang's pupils dilated, and an icy dread washed over him. Qin Ze has been stabbed. Behind him, Zhao Balian and Lu Ziqiang felt a wave of fear and anger wash over them, their minds racing with panic. Call 120. Hurry, report it. Hello, Professor Qin. Qin Ze has been stabbed, near the Shiyu Internet CAF. Not far from the school gate. The bright lights illuminated the 30-square-meter room, with its freshly painted white walls, sofa, television, and single bed. The air filled with a faint scent of alcohol swabs and disinfectant. Qin Ze lay pale on the single hospital bed, donned in a blue and white striped hospital gown, and 4 drip attached to his right arm, cooperating with the police officer taking his statement. Old Master Qin sat on the sofa, his expression grim. Earlier, He had been driving home when he received a call from a student informing him that his son had been stabbed. Enraged, he slammed the steering wheel, executing a perfect arc without regard for traffic rules, speeding straight to the school. Known for his adherence to laws, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing through the city at highway speeds. It took him only 5 minutes to reach the scene, where he found his son lying in a pool of blood. At that moment, the ambulance arrived, as there were 2 hospitals nearby, just a few kilometers away. Qin Ze was rushed into the emergency room for treatment while his father anxiously paced outside, questioning Li Liang, Zhao Balian, and Lu Ziqiang about the situation. The trio looked bewildered, responding that they had no idea, as they were gaming in the internet CAF when they heard the cries of someone's been killed, and rushed over to find Qin Ze had been stabbed. Half an hour later, a doctor in a white coat emerged from the suturing room. An old master Qin's heart leaped into his throat, fearing he might hear the dreaded words, "We did our best." His family line would cease to exist. Fortunately, Qin Ze's fate was not sealed. The doctor informed him that the folding knife was only 5 centimeters long. The wound not deep and fortunately missed any vital organs or arteries, posing no life-threatening danger, just some significant blood loss. And he would need to rest for a while to recuperate. Old Master Qin nearly wept tears of joy, reassured that his son, once considered mediocre, would now live to a ripe old age. He arranged for Qin Ze to have a private room, and after the nurse administered a tetanus shot, he sent Li Liang and the others away, expressing his gratitude and promising to treat them to a meal another day. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived. "Do you know them?" asked the meticulous officer in his 30s as he inquired for details. "I don't know them." Qin Ze's voice was weak, primarily due to the pain. The effects of the anesthetic had worn off, and the wound throbbed, causing his mouth to twitch, even the act of breathing pulling at his abdominal injury. The police meticulously took notes and inquired, "How did the conflict arise?" I was perplexed, as it seemed to occur inexplicably when he collided into me. I evaded him. Yet he retaliated with a kick and summoned his companions to join in the assault. What transpired next? I acted in self-defense. One cannot simply stand idly by and endure blows. They were no match for me, and soon they lay strewn on the ground, just as I contemplated calling the authorities. That imbecile brandished a knife and lunged at me. In that moment, I felt as though my life was in peril, so I retaliated with a punch. "By the way, officer, what became of those individuals?" After a brief interval, the record was completed. The officer informed me the assailants have been detained at the precinct. "The one who stabbed you is currently in this hospital, his nasal bone fractured from your strike, and he is also under investigation. We will review the surveillance footage from the internet CAF, and based on the injury report, if it results in a minor injury or worse, we will prosecute him according to the law." Once the officer departed, my father returned to the ward with a grim expression. "Dad, where's my sister?" I asked. "I sent her to fetch your mother. She will stay here tonight to take care of you." My father reached for a cigarette, only to suddenly remember we were in a hospital and returned it to the pack. I chuckled. "Dad, if you wish to smoke, go ahead. Just close the door and open the window. And perhaps light one for me as well. What are you thinking about smoking at a time like this?" My father retorted, his nicotine craving overwhelming him. Yielding to my encouragement, he shut the door, opened the window, and stood by it, exhaling clouds of smoke. After taking a few puffs, my father regained a semblance of composure, yet he remained apprehensive, admonishing me with ire. "This time, consider it luck. In the future, be more vigilant and refrain from instigating trouble. If you cannot fight, you should flee instead of stubbornly enduring. Engaging in a brawl is the least rational choice. If you win, you may end up in prison, and if you lose, you find yourself in the hospital." I remained silent, thinking to myself, am I some modern-day martyr here? Who instigated trouble? The dynamic between father and son typically involved one rebuking while the other listened. "Regarding school," he continued, "I will arrange for you to take a leave of absence. Spend a few days in the hospital. Once your injuries improve, you may return home to recuperate. Do not concern yourself with exams. You can make up for them next semester." "Oh, understood," I replied. The father-son relationship adhered to a traditional hierarchy, and I had always held a certain fear of my father. At that moment, the hospital door swung open, and my sister and mother burst into the room with great fervor. My father's hand trembled, nearly causing his cigarette to fall to the floor. Chapter 26. Qin Ze's verbal duels. Qin Baobao, dressed in her office attire, received a call from her father on her way home from work, informing her that Qin Ze had been injured and was in the hospital. Without hesitation, she resolved to visit him. The gravity of her brother's injury prompted her father to ask her to pick up their mother first and briefly outline the situation. Upon hearing that her brother had been stabbed, her hand trembled, nearly causing her little red car to collide with the railing. Fortunately, Qin Ze was not in critical condition. Yet she was seething with anger throughout her journey. Upon arriving, she found her father smoking in the hospital room, which caused her brows to furrow in disapproval. The sound of her high heels clacking on the floor echoed as she marched over, snatched the cigarette but from him, and crushed it underfoot. Dad, will you die if you don't smoke for a day? You can't smoke in here. Qin Ze is still lying in bed. How can you expose him to your second-hand smoke? What kind of father are you? With her ire directed at him, her father was left feeling quite embarrassed. Qin Ma, a graceful woman of mature beauty, was described as someone who had not lost her charm despite the passage of time. She had aged gracefully, with only fine lines at the corners of her eyes to betray her years. The mother and daughter bore little resemblance. Qin Ma was the epitome of dignified beauty, while Qin Baobao possessed a captivating allure that could be deemed enchanting. With tear-filled eyes, Qin Ma expressed her concern. My son, you frightened me terribly. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't be able to carry on. Qin Ze replied, Mother, you are the best. Dad was just scolding me. Qin Ma dismissed her husband's reprimands, saying, Ignore him. He just likes to be a bully at home. Our son was stabbed, and he acts like a big shot. Her father awkwardly explained, I was scared too. I just wanted to learn a lesson. Qin Ma paid no heed to him and, sitting by the bedside, gently inquired, How did you end up in a fight? You've always been so well-behaved. Qin Ze lamented, I don't know. I encountered a group of troublemakers, and they attacked me for no reason. Those ruffians deserve to be locked up, Qin Ma said, her voice reflecting her anger, while the mother and son exchanged grievances. Qin Baobao sat to the side, wiping away her tears. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat, Qin Ma offered. There was a porridge shop across the street from the hospital, and Qin Baobao sniffed, Mom, I'll go buy it. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open with a bang, and a middle-aged couple stormed in, surveying the room with an aggressive demeanor. Her father frowned. Who are you? Before he could finish, the portly woman pointed at Qin Ze and shouted, You're the one who injured my son. Her father's expression darkened. You must be the parents of that little thug? What little thug? Mind your language. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. Misdeeds in the family lead to misfortune for the children. Her father shot back. How dare you? Qin Ma interjected, furious. You all better be prepared. Just because your son hurt mine doesn't mean you'll get away with it. Just wait until he goes to jail. The woman screamed. Qin Baobao, incensed, replied, Your son stabbed my brother. We won't let this go. Your son has always been well-behaved. He wouldn't hurt anyone unless provoked. Had your son not instigated, my son wouldn't have fought back. If you don't cover the medical expenses, we'll see you in court. The middle-aged woman yelled. My son was assaulted with a knife. When this goes to court, it will be your fault. Her father replied sternly. What knife? Don't twist the facts. You think my son would fight? If he had been attacked by your son, he wouldn't have retaliated. The woman continued to berate. Qin Ma trembled with anger. This family had harmed her son and was now trying to shift the blame. Her husband, a university professor, was not accustomed to such street-level confrontations and felt utterly outmatched. Qin Ma, raised with good manners, couldn't bring herself to utter profanities. Instead, she repeatedly chastised them for their lack of decency. Qin Baobao was tempted to confront the woman directly, but her mother held her back, glaring fiercely. Seizing a moment of silence, Qin Ze asked, Who is your son, anyway? Trying to play dumb? Afraid to take responsibility for your actions? The middle-aged woman scoffed. Is that your son? Always barking at people like a dog. Qin Ze exclaimed, shocked. You little brat, watch your mouth. The woman shouted, trembling with rage. Watch yours. You're no better. Qin Ze shot back defiantly. Say that again. She seethed, pointing at him. I'm not your son. I can bark too, he replied, leaving his father and mother speechless. Qin Ma's eyes widened in astonishment, while Qin Baobao couldn't help but grin. She was aware of Qin Ze's penchant for verbal sparring. He had never lost a battle of wits against her. Naturally, he exhibited a more courteous demeanor around their parents. Qin Ze, seasoned in various online forums and comment sections, had encountered all manner of comments, both civil and profane. Come on, let us have a verbal duel. I have thousands of online supporters backing me. I want to let you sit in jail. I'll just have to flip your name around. The middle-aged woman shouted back. To hell with you, he retorted. What did you say? Fool, your son is a fool, and so are you. Your whole family is a bunch of fools. Is your son dead yet? If he is not, go back and check if he is still breathing. If he is, I'll prepare his funeral expenses. I can't be bothered to argue with lowlifes like you. Winning the argument would make me as low as you are, while losing would be even worse. You'll be waiting for jail time. The woman screamed. Go ahead, sue me. Don't think I'm afraid. Qin Ze challenged. You go ahead and sue me. If anything happens to my son, Go ahead and sue me. As the commotion continued, the noise attracted a nurse from the stations, who knocked on the door and warned, "This is a hospital. Take your quarrel outside." Realizing her verbal skills were inferior and that making a scene would attract unwanted attention, the woman glared at Qin Ze. "You wait. You go ahead and sue me," he mocked, repeating her words. Her face flushed with anger as she stormed out of the room. Finally, the atmosphere turned serene, but Qin Ze grimaced as the pain in his abdomen intensified. Glancing around, he noticed the peculiar silence in the ward, with his parents staring at him in disbelief, conveying a singular sentiment. So this is the son we have. In their eyes, Qin Ze was steady, mature, polite, and gentle, albeit lacking ambition. However, the child they perceived at home was markedly different from the one they encountered in the world. Some children, for instance, would freely engage in boisterous banter with friends, uttering phrases that would earn them a slap if spoken in front of their parents. Qin Baobao struggled to suppress her laughter, her eyes narrowing with amusement. Mom, I'm hungry," she interjected, breaking the tension. "Wait, I'll get you something," her mother replied, hesitant to reprimand him in that moment. Once she left, Qin Baobao's expression darkened. "Dad, should we file a lawsuit first, or what?" her father responded. "We'll go to the police station tomorrow to file a report, and then wait for the injury assessment. If it's classified as light injury or greater, it becomes a criminal case. The problem is, Qin Ze also injured someone, and it's said that their nose is broken, which also qualifies as a light injury. In this situation, pursuing criminal charges may not be appropriate, and administrative penalties might be more applicable." The siblings exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Their understanding of legal knowledge is merely superficial, and after listening to the old man for quite some time, all they could feel was an ambiguous sense of awe. Qin Baobao stamped her foot in defiance and declared, "No way. He harmed Ace, so it is his fault. We must sue him." Qin Ze, touched, replied, "Sister, I haven't loved you in vain." Qin Baobao made a gesture as if to pat a dog's head, saying, "You grew up under my watch." "Not at all. It was I who meticulously cared for you into adulthood," he retorted. "Nonsense. I raised you from infancy," she countered. The siblings began to bicker once more. The old man furrowed his brow and shot them a stern glance. Instantly, they fell silent. His authority at home was undeniable. "We can sue him. We can file a lawsuit. Surely the internet CAF has surveillance cameras. I will reach out to my colleagues at the law school to assist with the case," Qin Baobao suggested. Suddenly, Qin Ze recalled something. "Dad, how did that woman know I was in this ward? Earlier, when the police took statements, they didn't inform us of that man's whereabouts, only that he was in this hospital. Perhaps she found out through some means," Qin Baobao speculated. "But it couldn't have been so quick. They were simultaneously taking statements. It shouldn't take long, and she firmly accused me of hurting her son," Qin Ze countered. Just as he finished speaking, the ward door swung open again, and a middle-aged police officer entered, followed by a formidable couple. "I am Wang Gumin, the chief of the Jiawan police station in Hongkou," the officer announced, casting a glance at Qin Baobao before focusing on the bedridden Qin Ze. "You are Qin Ze, correct?" Qin Ze nodded. "Yes, that's me. Brother, that's him. He the one who injured my son." The middle-aged woman pointed at Qin Ze, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Brother?" A chill ran down Qin Ze's spine. The middle-aged officer shot her an admonishing look and dryly remarked, "I received a report stating that you caused injury to someone. The previous statements were insufficiently detailed, so we need to take a new statement." Feigning interest in his phone, Qin Ze discreetly activated the recording function, holding the device at an angle that captured the three individuals. With a furrowed brow, he said, "I need to see your identification." Having watched too many police and spy films, he understood the significance of gathering evidence. Regardless of its future use, recording a video was prudent. The middle-aged officer, impatient, pulled out his identification and gestured dismissively, without ensuring that Qin Ze had seen it clearly. "Wang Gumin, chief of the Jiawan police station in Hongkou, right? Feel free to ask any questions," Qin Ze stated. Chapter 27, Abuse of Power, Part 1. The middle-aged police officer pulled up the only chair in the hospital room and sat down with an air of authority. He went through the standard procedure, asking for name, gender, age, address, and a recounting of the incident. Qin Ze narrated the events in detail, while Qin Bao's teeth gnashed in fury. The middle-aged couple continued their incessant clamoring, but the police officer did not intervene. After Qin Ze finished his disjointed account, the officer gestured for silence. The situation was quite clear: a brawl between young people, a civil matter, not a criminal one. The police officer organized his documents and stated calmly, "It would be best if both parties could resolve this privately. The police station can coordinate. Compensation should be paid where necessary, and medical expenses covered. If this escalates, both sides will bear responsibility and face criminal charges. The old man frowned but remained silent. He had some rudimentary knowledge of the law, but in this day and age, unless one specialized in law, who could navigate the labyrinthine regulations? Take self-defense. For example, even judges struggle to decipher it. Could Qin Ze's actions be considered self-defense or excessive force? Therefore, receiving some compensation might be acceptable. Unexpectedly, the police officer turned to the old man and said, "Let's set aside the matter of compensation for now. First, settle the injured party's hospital and medical bills." The woman, prepared in advance, immediately produced a bill and ordered imperiously, "The hospital requires a 5,000 yuan prepayment. Transfer the money to me first, and you can pay the subsequent bills yourself. By the way, Alipay or WeChat? I'll pay your sister." Qin Bao cursed directly, incandescent with rage. The old man's face darkened. "Officer, what is the meaning of this? My son was stabbed, yet we are expected to cover the assailant's medical expenses?" The police officer frowned. "What do you mean? What is the meaning? Your son injured someone. He will face criminal charges. Do you want him spending his youth in prison? I am doing this for your own good." "How kind of you," Qin Bao sneered. "How are you coordinating this? Is the other party not guilty of assault? My brother is the victim. That's not for you to decide. Your family." Naturally biased towards your brother, the police officer retorted righteously. The middle-aged couple chimed in. "You say your brother is the victim? Is he? Where's the evidence? Show us the evidence. My son was also beaten by him. Let me tell you, a fractured nose is a minor injury. You won't pay? Fine. We'll have your brother arrested and locked up." Qin Bao exclaimed, "There's surveillance at the internet cafe entrance. Aren't you police looking at the surveillance? Police investigations are not for you to dictate." The police officer snapped, his voice laced with warning. "If you accept mediation, pay the medical expenses promptly. Refuse compensation, and you can wait to be detained. The choice is yours. Look at this little vixen, so flashy. It's no wonder she raised a violent thug. Brother, lock them up immediately," the middle-aged woman urged. "Just try it," Qin Bao snarled, resembling a fiercely protective hen, ready to fight any weasel that dared approach. The old man's face was etched with anger. "Officer, we do not accept this kind of mediation. We'll see you in court." Qin Ze, observing the old man's expression, knew he was truly enraged. The police officer was clearly showing favoritism, feigning record-keeping, not even clarifying the situation before condemning Qin Ze and demanding compensation. Qin Ze felt that if he could move, he would have already rolled up his sleeves to fight. The middle-aged police officer was obviously related to the middle-aged couple, a crony abusing his authority to twist the truth. He kept threatening to detain Qin Ze, which would have intimidated the average person. They knew the common folk couldn't fight the authorities because the authorities control resources and power. They could paint you black even if you were white. He was stabbed for no reason, and the old man had to pay for the assailant's medical expenses. Qin Ze took a deep breath. "Officer, you are their relative, aren't you?" The police officer grunted, tacitly admitting it. Qin Ze threatened, "Don't think being a police officer makes you untouchable. We can report you." Before the police officer could respond, his sister sneered, "Go ahead, as if anyone's stopping you." Qin Bao was grinding her teeth in fury. The old man remained silent, his face grim. Qin Ze stated calmly, "Your nephew caused trouble and stabbed me, but as a people's police officer, can you live with your conscience?" "Conscience?" The middle-aged police officer, Wang Guomin, scoffed. "Don't give me that. My nephew stabbed you in self-defense. Several witnesses can testify. Do you have any witnesses? Spare me the nonsense. You won't pay? You wait. Tomorrow, I'll have someone send you to the detention center. I wear this uniform. I can handle you." Qin Bao bit her lip, trembling with anger. "We have surveillance footage. You can't deny it. A joke. Surveillance footage is evidence. You think you can just access it whenever you want?" Wang Guomin abandoned any pretense of being a proper police officer and turned to his sister. "We'll go to the police station now to file a case and sue them for intentional injury tomorrow. A few commoners, I have plenty of ways to ruin them." Wang Guomin pointed arrogantly at Qin Bao, then at Qin Ze, and strode out of the hospital room without looking back. Soon after, when Qin's mother returned to the hospital room with bags of food, she found her daughter sitting on the sofa, wiping away tears, her beautiful face a mess. Her son was comforting her, while the head of the family stood by the window, silently smoking. "What's going on here? I was only gone for a little while." Qin's mother asked, bewildered. She stroked Qin Bao's head. "You're 25 years old. Stop crying." "Mom." Qin Bao burst into tears, hugging her mother's waist. Qin Ze thought to himself, at this moment, adding baby is wrong. Baby is suffering would be perfect. The old man sighed and recounted what had just happened. Qin's mother gnashed her teeth in anger, hissing, "We'll sue tomorrow. I refuse to believe that a petty police officer can turn the world upside down. Qin Bao sniffled. He's the captain, not just a small-time cop. So what if he's the captain? We're not afraid of a captain. Qin's mother patted her daughter's shoulder and then looked at her composed son, sighing inwardly. I haven't treated them differently, so why are the siblings so different? The older sister is more like a younger sister, and the younger brother is more like an older brother. If Qin Ze knew what his mother was thinking, he would have jumped up indignantly and shouted, Heavens! What do you mean, no different treatment? The Qin family's parenting philosophy, a daughter born and a son sent with a phone recharge. In another hospital room, Shi Qifeng lay in bed, having just undergone a nasal bone reduction surgery. The anesthesia was still in effect, so he didn't feel much pain, but his nose was wrapped in gauze, making his face stiff. His parents and uncle returned to the room, and he immediately asked, How did it go? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman was filled with anger and began to scold. That family is so stubborn. They even said they're going to sue us, as if they know who they're dealing with. The middle-aged police officer, Wang Guomin, snorted. They won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Criminal lawsuits are troublesome. The surveillance video from the internet cafe has already been taken to the police station. If you sue, the prosecutor's office will ask about the video. It's hard to say who will win. The middle-aged woman said, Brother, your nephew was beaten like this. I can't swallow this anger. Wang Guomin nodded. I'll handle this matter. It won't be easy for them to sue. The police station won't give them the opportunity. In a few days, I'll detain that kid. By then, they'll naturally come begging. He knew this game well. The longer it dragged on, the better their chances of winning. Criminal proceedings must first navigate through the police station, which serves as a critical juncture where one can exert influence and strategically manipulate the situation. You find yourself in peril this time. Should a fatal incident occur, I would be unable to safeguard you. Wang Guoming gestured towards his nephew, noting that fortunately, you two have sustained injuries, which could conveniently be framed as a civil dispute. In due course, your uncle will assist you in securing compensation. Shi Qifeng beamed with gratitude, expressing, Thank you, uncle. The middle-aged couple shared a smile. Within the confines of his uncle's domain, Shi Qifeng stirred up trouble, yet he refrained from engaging in overt conflict. Victories were few and far between. However, a symbolic visit to the police station could allow him to emerge unscathed, without a criminal record or legal repercussions. Should he lose, he could still assert his right to claim damages with confidence. Wang Guoming, fully assured, had taken on the task of mitigating his nephew's troubles numerous times. As long as matters did not escalate beyond control, he could maintain his composure. In terms of complaints, administrative reviews, or legal actions directed towards the prosecutor's office, he felt no trepidation. Some things are stated as they are. Certain rules are established in a particular manner, yet one must not take them too seriously. Numerous individuals seek redress, yet how many truly succeed? Chapter 28. Abuse of Power, Part 2. At 8 in the morning, Yang Chun entered the classroom with his backpack. His gaze swept the room and lingered momentarily on the vacant spot of Qin Ze before he calmly took his seat. Opening his bag to organize the materials he had completed the day before, Professor Li had yet to arrive, and the atmosphere in the classroom was relaxed. The 8 members greeted one another, engaging in light-hearted banter. The women discussed the latest gossip from the entertainment industry, while the men debated current political affairs, critiquing the news and national policies. Wang Xiu, wearing glasses, glanced around. Oh, Qin Ze isn't here today? He must be late again. He has only been here a few days and is already tardy frequently. He must not care, being a privileged one. But who cares? Let us focus on our own affairs. Yang Chen unusually refrained from voicing his opinion, his face slightly pale as he nervously typed a message on his phone, remaining silent. Moments later, his phone vibrated with a notification. Yang Chen hurriedly picked it up, unlocking the screen to read the reply. I have connections. I can handle this matter. Just send me 5,000. He sighed in relief, a smile of relief spreading across his face as he promptly transferred the 5,000. As he reflected on the loss of 5,000 yuan, a pang of regret struck him. Yet, if resolving this issue required spending 10,000, he would gladly do so. Shortly after, Professor Li arrived, clapping his hands to gain attention. Qin Ze 1TB returning. Yang Chen, you will continue to oversee this group's tasks. Please take care of the equations he left unfinished. Put in a bit more effort to complete them. The members exchanged glances. Yang Chen could hardly conceal his joy as he announced, Rest assured, Professor, this is my responsibility. I will make up for Qin Ze's missed progress today, without holding anyone back. Professor Li nodded in satisfaction, mentioning he had a public lecture to attend and quickly departed. Whispers filled the classroom as they speculated about Qin Ze. Why has he suddenly stopped coming? Perhaps he couldn't cope. After all, he is just a student and may not handle the pressure like us fresh graduates. They noted how Qin Ze appeared quite capable. After a brief exchange, the conversation shifted away from the absent classmate. Qin Ze had only recently joined the studio, so they hadn't interacted much. His departure was not a cause for alarm. Most of them were fresh graduates, many already out on internships, with only a few remaining at school. Even those still present seldom monitored campus forums. If they did, they would have already learned of Qin Ze's reputation for overshadowing others. Meanwhile, Qin Ze woke early, brushing his teeth and washing his face while consuming the thick porridge his mother had prepared and brought to the hospital. He could barely get out of bed, and any significant movement would pull at his wounds. Due to his intestinal injury, the doctor advised him to limit his intake to 1 meal of porridge a day, with the rest of his nutrition sustained through 4 drips. His mother was a devoted homemaker, and after delivering the porridge, she remarked, "Oh dear. The blankets haven't been aired for several days. The floor hasn't been cleaned in ages. My online shopping delivery needs to be dealt with. Son, please focus on recovering in the hospital. I'll head back home to take care of things." Left alone in the starkness of his hospital room, Qin Ze lay in bed, silently watching television. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Attention, host. System energy is insufficient and will drain your vitality in 7 days." Startled, Qin Ze recalled that he had been drained just last week. Typically, the system absorbed energy every fortnight, with the voice devoid of any emotion. "Really? I'm currently incapacitated. And instead of assisting me, you choose to siphon more energy? Have you no shame?" Qin Ze felt a surge of panic. Unable to forget the emptiness of his previous experiences, his current body could not withstand another depletion. With a foundational understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, he was acutely aware that the system's actions would impede his healing process, potentially leaving him with lasting repercussions. Repaying debts and charging energy are justifiable. The system's voice continued. "Such a righteous principle," Qin Ze groaned, covering his face. "I'm left speechless. You truly must be a parasite." "Fear not, host. Based on your present condition, your injuries will heal within 7 days. Is that true?" he asked skeptically. "My programming does not contain a lying function." Just then, his phone rang with its default ringtone. Ending the conversation with the system, he glanced at the caller ID, Qin Baby. Qin Baby had taken a leave of absence today to help their father with Qin Ze's situation. "Hello, what is the matter?" "The police station refuses to file a case, insisting it's a civil dispute, and that wretched person even cursed at me and Dad." Qin Baby's voice dripped with anger. Qin Ze listened silently as she lamented about the police not issuing a medical assessment certificate and how the prosecutor's office had replied that their complaint was under review with no further updates. "It's just a series of dead ends," she concluded. "There's a video of you being attacked online. But Dad's colleague at the law school mentioned that without a complete video, it's challenging to use as evidence. It seems it was recorded by a bystander's phone, and the internet CAF's surveillance footage has been taken by the police." Qin Baby added. "Dad has been smoking all morning, looking distraught." Upon hearing this, Qin Ze remained silent for a long time before chuckling lightly. "This is what they call bureaucratic protectionism. I've learned something new today." Qin Baby, hearing his nonchalant tone, replied with a hint of frustration. "Sister is on the verge of tears. Can't you show some concern?" If she were in the hospital room, she would have playfully slapped his face. "If it's Shingy Entertainment Company, it should be manageable. Right?" Qin Ze remarked cryptically. "What do you mean?" Qin Baby inquired, confused. "Online publicity is something entertainment companies excel at. Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Ze suggested. "I'll send you a video. You'll understand." After hanging up, he sent her the video he had recorded the previous night. He initially intended to use it as material for a complaint or to threaten Wang Guomin, but on a whim, he changed his mind. "Though we lack surveillance footage, we have this." 5 minutes later, Qin Baby called back, and upon connecting, her ecstatic voice rang out. "Ah, dear brother, I love you the most." Qin Ze thought to himself, "If you love me, why treat me like a servant?" He chuckled. "Now you understand, right?" Qin Baby, known for her intelligence, grasped his intent immediately. "You mean to hire online influencers to escalate the situation and draw attention to it online?" "Indeed, the bureaucratic system is lazy, preferring to avoid trouble unless lives are at stake. They'll continue to be carefree," Qin Ze replied with a smile. "We'll create public discourse to garner societal attention. Let us title it, Shocking. Nephew commits heinous acts while Uncle Police turns a blind eye to the law. I consider myself a professional keyboard warrior," he added. Qin Baby burst out laughing. "Let us phrase it like this instead. Shocking. Police dare to treat a 22-year-old this way." Qin Ze's eyes sparkled. "Excellent, Qin Baby. Come tomorrow to sign up for the shock department. Qin baby kissed the phone and said, I'll pamper you when I return. First, let us handle the pressing matters. That afternoon, a video went viral online, garnering over 1 million views and thousands of comments within a day. It became a trending topic on Weibo, killing without consequence, a small-time cop covers up. Qin Ze couldn't help but smile at the sensationalism of the title. Clicking to watch, he saw it was the 13-minute video he had secretly recorded. The post was made by someone claiming to be the victim, Qin Ze, whose eloquent writing conveyed heartfelt anguish, especially the line, a petty official shielding others. I refuse to believe that law doesn't exist. This left Qin Ze astounded. Qin Ze scrolled through the comments on Weibo. This is quintessentially China. When will we truly embrace democracy? A dog clad in a green coat, not executed, is insufficient to quell public indignation. In this era, those with connections can reign supreme, while the common folk are rendered inconsequential. The larger fish devours the smaller. The smaller fish consumes the shrimp. Ha ha ha. It is maddening. In a mere 13 minutes and 30 seconds of video, I was left with goosebumps, yearning to rush in and confront that police officer and the foolish overweight woman. I recall a saying, you receive your salary and benefits, while the people bear the burden. Who once fought alongside the populace and who now opposes them? In such a nation, who can harbor love? Last year, I bought a watch. If one day I immigrate, remember that I once loved my country. Look goodbye, who dares to rise against me? This is utterly outrageous. If it were me, I would certainly take matters into my own hands. To the keyboard warriors above, if you dare, step up. Ding, check the fool. Ding, the delivery has arrived. Check away. I still wish to express my disappointment in this country. What of the people who have perished due to forced demolitions? Is corruption and abuse of power not rampant? Are the common people not subject to oppression? Oh, why do I feel a red mark on my skin? Wang Guomin. You commoners dare to revolt, do you? I am a police officer. I can challenge even the heavens. I wish that family nothing but ill fate. If one day I find myself without support, bury me amidst the news broadcasts. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has grown cold. Having watched the video, I feel nothing but chill and despair. Only when such incidents befall oneself can one comprehend the helplessness and powerlessness involved. A gaggle of keyboard warriors cannot simply take to fighting. Do you know the truth? No, you merely spout nonsense. The one who was stabbed seemed to have also hospitalized someone. In my view, none are truly innocent. How remarkable, to lose a brawl and unable to contend with connections. Turn to the internet for sympathy. Both should serve time, no doubt about it. How foolish. Indeed, I recall watching that stabbing video this morning, shared by the onlookers online. To those above, you are the real fools. Have you not seen this morning's video? A crowd attacking one individual, and they were stabbed. It was a case of self-defense. Had I been in that position, the aggressor would be 6 feet under by now. Am I the only one who notices that the girl stealing the spotlight is strikingly beautiful? I give her a perfect score for her figure, her profile exquisite, her voice melodious. Such beauty deserves a score of 9. The last point must be earned through experience. A perfect 10 in allure, but a 0 in engagement. Little brother-in-law, I have smoothed this matter over for you. Where are you in the hospital? I intend to come and propose to your sister. Qin Ze closed Weibo. Exhaling deeply. As a seasoned keyboard warrior, he understood that such incidents easily incite public outrage, further fueled by online trolls. It was no wonder that within a day, it surged to the forefront of Weibo, becoming a trending topic. Given the current fervor, a tidal wave of public opinion was inevitable, and intervention from the relevant authorities was merely a matter of time. He was not concerned about any adverse repercussions from this incident. First, all was based on truth, not rumors. Second, a mere precinct captain could not wield absolute power. The higher-ups were aware of the situation, and their first response would undoubtedly be a thorough investigation, providing the public with an explanation. Chapter 29. The importance of public opinion. At 6:30 in the evening, Qin Baobao and the elder gentleman visited Qin Ze at the hospital. The elder gentleman, exhausted from the day's labors, sat on the sofa, perusing comments on Weibo using Qin Baobao's phone, as he did not possess the Weibo app on his own device. In any nation, it is unrealistic to expect all public servants to embody righteousness and fairness. There will always be a few bad apples. The youth of today, it seems, are still rather extreme. Shaking his head and sighing as he read the comments, he encountered sentiments of disappointment in the nation, calls for revolt, and remarks about immigration. How audacious they are. In our time, we could only proclaim, "Long live communism." Qin Baobao stood by the bedside, exchanging a knowing smile with her brother before sweetly saying, "Dad, there are so many radical keyboard warriors nowadays. My younger brother often engages in heated arguments online. Qin Ze shot her a fierce glare. Would your life, and if you didn't criticize me? The elder gentleman put away the phone, scrutinizing Qin Ze from head to toe, making him feel uneasy. You certainly possess a keen mind, he remarked nonchalantly. Qin Ze chuckled awkwardly. Didn't I mention? How did that woman manage to enter the ward and firmly accuse me of assaulting her son? Surely, this must have been leaked from the police side. I figured, whether it's useful or not, I should record it as evidence. It can't hurt. The elder gentleman sighed. The youth of today are indeed cleverer than us old folks. Qin Ze secretly laughed, noting how rapidly information spreads with the advancement of the internet. How crucial is public opinion? Chairman Mao once said, the propaganda department is akin to the Hall of Yama. And now, online public discourse serves as a diluted version of that very department. After a short while, the elder gentleman took his leave, leaving the wife and daughter to tend to their son. Qin Ma went out to buy fruits for her daughter, leaving the siblings alone in the hospital room. Sitting at the head of the bed, Qin Baobao, feeling bored, fiddled with the remote control and murmured, today has truly reshaped my worldview. Qin Ze replied, it's fine. Spend more time online and don't just watch the news broadcast. The more you encounter worldview-shattering topics, the more accustomed you will become. Forget it. I have no intention of watching the news broadcast. Qin Ze remarked, you must have spent quite a bit. Haven't you? Qin Baobao's expression turned woeful, her face a picture of impending tears. All my savings are gone. From today onward, we won't even have money for groceries. We can't even afford instant noodles. Oh no, this is a disaster. I refuse to eat instant noodles with you. I'll tell mom and dad that you gave up a decent job to pursue stardom. Qin Baobao turned pale, pretending to leap at him. Qin Ze quickly waved his hands. Hey, I'm the patient now. Don't do anything reckless. Qin Baobao huffed, sighing. It's all right. I can borrow money from my university classmates to tide us over for a while. Once I receive my salary, we'll have funds for living expenses. She twisted his arm playfully. I told you to save some money. Qin Ze lamented. When you have money, you buy a car, bags, cosmetics, face masks, clothes. Let us see how you maintain your extravagant lifestyle. Qin Baobao declared, I will buy them. I will buy them. At that moment, Qin Ze felt a pressing need to relieve himself, having hardly gone to the bathroom all afternoon. It was quite an embarrassing situation. There was no movable stand in the ward, and the floor was attached to the head of the bed. To use the restroom, he needed someone to assist him with the bottle. I need to urinate. Qin Ze nudged his sister with his elbow. Lazy people have more bodily needs, Qin Baobao retorted. When they reached the restroom, Qin Baobao held the bottle aloft, growing impatient as he took too long to remove his trousers. Just urinate already. Qin Ze, in a state of distress, replied, before you speak, could you please turn your body? How can I go with you staring at me? Qin Baobao scoffed, her cheeks slightly flushed, her sparkling eyes glancing downwards. It's not like I've never seen your little worm before. I even played with it. Let us not relive childhood memories. Qin Ze rolled his eyes. Can you show me your big white rabbit now? Qin Baobao glared. Do you dare to look? If you dare to undress, I dare to look. Taking a deep breath, Qin Baobao, assuming Qin Ze was merely boasting, suddenly screamed, Mom. Qin Ze wants to see my breasts. Qin Ze felt a jolt of fear, his heart racing as he cried out, Sister, I was wrong. Please don't yell. If their mother heard, it would only result in a scolding, but if it reached their elder gentleman's ears, he would surely face a severe beating. Qin Baobao, reveling in triumph, turned her head away. I'm not interested in looking at your little worm. Qin Ze thought it unnecessary to remind his sister that it was no longer a little worm but a dragon now. In the evening, Qin Baobao accompanied Qin Ma home, gently patting her brother's head. Rest well. I'll come back tomorrow and bring you clean underwear. Also, please bring my notebook. Lying around all day is so boring. Got it. At 9 o'clock, after finishing the last 4 drip, Qin Ze called the nurse to remove the needle, used the restroom, and collapsed into bed. Wang Gumin awoke early, enjoying the meat porridge prepared by his gentle wife before donning his crisp uniform and polished shoes. His kind-hearted wife approached, adjusting his collar. Why are you leaving so early? She asked as she retrieved the bag he had left on the sofa. That family was quite troublesome yesterday. I fear they might stir up trouble at the police station again, so I must personally oversee the situation, Wang Guomin explained. His wife sighed. You can't always be like this. Can't you let your nephew settle down? He is not your son. Must you clean up his mess for a lifetime? He is in his 20s and still lacks a proper job, only causing trouble. Wang Guomin glared at her irritably. What nonsense are you saying? He is my only nephew. How can I not care? Stop nagging. It's none of your business. His wife retorted, I've never seen you show such concern for your own daughter. If it weren't for your indulgence and that of his mother, Would he be causing so much trouble? Wang Guomin didn't wish to debate this matter with his wife. He took his briefcase and left for work. At 8:30 in the morning, the staff at the police station began clocking in. Before entering his office, Wang Guomin instructed the receptionist, Xiao Lu, "If anyone reports a case involving a person named Qin Ze, please immediately call me in my office." The receptionist, Xiao Lu, nodded repeatedly. Her gaze towards Wang Guomin filled with curiosity, as if she wished to say something but held back. Wang Guomin turned and entered his office, which was reserved for the police chief. At 9 o'clock, the officers at the station whispered among themselves, "Wang Jingzhang is remarkably calm. Surely he knows about this incident. It's very likely. Just yesterday, he instructed me to keep an eye out for someone named Qin Ze and to notify him immediately if he came in." Does the chief know? This matter has gained considerable attention online. I fear something might happen. That's not certain. After all, it's merely public discourse. Our public relations team is quite formidable. We can simply clarify things on Weibo. Netizens have a short attention span. They will settle down soon. To be honest, I'm quite displeased. That nephew of his is always causing trouble. He has been in and out of the police station too many times. The bigger the incident, the better. Let him learn a lesson. Wang Guomin's methods had already rubbed some people the wrong way. Not everyone lacked a sense of justice. Just then, as Wang Guomin stepped out of his office, everyone fell silent, returning to their tasks. "What are you all talking about?" Wang Guomin scanned the room. Nothing. They replied evasively. Wang Guomin entered the chief's office. The chief and Wang Guomin were college classmates and had been close friends for over a decade. His current position was largely due to the support of his old friend. Wang Guomin tossed a soft cigarette to his old classmate and lit one for himself, exhaling smoke. The chief glanced at him, frowning. "You're remarkably composed." Wang Guomin was taken aback. "What's the matter? Isn't it about yesterday's incident?" "Oh, don't worry. They'll only make a fuss for a few days. Soon, I'll have that kid detained, and they'll back down immediately." Wang Guomin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. He had engaged in such matters countless times. After all, no one had died, and ordinary families were unlikely to pursue the matter endlessly. A few stern words, and they would generally concede defeat. The station chief was taken aback. "You don't know?" "Know what?" Wang Guomin asked, perplexed. The chief opened the Weibo app and slid the phone towards him. "Take a look for yourself." Confused, Wang Guomin picked up the phone from the table and, upon focusing his gaze, his expression changed dramatically. The screen displayed a 13-minute video showcasing his conversation from the previous night at the hospital with that family, including the harsh words he had left them with. "This little brat dares to set me up." Wang Guomin's face turned ashen. The station chief spoke gravely. "Don't panic too much. The higher-ups inquired about this matter this morning, and I responded that it was merely a civil dispute, albeit one involving your nephew, which made your comments somewhat heated. After all, given our years of camaraderie, I couldn't just abandon you. Although this situation is troublesome, it is not insurmountable. Firstly, since no one died, it is not a grave matter. Secondly, the person who was stabbed was also injured, providing ample room for maneuvering. For instance, in the incident from 2 years ago where someone was killed at the police station, it was impossible to suppress due to the overwhelming public outcry. The current situation is incited by the anger of netizens regarding the abuse of power by law enforcement. However, the chief refrained from making any absolute promises. He was observing the situation, gauging whether the online sentiment would escalate or gradually calm down. Unexpectedly, just as one wave of online outrage began to settle, another erupted. Following Wang Guomin's video, another individual released a video of their own. In this video, a young man in his 20s held up his identification card, stating, "My name is Su Chunhui, and this is my ID." The purpose of this video is to formally accuse Jiangwan District Police Station Chief Wang Guomin of protecting his relatives and trampling upon the law. Last March, I had a conflict with Shi Qifeng at XX Bar, who happens to be Wang Guomin's nephew. The incident stemmed from a trivial matter. I accidentally bumped into his girlfriend. Or perhaps she was simply a woman he had taken out from the bar. I apologized, but he was completely unreasonable and, along with several companions, assaulted me, resulting in a fractured right arm. I reported the incident to the police, yet they refused to even review the surveillance footage, adamantly insisting that I was the aggressor and labeling it a civil dispute for which I bore full responsibility. Furthermore, they declined to issue a medical examination authorization and refused to detain anyone. I firmly believe in the fairness and justice of the law, and I filed complaints with higher authorities in the prosecutor's office, yet I have received no response in over a year. The officer handling this case was Wang Guomin. After seeing the video on Weibo yesterday, I resolved to no longer remain silent. Everything I have stated is the truth, Not a word of it is false. If you accuse me of spreading rumors, so be it. I am acting in my own name. Su Chunwei took a deep breath in the video. I have always believed in the fairness of the law. I refuse to accept that wolves in sheep's clothing can shield themselves from justice indefinitely. I seek to reclaim my dignity and ensure that those who wave the banner of public servants face the consequences they deserve. Although the video was only 2 minutes long, it went viral within hours, resonating with the hashtag killing without consequences, illustrating the unchecked power of a small-time officer. Previously, some may have considered themselves rational skeptics of the first video. But now public opinion had overwhelmingly turned against Wang Guomin. Within a brief span from morning to noon, the official Weibo account of the Shanghai Municipal Public Security Bureau amassed over 1 million comments, with countless users tagging them in outrage. When Wang Guomin became aware of the situation, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The station chief summoned him to the conference room with a phone call. As Wang Guomin entered, he saw 3 or 4 leaders seated around an oval table. Everyone is present, he noted. Despite being a seasoned bureaucrat, he maintained a calm demeanor, instinctively offering cigarettes to a few colleagues, but today, none accepted, leaving him slightly disheartened. The station chief fixed him with a stare. Are you aware of the situation online? I've seen it, Wang Guomin nodded. Old Su, while this matter is tricky, it is not insurmountable, is it? First, Su Chunwei has no evidence. The station has not even opened a case. His claims are unfounded. What can he do to me? This is a society governed by law, regardless of public outcry. Evidence is paramount, is it not? Several leaders, who were not on good terms with him, exchanged knowing glances. You know about a lawful society, do you? We are well aware of your actions. If it weren't for your close ties with the chief, you would have been reported long ago. However, we are not entirely above reproach either. Who among us hasn't engaged in a bit of self-serving behavior? If nothing goes wrong, we all tacitly understand. If it does, we won't shield you. An experienced leader pounded the table. This situation has escalated significantly. Do you think you can resolve it with a few words? There are countless eyes watching outside. What if someone else comes forward to accuse you? Let us see if the chief can still cover for you. Wang Guomin remained unfazed. Without evidence, what can they do? However, the chief's expression shifted. Old Zhang, what do you mean by that? I am completely unaware. What do you mean you've been covering for him all this time? Are you trying to take me down? Wang Guomin was taken aback, staring incredulously at his old classmate, Old Su. The chief waved his hand, his face expressionless. Old Wang, after over a decade of friendship, I genuinely had no idea you were involved in so much underhanded activity. Even if I wanted to help you, I would be powerless to do so now. Wang Guomin was stunned and replied with indignation. What do you mean? It's just some rumors online. What is the big deal? What is the big deal? A leader scoffed. You should remember this. The official account of the higher-ups is being mercilessly criticized. It rarely garners attention, yet now it has millions of comments. You haven't seen the comments. Every word strikes deep. We had no part in this. You alone are responsible. When questioned, we will speak the truth, and we will not bear your burden. Do not implicate us. Another leader remarked coolly. What implications? Are you concealing something from me? Wang Guomin's expression darkened. Old Wang, prepare yourself. The district has already sent comrades from the disciplinary committee to investigate. The chief shook his head. You didn't destroy the internet CAFS surveillance footage, did you? Otherwise, that would be a serious offense. Don't blame me for not helping. I have my own troubles now and may face punishment. Wang Guomin dropped the cigarette he was holding, slumping dejectedly in his chair. Chapter 30. Look up and see who has heaven's mercy. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the official platform of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau released a message. We express our gratitude to the citizens for their whistleblowing and reporting. Our bureau has established a task force and has officially initiated an investigation into Wang Guomin. We will provide the public with an explanation. A barrage of bureaucratic language followed. The comments from netizens were lively. Relevant departments have intervened. Is this yet another ploy? It certainly seemed to be a ruse. Leading to silence as time passed, the fervor waned, and the oppression of innocent citizens continued unabated, with protection and indulgence for the wrongdoers. How much does the government disregard the people's will? I genuinely worry for the country. I would bet that this would lead nowhere. This matter would end here. Even the most shameless pretenders would not dare claim the top spot. The Shanghai Public Security Bureau holds that title. You troublesome citizens. Wouldn't it be better to live peacefully within the news broadcasts? Why must you stir up trouble? Qin Ze chuckled as he closed his laptop, finding it all quite predictable. Among netizens, 9 out of 10 criticized the government, and the last one either remains neutral or outright insults. That evening, he spoke with Qin Baobao over the phone. What has to deal with that Su Chunwei? Is it a ploy by the internet trolls? No, I was just as startled. Qin Baobao laughed over the phone. This is called retribution. That scoundrel has done his fair share of wrongdoings. Those he bullied in the past can no longer remain silent. A pleasant surprise, indeed. But let us set this aside. Are you coming over tonight? No, I'm too exhausted from practicing dance all day. What for? To serve your needs. Get lost. The following day, the incident did not subside due to the police's statement. Rather, it intensified. It trended on Weibo, was highlighted on the Lazy Cat app, and the media scrambled to report on it. The news on television remained relatively objective. Yet some online media outlets lacked any sense of decency, resorting to sensationalist headlines and exaggerations, thus inflating public sentiment. Numerous satirical jokes about the police emerged online. At 11 o'clock, in the financial university, Professor Li, absent from class in the morning, left the students somewhat scattered. A girl scrolling through her phone suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, have you seen the video? The one that's causing such a stir, the police incident." She had taken the liberty to name it herself. "I've heard about it, but I've been too busy to pay attention lately." A boy chuckled. "My circle of friends has been flooded with it since yesterday." The girl took a deep breath. "Then you definitely haven't seen the video." "Oh my God, it's Qin Ze. The one who got stabbed is Qin Ze." The entire classroom fell silent, and the next moment erupted in disbelief. "No way. The one who got stabbed is Qin Ze? That is why he is not here? What about Professor Li? Where is the video? Show me, quick." The girl, equally shocked, replied, "I'll send it to the group. You all take a look." As everyone clicked to watch, the video appeared somewhat tilted, likely recorded surreptitiously, featuring a hospital room's background. A middle-aged policeman entered, followed by two intimidating middle-aged individuals. "I want to see your credentials. Hongkou Jiawan Police Station, Officer Wang Gomin, right? Ask whatever you need to." The voice at the video's start confirmed it was indeed Qin Ze. The subsequent footage showed him giving a statement, identifying himself as a student from the financial university. Qin Ze. It was unmistakably him. The classroom quieted as everyone focused on the video, their emotions shifting from surprise and curiosity to indignation after viewing it. How utterly oppressive. This is a blatant abuse of power, trampling on the law. Just because you have connections, you can stab someone, and then you dare to demand medical expenses. From a psychological perspective, this was a resonance of the oppressed. If such arrogance could be exhibited by a mere police officer, what of other bureaucrats? Could similar horrors happen to them? What would they do if it did? Once they empathized with the situation, their inner fury and fear erupted. All were ordinary citizens. And the relatability was palpable. The classroom erupted in curses. Now the police are utterly worthless. How corrupt. Is the law truly just a shackle for the weak? The world is deteriorating. It sends chills down my spine. It's terrifying that such things happen around us. Who knows when it might be our turn? A society governed by law is merely a hollow phrase. Yang Chun, however, remained detached, his gaze flickering. Amidst the discussions, 11:30 arrived, and Professor Li entered, his eyes radiating a sharp light as he scanned the room. "What is going on? Why all the noise?" A girl replied, "Professor, we're discussing Qin Ze's situation." "We just found out." Professor Li nodded, lamenting, "Today's law enforcement officers increasingly lack a sense of justice, engaging in corruption, greed, and lawbreaking. There are far too many. The past few days, everyone has been performing admirably. Sunday marks the deadline for our project, which means our time together is limited. I wish you all a bright future." Professor Yang delivered his heartfelt speech from the podium. "Your group leaders have been outstanding. Yang Chen, your academic proficiency is remarkable. I look forward to seeing you ground your future endeavors." Yang Chen stood, beaming. "Thank you, Professor. I will." Radiant with joy. He had completed the progress Qin Ze had fallen behind on after staying up late, earning praise from Professor Li that morning. With Qin Ze out of the way, his standing was restored. Once he completed the modeling, he anticipated earning his first substantial sum during his internship, estimating it to be around 5,000 to 6,000, which would offset his recent losses. It was Thursday, merely 3 days before everyone would part ways. The class applauded, some with hopes, others with a sense of melancholy. Professor Li raised his hand for silence, intending to say, "Let us go eat." Suddenly, the classroom door banged twice. Wan Shiyu, seated closest to the door, often acted as the doorkeeper. She stood to open it, only to be taken aback by two officers in uniform. "Excuse me, is Yang Chen here?" Everyone in the classroom turned to look. "Police? What are they doing here?" Yes. Wang Shiyu turned to glance at Yang Chen, whose complexion had turned pale. The two police officers entered the classroom, and the older officer produced his credentials, stating solemnly, "Are you Yang Chen? Please present your identification." Yang Chen retrieved his ID from his bag, his face devoid of color throughout the entire process. You are now suspected of instigating a crime. Please come with us. The officer glanced at him, returned the ID, and tucked his own credentials away. The other officer pulled out handcuffs, ready to restrain Yangchen. He recoiled in fright, exclaiming, "I haven't committed a crime. Why are you arresting me?" His eyes were filled with terror, akin to a cornered rat. "Calm down. Come with us." The police pressed down on his shoulder, swiftly placing the handcuffs on him. In the classroom, the students were stunned, utterly bewildered by the scene. What is happening? Just as we were lamenting Qin Ze's situation, another incident unfolds before us. What has Yangchen done to instigate a crime? Seated were university students, all possessing some legal knowledge. The fact that handcuffs were involved indicated that he was to be held criminally liable. Professor Li's expression darkened. As a university instructor, he could not turn a blind eye. "Officers, what crime has my student committed?" The older policeman glanced at him, maintaining a relatively good demeanor, and explained, "We suspect he has instigated a crime linked to the recent uproar online regarding the incident at the Honko police station, where the captain is accused of protecting the assailant. The person wielding the weapon has confessed to being directed by Yangchen, a recent graduate from the financial department." Professor Li was rendered speechless. The students present were equally stunned, struggling to digest the shocking news that Yangchen had instigated an assault on Qin Ze, all for such a trivial matter. How narrow-minded could one possibly be? Although Qin Ze and Yangchen had never seen eye to eye, there had been no real conflict between them. Their interactions had been minimal at best. If one were to speak of grievances, it would be about Qin Ze taking over Yangchen's position, a result of Yangchen's own negligence, not Qin Ze's fault. The students turned their gazes towards Yangchen. Their expressions a collective revelation. They could not believe he was capable of such actions. Yangchen felt as though his spirit had been extinguished. At 5 in the afternoon, Qin Baobao finished work an hour early. She returned home briefly to put away her dance attire, mindful not to bring it to the hospital, as it would undoubtedly provoke her mother's ire. After a half-hour shower, she donned a white short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the comical character, paired with light-colored jeans that accentuated her curvaceous figure. The contours of her long legs were exquisitely defined. Qin Baobao's figure was already alluring enough, and with the addition of the whimsical shirt, she garnered even more attention. Of course, she did not purchase this t-shirt herself. It had been a gift from Qin Ze. Last year, he excitedly announced, "Sister, I found a t-shirt online that is absolutely tailored for you." Qin Baobao was delighted, thinking to herself how thoughtful her younger brother was. A few days later, the package arrived. With a roll of her eyes, she muttered, "Tailored for me? Spare me." Yet, since it was a rare gesture from her brother, she begrudgingly accepted it. As she took the elevator to the community parking garage, she caught a glimpse of the comically stretched character on her shirt in the reflection of her car window and couldn't help but scoff, regretting her choice of attire. By the time Qin Baobao arrived at the hospital, it was already 6:30. Her mother was in the restroom washing her brother's undergarments while he lay on the bed engrossed in his computer. He glanced up and acknowledged her arrival with a casual, "You're here." Qin Baobao tossed her bag onto the sofa and flopped down, stretching her back and sighing, "I'm so tired." After a day spent at her desk, what could she possibly be tired from? Her mother's voice, laden with admonishments, drifted from the restroom. The siblings exchanged a knowing smile. This was their secret. Qin Ze believed that the greatest benefit of his sister's dedication to singing and dancing was the way it sculpted her figure to be increasingly alluring. Although Qin Baobao had always maintained a slim physique, her abdomen had once been soft. Now, as she stretched, her taut midriff was revealed, a sign that soon enough, her curves would be even more pronounced. A truly enviable waist. "Mom, when are we going home?" Qin Baobao called towards the restroom. She had come to the hospital to escort her mother back home. With the end of term approaching, her studies could not be neglected, and her brother's issues were wearing their father down, leaving the responsibility of picking up their mother to the daughter. "It'll be a little while longer. You should talk to your brother in the meantime," her mother replied. Chapter 31. There is always a plotter trying to harm the emperor. "Oh," Qin Baobao murmured. Settling on the edge of the bed, she leaned in to examine the computer screen. "What are you fiddling with? Stocks?" The chaotic array of red and green lines assaulted her senses. Qin Ze shifted, making room for her. Lowering his voice, he said, "We're in an economic crisis, remember? I thought I'd see if I could scrape up some money in the stock market." "How thoughtful of you." Qin Baobao affectionately patted her brother's head. Then her expression morphed into laughter. "You? Playing the stock market? Are you sure you're cut out for it? You can be a celebrity. Why can't I trade stocks?" Qin Ze retorted, rolling his eyes. He felt somewhat at a loss. The stock market was far too complex. He would have preferred to directly exchange for skill books, but the system was low on power and in sleep mode. Qin Ze didn't dare disturb it. What followed was the usual sibling rivalry. Mom, why don't you wash his hair? It's filthy. Mom, Qin Baobao is so annoying. Take her home. Mom, Qin Ze touched my butt. Mom, help. Qin Baobao is pulling at my wound. In the restroom, Mom Qin sighed. I have a little donkey, I never ride it. A cheerful child's voice rang out. It was Qin Baobao's ringtone. Hello, Dad, what's up? Qin Baobao sprawled on the sofa, retrieving her phone from her bag. Her expression suddenly turned serious. After listening, she softly said, Okay, I'll tell him. All right, goodbye, Dad. What's wrong? Qin Ze asked. Sensing something was amiss, Dad has been at the police station all along. The police just told him that the interrogation results are in. Sure, Chiefing, who stabbed you, was acting under the instructions of someone named Yang Chun. From your school, apparently? Qin Ze was stunned. He never imagined it would be Yang Chun. He had even suspected Zhang Mingyu. After all, those thugs were clearly looking for trouble, targeting him. And he had thoroughly humiliated Zhang Mingyu, twice. But he had no major conflict with Yang Chen. I haven't even proactively embarrassed you, and you're already trying to have me killed? What was the grievance? Qin Ze recounted his minor disagreements with Yang Chen to his sister. Being a seasoned professional, at least in Qin Ze's eyes, she scoffed, that's what you call conflicting interests. That Zhang, what's his name? Losing face is just losing face. He'll be annoyed for a while, but he doesn't really lose anything. But this Yang Chen, you snatched his team leader position. That means less bonus money, a tangible loss. Of course, he'd find someone to take you out. That's how business people are. If you slap them on the left cheek, they'll offer the right one, as long as you can give them benefits. But if you infringe on their interests, they'll try to destroy you, even if you have no personal grudge, she continued. Qin Ze was shocked. Over a few thousand yuan, he tried to have me killed? Qin Baobao analyzed. He probably just wanted someone to beat you up, preferably disrupting your work. He didn't expect things to escalate this far. Qin Ze took note. Going to learn from this. Feeling wronged for being stabbed over such a trivial matter, he lamented, there's always some plotter trying to harm the emperor. Qin Baobao affectionately ruffled his hair again, cooing, Fear not, your majesty. Leave this matter to your father-in-law and your concubine. We shall ensure those rebellious subjects are reduced to ashes. Qin Ze was immensely pleased. My dear consort, your dedication is noted. Tonight, I shall favor you with my presence. Mom Qin, who had just come out of the restroom carrying his underwear, coughed and chuckled. You too. How old are you? Still acting like children. Qin Baobao stuck out her tongue and made a face. The next day at noon, the Shanghai Public Security Bureau announced the results of the investigation on its official platform. Wang Guomin was expelled from the party and would be held legally responsible. As for Shi Qifeng and Yang Chen, the Procuratorate received the injury assessment report this morning, confirming it as a minor injury and initiated criminal proceedings against them. Qin Ze, being injured, did not need to appear in court. The old man would act as the plaintiff. After lunch, the nurse came to apply ointment to Qin Ze's wound, surprised. Your wound is healing very well. We can remove the stitches early. Qin Ze perked up. Can we remove them now? It's only been 3 days. Normally, stitches are removed after 7 days. For Qin Ze's type of wound, it would likely take even longer. The nurse considered it. I'll check again tomorrow. If it looks good, I'll have the doctor remove the stitches for you. The wound had already grown fresh, tender flesh. Qin Ze also felt less pain than the day before. As long as he didn't press hard or engage in strenuous activity, it barely bothered him. The system had said he would fully recover in 7 days. And it was indeed proving accurate. He attributed the rapid recovery to the energy cultivation manual. In the evening, Qin Baobao and the old man came to the hospital. His sister was wearing a professional business suit, her hair sleek with curled ends, the image of a career woman. She was probably trying to impress their parents. The old man told Qin Ze about the progress of the public prosecution. It should be concluded within half a month, because the social impact of the case was significant. And it wasn't a major criminal case. The proceedings were moving quickly. Generally, the Procuratorate makes a decision on criminal cases within a month, with a half-month extension for major or complex cases. Furthermore, the old man sighed. Professor Li was hit by a car while crossing the street after work today. He didn't see the traffic light. He's lying in this hospital right now. This hospital was closest to the school. Students with minor ailments or discomfort usually chose to come here for treatment. Qin Ze was shocked. How could that happen? Yang Chen is a student. Because of your matter. He was detained by the police, and the school has decided to expel him. Professor Li feels that he is the reason for your hospitalization and Yang Chen's detention, which inevitably caused him mental distress, the old man said. Fractured tibia, multiple muscle contusions, and a fractured right wrist. He won't recover for several months. How unfortunate. Before he could finish speaking, a crisp chime rang in his mind. It was the long silent system. Main quest, show off in public, 3:15. Take over Professor Lee's fund investment analysis model and complete it within 4 days. Successful completion rewards 250 points. Failure deducts 250 points. Qin Ze's eyelids twitched. Maybe I should go visit him. The old man nodded. He's in room 3014 downstairs. As the father and son were talking, the door to the ward was pushed open, and someone barged in. The family turned to look, their expressions immediately darkening. It was a middle-aged couple, the parents of Shi Qifeng. The two looked somewhat haggard and had lost their arrogant demeanor. However, their tone remained cold. Let's settle this privately. How much money do you want? Although Qin Ze's legal knowledge was limited, he understood some things. He frowned. Public prosecution cases don't mean we can just drop the charges if we want to. If there's a letter of understanding from the victim, my son can get a reduced sentence. The middle-aged woman pulled a form from her bag, tossed it on the bed, and said blandly, I know your family is ordinary. Here, I'll compensate you with 100,000 yuan. Sign this. A letter of understanding, also known as a settlement agreement, would be considered by the court for a reduced sentence. According to the law, intentional injury is punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment or detention. With the plaintiff's letter of understanding, her son would receive a reduced sentence, even probation. And once on probation, by pulling strings, they could minimize the situation, even making it disappear altogether. The old man said displeasedly, we will not sign the letter of understanding. Please leave. Before, this couple had used their influence to bully others, not only stabbing someone but also making false accusations and extorting medical expenses. They even threatened to detain Qin Ze. The Qin family had been holding their breath all along. Now they knew to lower their heads, but even so, their attitude was still terrible. Did they think having money made them superior? Did they think money could solve everything? The middle-aged woman, her face contorted with anger, coldly remarked, is money insufficient? Very well, 150,000. No more than that. 150,000 is the limit. This sum is sufficient for your family to strive for an entire year. Furthermore, your son is not in any real trouble. A mere 10 days or 2 weeks in the hospital, and he will be perfectly fine. Quite a bargain, isn't it? In a fit of rage that turned to mockery, Qin Baobao seized the agreement and tore it to shreds. Calmly, she responded, indeed, our family is quite ordinary. Yet we are not in need of this sum of over 100,000. My brother is the only child in our family, and as his sister, I have cherished him dearly since childhood. Now that your son has inflicted harm upon him, I do not wish for your money. I only desire for your son to sit in prison as he deserves. The agreement is void if you cannot swallow this bitter pill. Feel free to appeal and see if the court will support you. Now, leave my presence. The middle-aged man bellowed, do not go too far. My son is still young and deserves a chance to reform. Qin Baobao retaliated with a curse, to hell with your chance for reform, you wretched creature. Though the sentiment of cherishing her brother had never truly existed, Qin Ze silently applauded his sister 100 times over in his heart. The middle-aged woman shrieked and lunged at Qin Baobao, attempting to scratch her face. You have harmed my brother terribly. You will not even spare my son. You beasts. I will fight you. Just as her sharp nails were about to mar Qin Baobao's delicate visage, the elderly man and Qin Ma had no time to react. Qin Ze abruptly threw off his blanket, leapt from the bed, and delivered a kick that sent the middle-aged woman sprawling. He stumbled back onto the bed, feeling a searing pain in his abdomen. The elderly man and Qin Ma, usually composed, were taken aback and rushed to join the fray. The ruckus in the hospital room drew the attention of the nurses at the station, and 2 nurses clad in pink scrubs rushed in to mediate, loudly declaring, you cannot create a scene in the hospital, otherwise, I will call the police. After considerable effort, they managed to separate the 4 individuals, but soon after, the police arrived. Upon ascertaining the situation, they issued a stern warning to the 2 and took them away. Following this commotion, the elderly man and Qin Ma felt somewhat disheartened. Fearing that the couple might return to cause more trouble, they decided to have Qin Baobao stay in the hospital overnight. The couple then returned home together. Qin Baobao immediately protested, but her objections fell on deaf ears. Once her parents departed, she vented her frustration on her brother. Look what you've done. This is all your fault. I refuse to sleep on the sofa. Chapter 32, New Task. Qin Ze, disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar with her, grimaced as he lifted his hospital gown, revealing a wound seeping with crimson blood. His abrupt movement had torn the injury further open. Upon seeing the blood, Qin Baobao was gripped by fear, exclaiming in alarm before rushing out to summon a nurse. The nurse arrived promptly, assessed the situation, and reassured him, it's nothing serious. Just a minor tear in the wound. Fortunately, the stitches are still intact. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Let me clean it for you. With precision. The nurse used alcohol swabs to absorb the blood and applied antiseptic, advising Qin Ze to be vigilant about the wound. Qin Baobao, relieved, sat beside him, chiding. You're so reckless, moving around carelessly despite your injury. Qin Ze responded earnestly, do not speak of mere tears in the wound. Even if I were to be stabbed anew, I would never allow that woman to mar your face. Qin Baobao scoffed, nonsense. Yet, a radiant smile graced her face, her lively and beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Feigning seriousness, Qin Baobao remarked, is my face truly that important? It's not like I can get married anyway. Qin Ze asserted, your face is more precious than my very life. Instantly, Qin Baobao beamed with delight. Qin Ze was adept at soothing women, particularly his sister. Qin Baobao indulged him with new clothes and a mobile phone, even covering his living expenses. Indeed, his silver tongue had proven quite effective. Of course, this was also due to Qin Baobao's utter lack of financial acumen. With a little spare cash at hand, she felt compelled to spend it. And if not on herself, then on her brother. Before retiring for the night, Qin Baobao accompanied her brother to visit Professor Li downstairs. She chose to wait outside the ward. Qin Ze knocked politely on the door before entering. The ward was tastefully decorated, akin to a hotel single room. Complete with a desk, bedside table, television, and a comfortable hospital bed, the walls painted a soothing light blue. Professor Li was engaged in conversation with his wife. She complained. How could you be so careless crossing the street? Did you not see the red light? If it weren't for the driver's quick reflexes, you'd have lost your life. Professor Li defended himself. That intersection has 2 traffic lights, the previous one was green. Let us not dwell on it. His wife continued, I heard from your colleagues that the police came to the school today to apprehend your students. At the mention of this, Professor Li's mood soured further. I took on a project from a private equity firm, as you know. A few days ago, old Qin entrusted his son to me for some practical experience. After years of collaboration, how could I refuse? The boy is quite sharp, diligent, and has a good attitude. Coincidentally, young Qin's negligence due to drinking led to my decision to assign the work to old Qin's son. But who could have anticipated such a backlash? He ended up getting stabbed, and now the incident has escalated, making waves online. His wife sighed. Today's youth act without considering the consequences. How is old Qin's son faring? Quite dangerously. If the wound had been deeper or hit an artery, he might not have made it. Old Qin has only one son. He must be desperate. I'm troubled by this. I can't fathom how such a thing could occur. It was a mere moment of inattention. With this, work becomes impossible. The situation at school is manageable, but what about the private equity firm? How do I explain this? There are penalties for delays. Professor Li's expression darkened, his brow furrowed, 100,000 in damages, and the project is nearing completion. Alas, such is life. His wife retorted angrily, what life? Our entire income for half a year is at stake. Do we even continue living? I'll tell you. Our son is getting married by the end of the year. I took on this project solely to save enough for the down payment on his wedding house. If necessary, we could mortgage our home and borrow some money. Just then, a knock interrupted their conversation. Qin Ze entered, clad in his hospital gown, smiling, Professor Li. My father informed me of your accident, so I came to visit. Professor Li lay on the hospital bed, his leg elevated, his right hand encased in plaster, and his face marred with multiple abrasions, appearing somewhat listless. His wife, a well-preserved woman in her 50s, sat at his side, her eyes revealing the traces of age, yet embodying the grace of a devoted homemaker. Professor Li brightened upon seeing Qin Ze, but was not surprised, knowing that he too resided in the hospital. Qin Ze, how's your health? I'm fine. Just waiting for the doctor to remove my stitches so I can recuperate at home. I owe you an apology, Professor Li said with a sigh. Yang Qin's narrow-mindedness is well known to me, but I never anticipated him to be so impulsive. Qin Ze scoffed. A misguided heart breeds malevolence. Professor Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, he will face the consequences of his actions. I've been following your situation as well. Should it come to a lawsuit, your chances of winning are substantial. Although you too caused injury, it was in self-defense, a justified response. My father mentioned the same, Qin Ze replied, settling into a chair and waving away the banana offered by Professor Li's wife. Auntie, the doctor advised me to avoid eating too much. After a brief exchange, Professor Li began to feel fatigued. As Qin Ze prepared to take his leave, a thought struck him. By the way, Professor Li, what will happen to the modeling project while you're in the hospital? This inquiry was part of his visit's intent, to gauge the possibility of taking over the modeling task, while fearing that Professor Li might deem him too young for such responsibility. Professor Li's wife, filled with frustration, exclaimed, what can be done? In his condition, can we expect him to rise and work? We'll have to pay damages. And how much might that be? Professor Li sighed. The contract stipulated 100,000. Qin Ze gasped. 100,000 is no trivial sum. In a third-tier city, that could cover a down payment. Professor Lee, would it be acceptable if I took over the project? My injury is minimal, and if you trust me, I can manage it, Qin Ze suggested tentatively. He felt confident making this proposition, having acquired relevant knowledge and skills. Independently completing a complex mathematical model was well within his capabilities, albeit time-consuming. Moreover, the project was nearing its conclusion, making it feasible for him to handle it alone. Professor Lee regarded him thoughtfully, moved by the suggestion. Very well. It's worth a try. He instructed his wife to hand over the USB drive from her briefcase to Qin Ze. Qin Ze took the USB drive and departed. In the ward, Professor Lee exhaled deeply, as if releasing the weight of a great burden. His wife frowned. Why would you give him the project? What if he messes it up? Since we must pay damages, what difference does it make if he ruins it? Professor Lee countered, casting her a reproachful glance. You don't understand. I'm not relying on him. I'm counting on old Qin. A university student may be inexperienced, but old Qin has a keen understanding. By entrusting this to him, it's far more astute than directly asking old Qin for assistance. Old Qin has been busy running around. I might as well not seek his help. However, if his son takes on the task, he will surely see it through, even if it's challenging. There are only a few professors in finance, and with the semester's end approaching, everyone is preoccupied and may not be willing to assist. Time is of the essence. Even grasping the material takes considerable effort. Can old Qin grasp it? His level of expertise surpasses mine. He previously assisted his son as a ghostwriter. He likely has a good sense of what I'm doing and can absorb it within a day or two. Qin Ze and his sister returned to the ward as heavy rain began to pour outside, drumming against the windows, the downpour obscuring visibility. While the neon lights cast shimmering droplets, the atmosphere was filled with the sound of rain. Qin Baobao had initially intended to return home to shower and change into her pajamas before spending the night with her brother. However, upon witnessing the torrential rain, she felt disinclined to leave. She requested a thin blanket and a clean hospital gown from the nurse, opting to bathe in the ward's bathroom. Qin Ze, alone in the hospital, felt a pang of loneliness. He feigned indifference. Perhaps you should go back. I'll be fine alone. However, Qin Baobao, concerned for her brother, considered the irrationality of the middle-aged couple below. If they were to return and cause trouble during the night, her brother, as a patient, could not endure any additional stress. She reassured him, it's all right, I'll stay for the night. Qin Ze lay on the hospital bed, listening to the sounds of water splashing from the bathroom and the rain pounding against the window. He opened his laptop, inserted the USB drive, and accessed the folder. First reviewing the summary of a lengthy numerical model construction document. This document represented a quantitative analysis for a fund investment. His father was a professor in finance, and Qin Ze was also studying finance, thus he had developed a certain familiarity with private equity firms in society. Established private equity firms typically have their own specialists to build quantitative models and analyze investment projects, eliminating the need for external assistance. This suggested that the private equity firm contacted by Professor Lee was likely either small in scale or a newly established entity. As time passed, he spent half an hour thoroughly understanding the contents. The bathroom door opened, and Qin Baobao emerged, clad in a patient gown and wearing Qin Ze's cotton shoes. Drying her hair as she walked out. I thought you were in there giving birth, Qin Ze remarked with a glance. It takes you half an hour to shower? I managed to finish in 10 minutes. Who would I be giving birth to, yours? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes, sitting cross-legged on the sofa while continuing to dry her hair. There is no hairdryer. Using a hairdryer too often is detrimental to your hair's quality. Are you annoying? You said the same when I dyed my hair. Too lazy to argue with you. By the way, how did you learn to play basketball? I saw a video of you on Lazy Cat a few days ago. That person was definitely you. Qin Baobao turned her face toward him. Her sharp chin and sparkling phoenix eyes framed by slightly messy, damp hair, her beauty strikingly impressive. I almost forgot. Quickly explain what happened. What is there to explain? You saw it for yourself. So what if I can play basketball? What boy can't? Qin Ze replied, typing rapidly on the keyboard. But your skill level is abnormal. You know your own capabilities, right? Even I am aware of it. Qin Baobao pouted. You think you can dunk? You've always been a physical underachiever. Even underachievers have their dignity. A salted fish can also turn over, Qin Ze retorted, casting a glare at his sister. Qin Baobao, we share the same mother. Stop looking down on me. Your entrance into Xingyi was thanks to me. Ah, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. What is the deal with the songs? Did you really write them? A sudden pang of anxiety struck Qin Ze, realizing that perhaps he had changed too much recently. You can have 1,001 reasons to deceive friends, but you can never deceive those closest to you. for they know you inside out. In another 10 days to half a month, you could participate in a music variety show. If successful, you might become a star. Such a drastic change would be even more astonishing. In comparison, what I've written is insignificant. Upon hearing this, Qin Baobao's mood brightened, and she smiled. That's true. I managed to successfully deceive you. The two engaged in casual conversation, and when words failed them, Qin Baobao lowered her gaze to her phone while Qin Ze focused on constructing his model. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, and indoors, the television played a historical romance drama. At 10:30, Qin Baobao rubbed her eyes, feeling drowsy. You should sleep first. You have work tomorrow. I'll sleep later. Qin Baobao acknowledged with a soft "oh," wrapping herself in a blanket and lying down on the sofa. At 11:30 that night, Qin Ze shut down his computer and, after relieving himself, returned to find Qin Baobao had claimed his bed. What are you doing on my bed? Go sleep on your sofa. Hey, don't pretend to be asleep. Do you want me to drag you out the window? Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head and playfully said, The sofa is uncomfortable. I can't sleep. I'm the patient here. If I don't rest well, it will affect my recovery. She patted the empty space beside her. This bed can fit 2 people. Qin Ze's hospital bed resembled a single hotel bed. 2 people could easily squeeze in together. Then bring your own blanket. He relented. Qin Baobao protested. That blanket has a smell. It hasn't been washed in ages. I don't want it. As she was merely keeping him company for the night and had a slight obsession with cleanliness, Qin Ze thought for a moment. After all, the bed was quite spacious. He could manage for one night. He lifted the blanket and lay down. Chapter 33, Task Submission. As the torrential summer rain gradually subsided, it had managed to persist for over 2 hours, demonstrating remarkable resilience. The night deepened, and the hospital room lay in serene silence, with the glass providing excellent sound insulation. Qin Ze lay beside his sister, while Qin Baobao turned her back to him, the two separated by merely the width of a finger. The faint fragrance of her hair wafting into his nostrils. After a moment of fanciful thoughts, he finally succumbed to sleep in the latter part of the night. The next day, at 7:30, Qin Baobao's biological clock awakened her punctually. Opening her eyes, she surveyed the room's furnishings and remembered that she had spent the night at the hospital to keep her brother company. The warmth of the body pressed against her back was both comforting and endearing. A smile crept onto her lips as she recalled the previous night's restful slumber. Yet, a tinge of embarrassment washed over her. They had shared countless playful moments, but since turning 10, sharing a bed had become a rarity. In their childhood, Qin Ze would sleep beside her, and she would tuck him in and stroke his head, caring for him as one would a cherished doll. To avoid further awkwardness, Qin Baobao gently shifted her body, striving not to disturb her slumbering brother. She quietly slipped out of bed, turning to gaze at his sleeping face, his brows sharp, lashes thick, and while his features were not conventionally handsome, they possessed a certain charm. Qin Baobao poked her finger against her brother's cheek, causing him to frown slightly but not awaken. She placed a soft kiss on his forehead, whispering a good morning before departing for work. 2 days later, Qin Ze donned a hospital gown, shouldered his laptop, and discharged himself from the hospital. He called his mother to update her on his condition. The doctor informed him that his wound was healing well, and after the stitches were removed, he would be nearly recovered within a week. However, he was cautioned to avoid strenuous activities for at least a month. Qin Ze wished he could dismiss this advice with a wave of his hand, believing himself to be extraordinary. Ultimately, his wound had not healed completely, making prolonged sitting uncomfortable, so he refrained from attending classes, requesting an extended leave from his grandfather. He planned to take his final exams at the end of the term. During his time at home, he immersed himself in Professor Li's modeling work. Earning money and studying were secondary concerns, as completing his tasks took precedence. In the past few days, Qin Baobao had been somewhat aloof, perhaps due to the awkwardness of that morning. Despite their close bond, they were still siblings, and should their grandfather learn of her teasing him, Qin Ze would surely face dire consequences. One morning, at 6:30, Qin Ze rose on time, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. Unable to engage in vigorous exercise, he halted his morning workout and practiced a set of internal martial arts in the living room. After researching traditional martial arts, he discovered the 12-section brocade, gifted by the system, bore a striking resemblance to internal martial arts, characterized by a slow and steady pace aimed at cultivating one's energy. An hour later, he felt invigorated and mentally refreshed. He descended to buy 2 breakfast portions, quietly finishing his share. Considering his sister was in a cold war with him, he refrained from knocking on her door to wake her, instead leaving a note on the table. He grabbed his laptop and U-disk and departed the house. At 8 o'clock, Qin Baobao woke up, her feet clad in pink flip-flops and wearing a teddy bear pajama set. As she surveyed the empty living room, she muttered to herself, "Where has he gone again?" After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she returned to find a breakfast portion on the table, accompanied by a note. With her bangs sticking to her forehead, she picked up a dumpling and took a bite while glancing at the note. "Dear sister, I have gone to the hospital. Please eat well and rest well. After finishing breakfast, don't be late. I will prepare chicken stewed with mushrooms for you tonight." Qin Ze, Qin Baobao scoffed, her face betraying her disdain, though the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her amusement. Meanwhile, Professor Li was in the hospital room, hosting a leader from a private equity firm. "Miss Su, our contract stipulates completion by 9 o'clock. If you could wait a moment." Professor Li spoke cautiously, his anxiety evident. The woman, dressed in a sleek black Dior suit and red-soled heels, with her long hair elegantly pinned atop her head and wearing thin-frame glasses, exuded an air of authority. She pointed to her wrist, adorned with a Vacheron Constantine 37 times zone world timepiece, her expression unyielding. "It is already 8:30. This woman, though youthful, was strikingly beautiful, her professional attire paired with her icy demeanor, creating an imposing presence that made even the seasoned Professor Li feel uneasy. After Miss Su entered the room, his wife poured a cup of tea and sat silently on the sofa, unable to interject. After a brief standoff, the woman retrieved a breach of contract document from her bag, striding over to the bedside in her high heels, placing it on the nightstand. "Modeling cannot be completed in a mere half hour, even if it's not my field," she said, looking down at Professor Li. "A breach is a breach. Sign here. I don't want to reach the end of the month and be late. The attendance bonus is 500 yuan. Beads of sweat formed on Professor Li's forehead as he hastily grabbed the phone, dialing, "Xiao Wang, are all your people assembled?" "Yes, Professor. As you instructed. We're arriving an hour early today." "Then quickly compile the data. I urgently need the complete model. We're in the process of assembling it. Please don't rush us." "How can I not? It must be completed by 9 o'clock. Remember to test for a variation. Do not make any mistakes. It would be all for naught." "Understood." Professor Li hung up, plastering a smile on his face. "Miss Su, please bear with us a moment longer." The woman remained silent, crossing her legs. If Professor Li could finalize the modeling, it would be advantageous as it pertained to an upcoming investment by the company. The stock market fluctuated daily, and even a moment's delay could entail significant losses. Days prior, Professor Li had placed his hopes on Qin Ze, or rather on old Qin, believing that he could assist. However, through a WeChat group for teachers, he learned that old Qin had been preoccupied with final exams and his son's legal troubles, leaving no time for his modeling work. At 8:45, Professor Li's phone rang. He answered urgently, "Xiao Wang, send the materials to my email immediately. The client is waiting." From the other end, a panicked voice emerged, laced with desperation. "Professor Li, we made a mistake. The model did not validate successfully. We don't know what went wrong." Professor Li felt as though thunder had struck his mind, his heart skipping beats. "What happened? I've been calling daily to guide you. Why did an issue arise during the final assembly?" We don't know." "Then find the problem quickly. Check each step. Was it a formula error, a calculation mistake, or an issue with the function curve?" Professor Li was now sweating profusely. "Professor, I'm sorry. We will do our best. But we definitely want to make it by 9 o'clock. It's already 8:50. Professor Li hung up, stunned, staring blankly ahead. It seemed that all hope was lost. His wife, feeling frantic, exclaimed, "Didn't you say old Qin would help? You were so confident. Now look, no profit and a potential loss of 100,000. Professor Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "Miss Su, we will compensate," he stated. The woman nodded and retrieved another document from her briefcase. "This is the compensation contract. Please sign it and transfer the funds to our company's account." She produced a company seal and ink pad, signing her name before stamping the document and handing it to Professor Li. "First, compensation, then sign." With a heavy sigh, Professor Li manipulated his phone, entering the company's account details to process the compensation. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. The woman smiled slightly and rose to open the door. Qin Ze stood at the entrance, his laptop bag slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing the woman open the door, he was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. The woman before him possessed an alluring visage, her hair gleaming like silk, cascading in delicate curls. Dressed in an OL ensemble of a caliber surpassing even Qin Baobao's, with a slender waist, long legs, and 3-inch black stilettos. Her beauty slightly pales in comparison to that of Qin Bao, and her figure lacks the fiery allure, yet she possesses a remarkable symmetry. Most striking is her demeanor. which inexplicably evokes in Qin Ze the phrase, ethereal elegance. Who is this captivating lady? Is she perhaps the daughter of Professor Li? The woman offers a slight nod before turning back toward the hospital room. Professor Li, if there are no issues, please proceed with the payment. I am in a hurry to get to work, she urges, standing at the foot of the bed. Qin Ze follows her into the room. Greeting, Professor, I have arrived. Just as Professor Li is about to make the payment, he pauses, bewildered. Qin Ze, what brings you here? Qin Ze, taken aback by the question, replies. I came to submit my assignment. The mathematical model is complete. You were supposed to meet with the client today. Am I late? Submit an assignment? The mathematical model is complete? Professor Li gazes at him in confusion, while the woman looks at him in astonishment. Chapter 34. Misunderstanding. The atmosphere in the hospital room was eerily quiet. Qin Ze was perplexed, wondering if there was a problem. Why did Professor Li have such a bewildered expression? You said the modeling was completed? Professor Li could hardly believe it. Well, I brought it along. Take a look. Isn't your father busy these days? My father's schedule is irrelevant, Qin Ze replied. My father is indeed quite occupied. So the modeling. I did it. Qin Ze beamed with pride. Another opportunity to show off had presented itself. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of hope that Professor Li had nurtured swiftly extinguished. Forcing a smile, he said, You've put in the effort, but I've already agreed to compensation. Rest assured, I will still pay you your wages. Professor Li's wife nudged him with her elbow. Qin Ze hastily interjected, Professor Li, I truly completed it. Professor Li turned to the woman beside him, Ms. Su, stating, I will remit the funds right away. The woman glanced at Qin Ze and said, Let us see it. Uncertain of her identity, Qin Ze cast a look at Professor Li. Professor Li seemed nonchalant, as if to say, Let us have a look then. Qin Ze opened his laptop, which had been on standby, the screen illuminating after a few moments. He inserted the USB drive, clicked it open, and then pushed the laptop toward Professor Li. Initially, Professor Li held no expectations and navigated directly to the last page, glancing at the final equation. Immediately, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the formula before him. The woman inquired, Is there a problem? Professor Li did not respond, trembling slightly as he maneuvered the mouse, scrutinizing the modeling content post-admission, repeatedly running calculations in his mind. No issues, a flawless submission, Professor Li declared with a hearty laugh. Old Qin is indeed a true friend. Our years of camaraderie are not in vain. As for Qin Ze's claim of having done it, anyone who believes that is a fool. The woman raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, I shall verify this. She took the laptop, logged into her email, and sent the modeling file from the USB drive through her account. Pulling out her phone, she dialed, Xiao Su. Have the investment department evaluate this. After hanging up, she said, Please wait, 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, her phone rang. Upon answering, she nodded and, with a shift in demeanor, smiled warmly at Professor Li. The modeling is flawless. Thank you for your assistance. It's been a pleasure to collaborate. How quickly the mood shifts. Professor Li's wife rolled her eyes, her face alight with joy, visibly relieved. The remuneration will be credited to your account within 5 minutes. Please keep an eye on it. After finishing her statement, the woman gathered the documents and contracts into her briefcase, strutting away in her high heels. Qin Ze, thank you so much. Professor Li's wife expressed her gratitude. Qin Ze waved his hand dismissively, thinking, Just don't forget to pay me. He received a notification from the system, task completed, points received. With the weight lifted from his heart, Professor Li's complexion brightened. A broad smile spreading across his face. Qin Ze, once I recover, I'll treat you and old Qin to a meal. By the way, what is your bank account number? I'll transfer your wages later. Just transfer it via Alipay. It's my phone number. Qin Ze found it difficult to bear the couple's enthusiasm, exchanged a few words, and took his leave. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the old man lectured the students on the key points for their upcoming exams. As the class concluded, he exited the classroom just as the bell rang. His phone buzzed in his pocket. The caller ID displayed, Li Chengren. As soon as the call connected, Professor Li's voice overflowed with gratitude. Old Qin, I owe you a great favor. You know my son is getting married at the end of the year, and we haven't saved enough for the down payment on the apartment. I never expected such a situation to arise. If it weren't for your kindness. You're so busy, I feel quite embarrassed to trouble you like this. Once I'm discharged, I'll treat you to a meal. This favor is monumental. The old man had to interrupt him. Old Li, what are you talking about? What favor? What trouble? Haha. Professor Li laughed heartily. Are we going to be formal about this? It's about the modeling. Qin Ze took over a few days ago. Today, I was fully prepared to handle the breach of contract compensation. If it weren't for you, my wife would have made quite a scene. The modeling? I didn't tea assist at all. You must be mistaken. Oh, don't joke around. If it wasn't you, could it be that Qin Ze completed it independently? I spent more than a month on it. Its professionalism and complexity are beyond what even ordinary teachers could manage. I understand you. Don't want me to feel indebted to you, right? The old man halted in his tracks, eyes wide. Are you saying that your model is complete? And it was done by Qin Ze? What do you mean it was done by Qin Ze? Wasn't it you who did it? But I truly didn't know after a moment. Both the old man and Professor Li exclaimed in unison. Qin Ze did it? My son could not possibly be that capable. Qin Bao returned home from work, unlocking the door and immediately inhaling the rich aroma wafting from the kitchen. The familiar scent stirred her appetite. She adored chicken stewed with mushrooms and could never tire of it. Without changing out of her high heels, she hurried into the kitchen and spotted her younger brother busily stirring the pot, with chicken stewing in a clay pot. She swallowed hard. Little Ze, I'm back. Hurry and serve up some fine food. Without turning around, Qin Ze cheerfully replied, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Qin Bao changed out of her heels and settled cross-legged on the sofa, turning on the LCD television in the living room to watch the news while awaiting her meal. As Qin Ze prepared the dishes to set on the dining table, Qin Bao pointed to the glass coffee table and insisted, Put it here, put it here. Thus, the siblings sat on the sofa, enjoying their meal while watching television. At home, such casualness was strictly forbidden. The old man had rules that meals could only be eaten at the dining table. Qin Ze had always disliked dinner time as it often clashed with the airing of his favorite cartoons, requiring him to muster the courage to sit obediently on the bench. Over time, however, this had forged a formidable willpower within him. Dinner was simple: chicken stewed with mushrooms and 2 vegetable dishes, stir-fried green beans and garlic cabbage. Qin Bao hardly touched the rice, her chopsticks flying as she devoured her beloved chicken, burning her mouth, yet continuing to shove it into her mouth. Qin Bao was watching a rerun of a music variety show, the stage illuminated with alternating lights, and the gothic-clad mentors, while contestants sang their hearts out on stage. And the audience waved glow sticks like a sea. This was currently the hottest variety show, seemingly titled I Am a Singer. Qin Bao's cheeks plumped up. Her voice muffled. Look, this is the talent show I'll be participating in during the summer. Little brother, just wait for me to soar to greatness. Though Qin Ze didn't pay much attention to variety shows, he couldn't escape the news coverage promoting the 2nd season of I Am a Singer that had been rampant lately. The participants are all quite skilled. Do you think you can compete? Qin Ze questioned. Are you looking down on me, brother? Qin Bao shot him an indignant glare. Qin Ze cautioned. Be prepared for the fallout when Mom and Dad find out. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, Qin Bao replied, her eyes darting around. Lost in thought. Seeing his sister's distracted gaze, Qin Ze felt a shiver run down his spine. You better not drag me into this. Suddenly, their phones rang simultaneously. Identical ringtones prompting both siblings to reach for their devices. It's Dad, Qin Ze exclaimed, glancing at his phone, which displayed, Dad. Qin Bao quickly lowered the television volume and leaned in closer. Upon answering, the old man asked, Ace, have you eaten yet? I'm in the middle of dinner. Is your sister back? He returned, engrossed in watching television. What are you watching while eating? Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? The old gentleman remarked with displeasure. Qin Bao nudged Qin Ze lightly. Is your injury feeling better? Yes, much improved. Oh, I have something to ask you. Dad, go ahead. Well, today old Li called to thank me for assisting him with some numerical modeling. I told him I wasn't familiar with it. I do know a bit about his numerical model. It's quite professional and complex, which made me wonder how you managed it. Qin Bao blinked. Feeling a sense of admiration, Qin Ze leaned back, avoiding his sister's gaze, speaking calmly. I just managed it. I researched for quite a while to understand it. It is indeed challenging. Don't try to mislead me. I know your capabilities. Qin Ze, now irritated, replied, Dad, I did it myself, believe it or not. What kind of attitude is this? You're becoming increasingly disrespectful. The old gentleman's anger made Qin Ze shrink slightly. Dad, it truly was me. Otherwise, who else could it be? Qin Bao, does that seem realistic to you? True, the old gentleman muttered. Qin Bao tapped Qin Ze on the head with her chopsticks, glaring at him in annoyance. After much explanation from Qin Ze, the old gentleman reluctantly accepted the truth, exclaiming, You rascal, you seem to be getting sharper lately. Better late than never. Qin Ze thought to himself, Thank you for the compliment, but I'm still quite young to be considered better late than never. The father-son duo ended their call. Qin Ze slapped his forehead. Sister, let me show you something. He turned and entered his room, returning with a stack of red bills. This is the money I earned from the numerical modeling. Qin Bao's eyes lit up as she licked her fingers and began counting the cash. It amounted to 9,000 yuan, equivalent to her previous month's salary. She stuffed the thick wad of cash into her jeans pocket, smiling brightly. Aze has finally become a man who can support his family. Just for this, I shall commend you verbally, but this money will be confiscated as our living expenses. Qin Ze agreed, secretly keeping 1,000 yuan from the 10,000 given to him by Professor Li. For it is a man's nature to stash away a little private money. After dinner, Qin Baobao reclined on the sofa, rubbing her stomach, and exclaimed, "Oh no! I forgot to wash yesterday's clothes." Yet she showed no intention of getting up, gazing at Qin Ze with a smile. Qin Baobao, clever as she was, understood her brother felt guilty and seized the opportunity to delegate the chore to him, relishing her chance to be lazy. Qin Ze inevitably compromised, resignedly saying, "I'll help you wash them. It's just tossing them into the washing machine. Remember to separate the underwear from the clothes," Qin Baobao reminded him. "Got it." Qin Ze entered the bathroom, tossing his sister's office attire into the washing machine, then retrieving the set of pink lingerie. At that moment, a monotonous voice echoed in his mind. "Host, the 7-day period has ended. The system will automatically extract energy." In the next instant, Qin Ze felt darkness envelop him, his legs giving way, and he collapsed to the ground. He struggled to regain his composure for some time. Hearing the commotion, Qin Baobao rushed in to investigate, her face paling at the sight of Qin Ze on the floor, fearing his injury had relapsed. "What happened? Did your wound reopen? Are you in pain?" After a while, she was unable to help him up. My legs feel weak," Qin Ze replied weakly, feeling as if he had exhausted all his energy. "Unable to stand. How could your legs feel weak? Your injury is on your abdomen." She suddenly fell silent, her gaze fixated on a flash of pink beneath Qin Ze, which turned out to be her lingerie. Legs weak, lingerie. Qin Baobao's imagination began to race, recalling Qin Ze's impulsive behavior from a week prior, her face flushing crimson. "Qin Ze, you pervert," she exclaimed, glaring fiercely at him. Did you use my lingerie for that?" Qin Ze was left dumbfounded. Even if you thought of that, you should wait until you're healed." Qin Baobao bit her lip, nearly on the verge of tears. "Sis, please let me explain." Chapter 35, Sister's Best Friend. The final examination concluded amidst the Cold War between the siblings, and students began to drag their wheeled suitcases home for the summer vacation. The once vibrant campus quickly fell silent within just a couple of days. Graduating seniors bid a reluctant farewell to their university life, stepping into the world beyond and leaving their student years behind. Of course, those who had not earned enough credits would remain at school, laboring diligently for another semester. That afternoon, Qin Ze and his roommates gathered at an internet CAF, engrossed in gaming while also teaming up with an online friend, Xiao Manyao, for ranked matches. They had planned a farewell dinner for that evening. Qin Ze sent a text to his sister, informing her that he would not return home for dinner, as he would be dining with his roommates. As expected, his message fell on deaf ears. After the misunderstanding, Qin Baobao felt her brother's mindset was perilous and his actions despicable. She deemed it intolerable and resolved not to speak to Qin Ze for the entire summer. "Hey God, let's play another round. Invite me," Xiao Manuel messaged Qin Ze privately. He chose to ignore her. Undeterred, she continued to copy and paste messages, her stubbornness palpable even through the screen. "I have plans tonight," Qin Ze explained as he exited the game. The farewell dinner was hosted by Qin Ze at a roadside eatery, where a table was laden with dishes and each person had a jug of draft beer. Due to an unhealed injury, Qin Ze could not partake in drinking. "That's for the best. If we all get drunk later, remember to carry us back to the dorm." Li Liang laughed, clinking glasses with Zhao Baliang and Lu Ziqiang. Qin Ze had little appetite, opting for a cigarette instead, squinting as he exhaled the smoke. The four exchanged banter and laughter, yet a tinge of melancholy lingered in their hearts as they faced the impending farewell. With a year until graduation, followed by an internship and a period of thesis defense, they all knew it was fleeting. After the thesis defense, they would part ways. This semester could be seen as a conclusion to their university lives. Fortunately, both Li Liang and Qin Ze hailed from Shanghai, while Lu Ziqiang and Zhao Baliang had chosen to stay in the city for their internships, with the possibility of planting roots here. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they had completed their internships, and soon they would graduate. Li Liang patted one shoulder, then another, repeatedly stating, "In wealth and honor, do not forget your friends." When it was Qin Ze's turn, he quipped, "If your sister is still single, hurry and introduce me." Qin Ze retorted with a dismissive curse. How quickly time passes. University life has come to an abrupt end before he could fully utilize the system to his advantage. Just imagine, had he acquired the system a few years earlier, he would undoubtedly have become the campus's most prominent figure, the oppa in the eyes of girls and the bro in the eyes of boys. The campus heartthrob would not have been Zhang Mingyu, but Qin Ze himself. He would have embraced countless girls, held countless hands. Standing at the pinnacle of life as a veteran. Why should he still endure the ridicule of Qin Baobao? Contemplating the system, Qin Ze felt a pang of resentment had it not been for its sudden energy drain. He would not have been misunderstood by Qin Baobao for lewdly touching his sister's lingerie. How embarrassing that thought was. Host, you have received a discount coupon from the mall. Please check it. Qin Ze was taken aback. System, have you finally realized your mistake? Is this compensation for me? He casually opened the Points Mall interface, where a cyan 3D projection unfolded, illuminating a coupon icon in the upper right corner. Host, you are truly the most unambitious individual I have ever encountered. The system's voice brimmed with exasperation. My previous hosts, upon acquiring me, invariably treated me as a treasure, striving for excellence and achieving remarkable transformations in a short time. But look at yourself. Ask yourself, have you planned for your future? Have you ever devoted yourself diligently to your goals? Beyond exchanging playful banter with your sister and passively accepting tasks, what have you accomplished? I admit I am unambitious. But the playful banter with Qin Baobao is a pure slander. Qin Ze clicked on the coupon, muttering a curse. His roommates stared in astonishment. And Qin Ze waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to ignore him, while communicating with the system. Advanced culinary mastery? What would I do with that? Am I supposed to change careers to become a chef? By the way, isn't 100 points too steep? Are you sure you're not trying to rip me off? Any advanced skill requires 300 points. Host, you have gained. The system replied, please do not misunderstand. Giving you a coupon does not imply a reward. It is a hope that you will redeem your points, as any government disapproves of non-investing depositors. Advanced skills. Qin Ze glanced at his 500 points. Grappling with the notion of not seizing a bargain, he hesitated before opting to redeem it. At 7:30 that evening, Qin Baobao drove her little red horse towards the arrival level of Hangzhou Airport. She was there to pick up a high school classmate who was flying in from Beijing, making the long journey to Shanghai to stay with her. At the arrival level, a multitude of people swarmed, predominantly comprised of black cab drivers and those unwilling to queue for taxis, all inquiring, need a ride? No need to wait in line. Standing amidst the crowd, Qin Baobao, with her ample bosom, long legs, and shapely figure, was a captivating sight, drawing the attention of many men around her. Before long, a wave of passengers surged out, and the drivers sprang into action, vying for customers. Qin Baobao stood poised, scanning the bustling crowd until she finally spotted her striking best friend, waving enthusiastically, causing the peaks of her bosom to sway. Among the throng, Wang Zhiqin immediately spotted the tiptoeing Qin Baobao, who approached, dragging a stylish wheeled suitcase. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Wang Zhiqin, she exclaimed, "The king covers the earth, tiger." Wang Zhiqin responded with a gentle smile. "The pagoda suppresses the river demon." "Not quite right. I'll give you another chance." Qin Baobao laughed heartily. Wang Zhiqin pursed her lips, conceding, "Little chicken stews mushrooms." The two friends embraced, giggling as Qin Baobao said, "Tissue, I missed you so much." "Baby, your figure has improved tremendously," Wang Zhiqin remarked, pushing Qin Baobao back for a better look. "Have you found a boyfriend? Is love treating you well?" "Don't tease me. I'm still a single dog," Qin Baobao retorted. As they exited the airport and merged onto the elevated highway, they encountered the evening rush hour, with traffic crawling along. Through the car window, Wang Zhiqin admired the dazzling cityscape, exclaiming, "I haven't been to Shanghai in years. You went to Beijing right after high school. We haven't seen each other in 5 years." Qin Baobao pointed out. "I'm back now," Wang Zhiqin replied with a soft smile. "Is it really okay for me to stay at your place? I remember you said you lived with your brother." Qin Baobao's expression darkened. "Don't bring him up." Wang Zhiqin glanced at her in surprise. "Are you two in a spat? You used to praise your brother in our WeChat chats, saying you'd introduce him to me. I said don't mention him." Qin Baobao snapped impatiently. All right. I want to bring it up," Wang Zhiqin said helplessly. "I just thought you might be uncomfortable with a man around. It always feels a bit inconvenient." Qin Baobao pondered seriously, realizing it indeed could be awkward. One careless moment could lead to her intimate clothing being misappropriated by Qin Ze for unsavory purposes. "That's my house. What objections could he possibly have? If you find it inconvenient, I'll just have him move back home. After all, it's summer break." "Please don't. That would offend your entire family. What would your parents think?" "Oh dear, you haven't eaten dinner yet, right? I'll have A's. Go home and cook. I haven't eaten either." Qin Baobao pulled out her phone, unlocking the screen, and handed it to her friend. "Help me call him. My driver's license only has 6 points left. and I can't get caught on camera. Wang Ziqin took the phone, opened the contact list, and recalled that Qin Baobao's brother was named Qin Ze. However, she couldn't find him in the contacts. Your brother is named Qin Ze, right? Indeed. Qin Baobao paused for a moment, suddenly enlightened. Xiaozi's. Xiaozi's. Wang Zijin wore a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. She typed a small character into the search bar, and instantly, Xiaozi's popped up. Dialing the phone, it connected after a few seconds. Sister, what's the matter? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat astonished and flattered. Wang Zijin pressed her lips together and replied, Hello, is this Qin Ze? I am a classmate of your sister. Baobao is driving and cannot talk right now. Ah, hello. Wang Zijin acknowledged with a sound, glancing at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao mumbled. Qin Ze, my friend is coming over for dinner tonight. Please hurry and buy some groceries. We will arrive in an hour. At your command. Qin Ze responded loudly from the other end. What does the esteemed sister wish to eat today? Qin Baobao answered, braised chicken with mushrooms. And you? Wang Zijin pondered for a moment. I am accustomed to dishes from the Shanghai cuisine. I have no dietary restrictions or picky preferences. The rest, you may decide. The more sumptuous, the better. The call ended. Wang Zijin smiled and said, You two share such a wonderful sibling bond, unlike in my family. Qin Baobao remained silent. He was usually not so obedient. Perhaps he felt guilty for some misdeed. In truth, dining out would suffice, without the need for such hassle. That won't he do. Small eateries lack sophistication. I can't afford anything too lavish either. I must confess, I am quite broke at the moment. Qin Ze had to conclude the gathering early, as his roommates had consumed enough to be slightly inebriated, swaying as they walked. If they continued drinking, he would truly have to carry them back to the dormitory. He first visited the market to procure ingredients. Surprisingly, he, who had never been particular about selecting groceries before, had somehow acquired the skill to discern even vegetables that had been splashed with water yet were no longer fresh. By 8 o'clock that evening, he hurried home and began preparing the meal. The advanced culinary skills he had recently acquired were proving to be quite useful. Chapter 36, Sister's Best Friend, Part 2. Considering that girls typically have modest appetites, Qin Ze did not purchase an excessive amount of ingredients. The menu for the evening consisted of vegetable tofu, steamed yellow croaker, chicken stewed with mushrooms, sauerkraut pork knuckle, and radish bone soup. He had even bought 2 clay pots for this occasion. Upon returning home, Qin Ze busied himself with cleaning the ingredients, chopping meat and vegetables. The chopping board echoing with a rhythmic clatter as his knife skills demonstrated unparalleled prowess. His mind was filled with culinary wisdom, as if he were a top chef with 2 decades of experience. To him, the most formidable aspect of the system was its ability to enlighten. In the face of such power, both talent and hard work seemed trivial. As long as he continued to exchange skills, he could ascend to the pinnacle of life, provided he consistently completed tasks. At 8:30, having prepared all the ingredients, Qin Ze was ready to showcase his newly acquired advanced culinary techniques when a sound of a key turning in the lock reached his ears, followed by his sister's voice. Qin Ze, have you made dinner yet? Not yet. I was just about to start cooking, he called back from the kitchen. There's no need to, we've already eaten, came the delicate reply from Qin Bao. Qin Ze glanced at the mashed tofu, minced meat, cleaned yellow croaker, and neatly cut radish, suddenly overcome with the impulse to march out and scold Qin Bao. Then I'll just eat by myself. It's no big deal. Of course. He wouldn't lash out at his sister, at least not during this Cold War. He stepped out of the kitchen, his gaze flitting past Qin Bao to rest upon the beauty standing in the foyer. Wang Zijing, with her goddess-like long black hair, donned a light blue short-sleeved shirt and fitted pale white 3/4 pants, her figure perfectly proportioned, with a notably curvy backside. She possessed a lovely oval face, her eyes radiating warmth and clarity, exuding an air of refined elegance. What a beautiful sister! Qin Bao seemed displeased with Qin Ze's astonished gaze and retorted. This is my best friend, Wang Zijing, nicknamed Tissue. She'll be staying with us for an indeterminate time. Wang Zijing, standing at the entrance, switched her white canvas shoes for soft cotton slippers and smiled. Hello, little brother, please take care of me. Her smile was exceptionally gentle and dignified, her presence striking. Hello, sister, Qin Ze replied with a warm and respectful smile, mentally cataloging Qin Bao's circle of friends, but he could not place Wang Zijing. He had never seen her before. Qin Bao clarified, she is my closest friend from high school. She returned to Beijing after graduation, and we haven't seen each other in years. All right. You do your thing, Zijing. Let us go to the room. Qin Bao had initially intended to entertain Wang Zijing at home, but since Wang Zijing had a sensitive stomach, They stopped midway to purchase some crepes from a roadside vendor. Qin, tempted, also bought one, only to discover, oh, these are quite delicious. Thus, they each consumed 2 crepes, and their dinner was settled. As long-lost friends reunited, they needed to catch up, so they closed the door and chatted inside. Starting with simplicity. Qin Ze's first dish was the vegetable tofu. He crushed the greens, briefly scalded them in hot oil, added a dash of soy sauce and cooking wine, and stir-fried for 2 minutes, pouring the sizzling oil over the tofu, which crackled delightfully. Stirring with chopsticks, he tasted a bite and was moved by his own culinary skills. The sauerkraut pork knuckle and steamed yellow croaker were cooked simultaneously, one in a pressure cooker, the other in a steamer. With the seasonings and preparation completed, in about 15 minutes, the steamed yellow croaker was ready, filling the kitchen with its enticing aroma. Lifting the steamer lid revealed the fish resting gracefully in a deep red broth, and Qin Ze sprinkled it with scallions and garlic. Carefully picking up a piece with his chopsticks, he savored it, leaving only the skeleton behind. The fish's delicate flavor, enhanced by the soy sauce and cooking wine, filled his mouth with exquisite delight. Next, he moved on to the chicken stewed with mushrooms, a dish he was particularly adept at, as Qin loved it and he often made it for her. However, compared to today's version, he felt that his previous attempts had been subpar. The chicken was tender and fell off the bone, with the mushrooms soaking up the rich broth, the color gleaming invitingly. The savory aroma of the chicken mingled with the freshness of the mushrooms, and not only was the meat flavorful, but even the marrow was infused with taste, prompting Qin Ze to chew it all down to a tender pulp. At this moment, the sauerkraut pork knuckle was also ready. Steam billowed from the pressure cooker as he opened the lid and transferred the tender pork knuckle into the newly purchased clay pot. The broth was adorned with a layer of golden oil, and chopsticks easily pierced through the gelatinous skin. Qin Ze tasted it. It was rich, yet not greasy, melting in his mouth, exploding with flavor, particularly the appetizing effect of the sauerkraut, which made his saliva flow uncontrollably. With all 4 dishes completed, he finally set about simmering the radish bone soup. In the room, Qin and Wang Zijing, clad in matching bear pajamas, lay on the soft bed, engrossed in their phones while chatting. Wang Zijing wore Qin pajamas, which appeared slightly loose on her, as she was a few centimeters shorter than Qin, who stood at an impressive height of 172 centimeters. Her measurements, especially her 36D bust, would easily surpass those of the vast majority of Chinese women. What are your plans for your visit to Shanghai? How long will you be sulking at home? Qin was reading a romance novel. Wang Zijing, meanwhile, was watching a drama, her head not even lifting as she replied, I'll stay with you for now. My family froze my bank cards and credit cards, and I'll look for a job when I can. I'll think about whether to go home by the end of the year. As long as you have a plan, Qin said, massaging her chest, her restless feet kicking the blanket. You'll have meals and lodging covered here. My brother is quite the cook. Is your brother a graduate of New Oriental? Wang Zijing joked. Stop belittling my brother. Qin chided playfully. His skills are honed from years of practice, especially his chicken stew, which is particularly fragrant, all thanks to my guidance. I'm not a foodie. I'm quite indifferent about food, as long as it's not too spicy, Wang Zijing replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by Qin words. She had a sensitive stomach and was quite limited in her diet, but having experienced all kinds of delicacies, her emotional intelligence prevented her from countering Qin praise of her brother. You don't have to feel pressured like that. Honestly, you should just listen to your family. What is wrong with marrying a rich and handsome guy? Qin earnestly advised her friend. Less of the motivational speeches, please, Wang Zijing teased. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. I genuinely have high standards and can't find a good man, yet you, Bao, don't even have a boyfriend. I can't comprehend that. Are you implying that my standards are low? Qin momentarily drifted off, murmuring softly, I just feel that if I find a boyfriend, I might regret it later. Regret? Wang Zijing was taken aback. Does that mean you lack confidence in men? Are you afraid of encountering a scumbag? If you don't pursue a relationship, that's when you'll truly regret it. Could you possibly have a fear of dating? I've only heard of a fear of marriage. Qin shook her head. I can't quite explain it. I just feel like I lose something. Isn't being alone lonely? Not at all. I live with my brother. That's different. You know what I mean. I don't understand. In any case, living with him makes me very happy. I don't have to cook, clean, or do laundry. So comfortable. When I'm unhappy, Ace comforts me. When I'm angry, I take it out on him, and I enjoy seeing his frustrated yet helpless expression. You can't possibly be a brother complex, can you? Go away. In a moment of silence, Qin softly hummed the song Invisible Wings. The ethereal melody and her enchanting voice filled the air. Wang Zijing listened for a while, pausing her show to quietly absorb the performance. Once Qin Bao finished, she eagerly inquired, "What song was that?" "It was beautiful, but I've never heard it before." Upon hearing this, Qin Bao beamed with pride and replied, "Of course you haven't tea. I'm not a big star yet, so how could you have heard it?" "What do you mean?" "You may not realize, but my signing with Xingyi Entertainment was entirely due to this song." Qin Bao raised her eyebrows playfully, stating, "It is a song written for me by my brother." "Your brother wrote it?" Wang Ziqin exclaimed in astonishment. "Who composed the lyrics and the music?" "Is your brother a student at an art school?" "He is exceptionally talented. It seems his success is imminent." Wang Ziqin spoke half in sincerity and half in flattery. Unfortunately, the flattery landed awkwardly, as Qin Bao lightly kicked Wang Ziqin's pert backside, expressing her displeasure. "What art school?" "He.S. at New Oriental." "My brother is a bona fide undergraduate at a prestigious finance university, majoring in finance. A finance major can compose such exquisite songs? I find that hard to believe." Wang Ziqin said, perplexed. "If he possesses such talent, why pursue finance? I recall you frequently mentioning how your brother is lacking and how he receives criticism from your father. I assumed he hadn't even passed the university entrance exams." "Of course, he is inferior to me," Qin Bao sighed. "He may indeed have untapped talent that has been overlooked. You see, my father is a professor in the finance department, and the major he chose was dictated by him. A case of following in his father's footsteps." Wang Ziqin remarked, "I detest when elders dictate one's life path and arrange marriages." Suddenly, Qin Bao sniffed the air. Straightening her back, nearly drooling, "What an enticing aroma. Where is it coming from?" Wang Ziqin also sat up, bewildered, as the fragrance stirred her appetite. "Could it be from your living room? Let's go and check." Chapter 37. Qin Ze's culinary skills. When Qin Bao and Wang Ziqin excitedly rushed into the living room, Qin Ze was seated at the dining table, relishing a sumptuous meal. In front of him lay a dish of braised pork knuckle in a rich sauce, tofu, steamed yellow croaker, and chicken stewed with mushrooms, all steaming and exuding an enticing aroma that awakened their appetites. Qin Bao's first reaction was one of disbelief. "What the heck? Little brother, are you indulging without me?" The takeaway was irresistibly fragrant, and she couldn't help but nudge Qin Ze's leg, exclaiming, "Is there any left? Serve me a bowl." With his mouth full, Qin Ze, not particularly keen on catering to his sister, retorted, "Haven't you already eaten? If I asked you to go, you would have. So stop with the unnecessary chatter." Qin Bao, undeterred, snatched a piece of chicken and popped it into her mouth, savoring the tender meat that instantly delighted her taste buds. "Is this chicken stewed with mushrooms? The flavor and texture are simply divine. Was the chicken I had before even real?" Reluctantly, Qin Ze stood up to fetch her a bowl of rice. "Qin Ze, could you get me a bowl too?" "No, just half a bowl will suffice." Wang Ziqin chimed in as she took a seat. Her upbringing evidently far surpassed Qin Bao's, as she focused intently on the dishes before her, refraining from imitating Qin Bao's behavior. As Qin Ze served the rice, Qin Bao continued to snatch pieces of chicken, prompting Wang Ziqin to swat her hand away. "Bao, you haven't even washed your hands," she admonished, primarily concerned that Qin Bao would devour all the food. With 2 bowls of rice in hand, the trio gathered around the delectable dishes, feasting heartily. Qin Bao, particularly fond of the chicken stewed with mushrooms, wished she could pull it closer to herself. Her other favorite was the sauerkraut braised pork knuckle, which melted in the mouth, rich yet not greasy, especially the skin, laden with collagen, slipping down easily. Eating it was pure bliss. "Hot, hot," Qin Bao exclaimed, fanning her mouth as she enjoyed the meal. Wang Ziqin, who had a sensitive stomach and preferred lighter fare, found the sauerkraut appetizing. After sampling the pork knuckle, she became lost in the feast, her chopsticks moving rapidly, leading to a slight conflict with Qin Bao. "Bao, it's one thing to move the chicken stewed with mushrooms closer, but don't hog the pork knuckle too. The pork knuckle is rich in collagen, perfect for my beauty regimen." Wang Ziqin retorted. "Well, I want to look good too." Qin Bao shot back. "You were born beautiful. You don't need it. But I have a sensitive stomach. I crave appetizing dishes." "Then why not have Qin Ze order another portion?" After a moment's contemplation, Wang Ziqin found the logic sound and smiled at Qin Ze. "Brother, could you please order another serving for me?" Qin Ze paused, surprised. "Order another? I've already prepared all this. What time do you think it is?" "The market is closed." Wang Ziqin blinked in astonishment, realizing that all the dishes on the table were made by Qin Ze. "So, it's true what Bao said about your culinary skills." Qin Bao lifted her head from her bowl, chuckling. "Don't be ridiculous. Which restaurant did you order from? This is exquisite. From now on, let's make this our go-to place." Qin Ze, with a small fish in his chopsticks, slurped up the meat. "I'm too lazy to argue with you." Qin Bao made a face. and the trio continued their delightful culinary battle. Soon, the table was cleared, and Qin Bao leaned back in her chair, rubbing her full belly. It's all your fault. I was practicing dance and need to maintain my figure. Wang Zijin teased. If you want to dance, shouldn't you be dieting? You have no self-control. She laughed heartily, relishing the rare moment of indulgence. Qin Ze, where did you get this food? Let's south visit the place tomorrow and try something else. Wang Zijin handed Qin Ze a napkin, signaling him to wipe the grease from his mouth. I made it, Qin Ze replied earnestly. How stingy. What does it matter to tell us? Qin Bao complained. Wang Zijin smiled quietly, aware that her rapport with Qin Ze had not yet reached a playful level. At that moment, a clear whistle emerged from the kitchen, the sound of steam escaping from the pressure cooker. Qin Ze gestured toward the kitchen. There's one last soup. Would you like to taste it? Are you serious? You really made this too? Wang Zijin began to believe him. Don't fall for his tricks. That soup is probably the only thing he actually cooked, Qin Bao scoffed. I know him too well. If you want it, go ahead. I'm too full. Wang Zijin shook her head, smiling. Then I won't drink any either. I'm stuffed. Qin Ze donned heat-resistant gloves and brought out a bowl of radish and pork bone soup. Placing it before himself, the radish had disintegrated, and the pork bone was tender, the broth creamy with a sheen of oil on top. Ignoring his sisters, he ladled himself a bowl. The soup was lightly salted, refreshing after the rich dishes, with a delightful balance of the radish's crispness and the pork bone's deep flavor. As a post-meal soup, Qin Ze would rate it a 99, leaving 1 point off to avoid arrogance. Wang Zijin, drawn in by the enticing aroma, couldn't resist and served herself half a bowl. Blowing on it gently, she took a sip. Instantly, her palate was awakened, the fresh taste of radish and the rich flavor of the pork bone intertwining harmoniously. Delight, it felt like a feast, perfectly cleansing the heaviness left by the earlier dishes. She found herself taking a few more sips. In an unladylike manner, Wang Zijin burped in surprise and exclaimed, I want another bowl. Is it really that good? Qin Ze's soup-making skills are rather average, nowhere near my mother's prowess, Qin Bao remarked, her expression suggesting disbelief. She too served herself half a bowl, taking a small sip, her eyes lighting up. Qin Ze, this is takeout you ordered, isn't it? Crazy, Qin Ze mumbled. Focusing on his soup, Qin Bao gulped down her bowl and declared, I want another one. The soup's quantity was modest, enough for about 4 to 5 servings, and soon, the three of them had nearly finished it. Qin Ze, Wang Zijin said with a smile, as a guest, could you let me have the remaining soup? Qin Ze was about to serve himself another helping when he shot a disgruntled glance at his sister's lovely friend. He had only had one bowl. You have a sensitive stomach, eat less, he commented. But Qin Bao swiftly snatched the spoon from his hand, ladling the last bowl of soup into her own. Grinning as she began to drink it, Wang Zijin pursed her lips, glaring at her, clearly displeased. Qin Bao, completely ignoring her friend's disapproving gaze, playfully twisted Qin Ze's ear. Ze, I believe all these dishes were made by you. Are you happy about that? Qin Ze dodged, happy. Come closer. Whoever comes closer is a fool. Fuming. Qin Bao lunged at him. Sister suspects you, my dear servant, of hoarding culinary skills, a grave sin. I shall twist your ear and make you my side dish. With that, Qin Bao let out a yelp as Qin Ze pinned her hands behind her back, flipping her over his thigh, rendering her immobile. Have I been too generous with sunshine and water lately? You're glowing so much, it seems you might ignite and flood the Pearl of the Orient. Qin Ze. Let go of me. My stomach is full. I'm in agony. Hurry up and admit you were wrong. No way, sister will never concede. Hurry and spit out what you've eaten. Good brother, Zijin is watching. Give me some face. Wang Zijin watched the playful tussle between the siblings, her smile gentle, her gaze warm. At 10:30, Qin Bao was wandering aimlessly in the living room, pacing about. Qin Ze was seated on the sofa with his laptop, reviewing the important points from the old man's email, which contained knowledge likely to appear on the upcoming exam. In the bathroom, Wang Zijin was showering, the sound of water cascading. As Qin Bao strolled along, she executed high knee exercises. What do you think of this friend of mine? She inquired. Qin Ze retorted. In what aspect do you mean? In every aspect, she replied. Qin Ze assessed. Her exterior beauty is impeccable, yet her inner charm remains to be evaluated. Frankly, it is rare to encounter such a stunning beauty. Upon finishing his statement, he noticed Qin Bao glaring at him with her hands on her hips and quickly added, except for you, dear sister. While twisting her waist, Qin Bao asked, how about introducing her to you as a potential girlfriend? Startled, Qin Ze trembled slightly. Are you testing me? I swear, I have no improper thoughts about her. He thought to himself, fearing that she was worried he might use her undergarments for illicit purposes. Qin Bao insisted, Isn't this the type of gentle and graceful girl you fancy? She currently has no boyfriend. After a pause, an expression of disdain crossed her face. Sister is merely diverting the disaster away, so you want to use me for such matters. Qin Ze found himself unable to argue and had no desire to do so. Qin Baobao then shifted the topic. However, Zijing wouldn't look at you. She has numerous suitors, yet she hardly glances at those swarming around her. Well, in your eyes? I am merely a useless younger brother incapable of marrying, Qin Ze thought, accustomed to her jibes. After frequently losing their banter, Qin Baobao angrily jogged over to kick Qin Ze before swiftly retreating to a safe distance, challenging him with her gaze. What is the background of your friend? Qin Ze closed his stock trading software, ignoring his sister's provocation and instead discussing Wang Zijing. Qin Baobao was quite familiar with her. She was the gentle and graceful type. The ideal partner in Qin Ze's eyes. Tilting her head thoughtfully, Qin Baobao remarked, she is from the capital. Her parents seem to be civil servants. That is all I know. Why, are you eager to learn more about her? I believe your friend must come from a well-off family. Her demeanor is beyond reproach. Especially since she just asked me to serve her food. What does serving food signify? Qin Ze queried. Put your proud intellect to use. Would you feel at ease asking someone else to serve you food in their home? Qin Ze analyzed. This indicates a habitual expectation of being served, suggesting the presence of a maid at her home. That makes sense, Qin Baobao chuckled. She will surely think even less of you now. Hurry and beg me to help you make a connection. To be honest, Qin Ze was intrigued. Yet recalling past experiences where his sister had hindered his efforts in such matters, he quietly dismissed the idea of enlisting Qin Baobao's assistance. Moreover, while Wang Zijing was indeed beautiful, Qin Ze had long developed immunity to stunning women, making the notion of love at first sight improbable. As for this enchanting lady from the capital, her character and integrity required further examination. Chapter 38. My best friend fell in love with me the next day. At 6 o'clock, after the summer break, Qin Ze postponed his early morning exercise routine from 5:30 to 6, believing that life need not be lived at such a rapid pace. In the bathroom, the sounds of running water and brushing teeth echoed, with the door slightly ajar. Without needing to guess, Qin Ze knew it was Wang Zijing inside. She was the type who would cling to her blanket for every possible second, justifying her laziness by claiming that women who lack sufficient sleep age prematurely. Sitting in the living room, he accessed the points exchange mall, browsing through various categories. His current points total, 400. Not too many, nor too few. He could redeem some minor skills, but it fell short for acquiring skills from a particular system. For instance, stock trading is a profound knowledge area, encompassing both technical and fundamental analysis, requiring a vast understanding of various industries. Thus, there were no stock trading skills available for redemption in the exchange mall. Some claim that technical analysis does not exist in China's stock market, which holds some truth. Yet is not entirely accurate. The stock market is a game of wits. The major players utilize every possible means to profit from retail investors and equally positioned competitors, while retail investors strive to snatch a morsel from the jaws of the major players. However, retail investors can never truly compete with major players. For instance, major players can manipulate information, disseminating favorable news to attract retail investors, only to sell their stocks at high prices, leaving those ensnared retail investors as mere bag holders. Furthermore, an invisible puppet master manipulates the stock market, an entity so formidable that, in its presence, any institution is rendered akin to a retail investor. In June of this year, the puppet master began to act once more, and the once lackluster stock market surged hundreds of points within a mere month. Consequently, Qin Ze began to pay attention to the stock market, hoping to glean some benefits by following in the wake of the puppet master, while also preparing himself for the possibility of being deceived. Qin Ze had a unique sentiment towards the stock market. The Qin family had endured a difficult period when they sold a house, which locals regarded as their lifeline. Eventually, his grandfather navigated the stock market astutely, amassing a fortune that helped the family weather the storm. His mother and sister idolized their father during that time. At that moment, Qin Ze was engrossed in his studies of history, contemplating the words of Xiong Yu upon encountering Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He can be replaced. Wang Zijing emerged from the bathroom, noticing Qin Ze lost in thought on the sofa. She paused, smiling as she greeted him. Up so early? I woke early to exercise. And seeing you wash your face and brush your teeth, I thought to wait a moment. Are you going for a run too? Of course, Qin Ze replied, exchanging a smile with Wang Zijing. Let's go together. Leading Wang Zijing to the nearby park, they jogged lightly. At 6:30, the sky brightened, vehicles sped by, and early risers headed to work. Wang Zijing donned a white tracksuit, her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding vitality, with a towel draped around her neck. Qin Ze, in his inexpensive sportswear, had been gifted the outfit by his sister during a promotional event. "We only have an hour," Qin Ze turned, smiling. Wang Zijing gazed at him, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Why is that?" "Because after 7:30, the park becomes the domain of the square dance annies." Wang Zijing chuckled in disbelief. 5 minutes later, they entered the park, jogging along the winding stone path. Half an hour later, Qin Ze paused. Wang Zijing stopped beside him, tilting her head and teasing, "Can't go on?" Qin Ze chuckled, recalling a saying, "A man must never admit defeat. Even if he cannot, he must pretend to." Naturally, such a glitch would not escape his lips, as it would diminish his standing in a woman's eyes. Yet, many immature men often indulge in such pretentiousness to appear unique. Based on Qin Ze's extensive theoretical knowledge, he concluded that one should never easily flaunt in front of women, as it often leads to foolishness. Thus, he shook his head and smiled. "I'll reserve the next half hour for practicing my punches." "Practicing punches?" Wang Zijing scrutinized him for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, then I'll run by myself." Qin Ze watched her figure gradually recede into the distance, touching his nose, feeling as if he had inadvertently failed at being pretentious. He retreated to a patch of grass, closed his eyes, slightly bent his spine, opened his legs, allowing his breath to flow with his intention. He embraced his dantian with both hands, feeling a surge of warmth rise from his lower abdomen, following the movements of his limbs, coursing through his entire being. It was somewhat akin to the legendary practice of circulating energy throughout the body. The system indicated that the energy cultivation manual required merely an hour of practice each day, as more would yield no additional benefit. The rationale is similar to studying. Relentless cramming does not guarantee success, as both learning and physical capabilities have their limits. Once again disturbed by the lively music of square dance antics, Qin Ze opened his eyes, his gaze bright and clear, his spirit contained. On the stone path, Wang Zijing stood, her curious and astonished expression scrutinizing him. "Taiji? Internal martial arts?" Wang Zijing inquired. Qin Ze pondered for a moment. It could be considered internal martial arts. But it's not Taiji. Strictly speaking, it's not any particular school. It's something I've concocted myself. "I don't believe you," Wang Zijing replied bluntly. "When I was young, my digestive system was poor. Any exercise would make me nauseous. Later, I heard that practicing martial arts could improve health. So I researched various internal martial arts online, piecing together my own style. Surprisingly, it has worked wonders. I've never felt nauseous again. My digestive system is also poor." Wang Zijing's eyes sparkled. "Can you teach me?" "That's not possible. There's a tuition fee." Wang Zijing feigned a pitiful expression. "I have no money." "Then I can't teach you." Qin Ze firmly rejected her, knowing that the energy cultivation manual required the system to guide energy perception. Learning the moves would be futile for others. "All right," Wang Zijing sighed, her smile undiminished, not at all upset. Qin Ze admired her demeanor. She was poised, emotionally intelligent, and her company felt like a breath of spring air. Had it been Qin Baobao, she would have thrown a tantrum. Qin Baobao as principal. What belongs to the brother is also the sister's, and what belongs to the sister remains solely hers. Qin Ze and Wang Zijing returned together, weaving around the dancing Andes. Wang Zijing, glistening with perspiration, continuously wiped her brow with the towel, her hair sticking to her cheeks, her face flushed and charming. "Qin Ze, I heard from Baobao that you're interning now, right?" "Yes. I'll intern for a year and then graduate." "Have you sent out your resumes?" "Not yet. I'm not considering interning for the time being, just resting at home." Wang Zijing pursed her lips, smiling. "Baobao said you're lazy, and I didn't believe it. I thought someone who can write songs and cook delicious meals could not possibly be lazy. But now I believe it. However, I think Baobao is mistaken. You're not lazy, you're lacking motivation." Qin Ze chuckled. "You might as well say I'm unambitious. There's no need to be so tactful." Wang Zijing giggled. "I'm just trying to give you a bit of face. Actually, I've always been quite ordinary, unlike Qin Baobao, who excels academically. Every parent-teacher meeting, my father beams with pride. He often tells me, if you were even half as smart as Baobao, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. I too feel rather average. Lacking any brilliance, I'm just an ordinary person, and ordinary people should lead ordinary lives. Seeking the spotlight has nothing to do with me. I just want to be content and quiet. After all, everyone thinks I'm mediocre and doesn't place high expectations on me." Qin Ze smiled. Wang Zijing nodded, her face adorned with a smile. Qin Ze glanced at her. "At this moment, shouldn't you be encouraging and praising me, taking the opportunity to open my heart? The narrative of my best friend's younger brother secretly falling for me is quite amusing." Wang Zijing burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. With a smile playing on her lips and a teasing glint in her eyes, she replied, "But we're not that close." Qin Ze laughed heartily, just as he noticed an electric bike speeding towards Wang Zijing from behind. "Be careful." He placed his palm gently on Prince Jin's shoulder, while his other arm instinctively wrapped around her slender waist, exerting a sudden force that propelled her into his embrace. A speeding electric bike whizzed past, grazing her calf and eliciting a soft gasp of pain from her. The rider turned briefly, assessing the situation, and upon realizing there was no serious harm done, continued on his way, seemingly in a hurry to reach his destination. "Rushing to reincarnate, are we?" Qin Ze muttered angrily at the retreating figure. The fast-paced rhythm of life in the metropolis is understandable, especially for those hurrying to work, yet one must not recklessly endanger others or themselves. Over the years, the subway system in the city has witnessed numerous accidents, primarily due to the rush and the crowding of people. It was only after the installation of safety barriers and glass doors at the platforms that the situation began to improve. After guiding Prince Jin to sit by the roadside, Qin Ze rolled up her pant leg, revealing her fair calf, which had been scraped and was now oozing with crimson blood. He let out a sigh of relief, fortunately. "A bit of iodine will suffice. It should heal within a few days." He then added, "If that fool had injured you, just wait until I get my hands on him." Prince Jin playfully tugged at her pant leg, smiling as she replied, "Your best friend's brother hasn't even developed a crush on me yet, and you're already scheming to make your best friend fall for me? You've seen right through me." Qin Ze chuckled, gaining a deeper appreciation for Prince Jin's character, gracious, poised, and effortlessly charming. Without being overly reserved or coy, she was able to joke without pretentiousness, though she still maintained a degree of modesty, as she did not allow Qin Ze to touch her calf. Qin Ze took a detour to buy a bottle of iodine for her, but Prince Jin insisted on paying for it herself, denying him the opportunity to cover the cost. They then visited a breakfast shop, purchasing soup dumplings, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Upon returning home, they found that Qin Bao had already risen. Seeing the two of them return together, she scrutinized them with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, asking, "What have you two been up to?" "Just out for a jog." Prince Jin replied with a smile, placing the breakfast on the table before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Chapter 39. The remarkable man with 8-pack abs. Qin Ze emerged from the shower, his upper body bare and clad only in a pair of loose shorts. His physique was athletic, albeit slightly lean, devoid of any excess fat. His abdominal muscles had already taken shape, a testament to the rigorous training he had undergone over the past fortnight, which had effectively eliminated the little fat he had. Qin Baobao, with great enthusiasm, admired her brother's physique, clicking her tongue in feigned disdain as she remarked, "What is so impressive about a few muscles? Who are you showing off for?" Her gaze lingered, taking in the view repeatedly, much like men in the cafeteria assessing the length of one girl's legs and the slenderness of another's waist. Women, too, relish in appreciating the physique of men. Qin Ze held his breath, accentuating his 8-pack abs, and with a hint of pride declared, "I'm showing off for you. Do you remember our agreement?" Feigning ignorance, Qin Baobao replied, "What agreement? Did we ever make one?" "Damn it. I knew you would try to back out," Qin Ze retorted, rolling his eyes as he dried his hair and headed toward his room. Wang Zijing, smiling, inquired, "Baobao, what agreement?" Qin Baobao pouted, whispering, "I bet him that if he developed abs, I would cook for a month. But I can easily back out. He can't do anything about it." "You two siblings are quite entertaining," Wang Zijing chuckled, then, with a tinge of jealousy, added, "Isn't a good physique hereditary in your family? Both you and Qin Ze are in such great shape." "You're great too," Qin Baobao replied, munching on a fried dough stick. "I gain weight easily. If I don't exercise, I can put on 5 pounds in a month. I really envy those who can eat without gaining," she lamented. Having finished their meal, which was around 8:30, Qin Ze noticed Qin Baobao still in her pajamas and slippers, seemingly unmoved. "Is today the weekend?" he asked. "No, it's Friday," Qin Baobao answered. "Then why aren't you getting ready for work? Look at the time," Qin Ze urged, taking on the role of both brother and father over the years. If he didn't intervene, Qin Baobao would sleep until noon. "Relax," Qin Baobao waved her hand dismissively. "Now that we've finished eating, let us discuss something." Her unusual seriousness piqued Qin Ze's curiosity. "What is it?" Qin Baobao handed him her phone, displaying a notification. The second season of I Am a Singer premieres on July 13th, 2017. So? Lamenting his lack of insight, Qin Baobao shot him a charming glare. "I mentioned wanting to participate in the second season, right? The contestants are all budding stars. But to me, they're genuine big shots. As a newcomer, how can I compete with them?" Qin Ze, exasperated, smacked her lightly on the head, and said, "Damn it. Just say what you mean instead of beating around the bush." With an uncharacteristic restraint, Qin Baobao pouted. "Thus, I'm focusing on promoting original work. I promised the company that I would compose and write my own songs, and they decided to allocate resources to support me. Since I need to write songs, inspiration is crucial. Being late doesn't really matter." "You're really asking for trouble." Qin Ze covered his face. "Where do you get your confidence from? You're so brazen." Qin Baobao squinted and smiled. "Well, I have you, don't I? Besides, it's not all on me to write. Even the most talented singer can't produce a multitude of songs alone. The company's position is contingent on how I perform in the competition. If I garner significant popularity, they'll assign me a composer, although we'll still announce that I wrote the songs myself. Then take your time composing." Qin Ze shrugged and stood to leave the room. Qin Baobao grabbed his arm, insisting, "You need to write that song today." Wang Zijing, who had been listening quietly, chimed in. "The Invisible Wings?" "Yes, that song is beautiful," Qin Baobao affirmed. "No, not that one. He has another half-finished song that's even better," Qin Baobao clarified, her eyes sparkling. Qin Ze initially intended to decline, as he hadn't redeemed that song yet. The system had strict rules against sharing songs that were only available for listening. A song typically required 30 points for redemption. Ding. Main quest, showcasing talent, for 15 helped Qin Baobao complete legend. Successful reward, 70 points. Failure, deduction of corresponding points. How little, Qin Ze muttered under his breath. Unfazed by the sudden appearance of the quest, the system had indicated that the emergence of quests depended on the host's inner desires. This particular task likely stemmed from Qin Ze's yearning to impress beautiful women. The beauty in question was not Qin Baobao, but Wang Zijing. "Get me paper and a pen," Qin Ze commanded, adopting an authoritative tone. Qin Baobao scampered off to retrieve the requested items. Qin Ze began to scribble lyrics on the blank sheet, composing on the spot, drawing the staff lines, and marking the notes, leaving both Qin Baobao and Wang Zijing in awe. "Just because I glanced at you in the crowd, I can never forget your face." Qin Baobao sang along hesitantly, referencing the score. Having joined Xingyi Entertainment for over half a month, she had undergone professional training and could now comprehend the score reasonably well. "I'll sing it for you," Qin Ze said, raising his hand to signal for silence. Once both beautiful women directed their sparkling eyes at him, he cleared his throat, sat upright, and began to sing. "Just because I glanced at you in the crowd, I can never forget your face. Dreaming of the day we might meet again. From then on, I began to miss you in solitude. When I think of you, you're far away. When I think of you, you're right here. When I think of you, you're in my mind. When I think of you, you're in my heart." His clear, resonant voice floated through the hall, evoking a sense of gentle melancholy and deep emotion. Qin Ze's singing was quite commendable, with a pleasing tone and sustained breath, making it well suited for song. Qin Baobao, no longer the naive girl she once was, could discern a few minor mistakes in his performance by comparing it to the score, yet this did not diminish her delight. The song itself was simply enchanting. Wang Zijing applauded enthusiastically. Qin Baobao beamed with joy, instinctively wanting to shower her brother with kisses as usual. But considering the presence of an outsider, she opted instead to affectionately ruffle his hair and praised, "Sister, didn't he spoil you for nothing?" Ding. Quest completed. Reward, 70 points. Elated by the song, Qin Baobao left for work with renewed vigor, taking the score with her, claiming she would ask the company's professional team to record an accompaniment. This left Qin Ze and Wang Zijing alone in the house. Qin Ze focused on his stock market ambitions, nurturing the dreams he had held since childhood. Wang Zijing sat on the opposite end of the sofa, wearing headphones while watching a drama. At some point, as Qin Ze shifted his gaze from the screen to reach for his tea, he noticed Wang Zijing sitting beside him, engrossed in the computer, though he had no idea how long she had been there. "The stock market has been quite lively lately," Wang Zijing initiated the conversation. "That's because our great government is promoting it," Qin Ze replied. After the bull market in 2014, the index stagnated for 3 years. Suddenly, in early 2017, it turned around, and in just 6 months, the index surged by 50%. Anyone who pays a bit of attention to the news can see which industries are thriving and which stocks are rising steadily. It's obvious there's a puppet master behind it all. Qin Ze chuckled. "These are just things my old man says. I'm merely relaying his wisdom. Don't laugh at me for misquoting." Wang Zijing smirked. "Are you planning to cash in on this opportunity?" "I have that thought, but unfortunately, I lack funds," Qin Ze replied with a smile. "How about you invest a little, Miss Wang?" Wang Zijing feigned a pitiful expression. "What miss are you talking about? I'm as broke as can be. I'm just here relying on you too." Qin Ze smiled. Baobao is always complaining about being broke. Could it be she's trying to indirectly push me away? Wang Zijing asked. If Qin Baobao wanted you to leave, she has 100 ways to dissuade you from coming to the city, Qin Ze replied. We truly have no money? You don't understand her at all? Spending as much as one earns is manageable when one's employment is stable. However, she has chosen to forsake a promising future to pursue a career in entertainment, earning a meager salary of 3,000 yuan per month, which is quite disheartening. Thus, in order to escape poverty and achieve prosperity, you must earnestly support your sister. Qin Ze was taken aback, suddenly realizing, Sister Zijing, after all your talk, it turns out you are trying to lead me into a trap, attempting to persuade me to back you up. Indeed, Wang Zijing responded, unfazed by the revelation of her intentions. She continued, look, you possess the talent for songwriting and composition. The baby is beautiful, and her singing is delightful. You two would make a perfect duo. Why are you so resistant to her entering the entertainment industry? It is not my personal resistance, but rather my family's disapproval. Therefore, I align with their stance, which can be termed as political correctness. Qin Ze harbored intentions of utilizing his sister as a pawn while simultaneously fearing the wrath of their father upon discovering the truth. He found himself in a precarious situation, filled with indecision. Moreover, the entertainment industry is notoriously treacherous, rife with unspoken rules. For aspiring young stars, climbing to prominence often requires compromising their integrity. Given Qin Baobao's looks, it would not be long before she fell into such a predicament. How could you speak of your sister in such a manner? Wang Zijing playfully chastised him. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Baobao called. Qin Ze, don't cook dinner tonight. We are going out for karaoke. Why would I want to go to karaoke? Qin Ze replied tersely. You know I despise such places. I have no sister, only a brother, Qin Baobao retorted. Neither do I particularly enjoy it. But Chen Xinghong and Zhang Yu are insistent on my attendance, likely hoping to introduce me to a boyfriend again. I do not wish to go alone. Accompany me. And bring Zijing along as well. Chapter 40. The Pursuer of My Sister at 8:30 in the evening. Qin Baobao drove her best friend and younger brother to the KTV they had agreed upon. The red BMW parked in the designated spot in front of the entrance. Outside the KTV, 2 women and 4 men were waiting, casually chatting under the ever-changing neon lights. 2 men stood slightly apart, engaged in conversation while smoking. Most of the men were familiar to Qin Ze, particularly Chen Xinghong, a cold and alluring beauty who, according to Qin Ze's rating, was a solid 7. She was tall, akin to Qin Baobao, with a slender waist and long legs, but regrettably, her bust fell within the typical range for Chinese women, barely reaching a B cup. Proudly single before graduation, she remained indifferent to the many suitors vying for her attention, only to swiftly fall in love post-graduation with her boss. Zhang, if one were to describe her in a single phrase, would be termed a bewitching temptress. With chestnut waves cascading down, her fashionable appearance, bolstered by exceptional makeup skills, allowed her to rival Qin Baobao's charm. She was voluptuous, embodying the archetype of a strikingly attractive woman, earning an 8 in Qin Ze's estimation. Each time she encountered Qin Ze, she enjoyed sharing risque jokes, teasing him about being a virgin, while her boyfriend was a fellow university student. Zhang Yu waved vigorously, beckoning to Qin Ze and the others, darting over to embrace Qin Baobao, followed by a playful peck on her cheek. Seizing the opportunity while her boyfriend lingered at a distance, she winked at Qin Ze, playfully suggesting, "Oh dear, little brother, would you like a kiss from your big sister?" Qin Ze was momentarily dazzled by her flirtatious gaze. If Zhang Yu were merely an enchanting woman relying on her makeup, he would not have rated her an 8. She possessed an exquisite oval face, as fair and pristine as a pearl, but it was her captivating, expressive eyes that truly stood out, full of life and allure. With a sidelong glance, Qin Ze replied, "Step aside. Your makeup is too heavy." Zhang Yu shot him a fierce look, threatening, "Out of respect for my boyfriend, I'll let you off this time. Otherwise, I'd surely make you my target for 100 playful pinches." "Who is this beautiful girl?" Zhang Yu inquired, spotting Wang Zijing. "Is she your girlfriend, Qin Ze?" Upon seeing Wang Zijing, who was stunningly beautiful, Zhang Yu momentarily paused, taken aback by her looks. Just as Qin Ze was about to clarify, Zhang Yu's sparkling eyes danced with mischief as she laughed. "I'm just kidding. How could you possibly have such a stunning girlfriend?" Qin Baobao burst into laughter, affirming, "Indeed, he could never have a girlfriend. This is my high school classmate, Wang Zijing." Frustration bubbled within Qin Ze as he wished to retort against the 2 women mocking him. Wang Zijing cast a sympathetic yet amused glance at Qin Ze before graciously extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Wang Zijing." Zhang Yu introduced herself, and at that moment, Chen Xinghong led a group of men over. While she seemed unbothered, The four men were fixated on Qin Baobao and Wang Zijing. Now that everyone's here, shall we head inside? Zhang Ye suggested, linking arms with her boyfriend as they sauntered toward the entrance, her movements exuding a captivating allure. Zhang Ye's boyfriend was a top student from Fudan University, a peer of Qin Baobao, Zhang Ye, and Qin Xinghong, who was handsome and charismatic, currently working in a state-owned enterprise. With strong connections and personal capability, he had swiftly risen to a leadership position within just 2 years. The man treating everyone was in his 30s, dressed in an upscale casual suit that Qin Ze could not identify, exuding youth and ambition. He harbored intentions toward Qin Baobao, sitting beside her as he spoke softly, adorned with a warm and refined smile. Another man was evidently more interested in Wang Zijing, frequently attempting to engage her in conversation. But to his dismay, she remained aloof and uninterested, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. After several unsuccessful attempts, he turned to complain to Qin Xinghong's boyfriend, Xiao Chu. Your friend isn't very friendly. We can't even hold a conversation. Her boyfriend glanced at Qin Xinghong, frowning. Xinghong, what is up with your friend? Qin Xinghong echoed his concern. A phone. She is Baobao's friend. I don't know her. Xiao Chu nodded helplessly. Mr. Su, if she isn't talking, just pull her into a duet. He felt discontent towards Wang Zijing's demeanor. Mr. Su, however, considered this an acceptable approach, reasoning that beautiful women were often reserved. The night was long, and he believed he would have ample opportunity to win over the stunning beauty. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ye took the initiative, grabbing the microphone and selecting a duet, pulling her boyfriend to sing along. After their performance, she exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Ze, and the two stepped out of the private room. Zhang Ye leaned against the corridor wall, her figure exuding a captivating charm, a solid 8 in beauty, attracting attention wherever she went. Qin Ze, come here and let your sister give you a hug. It's been over half a month since we last met, and you've become even more handsome. I regret not celebrating your birthday properly. She cooed. I see you were determined to get me drunk that day, so it was all a cunning scheme, Qin Ze retorted, producing a cigarette and tossing her one, lighting it up for her before igniting his own. Where's yours? Such a good boy, Zhang Ye exhaled. Cheng Yi 1 tea, let me smoke. I've been holding back for days. Who is Cheng Yi? My boyfriend, she replied. Oh, had you not mentioned it? I would have thought he was just some random guy. Zhang Ye, unfazed, flirted. He is a random guy, but you are the apple of my eye. Women should smoke less, Qin Ze advised, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Who are those two fools inside? Are they the boyfriends you've introduced to my sister? The one pursuing your sister is Li Zemin, a leader from Chu Feng's company. He saw your sister at a gathering and has been infatuated ever since, insisting he won't marry anyone but her. The karaoke night was organized by Qin Xinghong, or rather, her boyfriend, to play matchmaker while currying favor with the boss, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Zhang Ye explained, expertly blowing a smoke ring. Qin Ze chuckled, withholding his opinion. It's not a bad thing for my sister to meet more men at her age. Choosing a partner should be like selecting merchandise. How can one compare unless they have options? She mentioned another man, whose surname she couldn't recall. But he was a junior leader at a public mutual fund with business ties to Chu Feng's company. As they continued to smoke and chat, among Qin Baobao's group of friends, Zhang Ye shared the closest rapport with Qin Ze. To be honest, he had once held a fondness for her. However, upon learning from Qin Baobao that Zhang Ye was already taken, Qin Ze felt quite frustrated. How could she tease him while being in a relationship? Thus, Zhang Ye embodied the essence of a bewitching temptress. Yet, she was not truly promiscuous. Despite frequently suggesting a rendezvous with Qin Ze, she never acted on those words. Returning to the private room, Qin Ze found Qin Xinghong singing, her voice quite pleasant. Meanwhile, the man named Li Zemin sat perilously close to Qin Baobao, nearly encroaching upon her space. Qin Baobao, in high spirits from the drinks, was oblivious to his increasingly bold advances. Qin Baobao adored karaoke. On one of her birthdays, she had dragged Qin Ze to a KTV, where they sang from evening until dawn. In contrast to Li Zemin's relentless pursuit, Mr. Su was still facing setbacks, as Wang Zijing maintained a polite distance, engaging but not overly familiar. Baobao, shall we choose a song to sing together? Li Zemin slurred, attempting to drape his arm around her shoulders. He genuinely liked Qin Baobao, having been captivated by her beauty since their first encounter at a gathering, where he had been utterly mesmerized. Qin Ze swiftly swatted Li Zemin's hand away, pulling the inebriated Qin Baobao aside. You go sing. Let me drink. Qin Baobao, her eyes glazed with drink, cautioned, drink less. Your health isn't quite right yet. Qin Ze thought to himself, I'm perfectly fine now. Li Zimin's gaze hungrily lingered on Qin Baobao's alluring figure, particularly her curvaceous form. After a prolonged moment, he shifted his attention back to Qin Ze, chuckling, "Young man, with food and drink aplenty, feel free to indulge yourself. Just don't interfere with my pursuits." He expressed his discontent at Qin Ze's earlier actions, reminding everyone that while singing was enjoyable, unwanted physical advances were unacceptable. Qin Ze's eyelids flickered, as if a cold light emanated from them. Li Zimin scrutinized Qin Ze, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. Qinghong mentioned that the baby has no boyfriend. Understood, so you are one of his admirers. What does your family do? Are you a rich second generation? Judging by your attire, it doesn't seem so. What rich second generation? We are ordinary folks, Qin Ze replied in the local dialect. Local, huh? Li Zimin raised an eyebrow. Have you graduated from university? No. Li Zimin smirked. Young man, once you step into society, you will learn the meaning of self-awareness. I guarantee that after 3 years in the real world, you won't even dare to speak to Qin Baobao in situations like today. Why? Qin Ze's interest was piqued. Inferiority? Li Zimin's smile was insincere. Figure it out yourself. You should forget about Qin Baobao. I have a keen interest in her. Of course, I'm not going to tell you not to pursue her. But today, you truly do not stand a chance if you find me displeasing. Feel free to leave. Li Zimin was unaware of Qin Ze's true identity, as nobody had introduced him. Qin Ze was merely a passerby, and this was not self-deprecation. Chen Qihong had a cold demeanor and wouldn't initiate introductions, while Zhang Ye certainly wouldn't, as Li Zimin wasn't her superior. The boyfriends of the two beauties were also unfamiliar with Qin Ze. Everyone merely regarded him as a friend of Qin Baobao or Wang Zhen. If Li Zimin had known Qin Ze was the brother-in-law, he would have eagerly sought an alliance. Qin Ze held a strong aversion towards Li Zimin. It was unclear if he was indeed capable, but his youthful arrogance was evident. Such small-minded individuals, always clamoring. Just listen to his words. I have a keen interest in Qin Baobao, so don't even think about it. What sort of person is he? A mere gold-collar worker. And he truly believes he is above all? Qin Ze cast Li Zimin a mocking and disdainful smile before turning to drink with Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen, who had a poor stomach, opted for a cup of red tea, and the two of them engaged in light-hearted conversation. At this point, Qin Ze had offended both Li Zimin and General Su. However, Qin Baobao's singing captured everyone's attention. Her voice was enchanting and magnetic. Displaying remarkable talent as she had received over half a month of professional training, reaching a commendable standard, even Qin Ze felt that his sister deserved to be admired. Li Zimin regretted that it wasn't a duet, otherwise he would surely have performed a harmonious piece with Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao sang a classic old song, with lyrics that resonated. Love has clouded my mind, you draw me deeper. Li Zimin felt it perfectly described his current state. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Qin Baobao's face flushed, her lips curled in a smile, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with joy. Well, consider this a rehearsal before stepping onto the stage. I shall sing to my heart's content tonight. Chu Feng approached with a drink for Qin Baobao, exclaiming, Baobao, your singing is marvelous. Our General Li is also quite the singer. Why don't you two perform a duet? Qinghong, hurry up and choose a song. Qin Baobao accepted the beer but declined a duet, stating, my voice is tired. I need a moment to rest. Chen Qihong observed this with indifference, neither facilitating nor opposing. She had already noticed that Qin Baobao had no interest in Li Zimin, yet it was tricky to refuse since Li Zimin was their superior, and her boyfriend, Chu Feng, was eager to curry favor with him. The first rule in the workplace, appease the boss. What could she say? Even if they couldn't date, they could still be friends. Li Zimin, feeling disappointed, said, then I'll sing one on my own to find my rhythm. What should I sing? His gaze remained fixed on Qin Baobao's beautiful face. Qin Ze instantly scoffed. Even as a novice, he knew that to assess a woman's allure, one must prioritize her figure over her face. I'll sing Unmatched Under Heaven, Li Zimin declared, with Chu Feng praising. General Li's rendition is simply extraordinary. The original singer has a good voice, but lacks presence. General Li's performance is truly commanding. General Su chimed in with a smile. This is no exaggeration. Once I sang with General Li, when he let loose, my word, it was phenomenal. There is indeed a certain dominance that surpasses the original. Li Zimin, in high spirits, held the microphone and humbly replied, oh no, please don't flatter me too much. Chu Feng seized the microphone, affirming, General, this is no flattery. After hearing you sing Unmatched Under Heaven, I find the original version lacks the same feeling. Your singing skills are almost on par with the professionals. If you don't believe me, sing for everyone to hear. Zhang Ye chuckled. Are you two performing a comedy skit? She received a fierce glare from her boyfriend. Unmatched Under Heaven is the theme song from a renowned historical drama, depicting the story of Qin Shi Huang unifying the Six Kingdoms during the spring and autumn period. This song gained immense popularity a few years ago and is now considered a classic, often referred to as the Emperor's Song, cherished by middle-aged men. Shall we proceed? Li Zimin turned to look at Qin Baobao, seeing her rosy cheeks, sparkling eyes, and a smile that resembled an ethereal beauty. His heart surged with excitement and bravado. As the powerful music played, the sounds of war horses echoed. The screen displayed a grand MV of a battlefield. After a brief introduction, the scene shifted to a man donned in a pure black embroidered golden dragon robe, crowned, standing majestically atop a mountain, surveying the land. Li Zimin closed his eyes, gathering his presence. The music began. A great nation, dominating the West. The world lies within my grasp. Flying swords cut through the clouds, lords flock from the West. The common people shed tears for me. Flames and smoke compete for the deer. Good. Chu Feng cheered, clapping his hands. Shen Qihong joined in, her lovely face beaming with pride, both to support her superior and because he indeed sang well. From the very beginning, his commanding presence was evident. His voice was rich and full of emotion. Not bad, Zhangya offered a fair assessment. Indeed very good, her boyfriend agreed with a smile. Qin Baobao nodded slightly. She had to admit that Li Zimin sang well. This song is quite challenging, requiring considerable lung capacity. One must maintain power without straining their voice. Most people merely shout when attempting it. They may project power, but the details are often lacking. Li Zimin managed to achieve both a robust presence and a steady tone. Soon, they reached the climax, the music soaring, and Li Zimin's voice followed suit, rising in pitch, resonant and commanding. Heaven's mandate, I embrace with pride. To determine the world. Swords clash wildly. I am destined by heaven, enduring and flourishing. Behold, I wield my sword to sweep the six realms. Shen Qingong, Zhangya. And others felt their spirits ignite, fueled by the music. They felt an overwhelming passion, whether shouting or cheering, their emotions fully engaged. This was no exaggeration. It was both powerful and melodious, rivaling the original. This level of singing skill could easily make one a karaoke champion. Qin Baobao was astounded. She listened with a discerning ear, especially during the climax, where mistakes are most likely to occur, yet Li Zimin made none. As the song reached its conclusion, Li Zimin delivered his final lines with a sigh laced with heroism. Why should I willingly become a ghost beneath the 9 springs? Dust off the yellow earth. And let the world be astonished. I vow to be the greatest emperor of all time. Applause, whistles, and cheers erupted. Everyone was in high spirits. General Su laughed heartily. I told you, he is not inferior to the original. Chu Feng immediately chimed in. In fact, he surpasses the original. General Su corrected himself. I misspoke. He is definitely not inferior to the original. Li Zimin, brimming with confidence, feigned humility. I've embarrassed myself, truly. He then turned his gaze, filled with affection, towards Qin Baobao. Baobao, let us sing a duet. Chu Feng, eager to play the role of a facilitator, asked, what shall we sing? Suddenly, Wang Xin interjected. Qin Ze, why don't you join in and sing a song too? The beautiful lady has spoken. Everyone, take notice. Me? Qin Ze was taken aback. Why don't you sing a song too? It's rather dull just sitting here, Wang Zijin suggested with a playful glint in her eyes. Qin Ze is quite remarkable. He can write lyrics and compose music, so surely his singing must be delightful. Who said that being able to write lyrics and compose music guarantees a good singing voice? Qin Ze waved his hand dismissively. I shall refrain from singing. I have no interest. I simply wish to quietly observe your pretentiousness. Zhangya chuckled. Qin Ze, you can write lyrics and compose music? Don't boast. Qin Ze shot her a sidelong glance. Qin Baobao crawled onto the sofa, wrapping her arms around Qin Ze's. Sing a song, just one. And I'll reward you with a kiss. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Qin Baobao was exuberant, her inhibitions diminished. And she planted a kiss on Qin Ze's cheek without a second thought. Li Zimin's expression darkened. After all, Qin Baobao was his goddess. Who could tolerate her kissing another man? So this young man can write lyrics and compose music? How rare. Why not perform a song here? Qin Ze remained silent. Forget it. We came out to sing for fun. Writing lyrics and composing music can be dismissed as a joke. What song do you want to sing? Qin Baobao defended her friend. He really can write songs. Her words only intensified the animosity toward Qin Ze. Baobao, I truly find it hard to believe that your friend is a lyricist and composer. Li Zimin scoffed. I don't expect him to write lyrics or compose music on the spot. If he can sing unmatched in the world again, I would be impressed. Chu Feng immediately chimed in, Mr. Li, that is a fair point. With your talent on display, who would dare to embarrass themselves? Mr. Su added, exactly, let the young man sing his own songs. At least it would be something novel. Qin Ze still said nothing. Wang Zijing cast a disappointed glance. I was just joking about the lyrics and composition. That was my exaggeration. Suddenly, a smile broke out on Qin Ze's calm face, a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Just a few days ago, he happened to write a song, so why not share it with everyone? At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Task alert. Showcase your talents. 5:15. It is time to reveal your true abilities. Be bold, host. What nonsensical task alert, be bold. What should he do when he lacked even the basic task details? Yet, Qin Ze understood what was expected of him. As he had conducted a small experiment, the task trigger conditions were related to his inner desires. By remaining silent earlier, he was essentially repressing himself, which heightened his desire to showcase his abilities. Consequently, the task had indeed arrived. This little experiment allowed Qin Ze to influence the task to a certain extent. I can suppress myself to indirectly trigger the task. Grasping the microphone, he approached the large screen, and Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao exchanged excited glances, their expressions reminiscent of cunning little foxes. Baobao, my provocation method worked, didn't it? Indeed, indeed. Sister shall give you a verbal reward. But what if Qin Ze sings poorly? How embarrassing. Who cares? Isn't it the younger brother's job to shield his sister from embarrassment? If you look down on Li Zemin, just say it plainly. Such matters are not easily stated. After all, Qing Hong is my sister. I cannot disregard her reputation. Miss Wang, it seems you are not well versed in social niceties. The two conspired seamlessly against Qin Ze. Amidst their banter, the powerful music began to play. Everyone settled on the sofa, listening as Qin Ze prepared to sing. Li Zemin maintained his composure. He had practiced singing unmatched in the world tirelessly over the years, making it his go-to karaoke song. Whenever he performed it, he instantly became the center of attention, basking in the limelight. In his eyes, Qin Ze challenging him with this song was nothing short of foolishness. To use a modern phrase, asking for a slap in the face. The prelude concluded. The song commenced. Qin Ze closed his eyes, letting the music guide him as he unleashed his voice, along the gentle curves of the rivers and mountains, galloping through love's heartland, the north and the south. Facing the icy blades, the stormy winds, cherishing the golden years bestowed upon me by heaven. Everyone was stunned. Li Zemin froze. Zhang Yu was speechless. Chu Feng stood in shock. Shen Qihong was taken aback. Even Qin Baobao was momentarily dumbfounded. Wang Zijin blinked, astonished at the sight of Qin Ze singing with fervor. As he began, a wave of confusion and astonishment washed over the audience. What song is this? This ascent unmatched in the world. Chapter 42, a melodious song suddenly. Qin Baobao straightened her posture, inclining her ear to absorb his song, committing the lyrics to memory. She was astonished by Qin Ze. Was this truly a new song? Impressive. My brother, can you really produce such tunes at will? The song sung by Qin Ze was titled Borrow 500 More from the Heavens. He had encountered it in the mall's playlist, and the system had informed him that it was a composition sourced from a parallel world. Redeeming the song required 30 points. But listening was complimentary. The rationale was simple. Without a preview, how could one ascertain the quality of the song? Li Zemin goaded him into performing unmatched in the world. Qin Ze chuckled inwardly. Was the emperor's song truly remarkable? If you sing well, does that make you extraordinary? I just happen to have a piece to compare. Qin Ze's voice gradually ascended. To be a person is to possess both courage and determination. Why fear the perils of life? Passion remains unaltered year after year. Life holds both bitterness and sweetness, with good and evil divided on either side, all for the dreams of tomorrow. Witness the iron hooves clanging as they traverse the vast mountains and rivers. With a swift turn, Qin Ze extended his right hand as if grasping something intangible. His voice soaring once more in fervor. I stand at the pinnacle, firmly holding the cycles of the sun and moon. Qin Baobao shivered. Wang Zijing felt a chill run down her spine. Zhang Ye's cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, goosebumps rising on her skin. Li Zemin stared in disbelief, as if witnessing a spectral apparition, fixated on Qin Ze. This song did not overtly promote dominance, yet within the lyrics and Qin Ze's powerful delivery, there was an omnipresent assertiveness. I stand at the forefront, firmly holding the cycles of the moon. However, as an emperor, is it truly sufficient to merely exude dominance? While Li Zemin had an air of authority, he failed to capture the true essence of unmatched in the world. The lament of bloodshed upon the mortal realm begs the question of how to attain peace and fulfillment. I genuinely wish to live 500 more years. To be a person is to possess both courage and determination. Why fear the perils of life? Passion remains unaltered year after year. Life holds both bitterness and sweetness, with good and evil divided on either side, all for the dreams of tomorrow. There is also grandeur, sorrow, and tenderness. It is not solely about dominance. I truly wish to live 500 more years? Qin Baobao, filled with excitement, stood up, her breaths quickening, blood surging with fervor. Qin Ze, initially facing the screen, suddenly turned to face everyone, gripping the microphone tightly. Witness the iron hooves clanging as they traversed the vast mountains and rivers. I stand at the pinnacle, firmly holding the cycles of the sun and moon. May the fireworks of humanity bring peace and fulfillment. I truly wish to live 500 more years. He paused, inhaling deeply as if unleashing a mighty roar to the heavens. I truly wish to live 500 more years. At that moment, the music ceased. The spacious private room fell into silence, save for Qin Ze's labored breaths. Zhang let out a scream. Qin Baobao shrieked, feeling herself becoming an ardent admirer of her brother. Wang Zijing clapped enthusiastically. Chen Qinghong wore a look of astonishment. After a moment, Li Zimin snapped out of his daze, akin to a martial arts hero who had been struck, spitting blood and inquiring, "What kind of skill is this? What did you just sing?" Qin Ze replied with a smile, "Borrow 500 more from the heavens. I wrote the song and composed the melody myself." Not bad, right? It was more than just not bad, it was simply explosive. Although Li Zimin thought this internally, he merely said, "It's all right, quite novel." Upon saying this, he noticed Qin Baobao casting a playful glance his way, her eyes clearly filled with disdain and mockery. At once, he felt a pang in his heart. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the karaoke session concluded, and several groups bid farewell at the KTV entrance. Zhang Yi observed an unusual glint in Qin Ze's eyes, resembling a curious cat spotting a teasing wand. Thankfully, her boyfriend was present. Otherwise, who knows how she might attempt to entice Qin Ze. Qin Baobao, having consumed alcohol, was unable to drive, so Wang Zijing took the wheel. The siblings sat in the back seat, with Qin Baobao's cheeks flushed and her head resting on Qin Ze's shoulder. Her mind somewhat hazy, Qin Ze closed his eyes, savoring the emotionally charged moments from the private room. The allure of music lies in its ability to evoke emotions, stirring feelings of exhilaration, melancholy, or fervor. Even someone as gentle and reserved as Wang Zijing had become somewhat lively, pulling Qin Ze into several duets. The task completion notification arrived, yielding a modest reward of 70 points, equivalent to the points he earned earlier that day for writing legend. The conditions triggering the task stemmed from the host's inner desires. Qin Ze suddenly recalled the system mentioning its previous visits to the world of immortal heroes, where everyone harbored a heart yearning to burst into song, with countless opportunities to show off and retaliate. A realm rife with the clash of swords and the survival of the fittest, where a well-connected second-generation immortal might be humiliated by the protagonist. The thought sent shivers down his spine. How fortunate I am to be born in the new China, nurtured under the banner of my homeland. If I were in the world of immortal heroes, would my days be filled only with retaliation or being hunted and then hunting in turn? As Qin Ze's thoughts wandered, Qin Baobao lifted her head, her words slurred. "Borrow 500 more years. All right, I'll teach you this song." Qin Baobao beamed. "You were so handsome today." Qin Ze slightly turned his head, his gaze flickering. His sister's beautiful face was mere inches away, her breath carrying the intoxicating scent of alcohol. There is a saying, brows unpainted yet verdant, lips unadorned yet crimson. A thought crossed his mind, and he impulsively whispered, "Does this mean I deserve a fragrant kiss as a reward?" Qin Baobao giggled, pouting her lips, their hue vibrant. Having consumed some alcohol, Qin Ze felt exhilarated, and in a moment of passion, he leaned down to capture Qin Baobao's lips. Once more experiencing the soft, warm sensation, his heart raced uncontrollably, unable to resist the urge to lick his sister's tender lips. Yet, at that instant, Qin Baobao's stomach churned violently, the pressure rising, her throat convulsing. "Whoa," she retched. Qin Ze reacted swiftly, pulling away from her sweet lips just in time, though unfortunately, the contents of her stomach splattered onto his pants. "Oh dear, how did this happen?" Wang Zijing, focused on driving, was startled and glanced at the rearview mirror, asking, "Should I pull over and let her vomit for a moment?" She was too absorbed in navigation to notice Qin Ze's antics. Qin Ze could hardly bear to look at the mess on his thigh, half embracing Qin Baobao, his mouth twitching. "Never mind, we're almost home. We'll clean up later." Meanwhile, Chen Qihong was driving, taking Su Zong and Li Zimin home. Her boyfriend, Chu Feng, occupied the passenger seat. Su Zong had arrived in Li Zimin's car, and since Li Zimin had drunk too much, he dared not drive. The new traffic laws enacted years prior mandated detention for drunk driving, with even harsher penalties for driving under the influence. Soothing music played in the car as Li Zimin pulled out a cigarette, igniting it, the flame illuminating his chiseled, handsome face. Qin Ze frowned. Most women dislike the sight of men smoking, and she was no exception, so she rolled down the rear window. Li Zimin exhaled a plume of smoke, his mood sour. Anyone would feel that way after being humiliated by a younger male. He was in his early 30s, having ascended to a senior executive position at his company. With emotional intelligence and capability that were commendable, his resolve was not so fragile. Yet, being embarrassed in front of the goddess of his heart altered the stakes. Qin Baobao had always held a mediocre impression of him, and now his hopes seemed even more elusive. Without comparison, there is no pain. Chu Feng assessed his superior's demeanor through the rearview mirror, skilled in reading emotions, and offered, Li Zone, Qin Baobao doesn't have a boyfriend yet. In today's society, it's quite realistic, so what if he can write songs and compose music? Can that put food on the table? Li Zimin scoffed. It can indeed put food on the table. Talent, after all, has its limits and can be unstable. A man as exceptional as you. And yet Qin Baobao does not choose you. She must be blind. Li Zimin chuckled bitterly. Pursuing a beauty is never easy, especially one as stunning as Qin Baobao. Surrounded by suitors, where the quick are rewarded and the slow miss out. As Chu Feng's eyes darted, he suggested, in a couple of days, over the weekend. Why not have Qin Hong invite her out for dinner? Mr. Su clapped his hands, exuberantly proclaiming, this weekend it is. Let that Wang Zijing join us as well. It's on me, it's on me. After a brief pause, he chuckled. That sound agreeable? Qin Hong? What could Qin Hong say? Mr. Su was a major client of the company. Specifically one she was responsible for. If she dared to refuse, the deal she had worked so hard to secure might slip away. A delicate smile emerged on her fair face as she replied, I'll give it a try. Li Zimin interjected, that Qin Ze fellow, right? Make sure he doesn't come. Why not? Qin Hong was taken aback. Just then, her boyfriend shot her a fierce glare. What was he coming for, to disrupt Mr. Li and Qin Baobao's budding friendship like today? Qin Hong stared at her boyfriend in astonishment. Qin Ze was her brother, and there was no stopping that. Li Zimin momentarily paused, flicking the cigarette, but out of the window, and rolling it up. He eagerly inquired, the wind's too strong. What did you just say? Qin Ze is Qin Baobao's brother. Li Zimin pressed further. Real brother? Indeed, they share the same surname, Qin. What else could it be? Li Zimin felt a wave of relief wash over him, replacing his previous frustration with joy and a renewed fighting spirit. I must criticize you, Qin Hong. You didn't introduce us to Baobao's brother at all. After all this drinking, I don't even know who he is. Li Zimin exclaimed, visibly animated. Qin Hong remarked, Chu Feng. Why didn't you introduce him to Mr. Li? Chu Feng, bewildered, replied, Qin Ze is Qin Baobao's brother? I had no idea. I thought you knew. What am I supposed to know? Back in school, when you all had gatherings, you never brought any men along. How could I know you were unaware? Li Zimin waved dismissively, his smile bright. All right then, it's not worth arguing over. Ha, ha, ha. A few minutes later, the little red horse entered the community. In the underground parking garage, Qin Ze helped his sister out of the car. Wang Zijing rushed from the driver's seat, locking the car with a casual. Let me take care of this. She effortlessly took over Qin Baobao, casting a glance at Qin Ze's disheveled state, retreating a safe distance. At 11 o'clock that night, having showered and donned pajamas, Qin Ze emerged from the bathroom. Wang Zijing entered with pajamas in hand. Qin Baobao, looking half dead, was certainly unable to bathe. Seizing the moment while Wang Zijing was in the shower, Qin Ze pushed open the bedroom door to check on his sister. She lay on the bed, covered with a light blanket, as Wang Zijing had changed her into pajamas. It hurts. My head hurts. Qin Baobao's delicate brows knitted together. Whether in a dream or in wakefulness remained uncertain. Qin Ze took a seat beside her, using his thumbs to press against her temples, gently massaging her acupoints with his middle fingers. Before long, the tension in Qin Baobao's furrowed brow eased, her breathing becoming more even. Having studied intermediate traditional Chinese medicine, he was proficient in acupressure. Every time we go to KTV, I end up drinking excessively, yet my tolerance is so poor, Qin Ze murmured softly. He rose to leave, carefully closing the door behind him. Qin Baobao opened her eyes, spat, and muttered under her breath, shameless. Her first kiss was lost. Chapter 43, System Reward. Dramatic increase in attractiveness. The following morning, Qin Ze rose from his slumber undeterred by inclement weather to engage in his morning exercise. To his surprise, he found that Wang Zijing had yet to awaken. The door to his sister's room remained closed, leaving him perplexed yet reluctant to disturb her. Thus, He ventured out alone to pursue his workout. Upon returning at 7:30, he noted that both his sisters were still asleep. Qin Ze settled into the common area to enjoy breakfast, casually opening the system interface, which had become a daily source of amusement for him. Akin to his previous habit of browsing, you see. As he navigated the system interface, he noticed a flashing exclamation mark in the top right corner. With a gentle tap of his finger, the screen transformed. Congratulations, host. You have completed 5 tasks. Please accept your task rewards. Task rewards? What on earth? Following the prompt, a gift box icon appeared. With a blend of curiosity and anticipation, Qin Ze clicked on the gift box icon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a facial microadjustment, which has been applied automatically. Facial microadjustment? Qin Ze was taken aback. In the next moment, he felt a searing heat enveloping his face, accompanied by an itch akin to ants crawling over his skin. What on earth was this facial adjustment? Surely it was plastic surgery. He hoped he wouldn't end up looking grotesque. He sprang from his chair and dashed to the bathroom. Before the large mirror, Qin Ze stood entranced, resembling a statue. His mind raced with thoughts. Wow. Reflected in the mirror was a remarkably handsome young man, tall and athletic, with sharply defined facial features. This was indeed Qin Ze's face. Yet it appeared subtly transformed. His brows were more pronounced, his eyes radiated vigor, his nose was elegantly high, and his lips were slightly thinner. The blemishes that once marred his complexion had vanished, revealing skin so refined it could be described as delicate as jade. It was still Qin Ze's face, but his features were now more exquisite than ever. Previously, he had been merely passably attractive. Now, he effortlessly embodied the essence of a campus heartthrob. Standing beside Zhang Mingyu, he would not pale in comparison. His looks had ascended at least 2 tiers, and now he truly resembled the younger brother of Qin Baobao. Finally, he would no longer be mocked as the less attractive sibling. His lack of handsomeness had always been a burden for Qin Ze. Firstly, Qin Baobao, a paragon of beauty, was born of the same mother. Why was there such a disparity? Secondly, with his average looks and lack of charm, how could he expect to attract beautiful women? In truth, Qin Ze had quite a pleasing visage. He was the type that could easily find a girlfriend if he so desired. However, his standards had been set high by Qin Baobao, and he found himself dismissing ordinary girls. The thought of marrying someone of mediocre beauty and bringing her home to dinner, only to have Qin Baobao sit beside them, was utterly unthinkable. Lu Zichang's motto was, "A man must strive for strength." Qin Ze's motto was, "A man does not rely on his looks to succeed." Such was the bittersweet reality. After staring blankly for several seconds, Qin Ze felt a sudden thrill as joy washed over his face. He began to dance exuberantly, striking a pose as if a serf had suddenly become a master. From this day forth, I too shall be a person of beauty. I stand at the pinnacle of the world, clutching the sun and moon. Qin Ze sang aloud. Why are you singing so early in the morning? Wang Ziqing's gentle voice called from outside the door. She pushed it open and entered. Have you washed up? I'm coming in. Without waiting for Qin Ze's response, she stepped inside. Their eyes met, and Wang Ziqing froze. Her hair was tousled, her complexion somewhat lacking, her sleepy visage now wide-eyed as she stared at Qin Ze. Feeling inexplicably shy, Qin Ze jokingly remarked, "What are you staring at?" Wang Ziqing opened her mouth, momentarily speechless, before vigorously rubbing her eyes and continuing to stare at Qin Ze. Rub your eyes again. Look again. Qin Ze's mind raced as he pondered an excuse. Suddenly, Wang Ziqing spun around and dashed back to her room, exclaiming, Baobao. Baobao, wake up. Hurry up. Qin Ze glanced at the mirror, stroking his chin in disbelief. Was her reaction truly warranted? A moment later, Wang Ziqing returned, dragging a groggy Qin Baobao along with her. Baobao followed in a daze, squinting, her right sleeve taut as Wang Ziqing pulled her forward, exposing her fair and rounded shoulder. Take it slow. What's so great about Qin Ze? He is not even that handsome. Is he? Wang Ziqing stammered. Am I seeing things? Is my vision impaired? Your brother has become so handsome, it defies logic. This is absurd. You're crazy. Qin Baobao mumbled. Stop joking. Qin Ze handsome? I think your eyes are truly deceiving you. Baobao fell silent upon catching sight of Qin Ze standing before the mirror. Her drowsy eyes abruptly sharpened, her expression one of utter disbelief. She had known Qin Ze for over 20 years, familiar enough to recognize even the faintest blemish on his face. Baobao stared intently, her penetrating gaze making Qin Ze uneasy. It was no wonder she reacted this way. Anyone would be astonished. Just the day before, he had been an unremarkable boy, and overnight, he had transformed into a male deity. Are you Qin Ze? Baobao's voice was solemn. What do you want to say? Qin Ze replied, maintaining a stoic expression. Bao Bao's piercing gaze resembled that of an interrogator seeking flaws in his story, yet she found none. Qin Ze remained unmistakably himself, only now more refined and handsome. What do I love to eat? Chicken stewed with mushrooms. What is my dream? To become a star. What is my greatest humiliation in life? Your name. What color are my underwear? This question was particularly incisive. In middle school, his underwear had been cartoon-themed, mostly white. In high school, white and yellow predominated. In college, styles diversified, but white and yellow remained the most common. After graduation, aside from thongs, which were discreetly mentioned, and novelty lingerie, he had a variety of styles. Oh. And he had received some black lingerie on his birthday from an unknown suitor. Wang Ziqin was left agape. What kind of bizarre brother was this? Recounting his sister's intimate apparel with such ease? Qin Baobao, however, exhaled in relief, patting Wang Ziqin's shoulder. No need for doubts, this is my brother. She stepped closer, cupping Qin Ze's face in her hands. How could this happen? One night's rest, and my once unremarkable brother has transformed into a male god. It feels like you've changed so much, yet at the same time, you still feel like my brother. Wang Ziqin, uncertain, asked Qin Ze. Did you secretly get plastic surgery this morning? Of course not. Surgery requires a recovery period. Qin Ze retorted, shaking off his sister's hands. What's the big deal? Isn't this how I've always looked? I feel perfectly normal. Perhaps it's your eyesight that's at fault. Qin Baobao scratched her head, pondering. Could it be that I haven't paid enough attention to you? Wang Ziqin mused, from a biological perspective. Never mind, I don't understand biology. But it just seems so implausible. They say women change significantly as they age, but I've never heard of such a drastic transformation overnight. Qin Baobao assumed a detective pose, pondering deeply. It's not exactly a drastic transformation. The nose, eyes, and mouth are still Qin Ze. It just feels strange. With makeup techniques being so advanced nowadays, what I've experienced is nothing, Qin Ze quipped. I simply run every day, improving my complexion. Feeling refreshed naturally enhances one's appearance. After a lengthy exchange filled with playful banter, they finally managed to convince themselves that Qin Ze was simply a natural beauty who had been overlooked until now. Wang Ziqin reluctantly accepted that perhaps she had not given Qin Ze the attention he deserved, and that he had always been handsome. After Baobao finished her breakfast, she had to leave for work. Before departing, she held Qin Ze's face in her hands for a lengthy examination. As she turned to leave, she muttered something indistinct before heading out to her job. At 10 in the morning, Qin Ze announced, I'm heading to the market. Would you like to join me? Not today. I'm feeling unwell. Qin Ze's heart stirred. Is Aunt Flo here? Wang Ziqin's dignified oval face flushed slightly as she shot him an annoyed glance. No. But I can smell the faint scent of blood on you, and your complexion gives it away. Qin Ze unabashedly discussed Aunt Flo with his sister's best friend. Did the baby tell you? Wang Ziqin, with her generous nature, was not offended by Qin Ze's abruptness. I understand traditional Chinese medicine. Just boasting, aren't you? Whether you believe it or not, what I say is the truth. Fortunately, you don't suffer from dysmenorrhea like Qin Baobao, or you would be in for a world of pain. Qin Ze displayed an expression that suggested a lack of education but an awareness of deceit. Besides, you haven't even bathed. If it's not Aunt Flo, then what is it? Wang Ziqin, blushing, glared. Can we not talk about this topic? Fine, I'll head out. The facial micro-adjustments rewarded by the system had an immediate effect, evident from the reactions of both Qin Baobao and Wang Ziqin. As Qin Ze walked down the street, he felt this change once again. Ahead, a young woman approached, and even from a dozen meters away, she fixed her gaze intently upon Qin Ze's face. Until they brushed past each other, her eyes remained glued to him. For instance, while waiting at a traffic light, several middle school girls in uniforms were laughing and chatting. Yet their sparkling eyes were consistently stealing glances at Qin Ze. The entire day, Qin Ze was in high spirits. He finally enjoyed the attention that Qin Baobao received. Being the focal point wherever he went, with girls and older sisters sneaking looks at him. He possessed a tall, well-proportioned physique and handsome features, embodying the ideal image of a tall, leggy idol in the eyes of women. If one had to pinpoint a flaw, it would perhaps be the ordinariness cultivated over 2 decades, which was hard to transform in a short time. After finishing the lunch that Qin Ze had prepared, Wang Ziqin rubbed her slightly bloated belly. She usually had a poor appetite during her time of the month, feeling lethargic and disinterested in food. Yet, Qin Ze's culinary skills had revitalized her, allowing her to devour 2 large bowls of rice. She felt invigorated, while internally lamenting how delicious Qin Ze's cooking was. She envied Qin Baobao for having a dedicated chef. After their meal, Wang Ziqin and Qin Ze went out for a stroll. Qin Ze pointed at the ubiquitous shared bicycles by the roadside and suggested, Let us ride and explore the streets. Wang Ziqin's interest was piqued. It had been years since she had roamed around Shanghai. How do you use these bikes? You scan the QR code with your phone, download the app, pay a deposit, and then you can ride. It costs 1 yuan each time, Qin Ze explained, stating that shared bicycles were quite popular, especially among office workers. Every morning, they ride them to the subway station. Occasionally, I ride my bike to school too. Wang Ziqin hesitated, shaking her head. Maybe not. I don't have any money. Qin Ze was speechless. Are you serious? You don't even have 100 yuan? Wang Ziqin nodded pitifully. Qin Ze found it hard to believe, but didn't press further, showing a modicum of emotional intelligence. I'll send you a red envelope, he offered. Wang Ziqin wanted to suggest that he should bike her around, but upon noticing that the shared bicycles were just that, bicycles without seats for passengers, she pursed her lips. All right. I'll pay you back when I have money. The two of them rode aimlessly through the bustling streets of the city, with Qin Ze being mindful of her condition and deliberately slowing down. They rode for over an hour before reaching Pudong. Both of them were sweating, stopping by the roadside to drink water. As the largest financial center in the country, Pudong is at the heart of this financial hub, with Lujiazui being its core. The Oriental Pearl Tower stood there. When Qin Ze was in elementary school, his school had organized a spring outing to the tower. Back then, it was the city's signature structure, but it had since faded in prominence. In 2008, the global financial center was completed, taking its place in Shanghai. Tourists from other regions consider the Oriental Pearl Tower a must-see, but for locals, it holds little allure. Wang Ziqin pointed at the current tallest building in Shanghai, exclaiming, "What is that building? It didn't even exist when I was in high school here." The Shanghai Tower. Qin Ze squinted, gazing at the magnificent skyscraper. Completed in 2016. At that time, Qin Baobao was still working at the China Development Bank building, and he had visited a few times. It changed every day, and construction progressed rapidly. Now it stands as the tallest in Shanghai and the second tallest in the world. The Shanghai Tower, alongside the Jinmao Tower and the Global Financial Center, forms a triad that dominates Lujiazui, exuding a modern and fashionable ambience. Wang Ziqin nodded excitedly. Shall we go inside? Qin Ze hesitated. There's an entrance fee, and it's quite expensive. Wang Ziqin tilted her head, her dark eyes fixed on him unwaveringly. Qin Ze's lips twitched. All right. I've never been either. Let us consider it an eye-opening experience, given it's the highest observation deck in Shanghai. Last year, after the tower opened, Qin Baobao had dragged him there, but at that time, only internal tickets were available, and it wasn't open to the public. Then they had returned at the end of the year, but the endless queue had deterred them. Wang Ziqin beamed brightly, even though it wasn't a holiday. The number of visitors to the tower was staggering. Qin Ze waited at least half an hour before finally purchasing observation tickets. They entered a spacious, luxurious elevator, which traveled at a speed of 18 meters per second, reaching the observation hall on the 121st floor at a height of 561 meters in under a minute. As they exited the elevator, Wang Ziqin whispered in Qin Ze's ear, "The staff's English is quite poor." "Better than mine," Qin Ze chuckled. Next, they were awestruck by the magnificent view before them. The entire PDX area lay beneath them, the Huangpu River flowing serenely, with vessels continuously traversing. The Jinmao Tower, Global Financial Center, and Oriental Pearl Tower seemed minuscule beneath them. Towering skyscrapers that once felt unattainable now appeared as mere toys made of paper, stretching to the horizon. Wang Ziqin excitedly took photos and pulled Qin Ze for a selfie, their heads leaning together, smiles radiant. She led him to the glass curtain wall, standing over 500 meters in the air. Noticing Qin Ze's tense expression and trembling legs, she blinked. "Do you have acrophobia?" Qin Ze's face stiffened as he nodded. Wang Ziqin burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Tears streamed down her cheeks from laughing so hard. Ignoring the disgruntled look on Qin Ze's face, she softly said, "I want to hear you sing Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven." Qin Ze retorted with annoyance, "I'm not in the mood." Wang Ziqin stifled a light laugh, holding on to her sister's hand. Thus, Qin Ze took her soft little hand and cautiously approached the glass curtain wall. "Go ahead and sing." With a quivering voice, Qin Ze sang Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven. Wang Ziqin began to laugh again. Afterwards, they visited the Science Museum to try out free VR experiences. The game was rather simplistic, featuring only a high-altitude balance beam. It involved walking across a beam extended from a skyscraper hundreds of meters high, allowing participants to experience the thrilling sensation of a single misstep leading to eternal regret. Qin Ze, who had acrophobia, refused to try it, while Wang Ziqin, having never played a VR game, eagerly donned the VR goggles and walked on the board, with Qin Ze watching from the side. From an observer's perspective, it was merely an unremarkable plank, but to the participant, it felt like walking on air hundreds of meters above the ground. The 3D effect was strikingly realistic. Wang Ziqin traversed the plank cautiously, swaying as if she might topple at any moment. Slowly making her way to the center, she gingerly knelt down, crawling forward along the board. Qin Ze glanced at the display screen. At that moment, Wang Ziqin was slowly inching toward the end of the plank, with the ground below obscured by clouds. Hundreds of meters high, the streets appearing distant. Qin Ze, feeling a bit mischievous, gave her a gentle push just as she reached the end of the plank. Wang Ziqin promptly tumbled off the board. The young lady emitted a piercing scream that seemed to shatter the very air, curling her body in fear, paralyzed and consumed by her escalating cries. In her vision, she was plummeting straight down from a height of several hundred meters. Laughter erupted around her, with Qin Ze laughing uncontrollably. A staff member approached to assist Wang Ziqin in removing her VR goggles, a playful grin adorning their face. "Qin Ze, you are truly wicked," exclaimed Wang Ziqin, the epitome of grace and composure, as she chased Qin Ze from the 121st to the 119th floor, delivering playful slaps. I was wrong. Qin Ze pleaded, standing still as she pinched him hard. "You are absolutely right, my dear, you are quite the rascal. You claim to be unafraid of heights, yet you pushed me off the building. It's utterly terrifying." Wang Ziqin recalled the harrowing experience, her heart still racing, tears brimming in her eyes as she pinched Qin Ze once more, leaving bruises on his arm. Despite the pain, Qin Ze couldn't help but admire Wang Ziqin's good temper. Had it been Qin Baobao, she would undoubtedly be crying while challenging him to a duel. It was worth noting that Qin Baobao also suffered from acrophobia. Humph. Wang Ziqin glared at him. "Your punishment is to treat me to coffee. I desire a cup." On the 119th floor, they found a Western restaurant, where they ordered 30 yuan coffee and sat by the glass wall, sipping their drinks while admiring the breathtaking view. "Do you not feel a sense of survival against all odds?" Qin Ze asked with a grin. "How can you say that?" Wang Ziqin took a sip of her coffee, indignation evident in her tone. "This is merely a reasonable outlet for my emotions. Bottling them up is detrimental to one's health and can lead to depression." "How did you know I had something on my mind?" Wang Ziqin narrowed her eyes. "You came to SH seeking refuge with Qin Baobao. Yet you arrived without a single penny to your name. Sister Tissue, you are undoubtedly a woman with stories to tell." Wang Ziqin sighed. "It's Zijing, not tissue. Can you not distinguish between the retroflex and non-retroflex sounds?" "It is precisely because I cannot distinguish that I gave you the nickname Tissue," Qin Ze replied. "Ah, you are right." He nodded. "The accents along the coastal regions are indeed like that, especially in ZJ, where the differentiation is non-existent. Yet we have grown accustomed to it. Let me share a secret with you," Wang Ziqin feigned mystery. "I am a runaway. I can believe that Qin Baobao is a runaway, but you do not seem like one. My family is pressuring me to marry an atrocious arranged marriage, and of course, I refuse. I had a fierce argument with them and packed my bags to leave." Wang Ziqing's tone turned somber. "They even froze my credit and debit cards." Wait. Qin Ze stroked his chin. "Your family arranged a marriage for you. You disagreed, and they froze your finances. Sister Tissue, are you sure you are not reciting a plot from a novel?" Wang Ziqing replied gloomily. "I assure you, it is true. Do not jest. What era are we in that arranged marriages still exist? Even if they are doing that, how could they freeze your cards?" "Oh, is the bank owned by your family?" Qin Ze was taken aback. Wang Ziqing confirmed, "My great-grandfather fought in the War of Resistance, and my grandfather fought in the Liberation War. My father is an official. Freezing my cards is merely a phone call away. He wishes to coerce me with such underhanded tactics. How naive of him." Qin Ze swallowed hard. "Do you reside in a courtyard house in BJ?" Wang Ziqing nodded. "I lived there as a child, but no longer. Now I live." Qin Ze gulped again. "In Zhongnanhai? What nonsense." Wang Ziqing chuckled, casting him a bemused glance. "My grandfather still resides in a courtyard house. He is fond of the old ways. We have long since moved out on our own." Qin Ze nearly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Heroine, please accept my kneeling. Is it all right if I call you Sister Zijing? It is not offensive, is it? Does Qin Baobao know?" Wang Ziqing propped her chin on her hand. "She should have an inkling. When my father was the mayor in the city, I attended high school here. She knows, but she has not pressed me for details, and I have not elaborated." Qin Ze felt as though a thunderclap had struck him. The woman before him was a genuine member of the Red Second Generation. Good heavens. "Sister Tissue, do you have some sort of 4 young masters of the capital in your circle?" Wang Ziqing nearly spewed her coffee in laughter, coughing uncontrollably. "Qin Ze, have you read too many novels? Is it not true? Yes, yes. And what of the 4 beauties of the capital, the 10 great families? The 3 ancient martial arts sects? And now, a mysterious young man has emerged, wreaking havoc in the capital, slapping the faces of the 4 young masters. Appending the 3 ancient martial arts sects, and drawing the ire of some families while others seek to recruit him. The 4 beauties have all been taken into his harem, reveling in nightly celebrations. In short, the situation is chaotic and rife with undercurrents. I, a mere girl on the periphery of this storm, am terrified and have come to SH to escape the tempest. Qin Ze, filled with trepidation, remarked, so the capital is in such disarray. Wang Zijing laughed until she slid beneath the table. Chapter 45, the premiere show of Qin Baobao in the bustling capital, where the 4 young masters and 4 great beauties reside, along with ancient martial arts sects and the 10 prominent families. It is clear that Qin Ze and Wang Zijing are merely indulging in playful banter. China, after all, is a realm ruled by the party, not by familial dynasties. The notion of formidable clans is but an illusion. Historically, even the founding emperor's aspirations for a family dynasty were swiftly extinguished by the party's decisive intervention. Perhaps I have digressed too much. In essence, the fluidity of power is an unspoken rule of our party. Anyone harboring ambitions for a familial reign is destined for failure. As the old saying goes, wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. Similarly, power too wanes after 3 generations, as exemplified by the founding emperor and Deng Xiaoping. Here, 3 generations refers to a gradual decline rather than an abrupt loss of power after 3 generations. As Qin Ze and Wang Zijing exited the SH Central Building, the clock struck 5:30. With Wang Zijing feeling unwell and lacking the stamina to cycle home, Qin Ze graciously guided her to the bus. After an hour and a half of meandering, they finally returned home. That evening, Qin Ze scoured the internet for dietary considerations during a woman's menstrual cycle, subsequently preparing a light meal that included the essential dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms for Qin Baobao. At the dining table, Qin Baobao swiftly devoured her meal, cheeks puffed with food, exclaiming how delicious it was. Qin Ze admonished her, "Sister, try not to eat so messily." Qin Baobao tilted her head and made a silly face, insisting that she would eat as she pleased. After dinner, Wang Zijing retreated to the bathroom to freshen up, unable to shower or bathe, nor wash her hair, such inconveniences for women. Qin Baobao, seated with her knees hugged to her chest, playfully picked at the leftover food with her chopsticks, teasing, "How considerate of you, knowing your dear sister is on her period." The effort put into this meal is commendable, though her tone was mocking. Her delicate features bore a serene expression, her enchanting eyes sparkling subtly. Qin Ze merely chuckled. It was impossible to continue indulging in extravagant feasts. Zijing inquired, "Did you have fun today at the SH Central Building?" "It was decent. The view was splendid," he replied. Qin Baobao, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Such is fate. We have been twice and have yet to enjoy it." Qin Ze offered a nonchalant response, "Perhaps we shall go again next time." With his head bowed, he perused today's stock market indices, contemplating the sectors that had surged. After a prolonged silence, Qin Baobao suddenly asked, "Are you interested in pursuing Wang Zijing?" Not at the moment, Qin Ze thought to himself, unaware that she was a prominent official's daughter from the capital. He added, "However, I do find your friend quite appealing." Qin Ze and his sister shared an open rapport, never concealing their thoughts from each other. Qin Baobao responded with an "oh," her demeanor turning pensive. "Would you like me to assist you?" Qin Ze glanced up at her, saying, "Let things unfold naturally. Perhaps you could gather some insights about Zijing's preferences and habits and send me a guide." In his mind, it was perfectly normal for a sister to aid her brother in courting a lady. After all, isn't it customary for friends to support one another? Qin Baobao remained silent, observing Qin Ze as he focused on his phone, his brow furrowed and his handsome visage set in concentration. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her, a feeling reminiscent of the anxiety that one experiences when a beloved son, or rather, a brother, is at risk of being taken away by another woman. Qin Ze, puzzled, asked what's wrong. Snapping back to reality, Qin Baobao retorted sharply, "Your Zijing is the quintessential artsy girl. She would surely look down upon you." Although she had offered to help, she believed it was a futile endeavor. Qin Ze pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. An artsy girl, indeed. Lost in thought, he seemed oblivious to her sentiments. Qin Baobao felt a pang of bitterness. He would have once retaliated with a sharp remark, but now his attention was wholly consumed by Wang Zijing. He claimed to have no immediate intentions, advocating for a natural progression of events. How disingenuous. On July 13th, the much-anticipated premiere of I Am a Singer was set to air. As one of the most popular variety shows currently, It boasts a vast fan base. At 1 o'clock, Qin Ze and Wang Zijing returned from their outing, opening their laptops to find a flurry of notifications about the show. The public relations team had certainly laid the groundwork effectively. The online comments were abuzz with excitement. Ah, it's finally airing. Fans eagerly awaited the show, having been deprived for a whole year. The previous season featured talented singers, albeit lesser known or past their prime. Yet their vocal prowess was undeniable, and the song adaptations were commendable. Speculation arose about which artists would grace this season. It was well known that any song featured on I Am a Singer would likely chart in the top 10 of the music charts. Many expressed their longing for a beloved song, eagerly anticipating the auditory feast scheduled for 9:30 that evening on Oriental TV. Yet, amidst the excitement, some voices chimed in with disdain. What a rubbish show. It's nothing but adaptations. Where are the original songs? So disappointing. Ironically, many still clamored for it. One user lamented the absence of beautiful performers, while another retorted, not every beauty can sing, and creating original works is no simple task. Qin Ze shifted his gaze from the screen and asked Wang Zijing, has Qin Baobao been eliminated? She recorded a few days ago, but has T shared the outcome with us? Zijing, absorbed in her drama, chuckled. You know her temperament. If she were eliminated, she'd take it out on us. At 7:30 in the evening, Qin Baobao returned home from work, hastily shedding her high heels. Quickly, turn on the television, she urged. Wang Zijing playfully admonished her, put on your slippers first. Rising to switch on the TV, she exclaimed, hey, why isn't it turning on? After fiddling with the remote, the screen remained stubbornly blue, devoid of any image. Qin Baobao, now in her slippers, dashed over to troubleshoot, unplugging and rebooting the signal box. Yet the television steadfastly displayed its blue screen. What is going on? It was working perfectly a few days ago, just when we need it. It decides to fail, much like Qin Ze. Enraged, Qin Baobao furrowed her brows. Qin Ze, seated comfortably on the sofa while studying stock trading, protested, hey, are you blaming me for the television's malfunction? That's quite unreasonable. Then fix it, she demanded, pointing her chin defiantly. I'm not an electronics repairman, he replied, feeling helpless. Though possessing a versatile system that could address myriad tasks, he would not squander his skills on fixing a television, especially when the endeavor would yield little reward. Am I wrong in saying this? Qin Baobao pressed, advancing toward him with an accusatory glare. The siblings engaged in a spirited tussle on the sofa, and as expected, Qin Ze emerged victorious, pinning her hands down. Like a fish out of water, she thrashed futilely. Let go of me. I forgive you, she shouted. Nay. It is I who cannot forgive you, he retorted. Zijing, come save me. Wang Zijing, amused by their antics, laughed heartily and waved her hands. Your family matters are not my concern. If you don't save me, I'll expose your secrets, Qin Baobao threatened. I have no secrets, Zijing replied confidently. Are you certain? Wang Zijing pondered thoughtfully, her gentle gaze resting upon Qin Ze as she whispered, how about sparing your sister's life? Very well, Qin Ze conceded graciously. Releasing his sister's hand, Qin Baobao rubbed her wrist, casting him a fierce glare before turning her attention to Wang Zijing. She despondently sank into the corner of the sofa, feigning a sorrowful expression, lamenting, neither father nor mother can compare to a beloved wife. A brother's kindness and a sister's affection pale in comparison to that of a wife. Qin Ze muttered, you're insane. Wang Zijing stifled a smile. The television had ceased to function, leaving them to await the online version at midnight. Although it was delayed by over 2 hours, one should never underestimate online viewership. In this day and age, who still watches television? Qin Ze was in high spirits. Accustomed to late nights, while the usually well-regulated Qin Baobao fought off sleepiness. Initially, she clutched her pillow and squinted, but soon her head began to tilt, ultimately resting against Qin Ze's shoulder. Wang Zijing found herself in a similar predicament. She longed for slumber but could not afford to doze off during her best friend's premiere. She struggled to stay awake, nearly allowing her head to lean against Qin Ze's several times, yet she managed to pull back just in time. She was not like Qin Baobao, who could freely kiss Qin Ze. Qin Ze wrapped his arm around his sister's slender waist, inhaling her faint, enchanting fragrance as he quietly awaited the passage of time. At midnight, the online version began. Wang Zijing was jolted to attention, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. Qin Baobao was roused by her brother's call, her eyes tinged with red, reflecting the glow of the computer screen. It's starting, she exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 46. The newcomer Qin Baobao. As the show commenced, music filled the air, followed by a 15-second special effects sequence. The camera revealed a charmingly dressed woman, microphone in one hand and cue card in the other. Hello, dear audience. Welcome to I Am a Singer, proudly sponsored by Shinji Cosmetics. I'm your host, Qin Ze. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Simultaneously, the bullet screen scrolled with comments. Sofa. Sons, tell Dad, what place am I in? The best pig suit in the world. Get your sunflower seeds ready. I am trembling with excitement as a spectator. Qin Ze looks as beautiful as ever. I wish to sleep with her. You upstairs, you're late. Qin Ze was in my bed last night. Manual humor. I heard there are many big-name stars in this episode. Is the promotional video true? I know. Koz, marry Akiyama. Me too. Don't leave after school, Koz. Damn. Keep the bullet screen and protect my IQ. Qin Ze appeared not on stage, but in the backstage area. Her face adorned with a sweet smile. Now, everyone follow me as we meet our first contestant. The camera followed Qin Ze to a room where she knocked on the door and feigned curiosity. Is anyone inside? The door opened to reveal a young, handsome face. Oh, it's Li Rongxing. My husband has arrived. I love you, darling. Amazing, amazing. Oh my, the production team has actually invited Li Rongxing. What extravagance. The budget is burning. How much must this cost? But I like it. Li Rongxing is nothing compared to my handsomeness. The bullet screen filled with comments. Out of caution. The previous season of I Am a Singer featured either past their prime stars or lesser-known singers. Unexpectedly, the show gained immense popularity across the nation, attracting advertisers, which allowed the production team to expand their budget, naturally leading to the inclusion of more prominent figures. Li Rongxing, a rising male singer, had debuted only a few years prior, still youthful, yet undeniably handsome with exceptional singing talent, garnering a multitude of female fans. Qin Ze. Listening to the tidal wave of cheers, turned to Qin Baobao, perplexed. I've always been curious, are the audience's cheers real or post-production? He had questioned this while watching variety shows before. Of course, it's post-production. The audience can see backstage through the giant screen. The cheers are real but edited for this moment, Qin Baobao explained. Qin Ze nodded and continued watching the show. Hello, Teacher Li. Hello, hello. Li Rongxing welcomed host Qin Ze into the room. It is my honor to inform you that you are the first performer tonight. Before you take the stage, I would like to conduct a brief interview. Qin Ze paused, then smiled. I trust you have watched our show before. Please share your thoughts. First, I must thank I Am a Singer for the invitation. To be honest, when I received your invitation, I was quite hesitant. For a long-established singer, competing on this stage feels odd. If I lose, my reputation could be tarnished forever. Are you lacking confidence in yourself? I Am a Singer is a fantastic program. Those guests from the last season, though not widely known, possessed impeccable vocal skills, all very formidable. I assume this season will be no different, hence my considerable pressure. But you ultimately chose to come. Did you not? It was the appearance fee that persuaded me, Li Rongxing quipped, earning a wave of positive comments on the bullet screen. Qin Ze knocked on the second door, which was opened by a middle-aged man with a square face and graying hair, yet still vibrant, his former handsomeness faintly visible. He was the once popular singer, now gradually fading from the music scene, Hong Jingyao. I grew up listening to his songs, Unchanging Affection, an everlasting classic. I am his fan. I once stole money from my dad to buy his album. I must call my dad. He is a diehard fan of Hong Jingyao. The once great master is making a comeback. Qin Ze, not particularly attuned to the entertainment world, recognized Hong Jingyao. He had already been famous during Qin Ze's childhood, becoming a sensation with Unchanging Affection. However, times had changed, and new talents had replaced the old. The once popular figures had not graced the screen for years. In a large room, Li Rongxing, witnessing this moment through a live stream, excitedly slapped his thigh. Teacher Hong is my idol. One of my favorite singers from back in the day. I can't believe I will be competing on the same stage as my idol today. My goodness. After a brief interview, Hong Jingyao opened the door and joined Li Rongxing. Li Rongxing, ever gracious, bowed his head. Idol, accept my admiration. Hello, hello. Hong Jingyao clasped Li Rongxing's hand. I never expected you to come. I am both anxious and thrilled. You, young man, speak sweetly, Hong Jingyao chuckled. This is now the era of youth. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the old waves perish on the shore. No, no, you're the tsunami. And I am but a small wave. Who do you think the next singer will be? Hard to say, as long as they do not invite a top superstar. I want to mind. The two exchanged light-hearted banter, their interaction reminiscent of a comedic performance, filled with humor. One might question if such a lively exchange was rehearsed. This must have been rehearsed, Qin Ze interjected. Perhaps, Qin Baobao hesitated. What do you mean by perhaps? Anyway, I haven't rehearsed. Huh? Qin Baobao expressed indignation. I'm just testing the waters on stage. The company isn't expecting me to become an overnight sensation. So I merely went through a symbolic rehearsal. I haven't even met these singers. We only crossed paths during the competition. Clarify that. Our company has one slot available. But it's not for me. That singer couldn't make it. So I, the top performer among the reserves, was sent to take the lead as a sacrificial pawn. That is all. I say, as a novice, how can you compete alongside established singers? Qin Ze realized the situation. The door to the third singer opened. A well-groomed young woman, of above-average looks, yet universally recognized. Oh my, it's Qin Xiaodong. How did it come to this? This is extraordinary. The renowned diva had seemingly stepped out of retirement after marrying a wealthy man to teach and raise children. What is this? After so many years of silence. She is back to cash in? Exactly. After so long without singing, her skills must have diminished significantly, right? Not much to anticipate. Shush. When Qin Xiaodong ruled the music scene, you were still on a pacifier. During her peak, her albums ranked among the top 3 in sales for 2 consecutive years. She is a heavyweight. Qin Xiaodong, hailing from Hong Kong, might have her fame slightly inflated, as the region was known for producing numerous superstars, but her recognition remained substantial. Despite her years of absence from the limelight, she had not faded from public memory. The fourth singer made their entrance. Huang Yuding. Has the production team lost their minds? Inviting a top superstar? Good gracious. When my mother asked why I was kneeling to watch the show, I said Huang Yuding had arrived, and she knelt too. The idol must depart swiftly. The production team's budget can no longer sustain the show. With the arrival of Master Huang, this season has lost all suspense. The championship is undoubtedly his. However, that is not necessarily the case. When it comes to vocal prowess, the singers present are formidable. Nonsense. Check the music charts. 3 of the top 10 songs are his. Such talent, if it does not sweep the competition, I shall partake in a most unpleasant wager. Screenshots taken, awaiting the outcome. The appearance of Huang Yuding has ignited the audience's fervor, and the barrage of comments is overwhelming. Although many were aware through the promotional materials that this episode featured a remarkable lineup of singers, no one anticipated Huang Yuding's presence. He is a figure of immense stature. On par with Qin Xiaodong and Hong Jingyao, yet the latter two's glory belongs to a bygone era, while Huang Yuding is in his prime. The fifth singer enters, Li Zonda. Ah, Little Da has arrived. This was expected. Rumors circulated online. Little Da is quite talented and well-known in Hong Kong. Though I personally am not fond of Cantonese music, Li Zonda, a rising star from Hong Kong, possesses a moderate reputation in the mainland. As he steps into the grand gathering of singers, he exhibits a humble demeanor, shaking hands with his fellow artists. Laughter and camaraderie abound. The atmosphere is relaxed and unrestrained. Huang Yuding surveys the gathering. Is someone missing? Qin Xiaodong nods and replies, the last one has yet to appear. Li Roxing chuckles in Huang Ji's eyes. He's the grand finale. Laughter ensues, with Li Zonda joining in, and he points to the screen as the host knocks on the door, inquiring about the identity of the final contestant. At this moment, an advertisement interrupts. The comments section erupts in frustration. What a tease. Who could the grand finale be? Sukai? Zhong Qian? Yu Mingxing? Surely not. It is improbable to invite 2 superstars at once. Hong Jingyao holds the most experience, while Huang Yuding enjoys the highest popularity. Based on Little Da's entrance timing, the final contestant may not meet high expectations. They seem to be a newcomer. I have seen the official Weibo of I Am a Singer. Yes, indeed, the promotional video mentioned it. A newcomer? What purpose does a newcomer serve in this gathering? Which newcomer? Who knows which newcomer, really? At this juncture, the scene shifts to the host, Yin Jia, who smiles and declares, Dear audience, we now present our final guest. Who could she be? Here is a little teaser. She is a talented individual, arriving with original songs, and on her forthcoming stage appearances. Each of her performances will feature original compositions. There is no need for speculation. Yin Jia will soon unveil the door for everyone. Chapter 47. The stunning newcomer Qin Ze chuckled. Oh, I thought you were the grand finale. Qin Baobao pouted. It's not a grand finale. They probably worry that a rookie like me might appear too early and disappoint the audience. It's better to save the suspense for the end. It's a waste not to utilize it. Now that you mention it, I feel more at ease. Just get lost. Wang Zijin laughed. You two could perform a comedy act. In the program, Yin Jia faced the camera and smiled. Who is the final singer? Let us knock on her door. The barrage of comments read, who could it be? A newcomer? Impossible. Can a newcomer really be the finale? The production team certainly knows how to build suspense. Hurry up and open the door. I'm so disappointed. There are still no beauties in this episode. Come on, pop stars and movie stars are different. Movie stars prioritize their looks. Hence, all the popular actresses are stunning. But in singing, beauty doesn't matter. It's all about vocal ability, skill, and talent. Want to see beautiful women? Go watch a movie, a TV show, or other variety programs. In music shows, there really aren't many super beauties. Whether she is a newcomer or a superstar, just knock already. I can't wait to hear the song. To the one who can't wait, hurry inside. Hurry for what? I don't want to waste a single second. At that moment, the door swung open. In the frame, Qin Baobao stood by the door in a white printed t-shirt. Her ample bosom and slender waist accentuated by blue and white fitted jeans, her legs perfectly aligned, showcasing her extraordinarily long legs. Her face was captivating, with delicate makeup and features that seemed sculpted. Her enchanting eyes held a hint of nervousness and trepidation. The screen fell silent for a moment. Then, the barrage erupted. Wow, who is this girl? This girl makes me feel ashamed of my previous title of the most beautiful. I'm a fan of this girl. She is stunning, stunning, stunning. I can't stress this enough. Who is she? Who is she? Is she truly the last contestant? The production team must have invited a beauty for our visual enjoyment, and I'm all for it. Wow, the production team has finally given us a treat. I'm definitely glued to the screen. Can someone tell me who she is? I want to know her. Those assets, are they even real? Let me have a look. Enchantress. Please hide your assets, otherwise, I might have to bring out my magical staff. Let us keep it civil while watching. I could play with those legs for a decade. Give her a 10, a 0 for those who don't. This girl is amazing. I contributed billions of descendants last night. The barrage of comments flowed like snowflakes across the screen, as netizens were captivated by Qin Baobao's beauty. There were praises, astonished remarks, and even crude jokes. Don't expect too much from netizens. Their standards drop significantly online. Qin Baobao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger as she leaned down to grab the mouse, wanting to close the comments. What kind of people are these? So annoying. Qin Ze gently grasped his sister's hand, preventing her from succeeding, and said with a smile, "The audience's opinions are a crucial reference for you." In response, Qin Baobao vented her frustration on her brother, pinching his waist hard. "You just enjoy watching others ridicule me. You pervert." Her face burned with emotion. This was her first appearance on screen, her first encounter with public opinion, and she was far from pleased. Not accustomed to forums or Weibo, Qin Baobao found it unbearable to tolerate the unrefined and often insulting jests of seasoned internet users. In contrast, Qin Ze, who had navigated the treacherous waters of online commentary, had grown accustomed to it, even finding humor in familiar comments like "I could play with those legs for a decade." Qin Ze chuckled, "Sister, I must apologize." Qin Baobao looked at him in confusion, her starry eyes resting on his face. It turns out that being beautiful can truly help one navigate the entertainment world. Ha ha ha, oh dear. Fuming, Qin Baobao unreservedly pinched Qin Ze's waist again. In reality, while Qin Baobao was pouting in mild anger, she maintained a composed and polite demeanor on the show, greeting Injia. "Miss Qin, hello, I am Injia. You are the final guest to appear, and I believe the viewers at home may find you quite unfamiliar. Please introduce yourself briefly." Her address to Qin Baobao as Miss Qin rather than Teacher Qin was notable. Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. "Hello everyone, I am Qin Baobao. It is an honor to stand on the stage of I am a singer and compete alongside so many esteemed performers. I hope everyone will enjoy my performance. I heard you plan to sing an original song for our program. Is that correct?" "Yes. If that is the case, that is truly impressive. I'm sure the audience is also looking forward to it, so let us wait and see. Actually, it's not entirely my original." Before Qin Baobao could finish, Injia interrupted. "So far, all the guests for this episode have been introduced. Go and greet them." The barrage read, "Qin Baobao? Are we sure that's not a stage name? It must be a case of parents with grudges. Forgive me for laughing. Baobao? I can't stop laughing. How rude." The girl hadn't even finished speaking when you interrupted. Injia must be jealous of Qin Baobao's beauty, given her cold demeanor and insincere smile. But when she sees Huang Yuding, she can hardly contain her joy. The legendary real-life version, Baobao is troubled, but Baobao won't say, due to Qin Baobao's striking looks. She captured the hearts of many viewers who rallied in her defense. However, the host Injia's attitude wasn't particularly warm. Soon, a few comments appeared. "I've searched on Baidu. There's no one by this name in the entertainment industry. Baidu confirms, no such person exists. Clearly, she is using connections, case closed. There really is no one named Qin Baobao. Such a beautiful woman could not possibly be unknown in the entertainment industry. I knew it. She must have some connections. Damn, how could a newcomer possibly compete with the big names in the music industry? That is just not logical. It's very logical. As long as you're willing to strip, even a nobody can become a star. It's obvious. She's likely someone's mistress at the TV station. Another green tea bimbo who rose through the ranks by sleeping her way up. Impressive, one by one. She sleeps with the station heads, then the producers, the planners, and the directors. If only there were judges on I Am a Singer, who knows what might happen there. Clearly, a scandal is brewing. Disgusting. Netizens are fickle. And human hearts are dark. They often project their most malicious thoughts onto others. Especially for stunning beauties like Qin Bao, the entertainment industry is notoriously chaotic. In the eyes of the average person, anyone who is beautiful is often thought to have gotten there through dubious means. This notion is perpetuated by the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. The public's attitude towards entertainment stars is contradictory. They both admire and disdain them. Historically, entertainers were seen as lowly figures, only worthy of being concubines. Such deeply ingrained beliefs have not changed much, even today. A glance at celebrity gossip reveals that for every 10 comments, one will inevitably read, "Heartless bitches, ungrateful entertainers." This very reason is why the elder firmly opposes his daughter entering the entertainment industry. His precious daughter is a treasure. And who would want to see her degraded in such a way? There are indeed female stars who maintain their principles, yet most gradually succumb to the industry's seductions. Half out of necessity and half out of a desire for wealth and luxury. In truth, how many can rise above the muck untainted? In this regard, Qin Ze harbored significant confidence in his sister. Qin Bao ventured into the entertainment industry in pursuit of her dreams, as she herself had proclaimed. As long as her aspirations were not driven by fame or fortune, she would steadfastly uphold her principles, refusing to resort to unscrupulous means for advancement. Furthermore, their family was not lacking in financial stability. They enjoyed a comfortable life, so Qin Bao was not compelled by dire circumstances. Lastly, he was no longer the obscure and mediocre younger brother. Given a bit of time, he possessed ample confidence to support his sister. Qin Bao trembled in anger, prompting Qin Ze to furrow his brows and declare, "Let's not watch anymore." As he attempted to close the comments section, she slapped his hand away. Her voice tinged with tears. "The audience's comments are also an important point of reference, as you said." She was resorting to self-harm as a means of expressing her frustration towards her brother. It was not entirely fair to blame Qin Bao for her fragile mental state. After 25 years of pride, she was now encountering the dark side of online bullying for the first time, and the blows she received were, regrettably, inevitable. In the grand room filled with guests, everyone observed Qin Bao through the screen. "Oh my, a goddess!" exclaimed Li Rongxing. "So beautiful," added Li Zongda. "What a lovely young lady," remarked Hong Jingyao. Qin Xiaodong, with her clumsy Mandarin, inquired, "Is she a new female singer from the mainland?" Huang Yuding shook his head. "Qin Bao? Never heard of her. She must be a newcomer." Hong Jingyao chuckled. "Don't underestimate newcomers. There are plenty of young talents with exceptional vocal skills these days." They engaged in idle chatter while awaiting Qin Bao's entrance. As she stepped through the door, she bowed to the established singers present, receiving only sparse applause. While undeniably beautiful, this was a stage for singers, not a beauty pageant. How could an unknown newcomer, devoid of accolades, earn their recognition and respect? Nonetheless, they feigned a welcoming demeanor. Meanwhile, comments flooded the screen as online viewers expressed their sentiments. The guests seemed to look down on her. Certainly, a woman who relies on connections. Look down on her? Nonsense. Which of the male guests wouldn't he want to be with her? Upon reading these comments, Qin Ze felt a twinge of displeasure. Previously, he relished such remarks online. But when they were directed at his sister, the perception shifted entirely. These individuals truly lacked decency. Wang Zijing also felt disheartened. Qin Ze had once been part of that crowd. Next, we will proceed to our next segment, where the participating contestants will draw lots to determine their opponents and performance order. "I wish each of you good fortune," announced host Yin Jia, as the staff entered with a box. The second season of I Am a Singer largely followed the format of the first. The singers would engage in head-to-head battles. 6 contestants would be divided into 3 groups, each battling it out. The winners would advance while the 3 losers would compete again for 2 remaining spots, leading to 1 elimination. The audience acted as judges, deciding who would stay and who would go. Initially, the I Am a Singer production team took a considerable risk by abolishing the judging panel in favor of audience votes, a model that had never been attempted before. Typically, voting included both audience and judges, with the latter often swaying or misleading public opinion. Surprisingly, I Am a Singer achieved tremendous popularity. Teacher Hong, the most senior, will go first. Teacher Huang, the most renowned, will follow. Ladies first, Teacher Xiaodong will draw next. The singers exchanged polite gestures and laughter, engaging in playful banter, ultimately allowing the most senior, Hong Jingyao, to draw first. After rummaging through the box for a while, he retrieved a plastic ball marked with the number 1. The crowd laughed. What a lucky number. Hong Jingyao rolled his eyes. Lucky? Being the first to perform means the pressure is all on me. Laughter erupted among the attendees. Qin Shaotong drew second, exclaiming, I am number 2. My God. I'm number 1. I'm up against Teacher Hong. Cried Li Zongda. I'm number 3. Said Huang Yuding. Li Rongxing approached the drawing box, taking deep breaths in a nervous manner, addressing the camera. There are only numbers 2 and 3 left. If I draw 3, my opponent will be Teacher Huang. Oh heavens, can you imagine how tense I am? A 50-50 chance. Drawing number 2 feels like paradise, while number 3 is hell. I can't do this. I need to go home and pay my respects. With that, he turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? The others laughed. This isn't time for ancestral worship. If you leave, who will perform? The production team appeared bemused, urging him to return. The guests chuckled at the scene, and the audience was entertained. Meanwhile, Qin Baobao stood quietly to the side, her smile faint, appearing out of place. The camera shifted away from her after a brief moment, focusing on the other guests. Qin Ze glanced at his sister and teased. Don't tell me you drew number 3. Huang Yuding was a popular star, well-established and widely recognized. Undoubtedly the most popular singer present. If Qin Baobao drew number 3, she would be placed in a perilous position. Still simmering with anger, Qin Baobao shot him a sidelong glance, dismissively responding to his inquiry. Just then, gasps and cheers erupted as the screen displayed Li Rongxing, who was joyfully dancing, clutching a plastic ball with the number 2. Thank you to the nation, the people, the production team, and my own good fortune, he exclaimed, eliciting laughter from the other guests. Huang Yuding shook his head in amusement. Subsequently, all the guests turned their gazes towards the isolated and vulnerable Qin Baobao, a newcomer. Chapter 48, The Death Group for Qin Baobao. The act of drawing lots has become inconsequential, as only one numbered ball remains in the box, number 3. She faces off against Huang Yuding. Li Rongxing breathes a sigh of relief, while playfully jesting. When it comes to luck, I truly cannot compete with Teacher Huang. He is the epitome of fortune. Huang Yuding nods respectfully at Qin Baobao and addresses the camera. To be honest, I feel quite apprehensive. I am somewhat familiar with the other esteemed guests here, but I know nothing about Qin Baobao. It's an acquaintance without understanding. I hope I won't falter. The guests chuckle softly, recognizing his modesty. Qin Baobao maintains a courteous smile. Everyone else possesses commendable character. It is only my luck that is rather lacking. The comments section buzzes with activity as netizens share their thoughts. Well, Qin Baobao, the eliminated contestant, the show is over. I can already foresee the conclusion. She merely made an appearance and will be eliminated. It's that simple. This episode lacks suspense. It suddenly feels rather dull, even if it's just for show. She can only make a fleeting appearance to assert her presence. The scene finally shifts to the stage, where dazzling and colorful lights illuminate the area. Hosting Jia. Elegantly clad in a gown, beams, dear viewers, I am delighted to meet you once again. Now, let us welcome our first singer to the stage. He is a legendary figure who astonished the music industry 2 decades ago, a name known to all, whose melodies are sung by thousands. Please welcome our esteemed singer. Amidst the audience's enthusiastic applause, Hong Jingyao strides through the neon-lit stage, traversing the long aisle to emerge before the hundreds of spectators. Hello everyone, I am Hong Jingyao. The audience responds with exuberant cheers, and the camera captures their excited expressions. The lights soften, casting a warm glow upon Hong Jingyao. Meanwhile, the music begins. Holding the microphone, he sings, Beneath a Pale Gray Sky, at the corner CAF. Years have passed, and as I walk by once more, I faintly glimpse your former silhouette. In that moment, memories surge forth, and tears flow like rain. It has been at least a decade since I last wept. As he begins to sing, the audience erupts in fervor. Screams and shouts nearly shaking the roof. Waving their hands, they revel in the atmosphere. Li Rongxing exclaims, unwavering devotion. Qin Shaotong blinks in recognition. This is a classic. Huang Yuding applauds, truly a classic, absolutely timeless. Li Zongda grimaces, forever unwavering devotion. Why must I face off against Teacher Hong? This feels unfair. Qin Shaotong reassures him. No worries, you can revive in the comeback round. The singers are all aware that the likely eliminated contestant this episode is Qin Baobao. The camera captures audience members singing along, as this song is a true classic, immensely popular in its time. A melody everyone from the 80s and 90s can hum a few lines of. It embodies a generation's memories, even childhood. Wang Zijin, hearing the familiar tune, cannot help but hum along gently to the rhythm. Qin Ze remarks, how shameless to perform a hit song. How can anyone else compete? Is a signature song necessarily superior? Qin Baobao retorts, firstly, live performances will never match the polished studio recordings. The audience can easily discern the difference, which would be self-sabotaging. Secondly, singers like Huang Yuting, whose signature songs have been played to death, may lose their allure in a live setting. When another singer suddenly performs a classic cover, will the audience still vote for you? Only timeless classics can evoke nostalgia and spark audience sentiment. Reflecting on this, Qin Ze concedes, that does make sense. The second singer, Li Zongda, takes the stage, having drawn number 1, to compete against Hong Jingyao. Time always rushes by, without reason, leaving distinctions unclear. I have never resisted my feelings for you. Even as time hastens, my love for you remains, despite your indifference. Li Zongda sings a Cantonese ballad, a challenge for him as a Hong Kong native, titled Silent Reunion, which is relatively obscure, at least to Qin Ze, but the audience clearly appreciates it, showering him with applause. His voice is melodious, and his singing skill is commendable, completely mastering the song. Backstage, several guests discuss, Xiaoda sings beautifully. His technique is truly impressive. So delightful. After Li Zongda finishes, he bows to the audience and exits the stage. Yinjia announces, thank you to both Teacher Han and Xiaoda for their wonderful performances. Now, let us proceed to the next segment. I believe everyone has formed their own opinions. Please pick up your voting devices and cast your votes for our singers. Voting commences. On the large screen behind Yinjia, the votes for the 2 singers rise and fall alternately. With 500 audience members, there are 500 votes, akin to 500 judges. The audience, singers, and host all watch the vote count with bated breath. Finally, the numbers settle. Hong Jingyao, 302 votes. Li Zongda, 190 votes. A few are abstentions and thus not counted as valid votes. Yinjia smiles. I now declare the first advancing singer to be Hong Jingyao. Congratulations, Teacher Hong. Backstage. Hong Jingyao bows. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Li Zongda claps, smiling as he shrugs. This was to be expected. It's not that my singing was lacking. My opponent is simply too formidable. Comments flood in. Eternal unwavering devotion. How nostalgic. Xiaoda, don't cry, stand tall. It's all right. There will be another chance. The comeback round is sure to go well. After all, Qin Baobao is destined to be out. Observing Xiaoda's calm demeanor, it becomes evident that Qin Baobao is indeed this episode's eliminated contestant. Hey, let me share a secret with you. This week's elimination is Xiaoda. I'll let you in on another secret. This week's elimination is Huang Yuting. I'll share yet another secret. This week's elimination is host Yinjia. Stop it. Don't joke around. Yinjia can't sing. Her elimination makes sense. The second group of singers is Chun Xiaodong versus Li Rongxing. Li Rongxing begins. The one I love most, can you hear my call? In a world without you, all is monochrome. When you embrace him in the sunlight, did you ever hear me? My heart stopping at the corner of the street. Qin Xiaodong counters, I have fallen for someone I cannot love. She is so exceptional that I feel inferior. His devotion leaves me in despair. My love story has ended. My heart lies buried in the earth. The voting results reveal that Li Rongxing advances by a narrow margin of 10 votes, while the former Hong Kong diva heads to the comeback round. The outcome is surprising yet somewhat expected. The once great diva has faded. First, her fame has diminished compared to the rising star Li Rongxing. Second, her singing skills have declined, slightly lagging behind her prime. One is waning, while the other is thriving. The audience's perception is astute. Yinjia cheerfully announces, now, let us welcome the final group of singers to the stage. I'm sure everyone has been eagerly anticipating this moment. Since his debut, he has earned numerous nicknames: the King of Love Songs, the High Note King, the Romantic Prodigy. Indeed, he is our beloved Huang Yuting. As he speaks, Huang Yuting steps onto the stage. The audience erupts in thunderous applause, a tidal wave of cheers. Huang Yuting's popularity is second only to that of the music industry's legends. Clad in a sparkling stage outfit and high-top boots, he stands in his 30s, handsome and charming. The barrage of comments surged, nearly engulfing half the screen. At last, the protagonist has made an entrance. Huang Yuting, I adore you. Yuting is simply the best. No guest can surpass him. I long to hear your rendition of Fengsheng, King of Love Songs. I foresee the future, 500 votes for you, while some newcomer submits a blank slate. I've watched the show. Qin Baobao is truly remarkable. She was not eliminated. Spoiler alert, Qin Baobao is incredibly talented. Her singing is absolutely enchanting. Get lost. May all who spoil the plot meet with misfortune. I've also seen the show. Huang Yuting was eliminated by Qin Baobao. Many were revealing spoilers in the comments, while others merely sought to join the fray, leading to a general disbelief in the few honest voices. Backstage, Qin Xiaodong sighed, the popularity is overwhelming. Li Rongxing replied, Xiaodong, You two had such popularity back in your day. There's no need for envy. Qin Xiaodong countered. Not at all. It was Teacher Hong who had the real fame. As the guests shared laughter, Qin Baobao sat to the side with a smile. She felt unable to join in, as she was not part of their circle. Lacking common topics of conversation, Li Rongxing wished to flirt but restrained himself, knowing it was a recording and inappropriate to overtly pursue Qin Baobao. The camera briefly acknowledged her, signaling she had been forgotten, yet it swiftly moved on. On stage, as the opening music played, the atmosphere fell silent. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Some even closed their eyes, ready to be enraptured before the song had even begun. Huang Yuting's rich, magnetic voice resonated through the venue. Soaring into the high notes right from the start, I wander along the long street. The sky has begun to rain. Tonight, will you have sweet dreams? Or, in the arms of some man, quietly watch the rain fall. This sorrowful autumn rain. Years ago, we met in the autumn rain. Looking back now, it feels like a dream. This song, a nostalgic ballad from many years past, was originally sung by a female artist. Huang Yuting reinterpreted it, transforming the gentle lament of a girl into a powerful, high-pitched love ballad, altering the lyrics, where it originally spoke of a woman in an embrace. It now referred to a man. As the song concluded, applause, cheers, and shouts erupted, resembling a grand concert atmosphere. Li Rongxing clapped, exclaiming, "I'm utterly impressed." Li Zonda added, "Indeed, he is a popular singer. This voice is divine. I could never reach such heights." Qin Xiaodong nodded in agreement. The arrangement is splendid. A passionate talent, indeed worthy of his reputation. Hong Jingyao remarked, "Remarkable, truly exceptional. This song belongs to my era, but I can confidently say he surpasses the original." When Hong Jingyao took the stage, Qin Ze switched off the barrage of comments, overwhelmed by the flood that obstructed viewing. He then turned it back on. "Huang's performance sets my blood ablaze. It's a love song. Where does this fiery passion come from? Initially, I wasn't too fond of this song, but Huang's rendition is so captivating that I can guarantee it will become a hit. He is so charming." Completely immersed in his performance while the audience revels in the experience, a feast for the senses. Huang Yuting exhibits the poise of a star. He is a king, merely lacking a skilled lyricist and composer. I've heard that newcomer Qin Baobao sings original songs. Qin Baobao should reconsider if she wishes to create originals. She should take to the internet, not this stage. There are countless original songs out there. How many have become classics? How many are truly enjoyable? It's not enough to simply be original. One must craft masterpieces. Hosting Jia stepped onto the stage amidst the thunderous applause, smiling as she expressed her gratitude to Huang for his performance. Pausing, she feigned a troubled expression. "What's happening? This is clearly a melancholic ballad. Yet I find myself utterly captivated, my blood racing, nearly wanting to dance along." The audience chuckled knowingly. This must be the charm of our Huang. After her remarks, Yin Jia cheerfully asked, "Has everyone calmed down?" "No." The audience shouted in unison. "Then let us keep our newcomer waiting. Once everyone has settled, she shall perform, shall we?" "Yes." Qin Ze turned to glance at his sister. "What's wrong?" Qin Baobao replied tersely. Qin Ze remained silent, gently patting her head. At that moment, backstage, Qin Baobao likely felt a mix of frustration and sorrow. She knew her sister's character, strong-willed, stubborn, and intolerant of any slight. Chapter 49. The first song, "Bring Forth Your Claws," without regard for decorum. Qin Baobao's instinctive response was to swat his hand away. Qin Ze's gentle gesture of affection bore no effect in the presence of his sister. Rather, it elicited an opposite reaction. Qin Baobao felt that her dignity and identity as an elder sister were being challenged by her younger brother. Yinjia, after a brief pause, finally spoke. "Now, let us welcome our final performer to the stage." It is noteworthy that she primarily features original songs, compositions that the audience has never heard before. What surprises will she bring us? Now, please welcome Qin Baobao to the stage. Though she held some disdain for Qin Baobao internally as a professional host, she maintained an air of anticipation and excitement on the surface. When Yin Jia called out Qin Baobao's name, the audience could no longer contain their laughter. The camera captured this moment perfectly. The barrage of comments echoed the amusement. "Qin Baobao. I can't help but laugh every time I hear it. Baobao. I love you. Oh wait, I meant my girlfriend, not Qin Baobao. The name is quite humorous. Ha! If I shout Baobao, will you be my girlfriend? Please be my girlfriend. I want to make her cry." At last, Qin Baobao made her entrance, a spotlight illuminating her tall figure, leaving nothing hidden from view. Although the crowd had seen her when she first entered, the camera lingered primarily on her face. Only now, standing on stage, did the audience and those watching from their screens truly appreciate her physique? Standing at 172 centimeters, Her figure was accentuated by the snug denim pants that wrapped around her long, slender legs, her long hair cascading down her shoulders with delicate curls at the ends. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature was Qin Baobao's beauty. After her makeup, she exuded an aura that could easily overshadow all others. Qin Ze had recognized this long ago. Despite his sister rarely wearing makeup, Qin Baobao possessed a captivating allure that stirred desire in men. Her oval face was a variant of the classic shape, yet more enchanting and vibrant. Additionally, her alluring phoenix eyes sparkled with a beguiling glimmer. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment, utterly captivated by Qin Baobao's beauty. She bowed to the audience, taking a moment to signal the band nearby, indicating her readiness. A charming young man from the band flashed a beaming thumbs up at her. In a music-oriented variety show, rehearsals are essential. Otherwise, how could the band provide accompaniment? Yet, Qin Baobao was not the center of attention. Those gathered to watch her rehearsal were few, primarily backstage staff, and the hosting Jia was absent. Among them was a band member who understood the brilliance of Qin Baobao's song. As the opening music played on, Qin Baobao closed her eyes, a whirlwind of emotion swirling within her. Since the show's inception, she had sensed the disdain from the production team, the host's condescension, and the guest indifference. No one believed in her. The prevailing sentiment among the guests was that she was merely a filler. Even some staff members regarded her with scorn, suspecting she had gained her position through dubious means. Such a beautiful woman, certainly not a true artist, she must have slept her way to the top. Yes, such thoughts were commonplace. She was indeed a last-minute replacement. The original singer from Xingyi Entertainment had scheduling conflicts, hence her inclusion. The production team and the entertainment company had relegated her to a mere supporting role, viewing her as someone merely filling a spot. However, as the company's newest talent with the most potential, they took this opportunity to showcase her and gauge market reaction, subsequently deciding how to promote her. Nonetheless, they had no expectations for her to make a remarkable impression. Anger, resentment, and injustice coursed through her heart. Qin Baobao opened her eyes and gripped the microphone tightly. Each time I linger in solitude, I grow strong. Even when deeply wounded, I do not shed tears. I know I possess a pair of invisible wings, lifting me above despair. I do not dwell on their beautiful sun. I see the daily sunset is ever-changing. I know I have always had these invisible wings, granting me hope. In the ethereal music, Qin Baobao's voice floated through the air. As she began to sing, the audience fell into stunned silence. The contestants were equally taken aback. Invisible wings? Soaring above despair? Offering hope? This song, in terms of vocal quality, Qin Baobao's voice was a captivating blend of sweetness and raspiness, possessing a magnetic charm that rivaled professional singers. Her singing skills, honed through nearly 2 months of rigorous training, had vastly improved. The only thing she lacked compared to professional artists were fame and established songs. But now, she presented her original composition. The camera captured the astonished expressions of the audience. I do not dwell on their beautiful sun. I see the daily sunset is ever-changing. I know I have always had these invisible wings, granting me hope. Qin Baobao's voice soared. I finally see all my dreams blooming, the vibrant young voices chasing after them. I finally soar, gazing intently without fear. Wherever the wind blows, I shall fly far and wide. I do not dwell on their beautiful sun. I see the daily sunset is ever-changing. I know I have always had these invisible wings, granting me hope. I finally see all my dreams blooming. Yes, I finally witness the blossoms of my dreams flourishing. Standing upon this stage is my aspiration. Huang Yuding suddenly stood up, dumbfounded. Li Rongxing opened his mouth, emotions churning within him, ultimately crystallizing into 2 words. Oh my. Hong Jingyao was left speechless. This is an original song, a direct appeal to the soul. Chen Xiaodong and Li Zonda exchanged glances, their expression shifting as they realized for the first time that the revival competition was precarious. If this girl lost to Huang Yuding, she would face them in a showdown. With such a song, who could confidently claim victory? Did she have any other original pieces? And what if, by chance, Qin Baobao triumphed? They would directly confront Huang Yuding, where popularity and talent would render victory impossible. Guitar, piano, drums, various instruments created a gentle and ethereal melody. Qin Baobao closed her eyes once more, her eyelashes fluttering like a fan, tears shimmering in her eyes. I finally see all my dreams blooming. The vibrant young voices chasing after them. I finally soar, gazing intently without fear. Wherever the wind blows, I shall fly far and wide. The invisible wings allow my dreams to outlast time. I make a wish for my imagination. There were no high notes, only the raw sorrow in her voice. A little girl's pursuit of dreams, her hopes for the future. It was like a sharp blade piercing the heart. The audience remained transfixed, envisioning this little girl chasing after her dreams, traversing a path fraught with uncertainty and darkness. Enduring countless injuries yet clinging to hope, I do not dwell on their beautiful sun. I see the daily sunset is ever-changing. Whom did the beautiful sun refer to? Wang Yuding? Li Rongxing? The little girl never relinquished her dreams, firmly believing in her invisible wings that would carry her above despair and darkness to the shores of her aspirations. This was a song of dreams. Yet why did it evoke a wave of bittersweetness within the hearts of the listeners? Qin Baobao wiped away her tears, revealing a radiant smile. Thank you, everyone. A moment of silence enveloped the venue, soon followed by a thunderous applause. Many stood up, offering their hoarse cheers for this remarkable girl. The barrage of comments went wild, moved to tears. In the realm of whimsical expressions, one might jest that one does not lean against walls when nature calls, nor assist elderly ladies across the street, yet remains enchanted by Qin Baobao. This original piece, a true gem, resonates with such melodious charm. What a splendid ballad, Invisible Wings, that articulates the voice of my heart. Life is fraught with challenges, and it is through our own fortitude, relentless effort, and unwavering perseverance that we attain happiness. Thus, each of us is bestowed with a pair of invisible wings. Indeed, this song is mesmerizing. I humbly apologize for my earlier jest regarding my beloved consort, dear. How about joining me in my chambers this evening? To those who allege she ascended through connections, I urge you to step forward. I assure you, you shall face dire consequences. Here I stand, so do strike me. I retract my previous statement. The sting of this slap is too profound, with such vocal prowess and this enchanting melody. It would be a travesty for her not to achieve fame. Having transitioned from skepticism to admiration, I pledge my unwavering support for Baobao henceforth. As Yinjia takes the stage, she wipes away her tears and smiles, saying, "My apologies for my earlier display of emotion. I could not help but weep while listening. I too yearn to be a girl with wings, for who does not wish to possess a pair of invisible wings? This is a song that pierces the soul." Now, we shall proceed to the voting segment. With a touch of humor, Yinjia quips, "Shall we grant everyone a few moments to regain their composure? Please direct your attention to the big screen." The voting commences, and the tally for Qin Baobao and Huang Yuding rises steadily. A spirited contest unfolds. Chapter 50. The second song. The audience gazed at the large screen with a mix of excitement and tension, while backstage, several singers held their breath, eyes fixed on the display. Moments later, the screen froze. Qin Baobao, 200 votes. Huang Yuding, 260 votes. No one abstained. Every audience member cast their vote. Huang Yuding advanced with a significant lead. Backstage, he wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and jested, "I almost thought I had lost." A mere jest. He was ahead of Qin Baobao by a full 60 votes, which, in a sense, was a crushing victory. However, Huang Yuding was aware of the influence of his popularity. In terms of pure vocal performance, Qin Baobao's exquisite song Invisible Wings overshadowed his. Thus, he had secretly felt a pang of anxiety. Online, many expressed their opinions. How could Qin Baobao lose with such a magnificent performance? Indeed, there are few songs that can move me to tears. Are the audience members blind? It was not blindness but deafness. The voting audience thought that Huang Yuding lost. At least he could return in the revival round. But what about Qin Baobao? She might not surpass the two eliminated singers. Losing to Huang, the master of song, was not unjust. Qin Baobao's singing skills still lacked refinement. This show was unfair. Invisible Wings was truly exceptional, an absolute masterpiece. How could it possibly lose? Qin Baobao did not falter in her singing. She lost to popularity. I find myself quite eager. Didn't she say her next piece would be original? How could that be? Does she think quality originals are commonplace? Her company likely prepared only one song. And who could have anticipated such poor luck in drawing Huang Yuding? Next came the advertisement break. Qin Ze turned to comfort his sister. "Baobao, don't be disheartened. Losing is losing. You can win back in the revival round." Qin Baobao shot him a glance. "Is Baobao what you call me? Where's your respect? Call me sister. Sister. Dear sister. Do you still want to call me dear sister? How cheeky." Wang Zijing covered her face. "Here you go again. Save your banter for later. We are watching a program now. Hello, dear audience. This is the music competition show. I am a singer, proudly sponsored by Xingji Cosmetics. I am your host, Yinjia." After the advertisements, host Yinjia stood smiling in the center of the stage. She was quite attractive, tall, and initially a highlight of the show, but now, with Qin Baobao shining before her, even her beauty seemed ordinary. On the screen, the audience chimed in. "Stop dawdling. Let us get on with the revival round. Enough with the chatter. I want to hear Qin Baobao's next original piece. I'm so excited. Who got eliminated this episode?" According to the previous elimination order, the first performer was Xiaoda, the second was Qin Zetong, and only then would it be Qin Baobao's turn. The lights dimmed, and Li Zonda stepped onto the stage, illuminated by a spotlight, his expression serious. I would rather wander alone in a distant land. I would rather taste the bitterness of heartbreak alone. I do not wish to see the guilt in your eyes. I do not wish to witness your gaze straying to another. Do you truly have me in your heart? Were past affections genuine? As the light swayed, Li Zonda sang passionately, conveying the song's entanglement and disappointment with a deep, slightly tremulous tone that immersed the audience in emotion. Upon finishing, Li Zonda set down the microphone and bowed slightly in gratitude. Thunderous applause erupted. Even the singers backstage applauded him. The audience erupted in screams. Huang Yuding remarked. Xiaoda sang with such immersion, he transformed someone else's song into his own. Li Rongxing added, that was an extraordinary performance. The stage of I Am a Singer is truly magical. One must never underestimate any artist. Qin Xiaodong exclaimed. What do we do? The pressure is immense. Hong Jingao stated. Xiaoda is an exceptionally gifted singer with ample potential and talent to rival our older generation of singers. Personally, I have great faith in him. At that moment, the camera turned to Qin Baobao, who smiled and said, Teacher Xiaoda is remarkable. Li Zonda departed the stage amidst applause, and the second revival round singer, Qin Xiaodong, took the stage. It was assumed Xiaoda had performed exceptionally, but the former diva Qin Xiaodong was truly a hidden gem, singing a Cantonese song that once swept the music charts for months, winning numerous awards. Like Hong Jingyao's classic song, it evoked countless memories. Backstage, the singers were in awe. With this song, there are virtually no rivals in love songs. Xiaoda lamented, had I known, I would have chosen an inspirational song instead. Hong Jingyao nodded. Xiaotong's singing skills have gradually returned. She is hitting her stride. Li Rongxing observed, listen to the audience's cheers. She is undoubtedly still as formidable as ever. Huang Yuding chuckled. I'll record this segment to show Xiaotong later. Haha, still a formidable blade. Li Rongxing pleaded. Hey. Brother Huang, that's not fair. I was wrong, truly wrong. The camera then focused on Qin Baobao. Each singer granted a few seconds to share their thoughts. Qin Baobao faced the camera, her beauty striking, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I did indeed bring 2 original songs this time. I never expected to advance smoothly in the first round. Although I don't feel entirely confident now, regardless of the outcome. I must thank I Am a Singer for this opportunity. Li Rongxing, intrigued by Qin Baobao, interjected, May I ask a question? After your performance of Invisible Wings, you've been referred to as Teacher Qin. Qin Baobao nodded with a smile. Did you write Invisible Wings yourself? It's truly magnificent, so talented. Qin Baobao shook her head. I didn't complete it alone. My brother wrote the lyrics and composed the music. Li Rongxing exclaimed, then what was your part? Qin Baobao blinked. I was responsible for singing. Which talent in the industry is your brother? To write such an amazing song. I find it hard to believe he is obscure. Huang Yuding suddenly interjected. The composer with the surname Qin is Huang, who has faded from the music scene these past few years, so I'm not familiar with him. Do you know of such a figure? Hong Jingyao also expressed interest. Huang Yuding pondered briefly, shaking his head with a wry smile. There are a few with the surname Qin, but their ages don't match. In the comments, the audience was piqued. Brother wrote the lyrics and music. I handle the singing. No problem. It's a collaboration. Manual laughter. I was mistaken. Qin Baobao isn't relying on favors. It's her brother's talent. Haha. Is there such a figure in the entertainment industry with the surname Qin? It doesn't have to be someone from the entertainment circle. After all, many lyricists and composers remain unknown. Perhaps their songs are popular, but the public knows only the singer, not the creator. How old is Qin Baobao this year? Her brother must be younger, right? Why can't I believe it? I feel this is a bit precarious. Qin Baobao's Invisible Wings expressed heartfelt sentiments, and it was the only non-love song, which likely garnered sympathy and shock from the audience. Indeed, given her status as a newcomer, she probably received sympathy votes. So what will she sing? Something better than a love song. How could she compete with established artists? Those analyzing upstairs are spot on. A masterpiece is already rare. It's unlikely another will emerge. The company wouldn't invest so many resources in a newcomer. Is it truly her brother who wrote it? Even so, quality songs are hard to come by. It's not just about writing. The scene shifted, revealing a dazzling stage as Qin Baobao strode forth with long strides. Gentle, melodious music filled the air, and the scrolling subtitles revealed the song title, Legend. Qin Baobao opened her mouth to sing. It was merely because I glanced at you amidst the crowd, and I have never been able to forget your visage. Dreaming of the chance to meet again someday, from that moment on, I began to yearn for you in solitude. The melody, the voice. The camera panned over countless faces in the audience, each one wide-eyed and slightly agape, reflecting their astonishment. Qin Baobao's voice was truly perfect for this song. Her sound was so magnetic that it felt less like singing and more like whispering sweet nothings. At that moment, she gazed into the camera, as if looking at the thousands of spectators. When I think of you, you are in the distance. When I think of you, you are right before me. When I think of you, you are in my mind. When I think of you, you dwell in my heart. Below the stage, the audience closed their eyes, fully immersed in the music. This was an extraordinary love song, a unique melody, an unmatched voice, an exceptional singer. There were no remarkable high notes, no heart-wrenching, raspy choruses. It was gentle and soft, yet it inexplicably stirred a sense of melancholy and sorrow within. I would rather believe we had a pact in a previous life. This life's love story shall not change. I would rather spend this life waiting for you to discover that I have always been by your side, never far away. It was merely because I glanced at you amidst the crowd, and I have never been able to forget your visage, dreaming of the chance to meet again someday. From that moment on, I began to yearn for you in solitude. Backstage, the singers were once again left speechless. They were all professionals. Yet the moment Qin Baobao began to sing, they discerned the song's depth, a masterpiece, an absolute gem, even surpassing her previous song, Invisible Wings. How could a newcomer casually present two exquisite songs? This was the rhythm of ascending to greatness. Li Rosheng murmured, "Heavens. This song, this voice, it's incredibly impactful." "So beautiful," Huang Jingyao exclaimed in astonishment. "A different kind of love song," Huang Yudi said with a bittersweet smile towards the camera. "I am very curious about the genius behind the lyrics and composition. This song is challenging to sing. It demands exceptional vocal control. Qin Baobao is remarkable, truly remarkable." Chen Xiaodong sighed. Her heart sank. This love song was far beyond her expectations, and she doubted her ability to surpass Qin Baobao. Li Zonda kept murmuring, "It's over. It's over. Who is this sudden contender? Why didn't the production team mention she would bring forth two masterpieces? Had I known, I would have prepared accordingly. Now, it's uncertain. Rather believe we had a pact in a previous life. This life's love story shall not change. I would rather spend this life waiting for you to discover that I have always been by your side, never far away. It was merely because I glanced at you amidst the crowd." Qin Baobao exhaled deeply and bowed to the audience. The previously quiet crowd, immersed in the soft and sorrowful music, suddenly erupted with enthusiasm, countless voices screaming and hands waving. The front row audience even stood up in unison, shouting, "Qin Baobao! Qin Baobao! Qin Baobao!" On stage, Qin Baobao, who had always been shy about her name, had a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. A subtle expression caught by the professional cameraman. At that moment, the barrage of comments flooded in like a snowfall. 666666666. Manually inputting 108 sixes. After hearing this song, I realized love songs could be sung like this. No more words. I'm officially a fan now. Who says Qin Baobao is only relying on connections? This singing, this voice, these lyrics are phenomenal. I have a premonition that this girl is destined for stardom. The song was titled Legend, and its pure, soft, and sorrowful sound made Qin Baobao truly unique. This is definitely not lip-synced. The verification is complete. My goddess has finally appeared. From now on, I will only adore Qin Baobao. Unfortunately, I am a singer does not incorporate dance with music. I look forward to seeing Qin Baobao dance. Don't leave. You mentioned shaking breasts. How shameful. Her singing is truly beautiful. Even my mother came over, I swear. Am I the only one who noticed Qin Baobao's expressions? Ha ha ha, forgive me for laughing out loud. Look at the corner of her mouth. This girl knows her name is amusing, haha. So adorable, I feel like kissing her. Lick scream. The host, Yin Jia, took the stage, exclaiming, "That was absolutely stunning." It was an auditory feast, wasn't it? I nearly cried listening below. Love songs can indeed be performed this way. Thank you, Teacher Qin, for bringing us this original song, Legend. Oh dear, did I say too much? I'm not trying to garner votes for her. The audience chuckled. Now, we will enter the voting segment, Yin Jia announced loudly. The audience present, you will decide the fate of the three singers. Please take your voting devices. The voting begins. And now, please look at the big screen. Amidst the dynamic music, all the audience members were focused on the big screen, watching the votes for the three singers rise and fall. However, within seconds, Li Zongda's votes began to lag behind the other two, turning into a contest between Chen Xiaodong and Qin Baobao. As a former diva, Chen Xiaodong still had some popularity. The final results were Li Zongda, 123 votes. Chen Xiaodong, 186 votes. Qin Baobao, 191 votes. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Ultimately, the eliminated contestant was Li Zongda, while Qin Baobao narrowly surpassed Chen Xiaodong, the former diva. This outcome was unexpected, yet upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Qin Xiaotong relied on her past fame, while Qin Baobao lacked a fan base, yet her beauty, long legs, and striking appearance were undeniable. Of course, one cannot assume the audience is so superficial. This was one aspect of the reason. Moreover, the two exquisite songs, Invisible Wings and Legend, were indeed awe-inspiring. In all these years of music variety shows, there had been no singer like Qin Baobao who brought such quality songs to the competition. In front of the computer, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijing high-fived, both laughing joyfully. Isn't it impressive? My baby is incredible. Are you in awe? Of course. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Qin Ze cast an expectant glance at his sister. But Qin Baobao pushed his forehead away, playfully shoving him far back. Is this how you repay your sister? Qin Ze felt a bit disappointed at not receiving his sister's affectionate kiss. Clearly, it was my sister who sang well. Oh please, without my song, you'd be here sobbing. Sobbing? Qin Ze, I give you a heh. I would cry? With my sister's looks and singing prowess, even without your song, I could still advance. My powerful stride cannot be hindered by any mediocre talent. Can we maintain some dignity? Ugh. Wang Zijing clapped her delicate, fair hands, cheerfully saying, for the next episode, a brother-sister comedic skit. All right, you said it. For the next recording, don't come begging me. A word once spoken is like water poured out. The company promised to provide me with a lyricist and composer. Qin Baobao, you can do it. Humph. Zijing, let us go to sleep. I don't want to deal with this creep. Qin Baobao proudly held Wang Zijing's hand and walked into the room. She truly had not expected Qin Ze to provide her with songs afterward. Creating a good song isn't as simple as just saying it. The show aired weekly. One masterpiece per week. How could that be possible? Chapter 51. Cinema. The following day, at noon, after partaking of Qin Ze's homemade lunch, Wang Zijing departed with her handbag, embarking on her interview. Her resume had been submitted days prior, and today, she finally received a call from the company's human resources department. Qin Ze, having procured 2 cinema tickets online that very morning, casually proposed during their morning jog. Staying at home all day can be quite tedious, Sister Zijing. Perhaps we could catch a movie? There's a film titled How to Make Me Fall in Love with You that's been garnering favorable reviews online. He endeavored to maintain a nonchalant tone, lest he appear too eager. It's not that I'm trying to orchestrate a date. It's simply that I find being cooped up at home rather dull. Wang Zijing chuckled. I'm afraid I can't. I submitted my resume the day before yesterday, and I have an interview this afternoon. Qin Ze's affable smile faltered momentarily. So much for best laid plans. Wang Zijing had left her home to seek refuge with her confidant, Qin Baobao, in Shanghai, enjoying complimentary room and board. However, life's expenses extended beyond mere sustenance and lodging. Were cosmetics not a necessity? What about apparel and footwear? And when cravings for a buffet arose, or a yearning for chilled desserts in the sweltering summer heat, whence would the funds originate? Surely, she couldn't expect Qin Baobao to foot the entire bill. Moreover, these siblings were notorious for being penniless. Qin Ze casually replied, in that case, perhaps another time. He inwardly lamented the wasted cinema tickets. Indeed, Qin Ze harbored intentions of courting Wang Zijing. Her beauty, amiable nature, and captivating figure were universally appealing to men. This was where the advantage of proximity came into play. He could devise various pretexts for spending time with Wang Zijing, be it attending films, sharing meals, or perhaps even embarking on brief excursions to nearby tourist attractions under the guise of his sister's involvement, thereby accumulating goodwill at every turn. In the living room, Qin Ze was visibly disconsolate. He wasn't particularly fond of cinema. Previously, Qin Baobao would coerce him into attending. His sister, lacking a partner, found solace in shared movie outings. And thus, the two single siblings would accompany each other to the cinema on weekends. Rather than a saccharine romance, such as How to Make Me Fall in Love with You, he favored Hollywood's 3D spectacle, such as the recently released King Kong Dog. However, one couldn't invite a lady to watch a film about a giant ape. Now, condemned to watch a romance alone, the thought filled him with melancholy. Yet, he couldn't bear to squander the 50 yuan tickets. Just then, a ding sound reverberated. Qin Ze startled, momentarily mistaking it for a system notification. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a text message. His text message notification was also a ding. In this day and age, aside from advertisements, spam, and transaction notifications, few people bothered with text messages. He picked up his phone and read, "Little darling, what are you up to?" It was a text from Zhang Ye, another of his sister's confidants. Qin Ze retorted in annoyance, engaged in amorous pursuits. "Do not disturb. Zhang Ye, with whom and where? May I join?" This woman never missed an opportunity to tease Qin Ze. "My little soldier is already overwhelmed. Reinforcements declined. Nonsense. I possess a myriad of skills to rejuvenate your little brother, ensuring his vigor and resurrection. Get lost. You're the one who needs resurrection. A thought flickered in Qin Ze's mind, and he composed another text. Free this afternoon? Indeed. My boyfriend is away on business, leaving me entirely unoccupied. What would you like to occupy? Spare me the theatrics. Care to join me for a movie? Meet me at the Nanjing Road subway station. Delighted. I know of a rather splendid hotel nearby. Qin Ze grabbed his phone and headed out. His residence wasn't in close proximity to Nanjing Road, requiring a half-hour subway ride. At the Nanjing Road subway station exit, he spoke on the phone while scanning the surroundings. Eventually, he spotted Zhang Ye at a bubble tea shop. She stood waving vigorously toward the entrance, her face radiant with smiles. Zhang Ye donned a floral-sleeved V-neck chiffon top, paired with hot pants, an ensemble that was both fashionable and refreshing. A captivating beauty with a formidable bust, second only to Qin Baobao. Qin Ze took a seat, summoned a waiter, ordered a lemonade for himself and a cream pastry for Zhang Ye. What brings you to treat your sister to a movie? Zhang Ye inquired, taking a sip of her bubble tea, her eyes crinkling in a smile, revealing shallow dimples. I'm not treating you. I was stood up, and I didn't want to waste the tickets. Coincidentally, you stumbled into the line of fire, Qin Ze admitted candidly. How brutally honest. Couldn't you at least attempt to flatter me? Zhang Ye pouted, her voice saccharine. Why would I flatter you? Go home and have your boyfriend flatter you. Qin Ze retorted with a smile. Qin Ze and Zhang Ye enjoyed a close rapport, not solely due to Qin Baobao. Although his sister had several confidants, they all maintained a certain distance from him, considering him merely a friend. However, Zhang Ye was someone Qin Ze found particularly agreeable, and reciprocally. She took a liking to Qin Ze, resulting in a rapid escalation of their relationship. For a period, Qin Baobao suspected her brother and confidant were involved, prompting her to rush home and have a heart-to-heart with Qin Ze. At that time, Qin Ze hadn't yet entered university, and his sister was still a student. It was during that conversation that Qin Ze learned Zhang Ye had a boyfriend, a prominent figure and campus heartthrob at Fudan University. According to his sister, Zhang Ye was deeply enamored with her boyfriend, having fought her way through a sea of admirers to win his affections. His sister cautioned Qin Ze against becoming a third party, issuing a stern warning. From that moment onward, Qin Ze quietly abandoned any notions of pursuing his sister's confidant. Zhang Ye propped her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Qin Ze. What are you staring at? Admiring a handsome young man. Zhang Ye giggled. Ace. You seem to have become even more handsome. No, it's not just a feeling. You've genuinely become more handsome. Qin Ze chuckled. Regretting it now? Too late. He was met with a disdainful eye roll from the beauty. Oh, right. Let me show you something. Zhang Ye retrieved her phone, opened a news article, and presented it to him. Qin Ze glanced at it. It was an entertainment news piece with the headline, I Am a Singer Sees a Dark Horse Emerge. Newcomer Qin Baobao captivates audiences with her stunning looks and original songs. What are you trying to say? Qin Ze inquired with a smile. Indeed, Qin Baobao had risen to prominence, or rather, had garnered a certain degree of attention. As a phenomenon-level variety show, I Am a Singer was no stranger to attention. Qin Baobao's stunning debut in the first episode of the second season made it difficult to ignore her. This headline was relatively mild. Some news outlets adopted more sensational headlines, such as, Shocking Revelation, I Am a Singer contestantly zoned a humiliated by newcomer. Zhang Ye exclaimed in feigned astonishment. Good heavens, Baobao actually participated in I Am a Singer? She didn't reveal a single detail. How unfriendly. Her own confidant had inexplicably transformed into a celebrity. She was primarily afraid of losing face, so she kept it under wraps. This morning, I overheard my male colleagues in the office discussing her incessantly, completely smitten, causing my own attention as the office goddess to plummet. Next time, bring Qin Baobao to your office. Wouldn't that restore your status as the office goddess? Forget it. I'd be harassed constantly, with everyone trying to pimp me out. Qin Ze sneered. As if you don't do enough pimping already? Zhang Ye cautiously said. You're angry, aren't you? I told you. I didn't arrange for that Li Zemin to come last time. Qin Ze remained silent, sipping his tea. A brother complex, a sister complex, Zhang Ye muttered under her breath. Chapter 52. A misunderstanding at 2:30 in the afternoon, Qin Ze and Zhang Ye attended a film screening. The plot was a familiar tale of bitterness followed by sweetness, causing Qin Ze to feel drowsy, while Zhang Ye appeared thoroughly engrossed, nestled against his arm, occasionally taking bites of popcorn and feeding him as if they were a genuine couple. By 4:30, they exited the cinema amidst the crowd, with Zhang Yu still savoring the film. It was wonderful. I adore such touching love stories, she exclaimed. Qin Ze could only chuckle in response. They then indulged in some snacks, with Zhang Ye treating this time. The CAF was bustling with a variety of young professionals, and occasionally, well-dressed men would steal glances at her. If Qin Bao was present, the attention would have been even greater, but Qin Ze had grown accustomed to it. The only noticeable difference was that the onlookers no longer regarded them with a mix of resentment and indignation, but rather with a sense of admiration for a couple that seemed well-matched. Firstly, Qin Ze's appearance had improved. Secondly, Zhang Ye, while charming, was slightly less captivating than Qin Bao. Qin Ze had his own system for scoring beauty, evaluating women based on factors such as looks, figure, and skin quality. He rated Qin Bao a 9. He believed a perfect 10 was a myth, especially when considering temperament. Otherwise, she would fall short. Wang Zhijin received an 8. 5. A young lady from the capital whose figure and beauty paled in comparison to Qin Bao's. As for Zhang Ye, he awarded her an 8, which he deemed the threshold for goddess status. Only those scoring above this were considered truly divine. After their dessert, they wandered aimlessly, treating it as a leisurely outing. Zhang Ye was far more generous than Qin Bao. She didn't exploit the situation to burden Qin Ze, while Qin Bao would surely have taken advantage of it, draining his finances. Zhang Ye's philosophy was clear. What belongs to my brother is mine, and what is mine remains mine. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the Bund, beside the Huangpu River. On this scorching summer day, a gentle breeze wafted through. Zhang Ye brushed aside her wind-tousled hair and smiled, reminiscing. In the early years after I arrived in Shanghai, I would frequently visit the Bund to enjoy the breeze and the river view. Over time, it became mundane. Nothing novel about it. Your family is from Choming, right? Qin Ze inquired. Yes, Zhang Ye nodded. In my grandfather's era, Choming wasn't even part of Shanghai. I know. It's part of Suzhou, he replied. Back then, Choming was quite impoverished. Even now, my family isn't wealthy. When I was a child, I had only 4 sets of clothes for the entire year: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Winter garments had to be preserved carefully, only worn during the spring festival. Standing by the river, Zhang Ye looked back with a sweet smile, her dimple shallow. I have a younger brother, 2 years my junior. But he doesn't have your success or looks. If Qin Bao heard that, she'd probably burst into laughter. Qin Ze chuckled. Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh as well. When I was in middle school, I had a dream, she said, playfully tilting her head. I wanted to study hard, leave Choming, earn a good living, and relieve my parents of their burdens. Then I aim to find a reliable man, someone exceptional who loves me. If he lacks wealth, it's fine. We can strive together to buy a home in Shanghai and raise our children, providing them the best education and environment. That sounds like more than just a dream. Qin Ze replied. Don't be contrary. I'm sharing my life aspirations with you, she retorted. All right then, have those dreams come to fruition? Almost. I've found a man I adore, who loves me in return, and is quite remarkable. Well, comparable to you, she said with a grin. Qin Ze nearly burst out laughing. That's quite the blatant flattery. Zhang Ye giggled. Our savings are nearly equal. By the year after next, we should have enough for a down payment on a house. However, my family wants to buy a place for my brother in Shanghai as a future wedding gift. My parents have asked to borrow money from me, but I'm hesitant. Qin Ze listened quietly, refraining from interrupting. I'm not getting any younger. I'm 25 now. A woman's prime is fleeting, and I need to purchase a house and marry soon. Qing Yi and I have invested our savings in bank products, which makes it difficult to access. I've remitted tens of thousands home over the past 2 years, covering my brother's living expenses while he has just started university. He should wait a few years before buying a house. Qin Ze shook his head, amused. The housing prices in Shanghai were exorbitant. Could one simply decide to buy a house? If circumstances allowed, it would be wise to purchase sooner rather than later. However, he disagreed with Zhang Ye lending her hard-earned savings for her brother's house. It's one thing for a man to rely on his parents. Relying on his sister is another. You plan to marry. Should your sister sacrifice her savings for that? It hardly seems fair. You locals have it easy, not having to worry about mortgage payments, she said. Well, you still have a chance, he replied. What do you mean? My family has a car and a house, and since I'm your friend, Zhang Ye, why not break up with your boyfriend? Stick with me, and you could save yourself a decade of toil, Qin Ze suggested enticingly. That's true, Zhang Ye mused, narrowing her eyes with a smile. But I'm not one to flit from one relationship to another. I was already with someone before we met. My first love is my ultimate destination. How beautiful that is. We're destined to be apart. Qin Ze nodded, offering her a cigarette. They stood by the river, enveloped in smoke. I have a dream too, he suddenly said after a pause. Zhang Ye instinctively asked, what dream? Qin Ze began, I have a dream that one day, the valleys will be bridged, the mountains leveled, the winding paths made straight, and God's glory will be revealed. uniting all beings. Before he could finish, Zhang Ye interrupted with a chuckle. Stop it. That's Martin Luther King Jr.'s famous speech. I have a dream. Qin Ze sighed in resignation. Don't expose me. You think you're so cultured. Ha ha ha. Qin Ze, you're truly amusing. I like you a lot, she replied. Please, I don't want to be the friend of women. At 6 o'clock, Qin Ze escorted Zhang Ye to the subway station and, feeling aimless, wandered alone. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself back at the Bund, gazing at the Oriental Pearl Tower. After half an hour of solitude, he felt the urge to return home. Calculating the time, he realized Qin Bao was likely already on her way back from work. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang abruptly, his sister calling. Qin Ze. Where have you been? Zijin said you haven't been home all afternoon. I'm out with Zhang Ye. I just dropped her off at the subway station and am heading back now. His sister's tone turned stern. What could you possibly be doing with her? Where's her boyfriend? Apparently he is on a business trip. I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas. I got it. Qin Ze rolled his eyes in exasperation. After hanging up, his gaze was drawn to a woman approaching along the riverside, dressed in a designer outfit that Qin Ze could not identify. In this day and age, few women caught his eye, but this one was enigmatic, her age indiscernible. She could be a vibrant 25 or an alluring 30. She was undeniably beautiful, exuding elegance and poise, exuding a certain sharpness that Qin Ze keenly noticed. The woman passed him by, her face inscrutable as she clutched her handbag. Are you back yet? His sister's impatient voice interrupted his thoughts. Be right there, sis. Could you pick up some groceries on your way? I'm worried I'll be late. Just looking for an excuse to be lazy, she complained before ending the call. Qin Ze placed his phone back in his pocket, reluctantly turning to glance at the woman's retreating figure. Suddenly, 4 burly men in black suits emerged from nowhere, blocking her path. The stunning woman appeared furious, pointing at the men and berating them. The thugs remained unfazed, steadfastly obstructing her way. A typical scene of a bully harassing a decent woman stirred something within Qin Ze. Without a second thought, he sprinted towards the commotion. As the 4 burly men observed his fierce approach, they were momentarily taken aback. Before they could react, one of them was sent flying several meters away by a powerful kick from Qin Ze. Enraged, the remaining 3 charged at him. Recalling the previous incident outside the internet CAF, where sheer numbers had overwhelmed him, Qin Ze swiftly retreated while simultaneously invoking the system in his mind. Exchange for intermediate combat skills. Intermediate combat skills. Exchange cost, 150 points. Confirm exchange? Confirm. It was a newfound functionality he had recently discovered. Exchanging skills did not necessarily require accessing the point shop, simply reciting the skill's name sufficed. A resounding echo filled his mind as a torrent of knowledge surged forth, causing a momentary dizziness that struck his brain with a profound impact. While the initial skills were negligible, intermediate skills induced a brief disorientation, and advanced skills had the most pronounced effects, typically resulting in at least 5 seconds of dizziness. Drawing from his experience, he prudently maintained a safe distance to allow himself time to recover. As the momentary dizziness subsided, he found a figure in black charging toward him, delivering a punch and straight at his face. Qin Ze bent his knees and lowered his head to evade the punch, while simultaneously unleashing a swift right hook that connected with the assailant's abdomen. The sound of the impact echoed as the man staggered back, clutching his stomach and retching. Qin Ze contemplated delivering a follow-up strike. But the other 2 black-clad figures had already arrived. One swung a massive hand toward his face with tremendous force, capable of slamming Qin Ze against the wall, while the other launched a powerful kick toward his abdomen. With attacks coming from both directions, the unaltered Qin Ze would have had no choice but to retreat. However, empowered by the knowledge from the exchanged combat skills, he instinctively lowered his body once more, evading the incoming slap, while simultaneously delivering a fierce punch to the ankle of the one attempting to kick him. Another resounding thud echoed as the assailant collapsed to the ground, clutching his ankle, his face pale. His extensive experience in brawling suggested at least a fracture. With a swift motion, Qin Ze propelled himself upward, tightening his gluteal muscles and channeling his leg strength, executing a ferocious knee strike that incapacitated the final black-clad assailant. In a matter of seconds, he had successfully taken down 4 formidable opponents. Beyond the enhancement provided by the intermediate combat skills, his internal training had significantly augmented his strength, speed, reflexes, and resilience. In more martial terms, Qin Ze was a master adept in both internal and external practices, while the black-clad brutes were mere reckless practitioners of external strength. As he observed a strikingly graceful woman approaching him, her demeanor exuding poise, he smiled and brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. He was not one to shy away from matters once resolved. "Who are you?" the woman inquired, her gaze scrutinizing him with an air of appraisal. It was unusual for someone to question their savior's identity upon first meeting. Qin Ze hesitated, unable to simply respond. "I am Qin Ze, who intervened in your moment of peril. Please do not be alarmed." He glanced at the burly men lying on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, wary of any last-minute retaliation. "Are you all right? Would you like me to call the police?" he asked. The woman regarded him for a moment, her expression calm and unperturbed. "They are employees of my company." What? If there were a mirror available, Qin Ze was certain his expression would be nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 53, Qin Baobao's Predicament. I saw them surrounding you menacingly, and you looked so angry. I thought. Qin Ze felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. "I understand. The desire to play the hero is innate in men," the woman remarked nonchalantly, intensifying Qin Ze's embarrassment. "I own a security company. They are all salespersons. The attire is due to the nature of the profession. There was a slight issue with company operations earlier, and I was reprimanding them," she stated casually. "Salespersons? Your salespersons are dressed like they're in a gangster film," Qin Ze retorted weakly. "Oh, I apologize. I was mistaken. Since you're all right, shall I take my leave?" Qin Ze said, eager to depart, fearing the woman might demand compensation for medical expenses. "Young man, you possess remarkable skills. Shall we converse?" The woman discerned Qin Ze's thoughts from his fleeting glances at the injured men. "Rest assured, I will not demand reimbursement for medical expenses," she chuckled. "Very well." The woman dismissed the injured men and invited Qin Ze to a riverside cafe. "Allow me to introduce myself. Peinan Man," she said, gracefully lifting her coffee cup. "Qin Ze, you practice martial arts, do you not?" she inquired with a smile. "I trained for a few years," Qin Ze replied, nodding. "I suspect it is more than merely a few years." "You've also practiced internal martial arts," Peinan Man declared insightfully. Qin Ze felt a chill. He perceived an intimidating sharpness emanating from this woman, despite her elegant and composed demeanor. It was reminiscent of the feeling he experienced facing his own father during his student days, a sense of restraint and apprehension. Apprehension might be too strong a word, but unease certainly, he thought. This is a queen-like woman, Qin Ze mentally labeled her. "Qin Ze, where do you reside?" "I'm a local." "How old are you?" 23. The woman paused, considering. "You haven't graduated from university yet, but you're interning, perhaps?" "Indeed. I am currently unemployed, residing at home." "Which university did you attend?" "The University of Finance and Economics, majoring in finance." The woman took another sip of her coffee, crossing her arms and straightening her lithe figure. Her attire was relaxed and loose, making it difficult for Qin Ze to estimate her bust size, though he surmised it was considerable. How could a mature woman not be well endowed? "Would you be interested in joining my company?" As soon as the woman spoke, Qin Ze knew what she was about to propose. Her subconscious straightening of her posture and crossing her arms were standard interviewer gestures, or those of a leader surveying a subordinate. "Are you suggesting I work as a security guard?" Qin Ze asked, amused. "I will reserve a managerial position for you. After a year or so of honing your skills, you can be promoted," she persisted. Qin Ze thought, "I am, after all, a university graduate. You want me to be a security guard? I wouldn't mind, as I am content with a simple life. But I fear my father's wrath if he deems me a lost cause." "Very well, we'll forego the internship. Upon joining, you will receive a manager's salary and benefits, 30,000 a month, plus benefits and bonuses." "I'll consider it," Qin Ze replied evasively. Peinan Man smiled faintly, requested paper and pen from the waiter, and exchanged numbers with Qin Ze before departing gracefully. As Qin Ze sat in the cafe, replaying the queenly woman's every smile and gesture, his phone chimed. His sister had sent a voice message. "Qin Ze, are you ever coming home?" The time was 19:20. A gentle evening breeze wafted through the air. By the river, Peinan Man gazed at the cafe, a faint smile playing on her lips. To have cultivated internal energy at such a young age. Wednesday, Xingyi Entertainment Company, 9:00 a.m. Qin Baobao drove to the company, drank a cup of warm water, and commenced her daily routine of dance and vocal training. Dance was an indispensable skill for a singer, though not as vital as before, when singing invariably involved dancing. However, it was still useful for music videos or other occasions, especially for a beautiful and alluring singer like Qin Baobao. Not dancing would be a waste of her talents. Moreover, dance could enhance lung capacity. Vocal training was also essential for emerging singers. Merely being able to hum a few tunes was insufficient for performing on stage. While virtually anyone could sing, there was a distinction between professional singers and ordinary individuals. Opening vowels, closing vowels, enunciation, breathing techniques. There were numerous intricacies to master. After dance training, the women in the dance studio gathered, chattering amongst themselves. All were dressed in tight-fitting dance attire, tall and beautiful, a sight coveted by the male employees. Qin Baobao unscrewed her thermos and took a large gulp of warm water. Previously, she had consumed the herbal tea brewed by her brother, but these past few days, she had been feuding with Qin Ze, uttering harsh words such as, "I don't want you to write songs for me anymore, you hack." This was because Qin Ze had been particularly attentive to Wang Zijin lately, neglecting his sister's feelings. "Sister Qin, your singing is truly exceptional. You're amazing. I'm becoming a fan. Who writes your songs?" "Oh, Sister Qin has already mentioned that her brother writes them. Sister Qin, don't forget about us when you become famous." At that moment, Qin Baobao was surrounded by a group of girls, chattering incessantly. It was difficult to discern who was sincere and who was feigning. 11 o'clock a.m. A certain office. "Baobao, your show has been incredibly well received. The online buzz is significant. With everyone discussing you, the company's PR team has decided to promote you as the Queen of Love Songs. You simply need to continue singing a few more love songs, and the title will be solidified." Qin Baobao sat comfortably in her swivel chair, listening to the woman beside her drone on. The woman, dressed in a black business suit, was named Li Yanhong and served as her agent. However, she was not a top-tier agent. Qin Baobao had not yet reached that level. "Sister Li, when will teacher Gongming arrive? I need to record the show tomorrow." Qin Baobao interrupted impatiently. Li Yanhong, 32 years old, had been in the agent business for 7 or 8 years, managing numerous minor artists without achieving any significant success. A few days prior, the company had assigned her to manage the newcomer Qin Baobao, which she initially resented. However, Qin Baobao had become an instant sensation, although still in its early stages. Her fame and potential had surpassed all the mediocre talents she had previously managed. Li Yanhong felt that she had finally endured hardship and was on the verge of a comeback. These past few days, she had been extremely attentive to Qin Baobao, like a caretaker tending to a young sapling. After Qin Baobao finished dancing, she would summon a masseuse to massage her shoulders, back, hands, and feet, earnestly explaining that muscle massage was crucial after dancing to prevent stiffness. When Qin Baobao coughed, she would inquire solicitously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to take a cold pill?" Then she would retract, "Ah, no, cold medicine has side effects. Let me make you a bowl of borscht." In short, she was more attentive than a biological mother. "Teacher Gongming will be here shortly. Songwriters often work late into the night, so we cannot expect their biological clocks to be normal," Li Yanhong explained. "Oh," Qin Baobao replied, her delicate brows furrowing. Su Gongming was a songwriter cultivated by the company, well-known in the industry, and had composed numerous exceptional songs. At his peak, he was the designated lyricist for top singers. However, talent inevitably diminishes, and few can escape the fate of running out of inspiration. Otherwise, the company would not have assigned Su Gongming to write songs for Qin Baobao. But it was already Wednesday, and she was scheduled to record the show tomorrow and air it the day after. She had not even seen a hint of the new song, and Qin Baobao was becoming increasingly anxious. "Don't worry, just wait a little longer. Let me make you a cup of tea," Li Yanhong said, retrieving tea leaves from the cabinet and walking to the water dispenser. Her phone rang, and she immediately returned, flashing the caller ID at Qin Baobao with a smile. "It's Teacher Gongming. I told you not to worry. He's here." "Hello, Teacher Gongming." "Yes, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for days. I wish to inquire if you have recently produced any noteworthy works. I have a female artist in my possession. Her singing is quite remarkable. She is a promising talent. The company has likely informed you about her." "Indeed. Her name is Qin Baobao." "What did you say?" Li Yanhong's smile abruptly faltered, her tone growing urgent. "No, why can't we proceed with the writing? Just a few days ago, you agreed, and the company has notified you as well." "No, there was no intention from the company to pressure you." "Oh, please. I implore you." "Disconnected?" Li Yanhong set down her phone, her chest heaving with frustration. "What happened?" Qin Baobao felt a sinking sensation in her heart. "The songwriting endeavor has fallen through," Li Yanhong lamented. "Fallen through?" Qin Baobao leapt to her feet, exclaiming in a rush, "Was it not agreed that he would be responsible for my future songs?" "Oh, he simply refuses to write now? The company's words hold no weight?" "It is not a matter concerning Teacher Gongming either," Li Yanhong sighed. "Su Lu is releasing an album next month and still requires several songs. She is dissatisfied with the composers assigned to her, and upon hearing that Teacher Gongming has new works, she intends to approach him." Qin Baobao fell silent, her delicate, rosy face clouded with dismay. Sulu is a top-tier star that the company has been promoting. She debuted as a singer and later transitioned to acting. After encountering a bottleneck in her film career in recent years, she is returning to the music scene to rejuvenate her stagnant fame. There is nothing more to say. As a first-line celebrity and one of the company's flagship artists, she can easily seize Qin Baobao's new song without facing any backlash. Even if she were to create a scene, the company's allegiance would undoubtedly lie with Sulu. This loss is one that must be endured. Baobao, let it go. She is a prominent figure, and there is no need for us to compete with her. Qin Baobao, maintaining a sullen silence, felt the promise of her new song dissipate. What could she possibly do? Substitute it with other songs? Compete with those popular stars? It was obvious she would not prevail. Her reliance lay solely on the novelty and surprise of her original compositions. The quality of her singing was secondary. Did this mean her debut performance had come to an end? Sulu is intent on pushing me off the stage. After a lengthy pause, Qin Baobao, having quelled her inner fury, spoke softly. Li Yanhong cautioned, "Speak of this only in private. Do not let it spread." Qin Baobao pouted and rose to leave. "Where are you going?" "I wish to be alone." Without looking back, Qin Baobao walked away. Chapter 54, the unconscionable being along the gentle undulations of the riverbanks, the love for the central plains, the northern lands, and the southern regions flourishes. In the face of the icy blades, snow swords, and the affectionate companionship of wind and rain, I cherish the golden years bestowed upon me by the heavens. In life, with courage and fortitude, what fear is there in the face of adversity? Passion remains unyielding year after year. Life is a tapestry of bittersweet experiences where good and evil lie on either side, all for the dreams of tomorrow. Witness the iron hooves ringing as they traverse the vast mountains and rivers. I stand at the forefront, firmly grasping the rotation of the sun and moon. In a fully equipped recording studio, Qin Baobao sang with all her might, her voice hoarse yet charmingly magnetic, failing to convey the fervor and grandeur of the song. It was indeed a challenge for her to sing such a spirited anthem with a voice that could make men slightly stiffen. After several attempts, dissatisfaction lingered, and she took a sip of water to soothe her throat, breathing lightly. The sound engineer, brimming with excitement, stood up and applauded, giving a thumbs up to Qin Baobao through the soundproof glass. "Delete it for me," she said, her spirits flagging as she exited the studio, returning to her exclusive office. Qin Baobao's emotions simmered with indignation and grievance. She grabbed her phone and messaged her younger brother. My new song was intercepted, accompanied by a crying emoji. Waiting anxiously for a response, she sent another message, this time with a picture of teary eyes. "A's?" After a prolonged wait, Qin Ze's delayed reply came. "Oh, I'm helping Sister Zijing make desserts. Can't talk now, chat later." Qin Baobao, already feeling stifled and furious, longed for her brother's comfort. A surge of unnamed rage flooded her heart, wishing to sweep all the items off her desk in frustration. Damn it, who is the real sister here? Her chest heaved violently as she dialed Qin Ze's number, exclaiming, "Qin Ze, come over. I'm at the company, office B2501. On the other end, Qin Ze's bewildered voice replied, "Why should I come to your company? I still have desserts to make." Qin Baobao interrupted him with a quivering voice, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry over here." After a brief silence, Qin Ze let out a faint "oh." He was slightly annoyed, his sister was being too capricious. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Qin Ze arrived at Xingyi Building, and after confirming with the front desk, he was allowed to proceed to the 25th floor. As he walked down the long corridor, he overheard two girls whispering in the break room. "I heard the company originally arranged a songwriting teacher for Qin Baobao, but Su Lu intercepted it." "I heard that too. Let's see how she shines on the I Am a Singer stage. We are all from the same batch of artists. Why should her treatment be superior?" "Humph. She must have slept with some leader. Just look at her flirtatious appearance. I wouldn't believe it if no leader had her in their sights. Even if she did. So what? Su Lu is a top-tier star. Would she dare say no to her song? She has even left the office all afternoon. I wonder how much resentment she holds. Ha ha ha. Sure, keep it down. Someone is coming." With keen ears, Qin Ze absorbed every word, quickly realizing the trouble Qin Baobao was in. He found the office marked with the number on the door and entered, where Qin Baobao was seated elegantly, her long legs crossed, a cup of strong tea in hand. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she exclaimed, "You're here." Qin Ze scoffed. "Quite the celebrity, aren't we? Summoning this commoner for what purpose?" Qin Baobao, ever radiant with a little sunlight, coughed lightly and replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just need you to write a song for me. If you have one, bring it forth." "I don't have one." Qin Ze turned to leave, genuinely vexed. He had been interrupted in the middle of preparing desserts, only to be summoned for a song. Had she forgotten her harsh words from 2 days prior? Seeing him about to depart, Qin Baobao grew anxious, rushing over in her high heels to clutch his right arm, exclaiming, "How can you be like this? I'm in big trouble, and you want help? Why are you leaving?" Just days prior, she had confidently declared she would never use his songs again. Yet she now turned to him for help. Qin Baobao pouted, "You're so stingy. Is my apology not enough? Are we still holding grudges? Fine, I forgive you." Qin Ze nodded, "But I really don't have a song. Sorry, I can't help." "Don't say it like that. Let me give you a kiss," Qin Baobao declared, employing her sisterly charm when her apology proved ineffective. Qin Ze frowned and evaded her kiss, impatiently saying, "I need to go back to make desserts for Zijing. Why call me all the way here for nothing? What madness is this?" He scolded her and attempted to leave. But before he could, he glanced back and was taken aback. Qin Baobao stood at the door, tears streaming down her face. Qin Ze, momentarily at a loss, knew that though his sister often threw tantrums and was not as quick with words as he was, her resilience was undeniable. She rarely cried in his presence. And seeing her now, resembling a forsaken kitten, softened his heart. He returned to the office, shutting the door behind him. "Why are you still crying?" Once the door closed, Qin Baobao unleashed her emotions, sobbing, "Go away, I don't want your song anymore. We're done, let us cut ties. What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Ze was bemused. "Qin Baobao, if you continue like this, I might genuinely get angry." "Oh, so you can throw tantrums, while I'm expected to remain calm. You ridiculed me excessively that day in front of Zijing. Do I not have feelings? Now you call me just for a song? Your new song was intercepted. And you're blaming me?" Days prior, Qin Baobao had mocked him in front of Wang Zijing during a minor quarrel, and though they were accustomed to playful banter, it felt different with someone he had feelings for present. Qin Baobao, now crouching on the floor with a tear-streaked face, lamented, "If you have a temper, then leave. Don't mind me, you ungrateful wretch. I've done so much for you, and you can't even support me when I'm down. Woe is me. You've known Zijing for only days, and you're practically glued to her. You don't know how unfairly treated I feel. My song was stolen. And I can't even express my anger. I have to endure it, yet you offer no comfort, only desserts for Zijing." Her sobs intensified, breathless, her tears and snot flowing freely. Qin Ze's tone softened. "All right, I was wrong, okay? Don't cry. I'll help you think of a few songs. No, whatever you need, I'll provide." Qin Baobao, known for her spirited nature, was emboldened by his words, and the more he soothed her, the more she cried. Today, she felt genuinely wronged, and her brother's affection felt distant. Qin Ze reached out to pull her up, but despite several attempts, he couldn't lift her. Her beautiful face was a mess of tears, her makeup ruined. In exasperation, he picked her up and placed her on the desk, handing her a few tissues. Qin Baobao grabbed them, wiping her nose and tears, yet continued to cry. Qin Ze suddenly recalled a humorous anecdote from the internet, which suggested a rather crude solution for dealing with a woman's tears. The jesters online claimed that when faced with a woman who weeps incessantly, the simplest method is to toss her onto the bed and engage in an act that might provoke her tears to cease. However, Qin Ze knew he could never resort to such a grotesque approach. Merely contemplating the idea was enough to make him shudder. Thus, he silently offered a tissue, refraining from uttering a word. One was diligently providing tissues while the other was resolutely determined to cry until the end of time. After an exhausting half hour, Qin Bao finally drained her tears, yet she continued to sob intermittently, unable to stop. "Dear sister, I was wrong, truly. Please stop crying," Qin Ze sighed. "You have done nothing wrong," Qin Bao sniffled. "If I am unhappy, it is my fault. As your older sister, I have failed in my duty to care for you. I have not shown enough heart, and I deserve to be punished." Qin Ze, skilled in soothing his sister, observed that her emotional outburst had subsided, and he seized the moment to employ sweet words to pacify her. He spoke to her whims, regardless of how insincere it might sound, knowing that women often take such reassurances to heart. With her eyes reddened in a pitiful expression, Qin Bao implored, "What about my song?" Yes, I shall write it for you right now," he replied. "Really?" Qin Bao's nose twitched, and her spirits lifted. She had not anticipated that Qin Ze would actually have a song. Initially, she only intended to vent her frustrations. But when she learned that he was preparing a dessert for Wang Zijing, an inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within her, prompting her to display her displeasure. Just as Qin Bao's lovely face brightened with a smile, she abruptly halted, glaring with her red-rimmed eyes. "Didn't you just say there wasn't one?" She pinched Qin Ze's waist. He winced, but managed to laugh in response. "That was merely an emotional outburst. I hope you can forgive me." After a moment's pause, Qin Bao sniffed. "Seeing your sincere apology, I shall temporarily let it slide." What kind of song do you want? Qin Ze inquired. Qin Bao was momentarily taken aback. Qin Ze gazed at her. Do you have several songs? Qin Bao, with her sharp intellect, immediately recognized his unintentional slip. Not many. Truly. I just feared they wouldn't meet your expectations. Qin Ze hastily amended. A love song, Qin Bao suggested after contemplating, feeling that the title of Queen of Love Songs was quite appealing. Very well, where are the paper and pen? I shall assist you in writing suddenly. Qin Ze froze. In his mind, a task notification chimed. Help Qin Bao achieve the championship in the program I Am a Singer to earn a reward of 500 points. Failure will result in a deduction of corresponding points. What is it? Qin Bao noticed her brother's dazed expression and tugged at his sleeve. Qin Ze's expression grew serious. He knew his current point balance stood at 378, with a task reward of 500 points and a penalty of 500 for failure. It meant he had no room for error this time. A single misstep would plunge his points into the negative, leading to an automatic system withdrawal. He would become a vegetable. Game over. On Friday, the second episode of I Am a Singer aired. At 9 in the evening, Qin Bao, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, bent over to fiddle with the LCD television. Qin Ze, why is the television still not working? She whined. After much futile effort, she was drenched in sweat, yet the television showed no signs of life. Reclining on the sofa, Qin Ze nonchalantly perused a forum. The repairman said something seems to have burned out. Then why not fix it? Qin Bao interrogated. It would cost 500 bucks. I didn't have it repaired. I gave him 50 for his time and sent him on his way. 500 bucks. Qin Bao winced at the thought. That amount could feed the three of them for a week. Fine. Once I become a big star, I'll buy dozens of televisions and let them all break. She declared, flopping onto the sofa, her foot resting on Wang Zijing's long leg, her voice drenched in exhaustion. So, do we have to watch the online version again tonight? Wang Zijing weakly replied, Baby, can I sleep? I'm really tired today. Qin Bao shot up. Embracing Wang Zijing with abandon, what are you tired from? It's Friday, and tomorrow is the weekend. You can sleep as long as you want. Wang Zijing cast a helpless glance at Qin Ze. Qin Ze understood. Oh, since when did you two start exchanging glances like that, and right in front of me? Qin Bao sarcastically quipped, Zijing, my brother is quite exceptional. I'll gladly share him with you. Qin Ze coughed lightly, diverting the topic. Sister, now that you're on the show, don't you receive an appearance fee? He regarded Qin Bao as a cunning girl. Although Wang Zijing didn't seem to mind such banter, she was quite particular about her reputation and image. She believed that being linked to a man in rumors would tarnish her family's honor, hence she would subconsciously distance herself from Qin Ze. He could see this. And surely, Qin Bao understood her friend as well. Outrageous. What appearance fee? Not a single penny. Qin Bao rolled her eyes, looking both charming and stunning. As a newcomer, just participating in a nationwide popular variety show is like a stroke of luck. How could I expect an appearance fee? However, as long as I can use this opportunity to gain fame, I will undoubtedly become a legitimate star, and then the money will come rolling in, Qin Bao said, her eyes sparkling with delight. I will help you win the championship this season, Qin Ze replied nonchalantly. His calm tone struck Qin Bao like a thunderclap. Ze, she squealed, leaping onto him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, her face nuzzling against his chest as she chirped, You truly are the best brother. What should I do? You were so good to me. I can only wish I could repay you in some way. After this timely rescue. And with Qin Ze's song triumphing over competitors, Qin Bao was utterly in awe of the brother she once mocked for his lack of ambition. Nearly becoming his devoted fan, Qin Ze could only laugh at his misfortune, his gaze meeting Wang Zijing's knowing smile. Feeling slightly embarrassed as he pushed away his playful sister. All right, I'm doing this for myself too. Qin Bao, seemingly misinterpreting his words, beamed even brighter and ruffled his hair. Exactly. Your glory is my glory. Qin Ze self-deprecatingly remarked, Sister's burdens are my burdens. He had an ominous feeling that he would inevitably bear the brunt of Qin Bao's fame. With the show's popularity, the quality of the songs, and Qin Bao's striking beauty, it was only a matter of time before their grandfather found out. There was no way to keep it a secret. Wang Zijing chuckled softly, a comedy act. What are you looking at? Qin Bao leaned over to peek at Qin Ze's phone. The official website of I Am a Singer, discussion forums, and fan clubs, he replied with a grin. Qin Bao's face flushed inexplicably, and she spat in jest. Settling down on the sofa in a huff, watching a light-hearted romance film with Wang Zijing to pass the time. She had also scoured forums and discussion boards related to the show, caring deeply about how the audience perceived her. Although she had searched for information about herself, she realized she was still a newcomer without a dedicated fan base or any fan clubs established in her name. Instead, she found many inappropriate comments or veiled jest on the program's official website and forums. Fuming, Qin Bao felt that Qin Ze was deliberately mocking her. "Give me your phone. You're not allowed to look." "Don't be silly. I'm analyzing the data," he protested. After a brief tussle, Qin Bao was subdued by her brother's strength, sulking as she watched the movie, ignoring him. Qin Ze spoke no falsehood. Despite his self-proclaimed status as a seasoned internet navigator, frequently indulging in browsing forums and engaging in discussions, he was genuinely immersed in the study of data, specifically the data pertaining to Qin Bao. He meticulously analyzed the frequency of her mentions and comments, her online search volume, and compared these metrics to those of other singers, sequentially deducing his sister's popularity. He had read a book titled The Age of Big Data, which elucidated how everything in the 21st century could be quantified, emphasizing the irreplaceable significance of data across various industries. Through data, one could unveil insights into numerous subjects. Simply put, by comparing two gaming characters based on their HP, MP, attack power, and magical strength, one could discern their disparities and ascertain the likelihood of defeating an opponent while identifying areas for improvement. True elites in society understand how to leverage data. However, the gulf in skill levels between the two parties was considerable. Qin Bao stubbornly remained at the bronze tier, while her competitors commenced from platinum, with no encounters with the top tier yet. Qin Ze felt cornered. He had to assist his sister in clinching the championship of I Am a Singer, or face potential erasure by the system, an outcome no different from being in a vegetative state. At midnight, the program commenced. The familiar strains of music filled the air, heralding a low-budget spectacle. Soon, the theme emerged, and the host, Qin Ze, appeared on screen, set against the backdrop of the program's backstage area, where all the singers congregated, sipping beverages and engaging in hushed conversations. Though the drinking was merely for promotional purposes, a symbolic gesture. "I am a singer, sponsored by a skincare brand. I am your host, Qin Ze," she announced with a sweet smile. The participants greeted her warmly. The camera then focused on Li Rongxing, the popular young star, who humbly remarked, "When I first accepted this program, my team and I were confident, certain of our success. However, after the last episode, my confidence has waned. The production team is formidable, with luminaries like Brother Huang, Sister Chen, and Teacher Hong. Nevertheless, from another perspective, it is a good challenge, steady and aim for victory. My current goal is to avoid elimination and strive to last until the end for the championship." Following him were Hong Jingyao, Huang Yuding, and Chen Xiaodong. Qin Ze turned to Wang Zijing and inquired, "Sister Zijing, how is your work? Are you adapting well?" Wang Zijing, intently watching the television, neglected to correct Qin Ze's mispronunciation and casually replied, "It's fine, focusing on work and speaking less, just following the rules. I still don't know what work it is." She added, "I'm an editor at an online media company." "You see? The shock department or the silence department?" Qin Ze queried. Wang Zijing turned her gaze from the screen, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Clearly, she did not grasp Qin Ze's humor. "Impressive. You've even entered a media company." Qin Ze expressed admiration. "What's so special about that?" Zijing graduated from Peking University's Chinese department, perfectly aligned with her profession, and she's as beautiful as my sister. Qin Bao interjected. "Who nearly got brushed aside by Xingyi is still a mystery," Qin Ze teased, unearthing his sister's sore spot. Qin Bao abruptly turned her head, puffed her cheeks, and huffed, "I want to stoop to your level. Zijing, let us focus on the program and ignore him." At that moment, the camera captured Qin Bao. While Li Rongxing exuded confidence, "I lack even the assurance to aim for a steady victory." Qin Ze's voice resonated. "I'm curious, Bao. Are you bringing original songs again this time?" "Indeed," Qin Bao replied, her smile flawless. A few singers appeared slightly moved. "Oh wow, such anticipation. I believe the viewers at home share the same excitement." Qin Ze paused, chuckling lightly. "I have another question, a personal one." Qin Bao smiled elegantly and nodded. "As far as I know, you are a newcomer at Xingyi Entertainment. Based on my years of experience in the industry, it's improbable for a newcomer to receive significant resource allocation from the company. You must realize that your last two songs are of exceptional quality, and a rising star wouldn't have too many such masterpieces." Qin Ze inquired with curiosity. "I already mentioned, my brother wrote them for me," Qin Bao replied earnestly. Qin Ze chuckled wryly and shook her head. "To be honest, after returning home, I searched, and there is no lyricist or composer named Qin Ze in the industry." "Your brother wrote the songs? Who are you fooling? How old is he?" Having witnessed the growth of many stars, including lyricists, I know that the path to fame is long and winding. Talented individuals gradually emerge, often with a single song that catapults them to fame, followed by sporadic outstanding works. It defies logic for two exceptional songs to emerge simultaneously unless it's part of a meticulously planned star-making scheme, which requires vast resources. The value of such exquisite songs is immense. If Xingyi Entertainment is allocating significant resources to promote Qin Baobao, I find that hard to believe, unless she is the mistress of some high-ranking official in the company. Yin Jia did not voice these thoughts, but posed the question not only out of personal curiosity, but also to enhance the show's appeal, igniting audience intrigue. As Qin Baobao appeared on screen, the barrage of comments erupted. Good to see you again, my goddess. Qin Baobao, I miss you so much. I've seen you in my dreams. Everyone, sing along with me. Get the tissues ready. Qin Baobao, true goddess, love you to bits. After Yin Jia posed her question, the comments ignited into a frenzy. What the hell? A brother? Why don't I believe this? Brother, I take no responsibility for this. Yin Jia stated that there's no one by that name in the industry, causing a stir of speculation. Could it be that Qin Baobao is connected to some entertainment mogul? Wow, I just believed in love, and now I'm disappointed. Meanwhile, Qin Baobao, intently reading the comments, felt her expression darken. Her eyes brimming with tears. Why do they think so grimly of me? Because you're too beautiful, Qin Ze remarked. His sister puffed her chest in defiance. Is it my fault for being beautiful? I don't wish to be this beautiful. Wang Zijing and Qin Ze rolled their eyes in unison, and Qin Ze added, Qin Baobao, you should know that saying such things can easily lead to trouble. Chapter 56. Did you not notice Qin Baobao's rehearsal? Now, allow me to introduce the final singer. Can anyone guess who she might be? In the backstage area, Yin Jiao walked while turning to converse. Who is it? Which supplementary singer is it? The anticipation was palpable. If the production team could invite a superstar, I would truly be impressed. Don't even think about it. The appearance fee would be astronomical. Not necessarily. The fee is calculated by the number of appearances. If we invite a superstar and then eliminate them, it wouldn't cost too much. How naive. Once a superstar steps on stage, they would simply dominate. There would be no competition. Besides, if it were such a setup, why would a superstar even agree to come? Wouldn't that harm their popularity? Where's your intellect? The comments section buzzed with excitement. Although the program was already airing on television, not everyone was glued to their screens. Modern viewers preferred to watch on their phones or computers, often ignoring the television altogether. Yin Jia knocked on the door. A young woman with wavy, long hair opened it. Smiling and greeting her, Hi, Teacher Shuamai, hello? Yin Jia, hello? The two women warmly shook hands. Shuamai could be considered a third-tier star, neither too famous nor too obscure. Yet Yin Jia was exceptionally enthusiastic towards her, primarily due to Shuamai's husband, Li Shuigong, a titan in the music industry and a pioneer in rock music, whose fame eclipsed even that of Huang Yuding. Shuamai, in her late 20s, was nearly a decade younger than her husband, who was approaching 40. In the entertainment industry, such age differences, particularly older men with younger women, were quite common, with some couples even having a 20-year gap. Having started as a model, Shuemei leveraged her husband's connections in the entertainment world to launch a music career, eventually managing to establish herself as a third-tier celebrity. Teacher Shuemei maintained a very positive demeanor, showing no signs of nervousness. Yin Jia smiled and said, You seem calm. The newcomers aren't nervous, so why should I be? Shuemei shrugged casually. Your confidence leaves me at a loss for words. Yin Jia could only respond with a smile. The comments section erupted. Wow, quite the bold statement. Just because the newcomers aren't nervous, you think you can be too? All right, but at least Qin Baobao has exceptional singing skills, and her songs are indisputable, Shuemai. Where does your confidence come from? Disappointment lingered. While Shuemai was beautiful, she was entirely incomparable to Qin Baobao, lacking in both facial features and figure. A woman without a 36D cup. Is she even a woman? Come on. MD's easy. I am a woman, just without a 36D. So what? Chinese women. Crazy. 36D is human? More like a dairy cow. Of course, there were also many supporters of Shuemai. The sarcastic comments were only from a minority. As a third-tier star, her popularity was not something Qin Baobao could rival. Feigning curiosity, Yin Jia inquired, I heard Teacher Shuemai has come prepared with a secret weapon. Can you share? Certainly. Shuemai nodded confidently. My husband wrote several songs for me. Since my schedule is relatively free, I decided to come challenge myself on your show. Wow. Is it a new song from Teacher Shuigong? Rock. Yin Jia exclaimed in surprise. Not rock. I can't sing that. It's a love song, Shuemai replied with a blissful expression. My husband composed these love songs, and I plan to release an album by the end of the year, featuring all his compositions. As everyone knows, My husband is a rock singer, and love songs are not his forte, so I want to test them on the I Am a Singer platform. Qin Ze smiled and said, "We look forward to it." The comments section exploded. Li Shuigong's new work? Exciting. Idol-produced, must be a masterpiece. Full of highlights, compared to Qin Baobao's original songs. I am more eager for Teacher Li's love songs. Rock love songs? Don't joke. Rock and love songs are entirely different realms. How can one passionately sway while singing a heartfelt love song? Exactly. Ignorance is terrifying. Rock and love songs are completely different. Li Shuigong dotes on his wife, Envy. 666 Fast forward. I want to hear Li Shuigong's new song. The rock giant ventures into the love song territory. Love song princes better tremble. Li Shuigong was renowned in the music scene for his self-composed and self-performed works, with his rock music spreading widely. However, love songs and rock are fundamentally different. I don't hold out much hope. At the computer, Qin Ze observed the comments, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Who says rock and love songs are different realms? Prior to sampling the music library in the Points Mall, I believed the same, but the system broadened my perspective. The stored music library is vast, comprising songs from parallel dimensions, many of which are rock love songs. Qin Baobao sneered. This woman is stirring trouble. I find her displeasing and will knock her out in the first round. Qin Ze rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, that's a spoiler. How can we enjoy the show now? Sister Zijing, let us head back to our room and sleep." All right. Wang Zijing readily complied, standing up to head inside. Neither of them wished to watch, feeling fatigued and unwilling to stay up late. Qin Baobao panicked, pushing Wang Zijing onto the sofa. Then lunging forward to pin Qin Ze down. "Don't go. Stay and watch with me. My moment in the spotlight hasn't come yet. If you don't watch, I'll sever ties with you." Qin Ze raised his hand in surrender. "I'm not afraid of your threats. Let me go back to sleep." Qin Baobao leaned in, whispering something in his ear. Qin Ze instantly capitulated, declaring, "I will accompany my sister until the ends of time," merely smiling faintly. Qin Baobao quietly threatened, "I'll tell Zijing that you secretly use my underwear for strange purposes." Caught off guard, Qin Ze shot an angry glare at his sister's deep, alluring neckline, seeking revenge. Perceptive, Qin Baobao immediately noticed, swiftly delivering a hand chop to his head while blushing and straightening up. In the program, the singers began drawing lots. Hong Jingyao, a seasoned veteran, was chosen to draw first and shrugged helplessly, drawing number 3. Huang Yuding was next, number 2. Chen Xiaong drew, number 3. When it was Li Roxing's turn, he was particularly nervous. Unfortunately, Lady Luck had abandoned him today, and he drew number 2. And oh, why am I number 2? I don't want to compete with Brother Huang, Li Roxing exclaimed, holding his head and repeatedly shouting "No." The other singers laughed. Yin Jiao winked. "Now there are only 2 number 1s left in the box. You two need not draw anymore." Shuamai shot a sidelong glance at Qin Baobao. "Indeed. There's no need to draw." Qin Baobao maintained her smile. Yin Jiao remarked, "This draw is quite interesting. Both of you brought original songs. In the previous episode, we witnessed the quality of Qin Baobao's songs, while teacher Shuamai stands behind a formidable figure. Who will prevail? I can hardly wait for this competition to begin." Shuamai responded with confident nonchalance. "I trust in my husband's talent, as well as my own abilities." The cameraman deliberately shifted focus to Qin Baobao. "A bit of verbal sparring is a major draw for variety shows." Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. "I also believe in my brother's talent, as well as my own abilities." Shuamai scoffed. The comments section erupted. "Wow, these 2 women are clashing. This is getting interesting." I Am a Singer is a remarkably authentic program. Unlike some variety shows that are entirely scripted and full of contrived scenarios, I Am a Singer does have its structures, but many details remain genuine, never artificially creating conflicts or forced emotional moments. In terms of appearance, I lean towards Qin Baobao. Yet in terms of skill, I favor Shuamai. After all, her husband is Li Shuigong. I love watching women clash. To be honest, Qin Baobao has little hope. Although she has 2 exquisite songs, exquisite is hardly unique. She only slightly fell short compared to the first 2 performances. Without the need for teacher Shuamai to eliminate her, her popularity would have significantly declined. The audience could not accept such a stark contrast. It is a valid point. Qin Baobao is a newcomer without a fan base. Unlike other singers whose occasional missteps are met with understanding and recognition of their talent, there is little to compare. It is a pity that Qin Baobao must exit the competition. She is a stunning beauty with an alluring figure, and her elimination feels like a loss. I have not had enough of her yet. Even if she possesses an enviable figure but lacks singing prowess, she must still face elimination. To speak candidly, Qin Baobao does possess vocal talent, especially her voice, which captivates me profoundly. However, she is surrounded by seasoned professionals, making her at a disadvantage as a newcomer. Nevertheless, it is remarkable for her to have garnered such immense popularity. Following this elimination, her agency will undoubtedly provide further promotion, and she is likely to achieve fame. On stage, Qin Ze announced, "Let us welcome the first singer, Huoshui." Applause erupted, and the audience's excitement soared. They were fully aware of the recording situation backstage through the large screen. They knew Huoshui was presenting a new piece by Li Shuigong, and anticipation was palpable. Huoshui stepped onto the stage with a poised and enchanting model's walk at 27. She was a mature beauty exuding charm. Many in the audience screamed, and some men whistled. As the music began, the large screen displayed the song title, Fairy Tale. And Huoshui's voice resonated with the rhythm, gently revealing to you the secret of fairy tales. It is a poignant love, a beautiful love. The prince loves the princess. The frog loves the princess. The puppet loves the princess. The frog loves the princess. You are my princess, my love. The love in fairy tales. My princess, your prince is me. Huoshui's voice was sweet, crisp, and melodious, perfectly suited to the upbeat tempo of fairy tale. The audience gently swayed their arms, moving in time to the rhythm, listening intently to the lilting song without shouting. The camera shifted backstage, where Huang Yuding expressed his admiration. The rhythm is lively and catchy. Hong Jingyao offered a fair assessment. Compared to top-tier songs, it falls slightly short, but it's still a lovely piece about blissful love, well worth a listen. Suddenly, Chen Xiaodong interjected, "Hey, don't let little Qin mislead you. This program is about vocal skills, not the quantity of quality songs." Hong Jingyao and Huang Yuding chuckled, acknowledging that they had indeed been led astray, instinctively comparing the original pieces to Qin Baobao's two original songs. However, in this competitive arena, the song is merely a component. Vocal prowess is paramount. In music variety shows, the more prestigious the song, the less frequently it is featured. Conversely, lesser-known songs tend to be quite popular. There is a rationale behind this. Classics are inherently difficult to surpass, and attempting to cover them without proficiency is akin to shooting oneself in the foot. The comments on the screen buzzed with activity. A refreshing love song, quite nice. Yet, why does it seem to be from a man's perspective? Well, of course, this is a song written by teacher Li Shuigong for teacher Huoshui, so it naturally adopts a male perspective. The model couple of the entertainment industry, how touching. I want a husband like that. This song is lovely, but why does it seem inferior to the two songs by Qin Baobao? Of course, you don't expect quality songs to be commonplace, do you? So-called quality songs are those that can undoubtedly rank among the top 10 on the music charts and remain relevant for years, even decades, without fading away. Classics, no matter how many years pass, never lose their charm. They only grow more exquisite with time. Absolutely correct. I give this song full marks. A love song composed by teacher Li Shuigong for his wife, filled with love. Is teacher Li Shuigong showing off his affection? It's a bit of a love fest, but I enjoy it. Impressive, my brother. He excels in rock and sings love songs so beautifully too? Huoshui exclaimed, "My husband is truly remarkable. I adore you." Next up is Qin Baobao. I feel like she is doomed. Ha ha ha. She is definitely in trouble unless she presents another quality song. But is that even possible? Compared to her legend, I prefer teacher Huoshui's Fairy Tale. It is catchy, and I immediately found myself in the rhythm. In the program, several singers continued to discuss the widespread acclaim for Fairy Tale, unanimously optimistic about Huoshui. Li Rongxing glanced around, pondering for a moment before speaking up. Haven't you all listened to Qin Baobao's rehearsal? I was at the rehearsal, but didn't get to hear it. I had something to do that day. I left right after my rehearsal." The other singers turned their attention to Li Rongxing. Chapter 57, Fairy Tale. The production team scheduled rehearsals for the singers, and it was impossible to coordinate them at the same time. After all, they were all stars, and time equated to money. Qin Baobao was the last to rehearse, as she needed to practice the song that Qin Ze had written for her on Wednesday, with the rehearsal set for Thursday, leaving her with a mere day. She sang until her voice was hoarse. Li Rongxing was likely the only singer who witnessed Qin Baobao's entire rehearsal, as she was positioned right behind him. That day, he had an event to attend, yet he chose to stay, partly out of curiosity about this young woman who burst forth with two exquisite songs at the opening, wondering if she would continue to shine or if her talent had reached its limits. Another reason for his interest was his attraction to Qin Baobao. Her flawless face and figure were irresistible to any normal man. While Li Rongxing had been linked to several female celebrities in the past, none compared to Qin Baobao. She was in a league of her own. Li Rongxing wore a mischievous smile, choosing not to explain anything to the other singers. Shuemei showcased a clear high note towards the end, gradually transitioning into a deeper tone. As the music concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, their cheers crashing like waves. The dazzling stage lights illuminated the faces of every spectator, who clapped and cheered in unison. Now, we invite our queen of love songs, Qin Baobao. Applause resounded from all directions. Qin Baobao's popularity was evidently greater than before, as a considerable number of fans had come to support her, predominantly male, some even whistling and laughing. Under the radiant stage lights, Qin Baobao took to the stage, her tall figure and long legs accentuated by her stunningly beautiful face, once again captivating the audience in front of their screens. The comments flooded in, "Big boob girl, we adore you. Those long legs, let me have a go. Qin Baobao is truly a goddess. She is my goddess, I want to take her home." It seemed at this time, Qin Baobao was destined to shine. And rightly so, she had recently been featured in a dance competition show where she would undoubtedly claim the championship. Such a physique would be a pity not to dance. Her voice was also melodious, yet she struggled with her popularity and lacked a solid fan base. The romantic song written by Li Shuigong for his wife was undeniably charming, and Shuemei's performance was no less impressive. These two women were quite amusing. One relied on her brother, while the other depended on her husband. Relying on her husband was true, but depending on her brother was debatable. I couldn't believe that her brother wrote the song. Her company was undoubtedly promoting her. Unfortunately, it seemed she would leave empty-handed this time. The show I Am a Singer was inherently unsuitable for newcomers, even in the previous season. The participating singers had at least a fan base. Qin Baobao was competing without any backing. At that moment, the camera captured many spectators pointing at the big screen, discussing animatedly. It was unclear what they were surprised about. The scene quickly shifted back to the stage, where the scrolling subtitles at the top of the screen still displayed the word fairy tale, but the music began to play. Qin Baobao closed her eyes, preparing to sing. The comments erupted. Fairy tale? Why is it still fairy tale? Was there a mistake by the staff? This is Teacher Shuemei's song. This was awkward. Qin Baobao. Don't turn around, or you'll cry. Haha. How unprofessional is this? They can't even get the scrolling subtitles right. How are we supposed to know what song Qin Baobao is singing? Suddenly, a comment popped up. Warning, high energy ahead. High energy? What do you mean? Is Qin Baobao taking off her clothes? I detest those fools who incessantly talk about high energy for no reason. Despite the audience's chatter, the scrolling subtitles remained unchanged, while Qin Baobao's unique, sultry voice resonated through the microphone, filling the venue. I've forgotten how long it's been since I last heard you. Tell me your favorite story. I've thought about it for a long time. I'm starting to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried and told me that fairy tales are all lies. I can never be your prince. Perhaps you want to understand, but since you said you loved me, my sky has been filled with stars. Backstage, Huang Yuding was left dumbfounded. Chen Xiaotong gaped in astonishment. Hong Jingyao shook his head, muttering under his breath, another masterpiece. They were all professional singers, and one could generally gauge the quality of a song after just the first half. Shuemei stared intently at the screen, particularly fixated on the word fairy tale, which seemed especially glaring. Li Rongxing wore a knowing smile. When I heard this song that day, I was just as bewildered. By now, those with discerning ears could tell that the two songs were incomparable. Shuemei's fairy tale was merely refreshing, and without the backing of Li Shuigong and the romantic story dedicated to his wife, it would never have captivated the audience so. However, Qin Baobao's song surpassed Shuemei's in melody, lyrics, and vocal delivery. The gentle yet slightly melancholic piano notes floated through the air, while Qin Baobao, with deep emotion, suddenly raised her voice. I wish to become the angel you love in the fairy tale, spreading my arms to become wings to protect you. You must believe that we will have a happy ending, just like in a fairy tale. The camera swept over the audience's faces, capturing expressions of sheer astonishment. I wish to be the angel you love in the fairy tale, spreading my arms to become wings to protect you. This song. The comments exploded with praise. Wow, this song is incredible. Fairy tale? It wasn't a mistake by the staff. The song is indeed called fairy tale. My heart aches. It feels so sorrowful. Qin Baobao continues to surprise me. I adore her. The two fairy tales were entirely different in style. It reminds me of my first love, sob sob. Qin Baobao's love songs were unparalleled. Even a tough guy like me nearly cried. Soulful singer Qin Baobao, I'm now a fan. This song, it was so moving, yet catchy. I found myself humming along, even though I was hearing it for the first time. Qin Baobao closed her eyes, recalling the words Qin Ze had said just yesterday before singing this very song. Sister, this song is written for you. I hope to be your angel. guarding you for a lifetime. And then Qin Baobao had heard the song, and she had cried. You cried and told me that fairy tales are all lies. I can never be your prince. Perhaps you want to understand, but since you said you loved me, my sky has been filled with stars. I wish to become the angel you love in the fairy tale, spreading my arms to become wings to protect you. You must believe that we will have a happy ending. Just like in a fairy tale. Qin Baobao was lost in the moment. Her emotions stirred as she shouted into the microphone towards the hundreds of audience members. Let us sing together. Some were exhilarated, while others were moved to tears. This is a poignant ballad, predestined from its opening lines, chronicling the devolution of a relationship from fervent ardor to eventual dissolution. The male protagonist, unable to relinquish the bond, reminisces about their initial bliss, yearning, or rather, imploring to be her guardian angel for eternity, cherishing and protecting her. Believe that our story will culminate like those in fairy tales, with happiness and joy as the denouement. These lines are particularly heart-wrenching, as fairy tales, by their very nature, can never materialize into reality. Xuemei's fairy tale embodies a saccharine romance, whereas Qin Baobao's fairy tale represents a sorrowful, unattainable desire. The two diverge vastly in their artistic conception, lyrical content, and melodic structure. The latter, a masterpiece among masterpieces, is destined for meteoric success. Qin Baobao, her chest gently undulating, regulated her breathing and offered a graceful bow to the audience, who were deeply immersed in the song's emotional resonance. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, she expressed. Individuals began to rise, applauding fervently. A second person stood, followed by a third. A wave of enthusiasm rippled through the audience as they all rose to their feet. Their applause thundering. On-screen comments, mind-blowing, utterly mind-blowing. What am I to do? I've fallen for her. How can such a woman exist? I yearn to possess her. Someone stop me. I want to force myself on her like a domineering CEO. Does anyone have Qin Baobao's address? I want to propose marriage. Fake Pig Armor tremblingly says, I yield the title of number one to you. This woman is about to become famous, and immensely so. Baobao is the best. Yin Jia, adorned in a moon-white, off-the-shoulder dress, ascended the stage, her exquisitely made-up face radiating an expression of astonishment. Fairy tales, truly beautiful and heart-stirring, she remarked. We thank both singers for presenting us with different styles of fairy tale love. Esteemed audience, please take up your voting devices. The first round of eliminations is now commencing. Amidst the vibrant music, the vote counts fluctuated. The audience members cast their votes while observing the large screen. The on-screen comments were particularly lively, with support divided between Qin Baobao and Xuemei. One is a debutante visual goddess, hailed online as the Queen of Ballads, while the other is a third-tier star with an established fan base, whose husband, Li Shiweigong, is a renowned vocalist and one of the leading figures in rock music. Who shall prevail? Chapter 58. The protective husband. The audience's eyes were fixed on the big screen, eagerly anticipating the outcome. One was a third-tier celebrity, while the other was a rock star husband. The newcomer was a pure talent, consistently making waves with new songs. The final result was Xuemei, 201 votes. Qin Baobao, 299 votes. No one abstained. The margin was nearly 100 votes, a decisive victory. Applause erupted, and cheers filled the air. Netizens expressed their thoughts in the barrage, stating, it was expected. There is truly no comparison. Qin Baobao's fairy tale made me want to weep, stirring a faint sadness within me. Although I am a fan of Li Shiweigong, his fairy tale pales in comparison to Qin Baobao's. I accept defeat gracefully. Qin Baobao once again surprised us. She is the highlight of I Am a Singer. As the saying goes, give a perfect score or none at all. I am finally convinced that the idea of a younger brother is merely a myth. How could one person possibly compose so many exceptional songs? Invisible Wings, Legend, Fairy Tale. Come on, you expect me to believe that all these masterpieces are the work of a single individual? Anyone who does is a fool. The comments flooded in, with most praising Qin Baobao, noting her impressive singing and beauty, asserting that her victory was well-deserved. Qin Baobao watched with delight, her eyes crinkling in joy. Suddenly, Qin Ze snapped his notebook shut and declared, the show is over, Sister Zijing. Let us return to the room and sleep. Sleep. How dare you take advantage of me? Wang Zijing shot him an annoyed glance, stood up, stretched, and yawned. Baobao, you've won. Can I finally sleep now? Go on. Go on. Qin Baobao pouted. A forced victory is no victory at all. Allowing my brother and best friend to witness my moment of glory is enough satisfaction for me. What happened next? Wang Zijing asked curiously. The three contestants in the revival match were Chen Xiaodong, Li Rongxing, and Xuemei. Ultimately, it was Xuemei who was eliminated. Qin Ze replied. Qin Baobao was taken aback. How did you know? Qin Ze raised his phone, There are spoilers online. The comments are quite lively. Sister, you've gained a bit of fame this time. Qin Baobao beamed, snatching the phone from him, her joy palpable. Let me see. No need to look anymore. As Wang Zijing closed the door, Qin Ze took out a cigarette, lit it, and comfortably exhaled the smoke. Qin Baobao waved her hand to disperse the haze. Lowering her head to check her phone, Qin Ze took a deep drag and exhaled directly towards Qin Baobao's delicate face. She choked, coughing violently, and angrily kicked Qin Ze. What are you doing? I told you not to look. Qin Ze seized the phone. His expression serious. Your victory this time was not due to popularity, but rather the strength of your song. This is not acceptable. How can it not be acceptable? I am beautiful and my singing is enchanting. I am invincible. Qin Baobao, brimming with confidence after her victory, felt as if she could soar. While songs are important, this show is not solely about the music. It also involves vocal skills and popularity. Your voice is sensual, Qin Ze analyzed, but in terms of vocal technique, you are actually at the bottom, comparable to Xuemei. When compared to professional singers like Huang Yuding and Li Rongxing, you fall short. Furthermore, in terms of popularity, you were fortunate this time to face a third-tier celebrity of similar caliber, a mediocre singer. If you were to encounter Huang Yuding or Li Rongxing, you would likely falter. But this is as far as I can go. Vocal skills cannot improve overnight without a mentor to provide guidance. Qin Baobao replied, feeling aggrieved. You may not have a mentor, but I can be one. Qin Ze chuckled. You don't have to work these days. I'll give you special training. In a week, we'll elevate your vocal skills to a new level. You? Qin Baobao looked at him for a moment before bursting into laughter, clutching her stomach as she fell onto the sofa. Qin Ze's lips twitched. System, redeem advanced singing techniques for me. I want to outshine this insufferable girl. Redemption successful. Qin Ze slapped his sister's ample backside, producing a crisp sound, and Qin Baobao squealed, covering her rear, her face a mix of indignation and delight. Now, sing fairy tale again. Humph, humph, hurry up and sing. I have no sister, only a brother. Stop talking nonsense and sing when I ask you to. Qin Ze, you're becoming increasingly arrogant. Do you still recognize me as your sister? Not listening, huh? Then you can figure out how to get a song yourself. I'm not writing for you anymore. Please don't be like that. I made a mistake. Call me Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Sing. Oh. After receiving guidance, Qin Ze's insights improved her singing tremendously, pointing out her mispronunciations and mistakes. Many songs share common elements, low notes, high notes, vibrato, and so on, all requiring different techniques. The training provided by the company is not necessarily incorrect, but it is certainly not comprehensive. Merely listening attentively for 45 minutes in class will not produce a Ph.D. or Master S degree. Qin Baobao was astounded. After her brother-S coaching, many areas she had previously found perplexing became clear, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sky. She felt immensely grateful. If it weren't for Qin Ze's serious demeanor, she would have rushed over to pinch his cheeks and exclaimed, "Where did this little monster come from to possess my brother? Quickly, leave. At 2 in the morning." An exhausted Qin Baobao was sent back to her room by Qin Ze. However, he found sleep elusive. Troubled by the fact that Qin Baobao's chances of winning the championship were slim, the difficulty of the upcoming task was hellish. The next morning, after returning from their morning exercise, Qin Ze and Wang Zijing found Qin Baobao in the living room on a phone call, dressed in loose-fitting white pajamas, her hair tousled. A glass of warm water on the glass coffee table before her. Sisterly, I want to be coming to the company for the next few days. Yes, I need to focus on practicing my songs. Who does Su Gongming think he is? He can just get lost. I have no interest in his songs. You don't need to come. You're not my personal assistant. Just help me take a leave of absence. What feedback is there from the company? Oh. As long as the leadership is satisfied, that's all that matters. You can handle the affairs over there. I want to be coming in this week. The title of Queen of Love Songs is quite nice, so let us go with that. Let the company buy more news. I'm just lacking in fame and fans right now. I know I've already gained a lot, but compared to established singers like Li Rongxing and Hong Jingyao, my foundation is still quite shallow. Oh, I want to concern myself with these matters. You're my manager, so you handle it. I'm hanging up now. Bye. Wang Zijing smiled as she changed into her cotton slippers. Oh, look at you, exuding the aura of a big star, my dear. You're impressive. Qin Ze chuckled at the banter, joining in. Impressive indeed, my sister. Qin Baobao sipped her warm water and shot him a playful glare. Stop it. After breakfast, Wang Zijing left for work while Qin Baobao practiced singing in her room, digesting the lessons from the previous night. Qin Ze settled in the living room, simultaneously checking the stock market on his laptop and gathering data on Qin Baobao. Following the show yesterday, Qin Baobao's popularity soared. Aside from the news bought by Xingyi Entertainment, several smaller entertainment outlets published articles about her. Lazy Cat app. Newcomer Qin Baobao shines again. Fairy Tale crashes into the top 10 of the music chart. Tianyi. 3 exquisite songs. Is Qin Baobao a key star being cultivated by Xingyi Entertainment? Yun Duan. Fairy Tale receives rave reviews. The birth of the queen of love songs. Taigua. An in-depth look into Qin Baobao's romantic history. You see, after Qin Baobao finished singing this song, hundreds of audience members fell silent. Qin Ze chuckled as he read through the articles. Suddenly, he noticed the trending topic on Weibo, protective husband Li Xuegang. The situation unfolded as follows. At 7 this morning, Shuemei posted a Weibo message. The battle has not yet begun, and I have already fallen, tears streaming down my face. Husband, your fairy tale is not winning over the audience. Li Xuegang. The accompanying image showcased her and Qin Baobao's voting results. Shuemei, 201 votes. Qin Baobao, 299 votes. The fans offered their consolation and encouragement. If it were merely this, it would hardly warrant trending on Weibo, yet Lu Xuegang responded. Moments later, Lu Xuegang also took to Weibo, stating, "The program I Am a Singer is a splendid platform for singers to engage and compete. Can an inexperienced newcomer truly belong on such a stage? Is it appropriate? I mean no offense to anyone. This is simply my personal opinion." His husband avenging her. Shuemei accompanied his post with an image of the I Am a Singer invitation. This stirred quite a commotion. Lu Xuegang is, after all, a renowned musician and one of the stalwarts of the rock genre, with millions of followers on Weibo. The devoted husband, Lu Xuegang, showcased an impeccable display of affection. It feels as though he treats his wife like a cherished daughter, face bomb. Such genuine love. Wow, is the idol finally set to appear on I Am a Singer? The anticipation is palpable, exceedingly thrilling. The Rock King will grace the battlefield in 7 days. Prepare yourself. Truly, they are a model couple. Show me more of your affection. Here I am, indulging in this sweet morsel of love. Shuemei is fortunate to have such a wonderful husband. Lu Xuegang's stature in the music industry rivals that of Huang Yutong, and this promises to be intriguing, as I look forward to their duel. I support Huang Yutong. His voice is celestial. Nonsense, Lu Xuegang's rock is electrifying. I adore his songs. Can Huang Yutong measure up? Hiding in a corner. Qin Baobao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the diversion. Haha, so amusing. Qin Baobao finds herself in a predicament, waiting for Lu Xuegang to reassure her. Uncle will pat your head. Fear not. Qin Ze frowned as he observed, noting that most were not optimistic about Qin Baobao. Yet, it was comforting to see some supporting her. Revenge? You bully a newcomer and still have the audacity? Pathetic. Your wife lacks talent compared to others, yet you still have the nerve to complain. Stick to your rock music, composing love songs? Competing with me. The queen of love songs? Who can blame anyone for your downfall? So what if they are new? Do you look down on newcomers? Maybe you managed to outshine your wife. What a person, devoid of any true star quality. As he continued reading, the comments were overwhelmingly biased, praising the devoted husband, the rock vocalist, and insinuating that Qin Baobao was terrified. Lu Xuegang's fans were all in uproar, finding it delightful. In this day and age, a celebrity sharing a personal snapshot garners countless adulations and admiration, let alone the interactions between a couple. It feels as if Qin Baobao is the villainous dragon from a fairy tale, waiting for the valiant Lu Xuegang to slay it. Chapter 59. A challenge issued. Intrigued, Qin Ze posted a concise retort on Weibo, directly addressing Lu Xuegang. His influence, however, was negligible, attracting little to no attention. Undeterred, he sought out his sister, Qin Baobao, who was immersed in vocal exercises. Noticing his presence, she turned her gaze towards him. Elder sister, you're being ridiculed, Qin Ze announced, extending his phone for her perusal. Qin Baobao's countenance shifted upon reading the post. What's with Lu Xuegang? Such unsportsmanlike conduct. Avenging Shuemei? What does he mean by that? She exclaimed, seizing her own phone and delving into the content with mounting indignation, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Retweet my Weibo post later, Qin Ze instructed, before departing. Qin Baobao's Weibo profile identified her as a signed artist with Xingyi Entertainment, a singer renowned for works such as Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale. In her nascent stages on Weibo, Qin Baobao's followers consisted primarily of her brother, Qin Ze, and a smattering of acquaintances, totaling a mere handful. Presently, her following had burgeoned to over 50,000. Her most recent post, dated June 15th, read, "Delighted to partake in my younger brother's culinary masterpiece, chicken stew with mushrooms. Mwah. Accompanying the text was an image of Qin Ze immersed in culinary endeavors within the kitchen. Prior to her departure from the Fortune 500 company, Qin Baobao would occasionally grace Weibo with updates reflective of her mood, carefree and unencumbered. Since embarking on her artistic journey, however, her presence had waned. Dedicating less time to the digital realm, unlike Qin Ze, who frequented various online forums. The aforementioned post had garnered over 10,000 comments, predominantly from newfound admirers, lauding her musical prowess, with Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale receiving effusive praise. An equal measure of adulation was directed towards Qin Baobao's aesthetic appeal. The commentary was particularly intriguing due to its suggestive nature. While numerous female celebrities enjoyed similar accolades, Qin Baobao's allure elicited a unique response, characterized by playful banter. This stemmed from her captivating features, an innate magnetism capable of ensnaring the senses, accentuated by her fiery physique, evoking the image of a bewitching enchantress, devoid of any semblance of demureness. Having perused Lu Shuigong's Weibo post with palpable discontent, Qin Baobao returned to her profile, only to discover it had been besieged, with comments surging from 10,000 to over 30,000. The influx comprised predominantly of Lu Shuigong's supporters and instigators. Can you tolerate this? Lu Shuigong vows to extinguish you. Qin Baobao, it's your time to shine. Deploy the Pokeball. Patience wanes. Prepare for a showdown with the Rock Titan. I've arrived from Lu Shuigong's Weibo, eager to witness the Queen of Ballads quiver. Qin Baobao, you're in dire straits. What are you waiting for? Dial 158x times x times x times 1812. Summon your husband. I'll protect you. Qin Baobao. Prepare to be dismantled by my idol and ejected from the program. Retribution for KOing his wife. Karma strikes. Fear not. Concede defeat in the upcoming episode. Spectating. Spectating 1. A fledgling challenging seasoned professionals? How amusing. Your vocal talent is mediocre at best, merely capitalizing on novelty. Once the audience tires, you'll be eliminated. My boyfriend has inexplicably set Qin Baobao's full body image as his phone wallpaper. Utterly infuriating. Clearly not a virtuous woman, humph. I wager Qin Baobao will be eliminated in the next episode, predicated on the following. The upcoming contenders, Huang Yuding, Chen Xiaodong, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, Qin Baobao, and Lu Shuigong pose formidable challenges. Irrespective of her opponent, victory will be elusive. Initial defeat will lead to resurrection, ultimately culminating in elimination. In preceding episodes, triumph was contingent upon exceptional compositions and the relative obscurity of Li Zongda and Xuan Mei, whose fame was confined to Hong Kong, with limited appeal in mainland China. Furthermore, her background as a model, rather than a trained vocalist, coupled with her limited renown, allowed Qin Baobao to prevail through exceptional compositions. However, can she sustain this momentum? Even with Xingyi's backing, resources are finite. Can they afford to lavish such resources on a newcomer? Even if so, Xingyi isn't solely a record label. So where will they get so many quality songs? Every quality song is valuable. Will Xingyi spend so much money to support a newcomer? Your analysis is irrefutable. Your assessment suggests Qin Baobao's journey will conclude in the third episode. Alas, I yearn for more Qin Baobao. Recalling Qin Ze's directive, retweet my Weibo post later. Qin Baobao navigated to her brother's profile, where she encountered his latest post. Let's have a contest if you are not convinced. Li Shuigong, after a moment's contemplation, her eyes lit up, a smile gracing her lips as she retweeted. My younger brother is so handsome, so amazing. Looking at childhood from a distance. Let's have a contest if you are not convinced. Li Shuigong by midday, Qin Baobao had ascended to the trending topics on Weibo, marking her inaugural appearance. Qin Baobao confronts Li Shuigong. While many were unfamiliar with Qin Baobao, Li Shuigong was a household name, recognized even by those who weren't ardent followers. Celebrity feuds invariably garnered attention, particularly those involving prominent figures. Li Shuigong's devotees assailed Qin Baobao, while onlookers fueled the discord, reveling in the chaos. Who imbued her with such audacity? A few songs and she fancies herself a diva? Goddess, you're doomed. Awaiting the next episode with bated breath, anticipating Qin Baobao's humiliation. Her ego has inflated prematurely, still waters run deep, but shallow brooks babble. Is this woman an imbecile? Her emotional intelligence is abysmal. Unwarranted confidence. Qin Baobao. Your actions are deplorable. Humility is paramount, especially for a newcomer challenging a rock luminary. Li Shuigong is a distinguished musician and a stalwart of the rock community. Qin Baobao's audacity is unfounded. A mere publicity stunt, shameless. Eagerly anticipating the next episode, anticipating my idol's triumph over her, imparting a lesson in rock supremacy. A complete fool. Despite her beauty, am I alone in supporting Qin Baobao? Li Shuigong, a veteran of the music scene, resorts to petty vindictiveness after his wife's defeat. Where is his professionalism? Qin Baobao's post was innocuous. Is it a one-way street? You jest. They're merely expressing affection. Qin Baobao's interference is unwarranted. I've always detested this woman, with her harlot-like demeanor. Methinks someone's affections have strayed. Envy stems from your own lack of comeliness. The online discourse was rife with vitriol, Qin Baobao's Weibo inundated with insults, interspersed with pockets of support. Within half a day, the post had amassed over 100,000 comments. To Qin Ze's astonishment, his Weibo account also experienced a surge in activity, with his earlier post garnering over 50,000 comments. The legendary younger brother? A wild younger brother has been captured. Is this truly Qin Baobao's brother? Produce photographic evidence. I refuse to believe a 20-something individual could pen 3 exceptional compositions. Lamentable follower count, clearly a pseudonym. Who is someone? Your intellect requires replenishment. Ah, the subtle machinations of Miss Qin, a touch of artifice, wouldn't you say? The directorial staff of I Am a Star convened, the air thick with anticipation. Director, I presume you are all apprised of the recent online imbroglio? A chorus of affirmations rippled through the room. Miss Qin's handling of the matter was less than graceful. After all, the gentleman is a seasoned veteran. To assume the mantle without direct accusation seems imprudent. However, the young woman possesses a certain piquancy. The director interjected, a glint in his eye. Indeed, a boon for our program's visibility. Our purpose today is twofold. Firstly, we shall orchestrate a musical duel between Miss Qin and Mr. Li in the forthcoming episode, a nod to the clamoring masses. Subtlety is key, of course. While we champion the facade of impartiality, entrusting the voting power to our esteemed audience, absolute fairness is a chimera. A delicate manipulation of the draw is well within our purview, causing no egregious harm nor violating our sacred principles. The assembled deputies and strategists nodded in unison. Thus, the focal point of our next broadcast shall be the clash between Qin and Li. Secondly, we must unearth the individual behind the handle standing in the distance gazing at childhood. Though unknown within our circles, it is undeniable that this person is a veritable maestro of composition. Should the account originate from Starlight Entertainment, we shall concede. However, if, as Miss Qin suggests, the individual is her sibling, we must endeavor to secure his allegiance. The director paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. What is your collective assessment of the likelihood of him being Miss Qin's brother? A unanimous chorus of dissent filled the air. Preposterous. A prodigious composer, emerging from obscurity? Such a notion defies logic. The most plausible explanation is that Starlight Entertainment is pulling the strings, nurturing Miss Qin behind the scenes. A deputy raised a hand, and with the room's attention, he began. I have received a request from Starlight, proposing that we pit Miss Qin against Huang Yuding, with the veiled intention of eliminating her. As you know, she is merely a substitute singer, and Starlight's true champion is Su Lu. The director's brow furrowed. When did this transpire? It is a matter internal to their company. Another deputy replied. I intended to raise it this morning, but the online fracas overshadowed it. There seems to be a schism within Starlight, with factions either supporting Miss Qin or championing Su Lu. A moment of contemplative silence descended upon the room as each individual processed the information, gleaning several key insights. Firstly, Starlight is divided regarding Miss Qin's future endeavors. Secondly, standing in the distance gazing at childhood may indeed be independent of Starlight. For if Starlight were unified, they would not lavish such resources upon Miss Qin, particularly at the expense of an established star like Su Lu. Such exquisite compositions are a rare commodity, and entertainment companies rarely bestow such largesse upon a single luminary. The director, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor, declared, investigate. Enlist the aid of Weibo officials to ascertain the ID's location. If necessary, engage in dialogue with Miss Qin. We must secure this individual for our network. Chapter 60. A confidence invitation in the living room. Qin Baobao nestled her head against Qin Ze's shoulder, one hand clutching an iPad as she scrolled through comments, the other relentlessly pinching Qin Ze's waist. It's all your fault, she lamented. All your fault. I almost cried from those comments. But I couldn't very well argue with strangers online, so I'm venting my anger on the instigator. Qin Ze endured the torment, his left arm encircling his sister's slender waist, which had become remarkably supple since she started dancing. It was exceptionally comfortable to hold. With such a fragile heart, how will you ever survive in the entertainment industry? Qin Ze worried about his sister's future. Cyberbullying was a menacing force, allowing people to unleash their negative and dark emotions without accountability. Many celebrities had succumbed to depression because of it. Even Qin Baobao, usually so carefree, was experiencing mood swings and anxiety. Qin Ze was confident that he would soon be able to shield his sister from the storms, but he couldn't eradicate cyberbullying altogether. I'll learn to adapt, Qin Baobao retorted. My spirit is growing stronger every day. I don't care how strong your spirit is, Qin Ze groaned. My waist is about to give out. Qin Baobao slapped the hand around her waist, her eyes narrowing. You're taking liberties with your sister, and I'm taking it out on your waist. Fair trade. Qin Ze stared at his sister's ample bosom. I have a daring idea. Move your eyes, Qin Baobao snapped, delivering a chop to her brother's head. Was Qin Ze stirring up trouble for no reason? He had a purpose. As the netizens had pointed out, it was one of the entertainment industry's tactics, riding the wave of popularity, creating hype. Hype was always a quick way to boost popularity, and the most common method was spreading rumors. Of course, these days, the tactics were becoming more sophisticated, and the methods of creating hype were evolving with the times, becoming more diverse and multifaceted. Hadn't you noticed? Whenever a celebrity was promoting their film, television series, or album, they would inevitably create some buzz. Qin Ze was helping his sister create hype by riding on Li Shuigong's popularity and making their conflict public and intense. Of course, it was important to maintain a sense of proportion. Everything had to be done in moderation, otherwise, it would backfire. That's why he hadn't continued to speak out on Weibo. The current effect was excellent, and there was no need to attract further ridicule. Everyone knew that Qin Baobao had publicly criticized Lu Shuigong, and the two of them would be facing off on the stage of I Am a Singer. The goal of attracting attention had been achieved. If Qin Baobao continued to ramble on, she would truly be condemned by everyone and become disliked. Conservatively estimating, Qin Baobao's popularity had more than doubled. Having a topic of conversation meant having popularity, which was the true meaning of hype. What happens next? Am I really going to knock Li Shuigong out on stage? Qin Baobao couldn't help but worry about her future. Qin Baobao's most endearing quality was that, unlike other women who would only complain when faced with difficulties or setbacks, complaining that their husbands were incompetent, unromantic, or uncaring, and, most frighteningly, complaining that their husbands were broke, complaining was the most terrifying killer of a relationship. It was more ruthless and incisive than time itself. The way she pinched Qin Ze's waist was more like a woman who had been wronged, acting coquettishly toward her man. With your current singing ability and popularity, wanting to defeat Li Shuigong, difficult, the blunt boy said with a chuckle. Qin Baobao pouted. I can always just quit. I've earned enough popularity anyway. Then today's events will become a stain on your career, Qin Ze added, twisting the knife. Qin Baobao glared fiercely at Qin Ze, who returned her gaze with equal ferocity. The bored and childish siblings began to compete, seeing who would crack first. I have a little donkey, I never ride it. The sudden ring-tone startled them. The siblings looked down to find their phones. Their phones were a couple's set, one black and one pink. And they had set the same childish children's song as their ringtone, which suited Qin Baobao's quirky taste. The ringtone was coming from Qin Baobao's phone. She struggled for a while to pull it out of her tight hot pants pocket. Qin Hong. What's up? Qin Ze leaned closer to eavesdrop. The siblings were the same. When he was on the phone, Qin Baobao would do the same thing. Baobao. I saw a news feed on my phone this morning. Qin Baobao angrily criticizes Li Shuigong. I thought it was someone with the same name. But then I searched online and watched I Am a Singer. It really is you. It's only been a few days, and you've become a celebrity? Did I time travel? Or did you? Qin Hong, who was usually so aloof, chattered on and on. Qin Baobao proudly hummed. You're just finding out? I've already sung 2 episodes. I've been swamped with work lately and haven't had time to watch variety shows. Actually, I quit my job a while ago, the day after my birthday. I went for an interview at Xingyi Company, and they thought I had excellent qualities and a beautiful voice, so I got in very easily. Qin Ze twitched. Very easily? Who was it who had a long face that day and said, let's run away quickly? It's so embarrassing. Qin Ze kindly chose not to expose his sister's bragging. Baobao, did Qin Ze really write those songs? His sister glanced at Qin Ze, who shook his head. Qin Baobao said, hee, it's a secret. Humph, I bet your company hired someone to write them. Big star. Don't forget about me and Zhang Ye when you become famous in the future. After chatting for a while, Qin Xinghong said, oh, right, Baobao, are you free tonight? Free. Ish, Qin Baobao hesitated. Then it settled. Let's go to a bar tonight to celebrate. You're a celebrity now, so we should have some fun. Qin Xinghong paused, seemingly talking to someone, and then quickly added, oh, and bring that high school classmate of yours along. I remember Qin Ze doesn't like going to bars. Tell him I said sorry, and I'll take care of you. I definitely won't let you get drunk. I didn't agree to anything. I have to work tomorrow. Why would I go to a bar? Qin Baobao furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Come on, I've already invited Zhang Ye. I'm not going. What about the weekend? Qin Baobao was slightly tempted but glanced at Qin Ze, who shook his head. I'm going home with Qin Ze this weekend. My mom is forcing me to go on a blind date. She's given me a final ultimatum. Maybe another time. Oh, okay. Then, unwilling to give up. She said, Baobao, please reconsider. You didn't agree to come out the last time I invited you. Oh. It's because I was about to participate in Zinger, so I was training very hard and didn't have the energy. I can't help it this time either. Another time, Qinghong. I'll treat you another time. Okay, then you must come out next time. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Qinghong hung up the phone. Her boyfriend beside her looked displeased. She's not coming? Didn't you hear? Qinghong said blandly. Why doesn't she come after I've asked her twice? Aren't you best friends? Chu Feng frowned. She's refusing tactfully. Baobao is so smart. She knows what you're up to. She's not interested in. Qinghong lowered her voice. Li Zemin, this is the last time. I'm not a pimp. I don't want this to create a rift between me and Baobao. She's not interested in you. Chu Feng recalled the words a girl had said many years ago. That year, he had just been admitted to Fudan University. One time, he had encountered Qin Baobao, who was taking a walk after dinner on the playground. He had immediately been captivated and pursued her madly, writing love letters, stalking her, deliberately sitting close to her in public lectures, and mustering the courage to strike up a conversation. This woman had once made him infatuated and driven him crazy. At that time, Qinghong wasn't yet Qin Baobao's best friend. He had pursued Qinghong to get closer to Qin Baobao, taking a roundabout route. During a certain gathering, he became disillusioned with Qin Baobao. Present were Qin Baobao, Zhang Ye, Qinghong, and himself along with Zhang Ye's boyfriend. As the meeting concluded, he, fueled by alcohol, pursued Qin Baobao, grasping her arm and declaring, Qin Baobao, I have harbored feelings for you for a long time. Ever since the very first moment I laid eyes on you. For 3 years, I have penned countless love letters to you, yet you, a proud phoenix and a pure angel, have never acknowledged my sentiments or those of any other man. Before he could finish, Qin Baobao interrupted, saying, What angel? They all call me a vixen. Chu Feng replied, No, you are the most beautiful in my eyes. You are my angel. Qin Baobao, with impatience, retorted, Thank you. But let's skip the angel talk. I am not a bird person. I must return home to play games with my little brother. By the way, what is your name? Aren't you Qinghong's boyfriend? Please don't be fickle. I had secretly admired her for 3 years, writing countless love letters. Yet she did not even know my name. After that day, Chu Feng's heart was utterly crushed. Subsequently, he tested his girlfriend multiple times. Discovering that she remained oblivious to the incident, Qin Baobao had not confided in her girlfriend, and he felt an immense sense of relief, refraining from pursuing Qin Baobao further. Qin Baobao's silence did not stem from pity or a desire to offer him a chance for redemption. She had encountered such situations too frequently. Since middle school, whenever she had close female friends with boyfriends, those boyfriends would invariably attempt to flirt with her, resulting in several friendships coming to an abrupt end. Henceforth, Qin Baobao grew particularly wary of her friends' boyfriends, hesitant to share her thoughts with Qinghong, fearing that such honesty would jeopardize their friendship. How dare you speak like that? If you were the one pulling strings, then what am I? Chu Feng shot a glance at his girlfriend, stating in a low voice, You have no idea how infatuated President Li is with her. This month alone, he has brought us numerous business opportunities, resulting in a commission of 50,000. We are one step closer to our goal of purchasing a home. Besides, it's not as if we are asking her to do anything. We merely want to invite Qin Baobao out for a meal, to foster a friendship. Whether anything develops is up to fate. Moreover, Qin Baobao is currently single. What is wrong with President Li? He is young, successful, and affluent. No man could resist her allure. I speak from experience. Qinghong bit her lip, hesitating. I will try again next time, but I fear she won't agree, especially with her brother. Chu Feng frowned. What about her brother? Qinghong replied indignantly. Her brother is infatuated with her. Ever since they started living together, he follows her everywhere, watching her more closely than he does his own girlfriend. The key is, he doesn't like me. Does his opinion matter? Of course it does. He could be speaking ill of me right now. Who do you think is closer to her? Her best friend or her brother? Qinghong's delicate features revealed a hint of anger. Her judgment was not unfounded. She regularly dined with Qin Baobao and Zhang Ye. And without fail, Qin Ze would be present. He rarely spoke to her and seemed indifferent, yet he interacted cheerfully with Zhang Ye. The stark contrast made it evident. Qin Ze did not like her. On the other hand, Qin Ze scoffed repeatedly. Oh, here comes the matchmaker. What matchmaker? That's a rather harsh way to put it, Qin Baobao said unhappily. I advise you to cut ties with her sooner rather than later, a woman like that. who plays matchmaker, will inevitably be sold out, Qin Ze retorted, inciting genuine anger in Qin Baobao. She shot him a cold glance, exasperated by his words. Qin Ze, unperturbed by his sister's authority, remarked, "Are you going to stand up to me? Haven't you heard the saying, corruption begins with brothers, and degradation starts with sisters? If she truly intended to find you a boyfriend, I would have nothing to say. But look at who Li Zemin is, her superior. He is coveting your beauty, and she, as your friend, is merely facilitating his advances. Is there not something unsavory about this arrangement? Bars? I'd rather not even think about it. Does she want to get you drunk and ship you off to someone else's bed?" Qin Ze's anger escalated. Father has a strict rule, daughters mingling in the entertainment industry. Qin Ze also had his own aversion, his sister frequenting bars. The entertainment industry is notoriously corrupt, and bars are equally known as disreputable places. Among those who visit bars, 50% seek casual encounters, 40% are there to flirt, and only 10% genuinely wish to enjoy a drink. In essence, 90% of patrons are driven by desires of a more carnal nature. Though Qin Baobao frequented bars seldom, her lack of aversion to them posed a slight danger. Especially with a friend encouraging her, she might very well succumb. Crazy. Qin Baobao was truly angry now. She kicked him hard, plopped onto the sofa, turned away, and ignored him. "I'm telling you, do not go to bars. Don't even think about it. If I find out you secretly go to a bar, we will part ways. I will tell father you are pursuing a career in stardom and writing songs," Qin Ze said sternly. Qin Baobao abruptly turned around, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "If I don't go, I want to go. Why are you being so fierce?" She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at his head in frustration before storming off to her room. Chapter 61, a rock ballad seated in solitude within the living room. Qin Ze was engrossed in his phone, monitoring the burgeoning popularity of Qin Baobao. As anticipated, her ascent was steady, albeit tinged with a smattering of disparaging remarks. His attention was then drawn to a netizen's lament. "Why is it impossible to find Qin Baobao's rendition of Fairy Tale online? I'm consumed with impatience. I adore her invisible wings, yet it's absent from all major music applications. The music charts do feature her songs, but alas, they lack copyright authorization, rendering them unplayable. While edited versions exist online, they are mere live recordings, rife with extraneous noise. How can such exquisite melodies be devoid of immediate online dissemination? What is her company even doing? Indeed, granting online authorization would not only generate revenue but also amplify her renown. What could her company possibly be contemplating?" A spark ignited within Qin Ze's mind, generate revenue and amplify renown. With alacrity, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the customer service hotline for the Music Chart's official website. "Greetings, welcome to the Music Chart's customer service hotline. For self-service, please." Qin Ze opted for human assistance. After a brief interlude, the call was answered by a mellifluous female voice. "Greetings, this is the Music Chart's customer service hotline. Employee number 301-1230 is at your service. Hello, I possess songs that I wish to sell to you. Solely the online rights, if you please. What steps must I undertake? You may select the I wish to sell a song option on our website, navigate the process, upload a sample of the song to the official website, and await verification from our staff. You shall receive a response within 7 business days. Alas, I cannot afford to tarry for such a duration." Qin Ze interjected as she concluded. "I regret to inform you that we are bound by protocol. The 3 songs I wish to proffer for online rights are Invisible Wings, Legend, and Fairy Tale." A moment of silence ensued, followed by the customer service representative's incredulous tone. "Sir, do you possess the requisite copyright certification? Indeed, what is the procedure for furnishing it to you? Pardon me, one moment." The customer service representative's voice swelled with elation. "I shall promptly transfer you to our manager." After an extended wait, the call was finally transferred to a sonorous male voice. Identifying himself not as the copyright department manager, but as Wang, the marketing director. "Was I not meant to speak with the manager?" Qin Ze inquired, perplexed. "How did you discern my surname is Qin? I did not disclose my name to the customer service representative. We have already engaged with Xingyi Company regarding the 3 songs performed by Teacher Qin. However, they claim to lack the copyright, though they are actively in negotiations with Miss Qin. Given that the copyright does not reside with Xingyi, it would appear that Teacher Qin spoke the truth during the program, and the lyrics and composition are indeed the work of her younger brother, ergo, yourself, Mr. Qin. What action do I need to take? First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your support and trust in our platform. We shall address the authorization process momentarily, but let us first discuss the matter of royalties, which I presume is of paramount importance." Qin Ze chuckled. "Indeed, what remuneration are you prepared to offer?" Does Mr. Qin possess any familiarity with this domain? None whatsoever. A brief silence permeated the line before he responded with a smile. Mr. Qin, our royalty fees are contingent upon the song's inherent popularity and the singer's renown. While the song's popularity is sufficient to classify it as a masterpiece, Teacher Qin's fame. I comprehend. Simply state your offer, Qin Ze interjected. The copyright of a song is inextricably linked to the performer. The same song, when rendered by a prominent celebrity, invariably garners greater acclaim than when performed by an ordinary individual. A straightforward illustration would be that of a top-tier singer releasing an album, which, even if the songs are unremarkable, can command a substantial price due to audience endorsement and recognition. Conversely, who would purchase the work of an obscure, unsuccessful singer? We offer 100,000 for the online rights to each song. Having never before beheld such a sum, Qin Ze nearly blurted out, "My friend, I possess a plethora of other masterpieces. Would you be interested?" While the sale of online rights for a single masterpiece at a mere 100,000 would be a loss for a top-tier singer, Qin Ze was indifferent. He was in dire need of funds, particularly now that the stock market was experiencing a resurgence, and he was eager to capitalize on the opportunity. The dream of supplanting others remained elusive. "No issue," Qin Ze affirmed. "Kindly register an account on our official website. Within the back end, you shall find an option labeled 'I wish to sell a song.' Adhere to the steps outlined therein, and remain on the line should any queries arise." "Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have access to a computer at this moment?" "Indeed," Qin Ze replied, exiting the stock market interface, switching to his browser, and accessing the music chart's official website. He registered an account, logged in, and navigated to the back end. Upon clicking the "I wish to sell a song" option, he proceeded to upload a scanned copy of his identification documents, a self-portrait, and an electronic copy of the copyright certificate for music copyright application. Uploading the copyright certificates for all 3 songs concurrently. What originates from the system is invariably a masterpiece. Qin Ze had registered the copyright for each song he had acquired. Prudence is paramount. Copyright, akin to patents, is subject to the principle of first come, first served. He was determined to avoid the ignominy of toiling in vain, only to have his efforts appropriated by another. "Excellent, I have received the documents. I shall dispatch a contract to your email address forthwith. Kindly print 2 copies. Affix your signature and return them along with a photocopy of the copyright certificate. Mere photographs are insufficient. Kindly furnish me with the address. It shall be transmitted to your mobile phone via SMS shortly. Upon receipt of the contract, we shall remit payment within 3 business days. As for the return of your duplicate contract, a slight delay may be anticipated." "No issue." That afternoon, Qin Ze ventured out, located a nearby printing shop, printed the contract and copyright photocopies, summoned a courier, and dispatched the 2 contracts along with the copyright certificate. Having effortlessly amassed 300,000, Qin Ze was ecstatic. His feet barely touching the ground, as if he were soaring through the air. "I stand at the crest of the wave, firmly grasping the sun and moon as they revolve." He envisioned himself as a trendsetter, the sun and moon within his grasp, endowed with wealth, influence, and women. As the thought of women crossed his mind, the door opposite is opened, and his sister emerged, her lips slightly pursed, adopting a coquettish tone. "I'm famished." The familiar tone, the familiar expression, this was his sister's reconciliation tactic. Qin Ze typically sought reconciliation by admitting his fault and launching a saccharine offensive to placate his sister. However, his sister, mindful of her dignity, could not stoop to admitting fault. Instead, she typically employed a combination of coquetry and charm to convey to Qin Ze, "Let us reconcile." Were Qin Ze to respond, acknowledging her request, it would signify his consent to reconciliation. However, if Qin Ze were to ignore her, it would constitute a rejection. Qin Ze pointedly ignored her. Qin Baobao surreptitiously pouted, enduring the humiliation, "Your Imperial Majesty, this concubine has incurred your wrath and deserves to die 10,000 times over." Only then did Qin Ze deign to glance at her. "Come and massage my shoulders." "Yes, Your Majesty." Qin Baobao scampered over in her pink slippers, the sound of her footsteps echoing. "Your Imperial Majesty, does it feel comfortable? Is this concubine providing satisfactory service?" Qin Baobao purred. Qin Ze patted her hand. "Not bad, that will suffice." In truth, his sister's massage was far from comfortable. Her nails were too long, and her strength was too feeble. Qin Ze was merely symbolically asserting his authority as the head of the household. TSK, TSK. Such obsequiousness from a beloved concubine can only be construed as a plea for, a plea for a song. Qin Baobao promptly adopted a teary-eyed, endearing expression. "Li Xuegong is a rock singer. Given the disparity in popularity between the two of you, even if you surpass your usual performance, You may not be able to defeat him. Qin Baobao nodded. Yes, that is precisely what I was contemplating. The safest and most efficacious approach would be for you to perform rock music, thereby vanquishing him in his own domain. Huh? Qin Baobao's jaw dropped. Safe? You're joking, right? I'll be utterly defeated. Ah, but you were unaware of my prowess. With a chuckle, Qin Ze affectionately patted his sister's head, saying, Listen up. Qin Bao obediently nodded. Placing her hands neatly on her knees, assuming the posture of a well-behaved child on a small stool, Qin Ze rose from the sofa, stood in the living room, cleared his throat, and began to sing with a profoundly passionate and deep voice. A few minutes later, Qin Ze finished singing, slightly breathless, and raised his eyebrows with a smile. So, how's this song? Qin Bao's eyes widened, her mouth agape, wearing an expression of utter astonishment. Is this a love song or rock? A rock-infused love song or a love-tinged rock anthem? Qin Bao's face flushed crimson as she retorted, but shouldn't love songs be melancholic? Soothing, bright, and uplifting? What kind of love song is a rock love song? It's clangorous and deafening. So what do you think of my rock love song? Qin Ze countered. It's absolutely, utterly, incredibly fantastic. Qin Bao's fair cheeks were tinged with a captivating blush, her excitement palpable. Qin Ze thought to himself. When I first heard it, I was utterly blown away. The music from the parallel universe is simply mind-blowing. Get me paper and a pen. I'll write the sheet music for you, he said. Qin Bao was overjoyed, uncharacteristically leaping into Qin Ze's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist, and showering his face with kisses. How does your brain work, Aze? Are you even my brother? Don't dodge. Let your sister kiss you enough to absorb your talent. Maybe I can write songs too. Qin Bao feigned a northeastern accent, exclaiming, Oh my gosh. Qin Ze broke out in goosebumps. If you can't speak it properly, don't. It's just awkward. Chapter 62. Audience underrates Qin Baobao instead of needing instigation from Qin Ze. Qin Baobao exhibited fervent enthusiasm to practice her singing, her spirit ablaze with ambition. Qin Ze took responsibility for rectifying and training her. Here, the voice should not waver. It must flow in a single breath. No, the sound is too high. It's not yet time for your vocal explosion. Before the rhythm commences, it must be even, melancholic, and subdued. I've said not to tremble. Why are you wavering again? Alas, Qin Baobao, are you even capable? What a waste of a beautiful voice. Not high when it should be, not low when it should be. What exactly do you intend? The expression lacks engagement, the sound too rigid. It feels not like singing but like a monotonous drone. The most captivating aspect of a song is its ability to stir the heart. Yet I see no emotional investment on your face whatsoever. Baobao, this is a rock ballad. Too upbeat won't do, yet too sentimental lacks flavor. Perhaps you should withdraw from I am a singer. You are an incorrigible blockhead. I am at my wit's end. Zeal is commendable, but reality is invariably fraught with obstacles. Singing the song is easy, but singing it well is difficult. No matter how Qin Ze listened, he remained unsatisfied. The pitiable Qin Baobao's voice was becoming hoarse. Stop. Rest for half an hour. Give your throat a respite. Qin Ze picked up his teacup, took a sip, and shook his head, filled with disappointment. Qin Baobao, both irritated and aggrieved, slumped dejectedly onto the sofa, gulping down a mouthful of water. There are still a few days left. Continue practicing, sister. I have faith in you. Qin Ze felt he should not amplify her negative emotions or undermine her morale. Should this girl become disheartened and give up entirely, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Qin Baobao had a history of such behavior. Back in junior high, overwhelmed by the pressure of her studies, Qin Baobao's grades steadily declined for a period. Teachers and parents incessantly roared in her ears, urging her to strive, to persevere, not to become a good-for-nothing like her brother. Yet no matter how hard Qin Baobao tried, there was no improvement. Her academic performance deteriorated further. After enduring half a semester of intense stress, she simply gave up, sleeping in class and dragging Qin Ze to internet cafes on weekends. It was during this time that she learned to play online games and became surprisingly adept at them. This continued for half a semester, encompassing a summer vacation. Upon the commencement of the new semester, her parents had given up hope, yet she astonished everyone with her midterm exam results, ranking third in the entire grade. This overjoyed her parents. Thus, his sister was someone who could not withstand pressure. Give her a tranquil and comfortable environment, and her intelligence would remain at a normal level. However, once excessive pressure was applied, she would collapse. The notion that pressure begets motivation was utter nonsense. Not everyone possessed an unwavering will. I'm demanding too much. It's her first time singing. Perfection is impossible. With more practice, she'll become proficient, skilled, and effortlessly obliterate Lu Shuigong. Qin Ze switched tactics, coaxing Qin Baobao as if she were a child. This approach proved effective. She nodded, humming in agreement, her expression clearly conveying, "You're right, little brother. I am indeed that amazing." Friday arrived, and the show premiered. During the day, Qin Ze remained at home alone. Wang Zijin went to work. While Qin Baobao had been summoned home yesterday by a phone call from their mother, she left immediately after recording the show. Upon receiving the call, Qin Baobao nearly wet herself with fear, clutching her brother's hand as if it were the end of the world. What to do? What to do? Do Mom and Dad know about my singing? Will they beat me to death? If they beat me to death, Ze must save me. Qin Ze was uncertain. But seeing his sister so inept, he, as a man, could not appear too cowardly. Thus, he answered the phone. "Mom, what's up?" His mother wasted no words. "Let your sister answer the phone." "All right." Qin Ze promptly yielded and handed her the phone. Qin Baobao first glared at her brother, then took a deep breath, and finally answered the phone, her voice hesitant. "Mom, come home tomorrow." Her mother's voice conveyed a rare sense of finality. Qin Baobao felt a chill and cast a pleading glance at her brother. Qin Ze pretended not to notice. "What's the matter, Mom?" With her brother being so useless, Qin Baobao had to bear the burden herself. Her mother revealed, "I found you a prospective partner. He is handsome, promising, 30 years old, owns 3 apartments and 2 cars, and is rumored to be the vice president of a private equity firm. He is practically in the same industry and shares common interests with your father. Your father also thinks he is a good match." Qin Baobao and Qin Ze both breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Baobao said softly, "I thought it was something else." "Okay, I'll go over tomorrow and meet him." Seeing her so agreeable, her mother was bewildered. "Huh? You agreed so quickly today?" Yes, Qin Baobao said obediently. "I'm getting older, and I can't let you worry about me every day. If I find him pleasing, I'll try dating him." Her mother was immediately moved, her eyes brimming with tears on the other end of the phone. "My Baobao has truly grown up." Qin Ze stood aside, muttering inwardly, "It's all because of you two spoiling her." After the mother and daughter hung up, Qin Baobao exhaled forcefully. "That was a close call. Now that your conspiracy hasn't been exposed, why go back to test the waters and cut off the internet cable at home?" Qin Baobao stuck out her tongue. "People are like this. The more guilty they feel, the more they compromise. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely be unwilling to go back. Her mother rarely used the internet, and her father only browsed financial news and would never pay attention to variety shows. When will you go back tomorrow?" "I'll drive straight home after recording the show tomorrow and won't be back on the weekend." Qin Baobao cast a meaningful glance. "You and Zijin stay at home. Don't do anything rash. You always think of me so badly." Qin Ze said irritably. Online, Weibo was abuzz. 9 o'clock tonight. Eagerly awaiting I am a singer. I haven't watched TV in years. I'm waiting for the online resources at 12 o'clock. Why watch TV? No commentary, no videos. I only watch shows on the computer. Looking forward to it. Li Shuigong's rock is so passionate. I'm a diehard fan of Li Shuigong. I can sing every one of his songs. Rock is just too exhilarating. Woo. My home isn't in Huoshui City. Otherwise, I would definitely go to the venue to support my idol. Looking forward to Huang Yuding and Li Shuigong's PK, a battle to the death. I hope Qin Baobao draws Li Shuigong in the lottery. Ha ha ha. Qin Baobao is destined to be out. Which of the other guests doesn't have more popularity than her? Yeah. In these few episodes, Chen Xiaotong's popularity has rebounded and is now even higher than Li Rongxing's. How is that possible? Chen Xiaotong's popularity is higher than Li Rongxing's? If you don't believe me, look at the show's official Weibo account. There's a popularity vote for the singers. Chen Xiaotong is in 3rd place, Huang Yutong is 1st, Li Shuigong is 2nd, Li Rongxing is 4th, Hong Jingyao is 5th, and Qin Baobao is at the bottom. Goodbye, big-breasted girl. Take one last look at Qin Baobao's big breast and long legs. It's the last episode. Around 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Zijin came home from work. Wearing Qin Baobao's business attire, there was no other choice, given the company's requirements. Having left home, she only brought a few personal belongings and was too embarrassed to spend Qin Baobao's money. Business attire and suits were like luxury goods among clothing. Cheap ones were too demeaning. People had sharp eyes and could tell at a glance if you were wearing a few hundred yuan's worth of business attire. Qin Baobao's suit was from the only brand, not cheap, costing over 30,000 yuan, but it didn't fit well. Qin Baobao was taller and had larger breasts. Standing in the entryway, she could already smell the aroma of Qin Ze's cooking. Wang Zijin, gentle in appearance but indifferent at heart, felt an inexplicable warmth and a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. This feeling is truly wonderful, coming home from work, with someone having prepared a meal for you. The abode is quite modest, spanning just over 80 square meters, comprising nearly 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, alongside a balcony. In stark contrast to her lavish residence, which is almost a fortress against intruders, this place seems almost inconsequential. Yet, it exudes warmth. Graced by an open-minded and carefree friend devoid of ulterior motives, and a mature, composed boy who seems fond of observing her. Here, there are no burdens, no schemes. No masks to wear, only laughter and expressions of emotion, free and at ease. She cherishes this space, the people within it, her dear friend. And also the boy wielding the spatula in the kitchen. He is remarkably talented, exuding a gentle and reserved demeanor, displaying maturity while still retaining the innocence and naivety of youth. Wang Zijing, accustomed to the men who flutter around her, some feigning indifference, others pretending to be steadfast, and yet others masquerading as gentle souls, realizes they all harbor the same intention. Perhaps this boy harbors affection for her, whether it be for her beauty or her character. She cannot discern. He frequently seeks her out for conversation, showing his fondness without reservation, yet his eyes remain clear and sincere. While Wang Zijing has not yet developed feelings for him, she does not mind his graceful presence around her and is open to giving him a chance. The only unsettling aspect is the manner in which he interacts with her sister, which feels dissonant, clearly not the way siblings would behave, yet it resonates with an impeccable harmony. As she slips into her slippers, Qin Ze emerges from the kitchen, carrying a dish. Qin Baobao mentioned you had an upset stomach last night. Your hands and feet were cold. It seems the air conditioning was too much for you, leading to symptoms of a cold constitution. I've prepared black-bone chicken and yam soup for you. Consume it for a week, and it will help you regain balance, he explains, placing the food on the table before retreating to the kitchen. I'll serve your rice. Wang Zijing's gaze dances as she watches his retreating figure, and for a fleeting moment, she entertains the illusion that she is a married woman, residing in a warm little nest. Returning home from work to find the lights aglow, and the aroma of dinner wafting from the kitchen, with her husband awaiting her return. The visage of this husband remains blurred, gradually sharpening until it bears a resemblance to Qin Ze, shaking her head to dispel these scattered thoughts. She glances at the dining table and chuckles. Is this all we have for dinner? 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. The soup being the black-boned chicken and yam variety, sufficient for 2. Qin Baobao was summoned home by my mother for a blind date. It's uncertain if she'll return this weekend. Let her be. It's rather peaceful without her. Qin Ze responds nonchalantly as he emerges from the kitchen. Wang Zijing glances at him, amused, and playfully brushes her hair back with her spring onion-like fingers, smiling. Could you pour a glass of warm water for my sister? Of course, Qin Ze replies, promptly rising to fetch the water. After dinner, Wang Zijing retreats to her room post-bath, not to emerge again. Meanwhile, Qin Ze continues to delve into his stock research. For matters he can comprehend, he exerts his mental energy, but for the exceedingly complex and tedious details, he simply exchanges for the relevant knowledge within the system. On the 3rd day after sending out the authorization contract, the music charts remit him a full copyright fee of 300,000. Yesterday, Qin Ze invested the money into the stock market, exercising caution by not going all in. He allocated 20,000 towards a construction stock, which yielded a 5% profit on its opening day. However, the following day, the stock opened significantly lower than the previous close and continued to decline, finishing down 3%. According to the adage that a single day of decline necessitates 2 days of gains to recover, it felt like a futile endeavor. Even in a bull market, stock fluctuations are unpredictable, gains and losses are part of the game, and one cannot assume profits are guaranteed. Countless instances exist of efforts yielding nothing in a bull market. Qin Ze does not believe he erred. Instead, he feels relieved. Observing the weekly trend, this stock demonstrates immense potential, possibly manipulated by institutional investors. With its erratic movements suggesting the investors are suppressing the stock, yet are cautious not to incite panic among retail investors. Thus, he concludes that this stock will soon soar. Consequently, Qin Ze invests another 50,000. He refrains from disclosing the 300,000 copyright fee to Qin Baobao, who is notoriously frugal and has a penchant for extravagant spending. Should she learn of this windfall, she would undoubtedly devise ways to extract it from him. His suspicion of his sister is not unfounded, based on his accumulated experiences. Before long, midnight arrives, and Qin Ze shuts down the market interface, opening a browser to watch the latest episode of I Am a Singer. Just then, the door swings open, and Wang Zijing emerges, her hair tousled and half asleep, exuding an innocent charm. Qin Ze assumes she merely woke to use the restroom and pays her no mind. Wang Zijing plops down beside him, her voice soft and raspy. Is it starting? Yes. Qin Ze turns to her. Are you going to watch? I took a nap specifically to be awake for the show. The online buzz suggests Bao Bao is likely to lose. Wang Zijing glances at him. Did Bao Bao lose? I'm not sure. I prepared her 2 songs. If she loses the first round, she can still win in the revival match. She has updated me on the specifics. After filming, she returned home without a word. If she doesn't reach out, won't you? Wang Zijing complains. Qin Ze thinks to himself, I don't need to, once Bao Bao is eliminated. The system will notify me of her failure, meaning I would be in dire straits too. The fact that I remain unharmed indicates she is still holding her ground on stage. The program begins, the stage ablaze with vibrant lights, the audience eagerly awaiting. The camera pans, revealing the backstage area. In the hall, hosting Jia cheerfully addresses the 5 singers. In this episode, we have invited a mysterious guest. Are you all excited? Li Rongxing chides playfully. Excited for what? It's teacher Li Xuegong. The news has been all over Weibo. Laughter erupts among the singers. Qin Bao Bao also laughs, though her smile appears somewhat stiff and unnatural, as Li Xuegong has openly declared his intention to avenge his wife, Shui Mei, which has stirred considerable online controversy, placing her under immense pressure. All right, let us get straight to the point and bring this esteemed guest out, Jia announces, waving her fist at the camera. Everyone, follow me. Suddenly, Qin Ze interjects, let me activate the bullet screen. Wang Zijing nods in agreement. Just at that moment, the door for the substitute singer swings wide open, and Jia exuberantly exclaims, it's teacher Li Xuegong. Viewers, are you surprised? Is this unexpected? The bullet screen erupts with laughter. Ha ha ha. What exaggerated acting. I'm utterly charmed. Surprise? Yeah, right. The whole of China knows Li Xuegong is the substitute singer for this episode. Haha. Front row, front row. I've finally waited for my idol. Idol, I love you. The good man of China, he is here to avenge his wife. Let us cut to Qin Bao Bao. I want to see her trembling in fear. A girl with ample bosom exclaims, this is it. We're doomed. On the program, Jia enthusiastically shakes hands with Li Xuegong. Teacher Li Xuegong, after much anticipation. We finally have you here. With your presence, our stage will shine even brighter. Li Xuegong humbly replies, not at all. We learn from one another. The director of the show remarked to me, our stage just lacks a rock singer. Why don't we invite teacher Li Xuegong? The director retorted, don't joke. We can't possibly invite teacher Li Xuegong. Jia gasps in high-pitched surprise. Oh my, I can't believe you actually agreed. We had little hope. Li Xuegong, with an air of resignation, admits, this is a political obligation. My family leader insisted I come. The bullet screen bursts into laughter. Political obligation? No argument there. Haha. Li Xuegong, the devoted husband. He is here to help his wife take revenge. He is coming to disrupt Qin Bao Bao's performance. I want to see her reaction right now. It must be priceless. This is all part of the show's dynamics and truth. Li Xuegong may not genuinely wish to compete with Qin Bao Bao. It's entirely possible. Variety shows often follow this formula. The familiar tropes of variety shows include the creation of romantic pairs, the fabrication of conflicts, the generation of suspense, and the imposition of humor, all of which are scripted. Concerning the online feud between Qin Bao Bao and Li Xuegong, some hold a conspiracy theory perspective, believing it to be orchestrated by the production team. Jia inquired, recently. There has been a circulating notion suggesting that your appearance on our program is to disrupt the proceedings and seek vengeance for teacher Shui Mei. Li Xuegong waved his hand dismissively, stating, let us engage in mutual learning. I harbor no intent to target anyone. However, on stage, it is a contest of singers, and everyone relies on their own abilities. Can you share your thoughts on Qin Bao Bao? He continued, I have watched the previous 2 episodes, and Qin Bao Bao's songs are remarkably excellent. I eagerly anticipate our competition. By merely praising her songs without mentioning vocal skills, he subtly implies that Qin Bao Bao wins through her songwriting prowess. Chapter 64. The lottery results in the Grand Hall. The singers were engaged in the lottery segment, with Li Xuegong, a newcomer, being the first to draw. He reached into the box and swiftly pulled out a ball, glancing at it before presenting the number to the camera. Number 2. Li Rongxing, ever the flamboyant entertainer, exclaimed, invoking ancestral blessings as he drew number 1. Huang Yuding drew number 3. Li Rongxing's exaggerated laughter echoed, having successfully evaded 2 formidable opponents, much to the delight of the audience, who found him amusing. Hong Jing outpulled number 3 as well, shrugging with an air of resignation. Teacher Huang, it seems our time to clash has finally come, he remarked. Huang Yuding smiled, suggesting, let us refrain from conflict and instead showcase our talents. It is not our turn to clash. Hong Jing paused, his expression turning peculiar as he observed Chen Xiaodong approaching the lottery box. The outcome of her draw was pivotal. determining the anticipated PK duel between Qin Baobao and Li Xuegong, hinging on whether she drew number 3 or number 2. Qin Xiaotong retrieved her lottery number, momentarily taken aback. Her astonishment captured on camera. Just then, an advertisement break interrupted the tension. Frustrated, viewers expressed their discontent over the timing of the interruption. As the advertisement concluded, the broadcast resumed, revealing Qin Xiaotong pulling a number from the box, her expression a mixture of disbelief. The audience held their breath. Their curiosity peaked. Was it number 3 or number 2? The suspense was palpable. Once again, the scene abruptly transitioned to an advertisement, this time one that could not be fast-forwarded, forcing viewers to endure the countdown. Qin Ze, annoyed, muttered under his breath. Wang Jiqin instinctively admonished him, "Do not use such language," before realizing her own reaction was unwarranted. Qin Ze chuckled, remarking, "Qin Baobao never scolds me. You, Sister Jiqin, seem more like an elder sister." This struck Wang Jiqin with an unexpected flutter of embarrassment. Acknowledging the truth in his words, the advertisement break ended, and the program continued, prompting everyone to lean in with bated breath. Qin Xiaotong finally revealed her number, 1. Guests filled the room, with Yin Jia covering her mouth in shock. She was performing. Aware that the show's producers had orchestrated the outcome to ensure that Qin Baobao would inevitably face Li Xuegong, Huang Yuding raised an eyebrow, intrigued. While Li Rongxing cast a sympathetic glance at Qin Baobao, considering her misfortune. After a failed attempt to flirt with her during rehearsals, he found himself without her contact information. Unbeknownst to him, his carefree demeanor and signature charm had placed him firmly on Qin Baobao's blacklist, as her esteemed lineage naturally repelled such frivolity. Qin Ze appeared dignified and composed, a stark contrast to Qin Baobao, who, despite her alluring appearance, possessed a serious disposition. Hong Jingyao lamented the irony of fearing what one invites. Li Xuegong squinted, a hint of derision in his eyes. As the last to draw, Qin Baobao was not exempt from the process due to her status. Rather, it was her way of ensuring she received less screen time, leaving her at a disadvantage. The barrage of comments flooded in, echoing disbelief. Is this real? Qin Baobao is really going up against Li Xuegong? Anticipation mounted as viewers speculated on the outcome, betting against Qin Baobao's chances. Amidst the chatter, one could sense the overwhelming support for Li Xuegong, a titan in the industry with a legion of fans. The first group of performers took the stage, Qin Xiaotong and Li Rongxing. Bathed in soft lighting, Qin Xiaotong donned an extravagant costume, exuding an operatic flair. Her performance was a modern interpretation of opera, infused with pop elements, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere. As her ethereal voice resonated, the audience was entranced, swaying with delight. The comments exploded in admiration for her vocal prowess, celebrating her ability to conquer both traditional and contemporary styles. "This is true talent," they proclaimed, contrasting her versatility with Qin Baobao's more limited repertoire. Thus, the stage was set for an exhilarating contest, brimming with anticipation for the battles yet to unfold. Qin Baobao wept, declaring, "You all bully me. I shall seek justice from my brother." Ha ha ha, the notion of her brother has become a sensation online. With a brother by my side, who could I fear? The heavens and the earth may be vast, yet my brother is the greatest. No matter how grand the universe, my brother reigns supreme. For nearly a month, I have been hearing about this brother. Who is he, truly? Do you genuinely believe she has a brother? Young man, how naive. Chapter 65. High energy ahead. Qin Xiaotong bowed and exited the stage as Yin Jia called out loudly, "Did teacher Xiaotong sing well?" The audience erupted in a thunderous response of approval, their faces beaming with excitement. After a few minutes of engaging the crowd to allow their emotions to settle, Yin Jia announced, "Please welcome the next singer, Li Rongxing." Cheers erupted, and applause thundered. Li Rongxing appeared in a leather jacket and pants, meticulously styled hair, and his face adorned with shimmering laser powder. As rain began to fall outside, his silhouette emerged at the street corner, drawing the soft gazes of those inside. "No matter how desolate the world may be, loving you makes me feel less alone," he sang, "the stubborn girl hidden in my heart." Li Rongxing performed a well-known, melancholic love song that had recently gained popularity. However, he seemed somewhat off today, making several mistakes and faltering in his vocal delivery. While the audience may not have noticed these errors, after hearing the exquisite performances of Qin Baobao in the previous rounds, their expectations had been raised. Today, Li Rongxing fell short, having chosen the wrong song. For emotional ballads, he could only measure up to Qin Baobao. The ethereal quality of his song could not rival legend, nor could it match the simplicity and poignancy of fairy tale. The latter evoked feelings of deep emotion, sadness, and helplessness, with few songs capable of surpassing it this year. Not even Qin Baobao herself. I found great admiration for Qin Xiaodong's operatic rendition. Her voice was simply remarkable. The voting segment commenced. Qin Xiaodong garnered 236 votes, while Li Roxing received 204, with 60 abstentions. Qin Xiaodong beamed with joy, bowing once more in gratitude to the audience, while Li Roxing smiled, albeit somewhat awkwardly. He had been surpassed. In the first round, he had outshone the once celebrated Qin Xiaodong. But now, in just the third round, her popularity and singing ability had surged ahead of him. This illustrates how variety shows, particularly those centered around music, can easily create stars. The talent shows that had gained popularity in previous years produced a plethora of singers, many of whom are now at the forefront of the industry. With the platform of I Am a Singer, it seemed possible for Qin Xiaodong to reclaim her former glory. Meanwhile, Qin Baobao, once an unknown newcomer, had also begun to rise in fame. Next came the moment everyone had anticipated. Ying Jia paused deliberately. Are you excited? The audience roared in response. Please welcome singer Li Xuegong. As Ying Jia shouted, powerful music began to play, enhancing the atmosphere. On the screen, viewers discussed, Teacher Li Xuegong is here. We anticipate his rock performance. Although I am not particularly fond of rock music, I do enjoy Li Xuegong's interpretation. Damn, the barrage of comments is overwhelming. It obscures my idol. Someone exclaimed. Let's turn off the comments to preserve our intelligence, Qin Ze suggested. Wang Xin shook her head. The comments are quite entertaining. Let's keep them on. Indeed, the comments are often more interesting than the show itself, Qin Ze replied with a grin. Wang Xin inquired, do you often post comments? Qin Ze nodded. Wang Xin tilted her head, contemplating, a keyboard warrior. Qin Ze's expression darkened. Jin, you shouldn't say such things. Wang Xin blinked innocently. Keyboard warrior is a derogatory term for those who dominate online discussions but are timid in real life. It's akin to the terms rebound man and backup. Wang Xin mused. I understand the backup reference. It's the tale of a goddess and a loser. But what about rebound man? Baobao said you were one. Qin Ze nearly choked on his indignation. Qin Baobao said, I am a rebound man. I will confront her. The humiliation was unbearable. Wang Xin stifled a laugh. What she actually meant was, my brother has always been timid. He's too ordinary. My mother, and I worry he won't find a partner and will likely become a rebound man. Veins bulged on Qin Ze's forehead. What does she mean by rebound man? Me? If she were here today, I would hang her up and teach her a lesson. Qin Ze fumed. In his sister's eyes, he had become such a figure. To say a man is a rebound man is akin to declaring, you are impotent. Wang Xin glanced at him. Actually, I'm not that curious. I'll just look it up later. The show continued as Li Xuegong took the stage, guitar in hand, his artistically long hair tied back in a ponytail. Dressed in a flamboyant silver leather ensemble, complete with boots, an embodiment of a rock musician. He bowed to the audience, raised his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. After a few moments, he nodded to the band. Suddenly, the music erupted, a tempestuous electric guitar, a soaring saxophone, and a pulsating drumbeat. It was as if all the instruments had come together at that moment, creating a loud, vibrant, and chaotic symphony. At first glance, it seemed disordered, but upon closer inspection, it resonated with an undeniable rhythm. Rock music originated in mid-20th century America, influenced by rhythm and blues, country music, and various other styles. It encompasses numerous subgenres, including folk rock, art rock, psychedelic rock, country rock, heavy metal, and punk, among others. Many, including musicians, often find it challenging to define what rock truly is. At its core, rock embodies a broad concept, encompassing the ideologies and cultural movements that arose alongside its inception. In simpler terms, it represents the non-mainstream. Yet, this descriptor alone fails to capture the essence of rock. What truly defines it? There's no definitive answer. Some say rock is explosive music that shatters eardrums, while others regard it as a form of torment or a spiritual essence. Ultimately, rock lacks a clear definition, manifesting not merely in its vigorous sound but in its spirit, an essence that seeks to break free from conventional norms. Its characteristics include individuality, the freedom to sing without restraint, akin to a martial arts philosophy of mastering the unmastered. Even those who are not professional musicians can boldly sing if they wish to. However, globally popular rock is characterized by its infectious rhythm and powerful sound. As mentioned earlier, non-mainstream ideologies are inherent to rock, and its raucous music vividly illustrates this. Beneath the pale gray sky, one is destined to bear the burdens of suffering and responsibility. Walking the journey of life, as existence rapidly withers, we traverse through the tides of time. Even as we bleed and approach death, our spirit shall endure, eternally immortal. Li Xuegong swayed rhythmically, his limbs moving to the beat, his voice a deep and soaring expression, a natural rock voice. The audience became exhilarated, their bodies instinctively responding to the rhythm, moving and dancing in a fervent display of emotion. Li Shuigang performed one of his signature songs, a familiar tune that anyone could hum along to. Backstage, several singers watched the performance on screen. Chen Xiaotong swayed her waist in rhythm, her lips moving in sync. Huang Yuding snapped his fingers, his body swaying to the beat. As a rock song concluded, it ignited the entire venue. The cheers and applause surged like ocean waves and fierce winds, nearly lifting the roof off. Hundreds of spectators shouted and clapped fervently, their emotions running high and ecstatic. The barrage of comments flooded in, golden voice of the music scene. This is rock and roll. The kind that stirs the blood and compels one to revel. This is music at its finest. I adore such invigorating melodies, unlike love songs that feel like meaningless lamentations. I wish I could hear another rock song from Li Shuigang, but alas, he cannot return to the resurrection round. What a pity. Everyone, let us get hyped together. What? It's over? I'm not done yet. It felt like being under the influence of a drug, an unceasing exhilaration. Backstage, the singers were discussing the performance. Hong Jingyao remarked, the quality was exceptional. He is truly a live performance-level singer, remarkably impressive. Chen Xiaotong exclaimed, how can he sing so high? Huang Yuding chuckled. Your opera also features high notes. There is no need to envy others. Chen Xiaotong waved her hand, smiling wryly. Mine is different. His voice flows effortlessly. Hong Jingyao laughed, teasingly saying, are you implying he is single-minded? No, I admire his vocal prowess, Chen Xiaotong responded with a smile. At that moment, the camera shifted to Qin Baobao, who wore an expressionless face, resembling a delicately blooming rose. Though many harbored doubts about her, it was undeniable that she was a striking beauty. Qin Baobao remained silent. Yet others initiated conversation. Yin Jia feigned curiosity. Baobao, as the next performer, do you feel a lot of pressure? Qin Baobao smiled, not really. Why don't you tell us about the song you will bring us? Qin Baobao contemplated, a love song. The camera then switched back to the backstage singers. And at this time, Qin Baobao and Yin Jia had likely left the hall. Li Roxing suddenly asked, what song did she sing during yesterday's rehearsal? He had a prior engagement to shoot a commercial and couldn't wait for Qin Baobao. Hong Jingyao replied with a grin, she didn't sing. What? Li Roxing was taken aback. Huang Yuding nodded. Indeed, she didn't sing, she merely hummed throughout. The comment streamed in, didn't sing during rehearsal? Is this despair? Throwing caution to the wind. If it were me, I'd be disheartened. The future seems bleak, destined for elimination. Regardless of who she draws, she won't succeed. Someone analyzed this online. The scene transitioned to the stage, where Qin Baobao donned a minimalist outfit, denim shorts, a white t-shirt, her chestnut curls cascading down, and a light touch of makeup. The alternating lights illuminated her, revealing her long, bare legs, straight and fair. A mournful sound of the era resonated. Both the audience below and those glued to their screens were taken aback, for the presence of an eru in pop music is quite rare. An eru? The rhythm is intriguing, yet imbued with an inexplicable sorrow. Another melancholic love song, truly deserving of the title queen of love songs, but we're rather fatigued by this. Dare you change your style? Another love song? It feels like pointless lamentation, feigning new sorrows. I yearn for rock. While the song was indeed a love ballad, the era's naturally sorrowful tones combined with electric guitar and drums created a dissonance that felt overly exuberant. Let us show some respect, after all. This is the last performance of the big-breasted girl. Just then, a comment appeared, high energy ahead. Within moments, dozens of similar comments filled the screen, nearly overwhelming it. What is happening? Wow, so many people. Are they all losing their minds? What is this? More high energy? Are you all just lurking? Sitting in front of my computer, I was utterly perplexed. Uninformed viewers were spamming the comments, but soon fell silent, for Qin Baobao was about to begin her performance. Chapter 66. A resounding song. The melodious and captivating voice of Qin Baobao resonated. At first, I believed that love was the greatest thing. Ultimately, I helplessly recognized that fate is the formidable force. You still choose to return. He pierces your heart, yet you refuse to awaken. You claim that love is but a dream. The happiness I borrowed from you, I can only return. The gentle, sorrowful music swelled at that moment. The audience, immersed in the somber melodies, trembled in astonishment. Taking a deep breath, Qin Baobao soared into a powerful rendition. The greatest loneliness is to long for what cannot be held. The tenderness unspoken is now reduced to a farewell song. In the moment before heartbreak, we embrace tightly in silence. With each heartbeat, I send you this bittersweet farewell. At that instant, everyone was left dumbfounded, captivated by Qin Baobao's performance. Was this rock? A love ballad in rock form? Li Shuigong was taken aback. Huang Yuting raised an eyebrow. Hong Jingyao was left speechless. Li Rongxing displayed the most exaggerated expression, eyes wide and mouth agape, utterly astonished. Qin Xiaodong reacted dramatically, springing up from the sofa. After a brief silence, the barrage of comments erupted wildly. Is this rock? Goodness, Qin Baobao is defying expectations. It is rock, yet how can it be a love song? It completely defies the rhythm of a typical love ballad. Incredible! My dear Busta sister. How much original work do you possess? How many masterpieces have you created? This is a gem among gems. How can this be? She sings love songs like this? Rock can be expressed this way? It turns out love songs need not always be sorrowful or sweet. They can be interpreted through explosive music. The music industry is about to be shaken to its core, indeed pioneering the genre of rock love songs. 666, everyone, join me in this celebration. Then, the screen flooded with 666, as if this was the only way to express the audience's excitement and astonishment. It turns out that love is a form of caprice. There should not be too much contemplation. Love is not about intelligence. It is simply about willingness. As Qin Baobao continued to sing, her eyes remained closed. Her brow slightly furrowed, fully immersed in the emotion of the song. The audience held their breath, enveloped in the exhilarating rock music. Lost in the feelings of helplessness and sorrow, Qin Baobao sang with all her might. He pierces your heart, yet you refuse to awaken. You say love is but a dream. The happiness I borrowed from you, I can only return. The greatest loneliness is to long for what cannot be held. The tenderness unspoken is now reduced to a farewell song. Ignoring the audience's reactions and the impending votes, she was entirely absorbed in her music. Recalling Qin Ze's words, imagine you are a woman who has suffered heartbreak, the person you love most, the one you cannot let go of. Well, he has abandoned you. Qin Baobao then asked, do you fancy Wang Zijing? Qin Ze paused, not particularly. This song expresses helplessness. The one I love does not love me back. Painful despair is better released than held on to, so I sing a farewell song. In the moment before heartbreak, we embrace tightly in silence. With each heartbeat, I send you this bittersweet farewell. The greatest loneliness is to long for what cannot be held. The tenderness unspoken is now reduced to a farewell song. You wish to pursue her, do you? Yes, regardless of the cracks in her voice or her hoarse delivery. Qin Baobao sang with fervor, the words of Qin Ze echoing in her mind. In the moment before heartbreak, we embrace tightly in silence. With each heartbeat, I send you this bittersweet farewell. The permanence is unseen, yet the farewell resonates. As the music gradually calmed, fading into silence, the soft intertwining of lights revealed Qin Baobao taking a deep breath and bowing slightly. Moments later, a thunderous applause erupted, far surpassing any previous rounds, eclipsing even Li Shuigong and Qin Xiaodong. Everyone rose simultaneously, the atmosphere boiling with a cacophony of sounds, screams, applause, shouts, and roars. Some danced with excitement. Others wept and shouted, while many merely yelled, releasing their pent-up emotions. A rock song, a love ballad, a farewell song. Backstage, Huang Yuting was both amused and bewildered. Honestly, she astonishes me every episode. He felt a twinge of fear. After this, to what heights would this girl as popularity soar? He turned to Li Rongxing, estimating that she was likely just a notch below him. The three previous masterpieces had catapulted Qin Baobao into fame. But today's farewell song truly solidified her standing in the music industry, a rising female artist. The debut of the farewell song was a revelation, especially among rock artists. It became evident that love songs could be sung in this manner, and rock could be expressed this way. Hong Jingyao murmured, I am even more curious about who composed this song and who penned the lyrics. His words piqued the curiosity of Qin Xiaodong and others, leading to hushed discussions. No one could fathom the answer. Two prevailing theories emerged. 1. That Qin Baobao songs were written by her brother. 2. That Xingyi Company was heavily promoting her. Both theories were paradoxical. The first hypothesis suggested that no artist could produce 4 masterpieces in one breath. The creative inspiration of an individual is finite. To produce one gem among a collection is already commendable. Some artists have numerous exceptional tracks on an album, but they are seldom the work of a single composer. The second conjecture posited that Xingyi Company had neither the reason nor the resources to promote a newcomer. Everyone in the industry knew the rules. No entertainment company would undertake such a risk. For masterpieces, with this rhythm, 1 per episode, is an exorbitant cost. Unless one has an extraordinarily powerful background. Is Qin Baobao truly someone with such a background? The crowd pondered. The artists speculated, and the audience joined in. The barrage of comments intensifying, What is Qin Baobao's background? Goodness, emerging from nowhere with 4 stunning songs. This is utterly unfathomable. Xingyi Entertainment is backing her? Is she the daughter of the chairman? Don't be ridiculous. The chairman of Xingyi is not infatuated with Qin, just a casual relationship. It was evident that Qin Baobao possessed long, shapely legs, seamless and undoubtedly a virgin, likely not one of the wealthy men's mistresses. Yet, this was neither the case nor that. What could possibly explain this? Was it indeed her brother who wrote these songs? Perhaps it was. Her brother's Weibo post read, "Watching childhood from afar. Don't thank me, my name is Lei Feng. Which deity will investigate Qin Baobao's background? A generous reward awaits." The voting results soon emerged. Qin Baobao, 255 votes. Li Xuegong, 245 votes. This outcome left everyone stunned. Indeed, while Qin Baobao's farewell song was astonishing, who was Li Xuegong? The king of rock, a titan of the music industry. Even Huang Yuding dared not claim a sure victory over him. Yet, the result, though a mere 10 votes, confirmed that Li Xuegong had indeed lost. This was rather embarrassing. A rock titan defeated by a newcomer in the industry, and in such a crushing manner. The voting audience likely harbored thoughts along these lines. After all, Li Xuegong has a multitude of fans. I won to vote, others will. Thus, they chose the farewell song. They were mesmerized by its brilliance. Li Xuegong's countenance turned dark, struggling to maintain his composure. He felt utterly humiliated. How could a titan of rock bear such a defeat? Qin Ze stretched lazily, exhaling a sigh. It's over, Sister Zijing. I'm off to sleep. What about you? The remaining program was of little consequence. Wang Zijing smiled softly. You sleep. I'll watch a bit longer, not sleepy. As she watched Qin Ze step into his room and close the door, she turned and began typing vigorously, the one who takes over. Moments later, Wang Zijing clutched her stomach, laughing heartily, fearing that Qin Ze might hear. She quickly covered her mouth, her laughter causing her stomach to convulse. No wonder he was so angry. It turned out the one who takes over had this meaning.